Over time, this group of individuals has remarkably established a resounding reputation in the underground world international idlers. As the notoriety of the international idlers grew increasingly pronounced, so too did the influx of curious onlookers. Consequently, the original ethos of the international idlers became somewhat tainted, with the majority of newcomers drawn solely by the allure of profit, resulting in a diverse and chaotic mix of individuals. In the contentious vote regarding whether the idlers should organize and expand, the proponents were in the majority. The original cohort of elder statesmen, disinterested in monetizing their idleness, gradually withdrew, and Lin Zixian, the founder of international idlers, quietly faded into the background, returning to his homeland. A hidden dragon in the abyss is destined to soar. A man of charisma shines wherever he goes. Can he truly find contentment in exiting the tumultuous world of intrigue? Protagonist, Lin Zixian. At Donghai International Airport, an American direct flight gently descended. Clad in a gray-white fitted trench coat, Lin Zixian donned oversized sunglasses, casually slung a loose canvas bag over one shoulder, and held a red travel bag in his hand, hastily trailing behind a strikingly confident woman. The woman sported lustrous, jet-black hair cascading to her shoulders, adorned in a loose white pleated blouse that subtly revealed a black bra beneath, complemented by snug blue jeans and white sneakers exuding youthful vibrancy. The way her jeans hugged her shapely posterior drew lingering glances from behind the sunglasses. The red travel bag belonged to this enigmatic beauty, with whom Lin Zixian was only superficially acquainted, having sat next to her on the same flight. Having encountered numerous beautiful women throughout his life, Lin Zixian was instantly captivated by her stunning appearance and figure, and he unhesitatingly initiated a conversation. Alas, she showed little interest, offering only perfunctory responses before dismissing him entirely. However, this did not deter Lin Zixian from continuing his advances. Upon disembarking, he almost forcibly seized her luggage, insisting on helping her carry it. "Feel free to let me help. Given my industriousness, how about you treat me to a drink or at least share your contact information? I have few friends back home. We could be friends." Lin Zixian chuckled, yet he held the red travel bag firmly, seemingly unwilling to relinquish it without obtaining her contact details. Bang! The cold-faced beauty suddenly thrust her elbow backward with force, striking Lin Zixian squarely in the abdomen. The impact was substantial, causing him to grimace involuntarily. In the next moment, the beauty deftly seized his arm, preparing to execute a shoulder throw, revealing her proficiency in taekwondo. Having been caught off guard once, Lin Zixian was not about to fall for the same trick again. He swiftly pressed down on her hips, preventing her from leveraging her strength. Feeling her dignity compromised, the beauty quickly released him and retaliated with a swift slap, only to find Lin Zixian grasping her wrist, rendering her immobile. She was taken aback, surprised by his reflexes. That elbow strike would have felled an ordinary man, yet he appeared unfazed. Just as Lin Zixian was about to make a quip, 6 imposing figures clad in black suits emerged from 3 parked cars, clearly bodyguards, swiftly surrounding the pair. Lin Zixian, merely flirting, had no desire to entangle himself in trouble. Thus, faced with the 6 formidable figures, he promptly raised his hands in surrender. In the blink of an eye, 2 bodyguards seized his arms, awaiting further instructions. The cold-faced beauty reclaimed her red travel bag, steadied Lin Zixian's shoulder, and delivered a sharp knee strike that elicited a pained grimace from him. "Ma'am, how shall we proceed?" one of the bodyguards inquired. "Let's go." The beauty, uninterested in further squabbling with this nuisance, took her travel bag and turned to leave, the bodyguards reluctantly allowing Lin Zixian to remain. One bodyguard hurried to open the door of the middle vehicle, ushering the beauty inside. Once the door closed, all 6 bodyguards entered their respective vehicles, and the trio of cars sped away. Lin Zixian watched the departing vehicles, wincing as he rubbed his abdomen, pondering whether all domestic beauties had become so fierce. Nearby, several fellow passengers from the same flight, having witnessed the scene, approached him. One American friend, with genuine concern, asked in English, "Sir, do you need to report this?" "Oh." Lin Zixian shrugged nonchalantly, replying in fluent English, "No need, my wife has some misunderstandings about me." The American friend nodded in understanding, realizing they were merely a couple in a quarrel, and patted Lin Zixian on the shoulder, offering consolation. "No worries, purchase a bouquet of roses, and give her a romantic surprise. I believe she will forgive you." "Oh." What a splendid idea, thank you. Lin Zixian expressed his gratitude, shaking the man's hand. After exchanging a few pleasantries, a minibus arrived to transport the international friends away. A beautiful encounter, albeit lacking a perfect conclusion, Lin Zixian mused, a smile playing at the corner of his lips as he self-deprecatingly muttered. Surveying the surroundings outside the airport, Lin Zixian hailed a taxi and instructed the driver, Minghua Group. The taxi sped through the city, finally halting in a bustling commercial district, where Lin Zixian gazed silently at a skyscraper adorned with the prominent Minghua Group emblem, a blooming white lotus. Before returning home, he had been entirely unaware of this corporate entity, but unexpectedly, over a year after withdrawing from the tumult of the underground world and while traveling the globe, he received a call from his mentor. The call informed him that Xiao Antian, the CEO of Minghua Group, had encountered some troubles and requested his assistance, but if he were unavailable, it was of no consequence. His mentor, preoccupied with card games, offered little elaboration. Yet, throughout the years abroad, his mentor had seldom shown concern for his well-being, making this request quite unprecedented. Since his mentor had spoken up, Lin Zixian felt compelled to investigate the company. A quick online search revealed that it was indeed one of the top enterprises in the country. Lin Zixian was perplexed. Despite his mentor's remarkable skills, he had always remained low profile, a rustic figure seemingly content to languish in the countryside. How could he possibly be intertwined with the CEO of such a prominent company? This prompted him to curtail his travels and return home. Noticing Lin Zixian's reluctance to exit the vehicle, the driver reminded him, "Sir, we have arrived at Minghua Group." Find a nearby hotel," Lin Zixian replied, his gaze still fixed outside the window. The taxi driver complied without objection, stopping outside a hotel not far from the Minghua Group headquarters. That night, in a pitch-black room, Lin Zixian languidly sat in a chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, smoking a cigarette while contemplating whether to intervene in this matter. Offering assistance was trivial. The crux of the matter lay in his reluctance to inadvertently expose his shadowy identity in the international underground world after more than a year of seclusion. That formidable persona remained unknown even to his mentor. Despite having raised him, they had never interfered in one another's affairs, and there was no obligation for him to report anything, merely the occasional call to ensure each other's continued existence. Waking naturally, he found it was already well past noon. Dressed only in snug white briefs, Lin Zixian lazily arose from bed and approached the floor-to-ceiling window to stretch, engaging in some light exercises, ultimately executing a handstand in his room. His handstand was peculiar, performed on a single finger, which remarkably supported his entire body, unwavering and straight. His near-naked physique was as rigid as stone, with muscles taut and defined, devoid of any excess fat. At rest, he appeared solidly built, yet in motion, he emanated an explosive vigor, his form reminiscent of a sculpted masterpiece. His upper body bore the marks of numerous scars. A discerning eye would recognize them as the remnants of 6 varying caliber gunshot wounds and 9 additional scars from blades or daggers, each lending an air of ruggedness to his otherwise chiseled physique, reminiscent of a statue weathered by the elements, exuding a raw masculine allure. Every 10 minutes, he would switch to another finger for his handstand, a unique internal practice known as a stick of incense to the heavens. As for its origins, Lin Zixian was unaware his mentor had never divulged such information. After cycling through all 10 fingers, he had completed precisely 100 minutes, a habit ingrained through years of practice. Only then did he return to a standing position, his joints cracking as he exhaled a long, measured breath. With a languid turn, he resumed his relaxed demeanor, sauntering slowly into the bathroom to begin his ablutions. After emerging from the bathroom in a state of undress, he picked up the clothes he had purchased the previous day and donned a pair of utterly ordinary jeans, paired with a commonplace casual top. His slothful appearance rendered him the epitome of an unambitious youth. He did not, however, change his belt, extracting the canvas strap from his previous trousers. His fingers glided along the edge of the belt, and suddenly, with a gentle flick, a dark, lustrous cowhide needle protruded at an angle from the canvas, only to be pressed back down by his fingers. It was no simple task to retrieve it without a specific technique. This cowhide needle was forged from a special steel, with 800 embedded within the belt, a quintessential accessory for Lin Zixian, serving as his secret weapon. An additional advantage of concealing it within the belt was the ease of passing through various security checks, for it was merely regarded as an ordinary belt with internal steel wires, drawing little attention. After a brief tidy-up, he ambled to the hotel restaurant, casually ordering some food and taking his time to savor it. Only after the morning rush had subsided did he leave the hotel. Lighting a cigarette, he strolled towards the headquarters of Minghua Group. "Sir, how may I assist you today?" inquired the front desk attendant, embodying the company's image with her poised and sweet demeanor. Another attendant regarded him with a hint of suspicion. Lin Zixian leaned nonchalantly against the front desk, a teasing smile playing on his lips as he replied, "I am here to see your esteemed chairman, Mr. Chiao Antian." "You wish to see our chairman?" The front desk attendant was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Although he possessed a handsome countenance, his attire was decidedly unremarkable, hardly befitting someone of high society who would be acquainted with the chairman. Thus, with a hint of reticence, she asked, "May I inquire if you have an appointment?"
Chapter 2. Hand in hand, this was precisely the source of Lin Zixian's slight headache. He understood the rules. He knew that the owner of such a large corporation was not someone one could meet at will. He had just called the old man, seeking the contact number of Chiao Antian to avoid any inconvenience, but the old man's phone was switched off, likely a result of an all-night mahjong session that left him forgetting to charge his device. Of course, there was an appointment. It was he who had arranged it. Lin Zixian maintained his composure, for, in truth, it was indeed Chiao Antian who had sought him out, albeit through his master, upon hearing of the appointment. And that it was a guest summoned by the chairman, the receptionist immediately assumed a respectful demeanor and inquired, "May I have your surname, sir?" "Lin," as in the double wood, Lin Zixian replied with a smile. "Please hold on while I verify," the receptionist said. She checked the appointment list, but found no one with the surname Lin. However, noticing Lin Zixian's composed demeanor, she swiftly grabbed the phone and dialed a number. Once connected, she spoke nervously, "Assistant Ning, this is the front desk. Mr. Lin claims to have an appointment with the chairman." "Yes, he is a young gentleman with the surname Lin. No." She stared blankly at Lin Zixian. Her expression one of fear as she stammered, "I understand." After hanging up, the receptionist felt a surge of anger. This man had subjected her to unnecessary scolding. She immediately called for security. The outcome was predictable. Lin Zixian was promptly escorted out by the guards. Standing outside the headquarters of Minghua Group, Lin Zixian did not leave, but instead pulled out his phone and dialed a number he had noted down when he saw the receptionist make her call. Once the call connected, he coldly stated, "Is this Assistant Ning? Who is this?" Came the puzzled voice on the other end. "I am the Mr. Lin who was just thrown out by security. Tell Chiao Antian that the person he requested assistance from has arrived. I will wait downstairs for 10 minutes. If he is late, he should refrain from seeking anyone with the surname Lin in the future." Without waiting for a response, Lin Zixian hung up, lit a cigarette, and began to time the wait. He was not jesting. Once 10 minutes had passed, he would consider his goodwill exhausted. Even if a grand procession were to come for him, he was not someone easily persuaded. Holding considerable worth, if not for the old man's reputation, he would never have bothered to seek out trouble. Inside the company building, a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a standard business suit was momentarily taken aback by the busy signal on her phone. After hanging up, she began to jot down the number displayed on her landline, her mind restless. Eventually, she decided to leave her office with a folder in hand. Upon reaching the chairman's office, she knocked on the door. A deep male voice called from within, "Come in." In the lavishly spacious office, a slightly portly middle-aged man was reviewing a report at his desk. The assistant, Ning Lan, entered and placed the document before him. Saying with a smile, "Chairman, here is a document that requires your signature." The middle-aged man, Chiao Antian, set aside the report and glanced at the document, realizing it was not urgent. Typically, an assistant would not interrupt him with trivial matters during busy hours, but would wait until he was free. His brow furrowed slightly as he stared at the document and inquired, "Is there something else?" "Just now, a Mr. Lin called, claiming to be someone you invited for assistance. I checked the appointment records and found no such name. So I declined his entry." However, he seemed rather displeased, stating he would wait downstairs for 10 minutes. "I was concerned that it might be a private appointment, so I came to confirm," Ning Lan explained with a smile. Lin. Coming to assist. Chiao Antian ran through the names in his mind, his brows knitting together. Could it be him? He immediately pulled out his personal phone and dialed a number. He was indeed in a predicament. Having offended another company over business matters, If it had been a typical competitive situation, it would have posed no issue. After all, anyone who could grow a business to such a scale knew people from both the legitimate and the underworld. It would be a matter of mitigating losses. However, the background of this particular company was exceedingly dubious, with connections that ran deep in the underbelly of society. His daughter, the company's general manager, had unwittingly offended them. He had sought help from figures in the underworld, but once they heard about the other party's background, they all declined to get involved. Now, they had issued a stern ultimatum, demanding not only a return of what had been consumed, but also 10% of Minghua Group's shares, with a 10-day deadline for a response. Should they fail to comply, threats would follow. This was a blatant intimidation tactic. Xiao Antian, who had successfully managed the company to such heights, was not one to be easily intimidated. If he were to yield to such threats, it would set a dangerous precedent. Who wouldn't he feel entitled to take a bite out of the company? He would not concede. This door could not be opened. Yet, he feared not the overt threats, but the covert ones. If they resorted to underhanded methods, he would find himself without evidence to pursue legal recourse. Thus, he had engaged a substantial number of bodyguards from a domestic security company. He then recalled a phone number left by his father before his passing, suggesting that in times of threat to life and property, he might reach out to someone named Lin Bao. Regrettably, his father's words had been incomplete, leaving Xiao Antian uncertain about Lin Bao's identity. Thinking that an additional connection might offer some security, he attempted to contact Lin Bao, only to be met with indifference. The other party merely acknowledged his plight and hung up without offering any assistance. Now, with a Mr. Lin arriving, he was uncertain whether this was the same individual and felt the need to verify. Assistant Ning Lan, meanwhile, breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the chairman had indeed made a private appointment with a Mr. Lin. However, why had this person not contacted the chairman directly? The sound of Xiao Antian's phone indicating it had been switched off jolted her from her thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke firmly. You go personally and escort that individual here. Do not be disrespectful. He had an inkling that the person his father had mentioned in his final moments was not to be taken lightly. Understood, Chairman, Ning Lan replied, her pace quickening as she left. They could not afford to waste time given the 10-minute window. Outside the Minghua Group headquarters, Lin Zixian had already lit a second cigarette, glancing at the time on his phone. 3 minutes remained. Yet, he had not received a single call. As he pondered whether to continue waiting, he noticed a graceful woman in professional attire striding purposefully out, her bright eyes scanning the surroundings as if searching for someone. Beautiful, Lin Zixian thought, his interest piqued. Could she be looking for him? However, her gaze lingered on him a few times, revealing a hint of confusion, suggesting she was not there for him. She picked up her phone and dialed a number. And moments later, Lin Zixian's outdated phone emitted a ding. Their eyes finally met, both momentarily stunned. Ning Lan, observing the antiquated Nokia phone in his hand, recalled it was an old model from years past, and she speculated that it might even have a black and white screen. Furthermore, his attire seemed rather out of place, leading her to question whether this man was truly the one the chairman had arranged to meet. She abruptly ended her call, and Lin Zixian's ringtone ceased as well. She quickly approached him, scrutinizing him with curiosity. Are you Mr. Lin? Lin Zixian raised his phone to check the time, responding coldly, 1 minute remaining. Upon hearing this, Ning Lan was finally convinced of his identity. She quickly extended her hand. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am the chairman's assistant, Ning Lan. The chairman has sent me to escort you. Although Lin Zixian initially had no intention of shaking her hand, his resolve faltered in the face of her charming smile. He lazily took her hand, but found it quite pleasant, gripping it a little too tightly and unwilling to let go. Ning Lan attempted to withdraw her hand, only to discover that he held it firmly. Her expression shifted slightly as she said, Mr. Lin, what are you doing? Rest assured, I have no intention of being inappropriate. It's just that there are many who look down on others in this building. And I fear being thrown out again. I thought holding your hand would be safer, Lin Zixian replied with utmost seriousness. Ning Lan tried to pull away a few more times, but to no avail. Her face contorting into an awkward smile as she assured him, Mr. Lin, please don't worry, that was a misunderstanding. This time, with me guiding you, no one will obstruct you. That so, I've only lost face once. Losing it a second time would be unbearable. It's better to be cautious. Lin Zixian grinned as he leaned closer, inhaling the fragrance of her high-end perfume, whispering, "I believe in settling scores. You had me thrown out before. So I must reclaim my dignity. Either we go to see Qiao Antian hand in hand, or you can go alone. The choice is yours. I'm not one to force anyone." Ninglan, taken aback by his audacity, felt a mix of frustration and anger. Yet, she had no way to refuse him. Hiding any trace of displeasure, she mustered a professional smile and extended her other hand towards the building, saying, "Mr. Lin, please." Lin Zixian readily agreed, and the two of them entered the building hand in hand. As they passed through the lobby, Ninglan maintained her composure, while the staff inside gaped in disbelief. Wasn't this the individual who had been thrown out by security earlier? How had he returned? Still holding hands with the chairman's assistant in plain sight. Just moments ago, Assistant Ning hurriedly left to find him, leaving the employees bound by company regulations in a state of dismay. The two receptionists were utterly dumbfounded, yet Lin Zixian showed no sign of reproaching them. Instead, he smiled and nodded at them, seemingly saying, "You see, I truly have an appointment." Once they entered the elevator and the doors closed, Lin Zixian gradually released the other's hand. Ninglan glanced at him, initially believing he would indeed hold her hand to meet the chairman, contemplating how to explain to the chairman afterward, only to be surprised when he let go. Chapter 3. How many forces? As the door to the chairman's office swung open, Qiao Antian immediately rose with a beaming smile to welcome his guest. However, upon seeing the young man brought in by Ninglan, he was momentarily taken aback, doubting whether his assistant had made a mistake. Lin Zixian paid no mind to such formalities and, without needing an invitation, strode directly to the grand, opulent desk and seated himself, lazily scrutinizing Qiao Antian as he inquired, "So, you are Qiao Antian?" Feeling the chairman's scrutinizing gaze upon him, Ninglan's heart raced. Did it seem that the chairman did not recognize this individual? Had she indeed mistaken him? Despite her confusion, since they were already face to face, Qiao Antian, understanding the basic etiquette, regained his composure and, walking around the desk, extended his hand, saying, "You must be Mr. Lin." The courtesy extended warranted a reciprocal gesture. Yet Lin Zixian was not there to engage in pleasantries. He shook hands briefly before getting straight to the point. "My master is Lin Bao. He mentioned you were in some trouble and sent me to assist." "Ah, so you are a disciple of Master Lin," Qiao Antian responded with genuine respect. Having confirmed the young man's identity, a weight lifted from his heart. After all, not everyone was familiar with the name Lin Bao. Although he was uncertain of the true significance of Master Lin Bao in today's society, aside from specific professions that might still use the terms master and disciple, most would refer to each other as teachers and students. The remaining cases involved ancient lineages that preserved such traditions, indicating that his father's dying words were indeed profound. This illustrated the difference between a well-versed individual and an ordinary person, who often grasped the crux of matters through mere snippets of conversation. Assistant Ning sighed in relief, efficiently preparing 2 cups of tea and placing them on the table before shutting the door and discreetly exiting. Taking his seat behind the grand desk, Qiao Antian observed Lin Zixian calmly sipping his tea. Unperturbed by his status as a significant boss, internally, he acknowledged that such demeanor could not be feigned. Only those with considerable insight or confidence could maintain such composure. In essence, it appeared that Lin Zixian did not regard Qiao Antian as an imposing figure at all. The adage that one should not judge by appearances resonated with him now. He no longer dared to underestimate the seemingly unremarkable young man before him. It seemed that the mysterious Lin Bao, whom his father spoke of in his final moments, had indeed sent a disciple of some repute, raising questions about the ancient sect from which this individual hailed, known for possessing unfathomable power. He had heard similar rumors in the past. "May I ask your esteemed name, Mr. Lin?" Qiao Antian inquired with a smile, unfazed by the young man's apparent disregard for formalities, which he regarded as a sign of being able to let go of trivialities. Lin Zixian, observing the floating tea leaves in his cup, replied nonchalantly, "Lin Zixian," with Lin from the character for 2 trees and Zixian meaning carefree. What a splendid name, imbued with the ancient charm of leisurely gazing at the southern mountains. Qiao Antian complimented. Continuing with a smile, "Might I inquire where Mr. Lin is currently employed?" "An unemployed wanderer, merely a carefree individual," Lin Zixian said, taking a sip of tea, setting the cup down, and then turning to Qiao Antian with a serious demeanor. My master mentioned you were facing difficulties. However, I am still unaware of the nature of your troubles. Chairman Xiao, let us return to the matter at hand and discuss your concerns. Very well, Xiao Antian replied, straightening himself in his chair as he began to recount the events. It turned out that recently, Minghua Group and a company known as Xingqing Group had been embroiled in a fierce dispute over the development of a piece of land. Driven by significant financial stakes, the general manager of Minghua Group, Xiao Yun, was none other than Xiao Antian's only daughter, who was bold and unafraid, yet possessed remarkable business acumen. Leading the board to entrust her with the company's operational authority, Xiao Yun did not disappoint, extending the conflict over the land dispute into the stock market, delivering a harsh blow to Xingqing Group, which resulted in a severe liquidity crisis for them, allowing Minghua Group to secure the land. However, Xiao Yun was not content to stop there. She sought to capitalize on Xingqing Group's financial troubles to completely absorb them, a move that was indeed ruthless, pushing them to their limits. Yet, such is the nature of commercial competition. It's a brutal world where it is either you consume me or I consume you. In the realm of commerce, there are no philanthropists, only a bloody contest of capital, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Naturally, Xingqing Group would not sit idly by, unable to match Minghua Group in business. They resorted to exposing their terrifying background, although they were reluctant to take such measures, having painstakingly cleansed their image as a large corporation. Any association with illicit activities could easily attract scrutiny from the relevant authorities. However, in the face of potential ruin, they had no choice but to act. Consequently, the entire board felt the pressure and urged Xiao Yun to cease her actions, yet victory was within reach. Xiao Yun held 15% of the company's shares, while her father, Xiao Antian, controlled an additional 40%, granting them absolute authority within the board. Xiao Yun, brimming with confidence, was determined to bring down Xingqing Group, naively believing that capital could solve all problems. Showing little regard for the nefarious forces lurking in the shadows, in a state of unease, the board members approached Xiao Antian to discuss the situation. After careful consideration, he too believed it unwise to foster such a formidable enemy. Sometimes, maintaining goodwill is essential for prosperity, leading the board to decide to send Xiao Yun abroad on vacation, using this opportunity to halt their offensive against Xingqing Group. Though they showed restraint, Xingqing Group was not content. Suffering a loss of billions in their financial chain was akin to a severe blow to their vitality. They chose instead to take a shortcut, ruthlessly demanding that Minghua Group relinquish its gains and surrender 10% of its shares. The ultimatum was set for 10 days. If a satisfactory response was not received within that time frame, retaliation would ensue. This ultimatum sparked outrage among Minghua Group's shareholders, who felt they had already extended enough goodwill. They had halted their actions, yet now Xingqing Group demanded a portion of their profits. This was tantamount to extracting flesh from their bones. Consequently, they fortified their defenses and sought higher-level mediators. After hearing the full account, Lin Zixian thoughtfully tapped his fingers on the desk, shaking his head slightly as he spoke. When it comes to business matters, I am powerless. I can only consider other aspects. Xiao Antian nodded. Indeed. We at Minghua Group have the capability and confidence to handle business matters. My primary concern is the potential for underhanded tactics, which is why I sought Master Lin's assistance. What do you wish for me to do? Lin Zixian frowned. Xiao Antian's eyes gleamed with a hint of eagerness. Might I inquire how many individuals you have brought with you, Mr. Lin? Lin Zixian was taken aback. It became clear that the chairman was hoping for him to counteract the dark forces behind Xingqing Group. This was an overestimation of the old man's capabilities. After a pause, he replied, I am alone, without any companions, just you. Xiao Antian's expression stiffened, internally cursing, wondering what could possibly be accomplished. After a lengthy silence, he couldn't help but ask, Mr. Lin, you must be joking. I am not jesting. I am not even fully aware of the relationship between you and my master. My mere presence here is already a considerable favor, Lin Zixian stated. His gaze piercing as he continued, while I may lack extraordinary abilities, your personal safety should be assured with my presence. Xiao Antian understood that Lin Zixian had no other forces or allies. But the extent of their relationship dictated the extent of his assistance, a perfectly reasonable expectation. He hesitated for a moment, unsure of the depth of his father's connection with the enigmatic Lin Bao. But given the indifferent tone during their conversation, it was evident that their relationship was not particularly close. Thus, it would be inappropriate to demand too much, Mr. Lin. If you possess the capability to deal with the forces behind Shangqing Group, I am willing to negotiate a price, Xiao Antian proposed, adopting a business-like posture. Lin Zixian waved his hand. Chairman Xiao, I believe you misunderstand. For me, every action has its purpose. This is not merely a matter of money. If I am disinclined to engage in something, no amount of compensation will sway me. Xiao Antian forced a smile, realizing that further discussion on this topic was futile. Originally, he had not placed much hope in Lin Bao. And now, this unexpected gain was already a pleasant surprise. He only hoped that this young man would not be overly boastful. Nodding, he said, Very well then, Mr. Lin, my personal life holds little importance, but I have only one daughter. If it is within your means, I would be grateful for your assistance in ensuring her safety. Consider it done. Lin Zixian nodded in agreement, pondering that this could be considered an explanation to the old man. Just a moment. Xiao Antian greeted and picked up the microphone on his desk to make a call. Once connected, he chuckled. Xiaoan, come over here. After hanging up, he noticed Lin Zixian casually savoring his tea, prompting another wry smile from him. Before long, a knock resonated at the door, and Xiao Antian called out, Come in. Lin Zixian, hearing the approaching sound behind him, held his teacup without turning around, only to hear a crisp female voice tinged with seriousness say, Chairman, is there something that cannot be discussed over the phone? Chairman, Lin Zixian found this amusing. His daughter maintained a businesslike demeanor even towards her father. Xiao Antian stood up and pointed at Lin Zixian with a smile, saying, Xiaoan, this is Mr. Lin, whom I've invited to ensure your safety. The female voice was undeniably melodious, and there was something familiar about it. As Lin Zixian turned in his swivel chair, he was taken aback by the sight before him, causing him to spit out the tea he had just sipped, his eyes nearly popping out in shock. The visitor was none other than the stunning woman who had sat next to him on the flight from America and had also been the one who had given him a beating at the airport. She stood before him, impeccably dressed in a crisp white professional outfit, her long hair elegantly styled, her icy demeanor unchanged, still breathtakingly beautiful. I ass at you, Lin Zixian exclaimed, his eyes wide as he coughed from the tea that had gone down the wrong pipe. Due to her significantly altered appearance, Xiao Yun did not immediately recognize him, but his demeanor quickly jogged her memory, her smooth, radiant forehead furrowed as she remarked, How is it you? The delicate arch of her brows indicated that she was a woman of distinct individuality. While most women would manipulate their eyebrows, she sported naturally elegant brows, untouched by makeup, yet captivatingly beautiful. If she had been adorned, it might have detracted from her current allure. Her unyielding expression, combined with her deep, bright eyes, gave off an aura that was both intimidating and alluring. Yet, her exquisite figure paired with an ethereal visage rendered her beauty ineffable, a true paragon of femininity. What, do you two know each other? Xiao Antian inquired, his face lighting up with delight. If that were the case, it would simplify matters. Should his daughter have a close relationship with Lin Zixian, perhaps he could significantly assist her. He had confidence in his daughter's beauty and did not discount the possibility that Lin Zixian might be inclined to please her. I do not know him, Xiao Yun firmly denied, then turned to her father and stated, Chairman, I hope you will reconsider. I believe it is unnecessary for the company to hire such a person. She held no fondness for Lin Zixian, viewing him merely as a rogue who pursued frivolous endeavors. Lin Zixian sat there awkwardly, unsure whether to hold onto his teacup or set it down. While he could maintain his composure in front of Xiao Antian, facing this cold beauty left him feeling rather insecure. After all, not only had he failed to win her over, but he had also been on the receiving end of her wrath, leaving his dignity in tatters. Yet, he had just promised Xiao Antian he would protect her. Do not know each other. How is that possible? Your attitudes clearly indicate otherwise. Xiao Antian, perplexed, paused before saying, Xiaoan, Mr. Lin is quite remarkable. I personally invited him to ensure your safety. Remarkable. Xiao Yun's cold gaze scrutinized him. Mr. Lin, is it? I had the fortune of sharing a flight with you yesterday, and I remember your every move distinctly. May I inquire what Mr. Lin was engaged in while in America? Xiao Antian was momentarily taken aback, realizing they had met on the plane, confirming they had no rapport. He glanced at Lin Zixian, puzzled as to what could have transpired to foster such animosity from his daughter. However, he became increasingly convinced of Lin Zixian's extraordinary background. After all, a mere phone call had summoned him from America. indicating significant connections and disciples scattered across the globe. Lin Zixian, feeling somewhat guilty, worried that Xiao Yun might reveal to her father his attempts to woo her, not out of fear of the father-daughter duo, but from the embarrassment of having his shameless intentions exposed in front of her parent. Deep down, he harbored inappropriate thoughts about her, which was his Achilles heel. Any man who has faced his future in-laws can relate to such an anxious feeling. It was rather similar, and nerves were inevitable. However, facing the situation was unavoidable. He mustered the courage to say, "I was washing dishes at a restaurant in America." Xiao Antian was momentarily stunned, thinking he had misheard. Xiao Yun, however, maintained her stoic demeanor and coldly retorted, "Do you genuinely believe you possess the ability to protect me?" She wished to remind him directly, "I could easily handle you. Why would you protect me?" Seeing that she wouldn't reveal the truth, Lin Zixian steadied his mindset, took a sip of his tea, and replied, "If you require it, I can give it a try. No need." Xiao Yun decisively rejected, saying, "Chairman, I will not accept protection from such a person. His character is questionable. I have matters to attend to, and if there is nothing else, I shall not disturb you further." Her words, "his character is questionable," caused Lin Zixian to choke on the tea he had just sipped. As he struggled to defend himself, she left him with a striking silhouette as she exited. "Mr. Lin, is there some misunderstanding between you and my daughter?" Xiao Antian asked, his expression one of suspicion. There was indeed some misunderstanding, Lin Zixian candidly admitted, albeit somewhat evasively. "I cannot deny your daughter is indeed beautiful. When we returned on the same flight, I made a few casual remarks, but she mistook me for a lecher. It was truly a misunderstanding, more unjust than doe. Oh." Xiao Antian regarded him with deep contemplation, silently returning to his seat. After a moment's thought, he reached a decision. "Mr. Lin, how about this? Why don't you take a position at my Minghua Group? You can be the deputy director of the security department." Lin Zixian frowned. "Is that really necessary? I have no desire to join any company. Rest assured, it is merely a nominal position, requiring no actual duties. I will inform the team below. Your primary task will be to ensure the safety of General Manager Chiao Yun. Do not misunderstand. You have seen my daughter's temperament. It will require some effort to gain her acceptance. Within the company, it will not affect normal operations. As chairman, I hold direct administrative appointment powers. Once your position is established, should she wish to oppose my decision, it will require the board's approval. She would not make a fuss over such a trivial matter and risk embarrassing me, her father, before the board. Even if it reaches the board, other members will likely give me some face. Once a formal decision is made, she will have to accept it." Xiao Antian smiled. "All right then." Lin Zixian reluctantly accepted, his subconscious harboring the notion of seeking an opportunity to get closer to her. Otherwise, he likely would not have agreed. With a phone call from Xiao Antian, Ninglan promptly took charge of the matter, leading Lin Zixian through several departments, taking photographs, processing documents, and ultimately handing him an employee card. Holding the employee card, Lin Zixian found himself both amused and exasperated. If those in his other social circle discovered he had taken this position, they would surely burst into laughter. Ninglan then escorted him to the security department, introducing him to Director Duanji. Initially, Director Duan felt displeased upon receiving the notice of a new deputy being parachuted in, fearing that this individual, backed by the chairman, would eventually threaten his position. However, before Ninglan departed, she discreetly whispered to Director Duan, instantly alleviating his concerns, revealing that Lin Zixian was merely a dedicated bodyguard who would eventually leave and not a competitor for his position. Despite this, Director Duan dutifully provided Lin Zixian with an overview of the department's operations and guided him through various posts. The two security personnel who had previously forced him out of the building were now filled with anxiety. Realizing that this man had suddenly become their superior, the two customer service representatives at the front desk were equally apprehensive. For a deputy director of a large company's security department wielded considerable authority over lower-level employees. He could easily dismiss them if he wished. As they finished their rounds, it was nearly time to clock out. Director Duan, in high spirits, invited Lin Zixian to dinner, but he politely declined. Just then, the office phone rang, and Director Duan answered. "Hello, security department. Who may I assist?" Chairman." "Yes, all right." He turned to Lin Zixian and called out, "Director Lin, the chairman is looking for you." "Xiao Antian is looking for me? What does he want?" Lin Zixian casually replied. continuing to examine the photographs of the over 100 subordinates displayed in the security department. Director Duan broke into a cold sweat, realizing he was truly dealing with a formidable individual. Not only was it a matter of whether he would answer the chairman's call, but he was also addressing him by name. Quickly covering the mouthpiece, he wore a wry smile and said, "Director Lin, I have no authority to concern myself with the chairman's matters. You should answer the call yourself." Lin Zixian, not wishing to complicate things for him, approached to take the phone, saying, "Hello, Chairman Xiao. What is it?" "A welcome dinner, dining." He cast a glance at Duan Jia, fearing it would not be possible. Minister Duan from the security department had invited me to dinner, and I had already given my word. Minister Duan swayed slightly, nearly losing his balance, pondering what grace or ability he possessed to dare to usurp the chairman's guest. He thought it better to maintain his standing within Minghua Group. Swift as a rabbit, he darted over, hurriedly covering the microphone with his hand, a cold sweat breaking out as he stammered, "Minister Lin, I haven't offended you, have I? Please, spare me. I can dine at any time. Choose a place at your convenience. Today, I just remembered there are matters I must attend to, so I cannot accompany you. You should go meet the chairman instead." Lin Zixian suddenly realized that he dared not disregard Qiao Antian's authority, for he still needed to make a living under him, and offending the big boss would be unwise. He pushed Duan's hand away and replied, "Chairman Xiao, are you there?" "Oh." That Minister Duan suddenly recalled some pressing business. "So the dinner has been postponed. All right, I shall await your return." With a snap, the call ended, and he returned to the employee bulletin board to see who among them was the most handsome. Estimating that it wouldn't be long before his own photo would also be posted, Minister Duan wiped his cold sweat, turned back, and grabbed the teacup on the table, gulping down tea to calm his nerves. Finally collapsing into a chair, his gaze toward Lin Zixian still tinged with trepidation. The company had new employee appointments, and the information naturally reached the general manager's hands promptly. Upon seeing the appointment notice for Deputy Minister Lin, Xiao Yun understood the situation and tossed it aside, lacking even the interest to glance at it again. Before returning to her own tasks, the phone on the table rang, and Xiao Yun picked up the receiver. Upon hearing her father's voice, she coldly replied, "Chairman, I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot accompany you for dinner at this time. Perhaps next time." She hung up the phone directly. Chapter 5. A sudden incident. Ninglan's graceful figure appeared once more at the open door of the security department. She knocked gently and, with a smile directed at Lin Zixian, said, "The chairman sent me to invite you." Lin Zixian nodded and followed her. Inside the room, Minister Duan finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, is this still a bodyguard? How could they disregard the boss's authority? However, he discerned that this was a formidable deity, one that the security department could not contain, so he needn't worry about her attempting to usurp power within the department. A row of cars was already parked in the lot, with one among the five being surrounded by a group of bodyguards clad in black. Upon Lin Zixian and Ninglan's arrival, a bodyguard promptly opened the front and rear doors. Ninglan took her seat in the passenger seat while Lin Zixian climbed into the back. Discovering Qiao Antian already inside, nodding and smiling at him, a group of bodyguards boarded their respective vehicles, and the five cars swiftly departed the parking lot. Such a grand affair just for a meal. Where on earth were they headed? Lin Zixian inquired. "Mr. Lin, in light of my matters, Qiao cannot afford to be negligent. The company has a famous estate named Minghua Mountain Villa in the suburbs of Donghai, renowned for its authentic cuisine, and I hope it will suit your taste." Qiao Antian replied with a faint smile. "I am not picky with food. Such extravagance is unnecessary." Lin Zixian remarked nonchalantly. Indeed. This is merely basic hospitality. It is a pity I have yet to meet Master Lin. Should the opportunity arise, I must pay my respects in person to witness Master Lin's grandeur." Qiao Antian's words began to subtly steer toward Lin Zixian, who feigned indifference, realizing that he had already committed to protecting his daughter, yet this man remained persistent, seemingly desiring a grand gesture, hinting that there would be further discussions at the dinner table. Noticing Lin Zixian's apparent effort to placate the chairman, Ninglan took it upon herself to ease the tension, turning back to share jokes, her conversation with Lin Zixian clearly more engaging than that with Qiao Antian. As he leaned in, inquiring whether she had a husband or boyfriend, the five cars sped along, exiting the urban area and heading towards the outskirts, leaving behind the clamor of the city and entering a verdant landscape. However, before long, Lin Zixian's attention began to wane, his gaze flickering as he leaned against the seat, smiling at Xiao Antian. Chairman Xiao, I fear this dinner may not come to fruition. Xiao Antian was taken aback. Why? Ninglan was also somewhat astonished. She had been patiently trying to lighten his mood, so why had he suddenly turned sour? Lin Zixian squinted at the winding mountain road ahead, his instincts piqued by a few cars overtaking them. Overtaking was not an issue. Countless vehicles had passed them on the way. Yet, a few cars that had surpassed them had now slowed down, maintaining a deliberate distance ahead of their convoy. If it were just one car, it would be one thing, but 3 vehicles were behaving in the same manner. If I am not mistaken, there should be several cars tailing our convoy now, Lin Zixian remarked with a smile directed at Xiao Antian. Xiao Antian's expression shifted slightly. The driver, who also served as a bodyguard, was professionally trained, quick to react. Upon hearing this, he immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie, speaking in a low voice. Car 5, Car 5. Please observe if there are any vehicles following us closely. Before long, a response came through the walkie-talkie. There are indeed several vehicles behind us, but it remains unclear whether they are following us. Lin Zixian nudged the driver's seat with his foot, smiling. Let's have all our vehicles accelerate. We shall find out soon enough. The driver complied. All vehicles accelerate. All vehicles accelerate. Let us test the situation. The speed of the 5 cars suddenly increased. Yet as Lin Zixian had anticipated, the voice from Car 1 came through the walkie-talkie. Grave. The 3 vehicles ahead of me are problematic. They are blocking the way in a triangular formation, restricting our speed, and we cannot pass. Shortly thereafter, Car 5 chimed in. Several vehicles behind us have accelerated to keep pace. The mountain roads are winding, making it difficult to ascertain how many vehicles there actually are. Tension filled the air within the 3rd car, especially evident on Ninglan's face, while Xiao Antian suddenly shouted, Bastards, do you think it's those from Xingqing? Lin Zixian inquired nonchalantly. Who else could it be? Xiao Antian gritted his teeth. There are 5 days left in the 10-day deadline, and they have chosen to act early. If they are indeed from Xingqing, it is clear they are aware that you will not compromise, especially now that your daughter has returned. They wish to exert pressure on you. Lin Zixian chuckled nonchalantly. Chairman Xiao, rest assured, they gain nothing by killing you. They merely wish to intimidate you. At most, they may attempt to abduct you, so you are not in immediate danger. However, the same cannot be said for them. He gestured towards the driver and bodyguard in front. Xiao Antian suddenly turned to stare at Lin Zixian, beginning to sense his extraordinary nature, while all his bodyguards had failed to notice anything amiss. He had discerned it, and now he maintained an air of nonchalance, showing no signs of fear. With Mr. Lin here, surely we can turn this crisis into safety. Xiao Antian chuckled as well. To his surprise, Lin Zixian asked, seemingly out of context, how much longer until we reach Minghua Mountain Villa for dinner? The driver, having recognized his remarkable presence, immediately replied, Half an hour should suffice. I have already sent out a distress signal. The security at the villa will arrive within half an hour. That's ample time for them to eliminate us, Lin Zixian remarked with a roll of his eyes, perplexed as to why these upper-class individuals enjoyed such frivolities. Opting to dine at a villa in the wilderness, making a special trip for a meal, it was rather absurd and self-inflicted trouble. However, he understood that he had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship. As he had stated, they might not seek Xiao Antian's life this time, but others would certainly be at risk, including himself, leaving no choice but to resist. Hey, Lin Zixian leaned forward, speaking loudly into the driver's ear. What are you waiting for? Are you planning to wait until they reach a suitable location to strike before you retaliate? The driver hesitated. They were bodyguards, not assassins, and would not act without confirming a threat to their employer's safety. Adhering to the code of conduct of bodyguards, suddenly, Lin Zixian wrapped his arms around Ninglan, startling her into a loud scream. Coming to her senses, she found herself dragged to the back seat, while Lin Zixian had taken the front passenger seat. Hand me your weapon, Lin Zixian commanded, looking at the gun on the driver's waist. The driver hesitated, then replied, There's a backup in the compartment under the back seat for emergencies. At this moment, Xiao Antian displayed remarkable composure amidst the crisis. As Lin Zixian turned back, he had already dragged out a heavy black box from beneath. Lin Zixian seized it, swiftly opening the clasps. Inside lay a Type 81 automatic rifle with 2 fully loaded magazines, a Type 54 pistol with 2 magazines, and 2 grenades along with 2 smoke bombs, all standard-issue domestic equipment. Lin Zixian rapidly retrieved the automatic rifle, unfolded the stock, inserted a magazine, and placed another magazine in the center of the seat. The pistol was secured at his waist, while the grenades and smoke bombs were stuffed into his pockets. He tossed the empty box back into the rear. His swift and decisive actions were dazzling to behold. Change positions, Lin Zixian instructed, giving the driver a pat as they swiftly switched places without reducing speed. He tossed the walkie-talkie back to the other party with a commanding gesture, instructing, "Listen closely to my orders. Have vehicles 4 and 5 deploy grenades to obliterate the trailing vehicles. As the explosions resonate, take advantage of the moment when they decelerate. Ensure that all smoke grenades are sequentially thrown onto the roadway to create a smoke screen of 50 meters, effectively delaying their pursuit. Vehicles 1 and 2 must forcibly ram through the enemy's blockade to break free. Anyone who dares to obstruct us should be met with immediate gunfire, but we have yet to confirm whether they will attack us. What if we inadvertently harm innocents?" hesitated the bodyguard in the front passenger seat. Upon hearing this, Xiao Antian's expression darkened, contemplating a change in these mass-produced standard bodyguards. "Damn it," Lin Zixian exclaimed, swiftly drawing his handgun from his waist, chambering a round with one hand, his thumb deftly disengaging the safety. One hand steadied the steering wheel while the other pointed the gun directly at the adversary's forehead, commanding, "Issue the order. Do not doubt my resolve." Were it not for the knowledge that his words would fall on deaf ears, he would have seized the walkie-talkie to shout himself. The bodyguard, left with no choice, finally gritted his teeth and picked up the walkie-talkie. Just then, vehicles 1 and 2 abruptly came to a halt. Having discovered that the 3 suppressing vehicles ahead had also ceased movement, the enemy had chosen a particularly cunning location, perfectly situated in a narrow mountain pass. Positioning their cars in the roadway left no opportunity for escape from either side. "Damn it, fasten your seatbelts," Lin Zixian urged, quickly pressing the gun against his thigh, gripping the wheel with both hands as he swerved to avoid the 2 stationary vehicles and charged ahead. He swiftly retrieved a grenade, bit off the safety pin, and extended his hand through the slowly descending window, timing the throw before launching the grenade forward. His speed was astonishing. With a thunderous explosion, the grenade detonated precisely among the 3 cars arranged in a triangular formation, sending several armed thugs who had exited their vehicles into a frenzied panic, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Amid Ninglan's terrified screams, Lin Zixian drove into the billowing smoke, crushing the bodies as he collided with the central vehicle. Xiao Antian's car, reinforced with bulletproof features, fared better than an ordinary vehicle upon impact. He had already anticipated the situation, and the deployed airbags were quickly rendered useless by a bullet he fired. The steering wheel was sharply turned, enabling a rapid escape through the gap created by the collision. The pursuing vehicles behind became ensnared in chaos, and the sounds of fierce gunfire erupted. I in the back seat. The 2 individuals strapped in were caught in a tumult of emotions. Ninglan sobbed quietly while Xiao Antian's face turned ashen. The bodyguard in the passenger seat felt his face flush with humiliation as he listened to the gunfire behind them. "Mr. Lin, keep driving forward. Take the left fork when you see it. That leads to Minghua Mountain Villa, where there are ample security measures. Perhaps our reinforcements are already on their way." Xiao Antian spoke in a low voice. Lin Zixian sneered. "It won't be that simple. Haven't you noticed the lack of oncoming traffic? The enemy has surely set up roadblocks along the route, preventing our passage, and your men won't be able to come to our aid anytime soon. What if we can't get past the roadblocks and the pursuers catch up?" Xiao Antian's anxiety was palpable. Ninglan, meanwhile, covered her mouth, striving to suppress her cries. She had never imagined encountering such a scene, having only witnessed it in action films before. Now, the reality terrified her. "Do not worry. The pursuers will not catch up for the time being," Lin Zixian reassured, glancing at the bodyguard beside him, whose face was flushed with anxiety. "They may be a bit slow, but once they unleash their full capabilities, their professional prowess will far exceed that of these rabble. Unless the enemy possesses heavy weaponry, a mere dozen of them will not hold out for more than half an hour. Besides, the enemy likely does not have any heavy weaponry, as they are not out to kill you." The bodyguard, upon hearing this, looked at him with gratitude. After all, every profession has its dignity, and for bodyguards, Failure is not an option. As if to validate Lin Zixian's words, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. 3. What's your status? The sounds of gunfire echoed in the background. They must have stabilized the situation. Or they wouldn't be preoccupied with this. Lin Zixian interjected. Inform them that we are fine and to hold off the pursuers. The bodyguard immediately relayed his message, inquiring, what is your status, on the other end? Upon hearing they were unharmed, a sigh of relief was evident. Point 2 of our team members are injured, but it's nothing serious. We can hold them off. That's sufficient. Based on the distance, the police should arrive within an hour. And at that point, the enemy will have no choice but to retreat. With the concern of rearguard actions alleviated, Lin Zixian chuckled. Let's assess the situation on the other side first. The speed of the vehicle surged as they hurtled down the winding mountain roads. Even around sharp turns, they hardly slowed down, executing a perfect drift. The impressive driving skills were dazzling, yet they left the passengers feeling apprehensive. Ninglan, unable to suppress her nausea, felt her head spinning. The location of the previous explosion. The 3 vehicles in a triangular formation lay abandoned, and the surviving thugs were swiftly eliminated by 12 bodyguards who had charged down from the 4 pursuing vehicles. 7 cars completely blocked the road, and the 12 bodyguards quickly retrieved their weapons, taking up positions on the flanks of the mountains, demonstrating remarkable adaptability, no doubt due to the substantial sums Xiao Antian had invested in their hiring. The narrow terrain, initially chosen by the thugs to create a blockade, had transformed into an excellent sniping position for the bodyguards. The dozen or so vehicles pursuing them were unable to breach this location. Those who attempted to rush out of their vehicles were immediately cut down by a hail of gunfire, leaving the remaining occupants too terrified to emerge, huddled inside a van. 4 men whispered among themselves. One tall and lean thug clutched his bloodied face where a bullet had grazed him, cursing, "Damn it, I nearly lost my head. Where did these mercenaries come from? They're relentless, disregarding the safety of their employer and charging ahead. Scarface, we've already lost over a dozen brothers. Their marksmanship is steady and precise. We can't even dare to show our faces. At this rate, we won't break through. Perhaps we should retreat. If we linger, the police will arrive." "Shut your mouth," a Scarface thug, concealed behind the seat, kicked him sharply, admonishing, "This is for the young master. You should know the consequences of fleeing without orders. It would be 100 times worse than falling into the hands of the police. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you." The other 2 men glared menacingly at the thin thug, who promptly fell silent. The scar-faced man retrieved his phone, swiftly dialing a number. And with a smirk, said, "Li Ge, we've encountered a setback here. The target has forced their way out, and we're blocked by those bodyguards, unable to pursue any further. Yes, it's our fault, right? Just 1 vehicle has broken through." A cold voice emanated from the other end of the line. "Continue to hold off those bodyguards. Anyone who dares to flee prematurely will not escape my wrath. Once the police arrive, retreat into the mountains on either side. If any of your brothers are captured by the police, ensure they keep their mouths shut. Those who dare to speak out will face dire consequences. Yes, we will leave it to you, Li Ge. We are counting on you." The scar-faced thug's flattery was cut off as the call ended abruptly. Meanwhile, a sharply dressed man sitting in a car, handsome yet with a flicker of malice in his gaze, placed his phone in his pocket and rolled down the window. A henchman with a firearm leaned in, and he spoke coolly. "They've faltered. Perhaps we were too complacent. It seems we are facing some complications. We must act swiftly. Time is of the essence." "Understood." The henchman immediately whistled, and more than a dozen men jumped from their vehicles, taking up positions along the sides of the road. The sharply dressed man remained composed in his seat. On the road behind them, a large pile of earth had been deliberately dumped from a heavy truck, completely obstructing the path. At that moment, an excavator rolled off a trailer, positioned itself before the mound, and prepared to clear the blocked route. As Lin Zixian approached, he rounded a bend to see a line of vehicles trapped by the dirt pile, prompting him to slow down and proceed cautiously. The bodyguard immediately cautioned, "Mr. Lin, be careful. Those vehicles may not be abandoned ones. They appear suspicious." "I surmise as much," Lin Zixian replied with a smile. "Get ready. This time, do not hold back." The bodyguard nodded gravely, chambering around and gripping his gun beneath the window. Lin Zixian glanced back and remarked, "Director Qiao, given the situation, These individuals indeed intend to capture you alive and harbor no intention of killing you. Congratulations, Xiao Antian, half amused yet exasperated, replied. You still have the presence of mind to joke at a time like this? Beside them, Ninglan, clutching her chest and pale, looked as if she might vomit. It was her first experience of drifting, let alone continuous drifting, which left her feeling nauseous, although Xiao Antian was not faring much better. His mindset was stronger than Ninglan's, enabling him to cope. As they drew closer, Lin Zixian retrieved another grenade, removing the safety pin and holding it in his hand. I in the back seat. Xiao Antian shot a sideways glance. His heart racing once more. He had begun to realize that not only was this man proficient with various weapons, but the smile lingering at the corner of his mouth suggested he had encountered such scenarios often, making it hard to believe he was merely a dishwasher in an American restaurant. That moment, a dozen armed thugs charged in from both sides, surrounding the vehicle with raucous shouts of stop. Get out, open the door, surrender, or we will shoot. Clearly, they were a disorganized mob, each shouting their own commands. Inside the car, Ninglan faced a multitude of ominous gun barrels for the first time, trembling with fear. The vehicle came to a halt, and as the window slowly descended halfway, Lin Zixian adopted a posture of surrender, extending a hand. One of the bandits approached with a menacing grin, intending to yank open the car door, only to see Lin Zixian's palm reveal a dark object. The eyes of two armed companions widened in shock as they recognized the object to be a grenade. Run, they shouted in panic. Seizing the moment, Lin Zixian hurled the grenade upward, and with a resounding explosion, flames erupted in all directions. He had timed it perfectly. The grenade detonated in midair, maximizing its lethal range. A cacophony of anguished screams ensued. As the surrounding thugs were thrown to the ground, those who survived writhing in agony. The roof of the car was bombarded by the shrapnel, but Lin Zixian glanced upwards with a smirk, remarking on the advantages of being in a bulletproof vehicle. As the remaining thugs attempted to stagger to their feet and flee, he swiftly drew his handgun and, with a sharp crack, executed a close-range shot to the head of one. Ninglan, witnessing such a brutal scene, instinctively covered her head with her hands, letting out a piercing scream. The bodyguard likewise lowered the window, vigilant for any external threats, effortlessly dispatching anyone who managed to rise. From the opposing line of vehicles, another group surged forth, guns raised, unleashing a barrage of shots that peppered the front windshield with white spots. Yet, the armored car remained impervious to their assault. Lin Zixian pressed his handgun against his thigh, deftly retrieving the automatic rifle positioned between the driver's and passenger seats. After disengaging the safety and chambering a round in one fluid motion, he aimed out the window, unleashing a hail of gunfire that felled several adversaries, causing them to scatter in panic. With this, if any vehicles pursue us, aim for the drivers or the tires to conserve ammunition, he instructed, tossing the automatic rifle to the bodyguard before quickly maneuvering the car, targeting another group of foes before speeding away. The incensed thugs yelled in frustration as they revved their engines and pursued. The bodyguard opened the sunroof, brandishing his weapon while half his body emerged from the vehicle's roof. Meanwhile, Lin Zixian expertly navigated the winding roads in the heavy armored car, leaving the pursuers trailing far behind, almost precluding any chance for them to retaliate. After firing a few shots, he quickly retracted and secured the sunroof. Retrieve the smoke grenades from my pocket and toss them at the next bend, Lin Zixian said with a hint of a smile. The bodyguard immediately complied, pulling out 2 smoke grenades, swiftly removing the safety pins, and deploying them at 2 strategic corners. Soon, the area was engulfed in a thick fog, accompanied by the distant sound of a vehicle colliding with the mountainside. That moment, the bodyguard in the passenger seat gazed at Lin Zixian with admiration, pondering the man's extraordinary capabilities. As a trained professional, he recognized that only someone with profound experience could navigate such perilous situations, exhibiting a mindset and composure that could only be forged through the crucible of conflict. Chapter 7. Killing for Sport. Xiao Antian's taut expression gradually relaxed. Witnessing Lin Zixian's fluid movements, his earlier tension dissipated, replaced by an exhilarating sense of participation in a thrilling game. He began to take in the rapidly passing scenery, albeit slightly disoriented. Just then, his phone rang, and upon answering, he heard Xiao Yun's anxious voice. "Dad, are you all right?" Glancing at Lin Zixian, who was still driving, Xiao Antian reassured her, with Mr. Lin's protection, I am safe. After a brief pause, she continued, the exit at Minghua Villa is blocked. The guards may not arrive in time for rescue. I'm currently in a police car en route. Help is on the way. They seem well prepared. I suspect there may be a mole among us. Who else knows about your trip to Minghua Villa? Her voice was clear, and the others in the car could hear. Ninglan, her face pale, bit her lip and glanced at Xiao Antian. She was the first to learn about the trip and had relayed the information to Minghua Villa, making her the prime suspect. Xiao Antian exchanged a glance with her and replied, Ninglan can be excluded. The leak likely came from the villa. Focus the investigation there. After another pause, the voice on the other end replied, Understood, Dad, hold on. We will arrive within half an hour. The call ended abruptly. As Xiao Antian put away his phone, Ninglan's voice trembled. Thank you, Chairman Xiao. I swear it wasn't me. I know. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have made you my assistant. Xiao Antian responded with a self-satisfied smile. Suddenly, the vehicle jolted as it veered onto a desolate mountain path, startling its occupants. The narrow road, barely wide enough for the car, was beset by branches and thorns that scraped against the body. Lin Zixian maneuvered like a skilled acrobat, driving erratically down to the foot of the mountain, where he executed a swift turn and called out, Quick, get out. Grabbing an automatic rifle magazine from the center console, he leapt out. Trusting him, the three exited the vehicle without hesitation. However, Lin Zixian pointed at the bodyguard, instructing, You stay in the car to draw their fire. Give me your rifle. Snatching the automatic rifle from the bodyguard, he also tossed him his handgun and a magazine. Aren't we joining the others? The bodyguard asked in surprise, referring to the other guards engaging the attackers. That would put us in danger, surrounded on all sides. I'll take the high ground on the mountain and snipe from above, while you use the armored car for cover and draw them in closer. Lin Zixian explained rapidly. Understood, the bodyguard replied, promptly returning to the vehicle. Lin Zixian pointed toward the nearby hillside, urging, Let's move quickly. Without hesitation, Xiao Antian followed him up the slope. Ninglan, however, struggled in her high heels, finding it difficult to navigate the rugged terrain, especially in her short skirt. By the time Lin Zixian reached the halfway point, he noticed her plight and dashed back, disregarding propriety as he lifted her onto his lap, swiftly removing her shoes and detaching the heels, then putting them back on her feet. Just as Ninglan was about to express her gratitude, Lin Zixian unexpectedly began to pull her skirt up, causing her to panic. In an instant, the side of her skirt was torn away, exposing part of her thigh and a glimpse of her backside. Before she could process what was happening, Lin Zixian urged, Move, and dragged her up the slope. After a few strides, Ninglan finally comprehended that his intentions were to free her from the constraints of her skirt, not to violate her. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Zixian believed that keeping them close was the safest option, rather than leaving them in the armored car. As the trio reached the summit, Lin Zixian glanced back to see a dozen vehicles speeding toward them down the mountain road. Get down, he shouted, and they all dropped to the ground, taking cover among the tall grass as he readied his weapon. Xiao Antian and Ninglan hastily followed suit, lying flat against the earth. From this vantage point, they could see everything below, and although the distance to the road was only about 100 meters, the handgun's effective range was insufficient, while the automatic rifle's firepower was optimal. As the lead vehicle approached, Lin Zixian remained calm, taking aim before squeezing the trigger. With a sharp crack, the window shattered, and the driver fell lifelessly. The vehicle veered off course, crashing into the mountainside, nearly causing a pileup with the following cars. Seizing the opportunity with the vehicles temporarily halted, Lin Zixian fired several more shots, each bullet finding its mark and causing blood to splatter. Over there, they spotted the hidden road and the vehicle parked at the foot of the mountain. Someone shouted. A man in a suit, crouched inside one of the cars, immediately bolted out, seeing the vehicle at the base of the hill. He bellowed, Everyone, charge out together, spread out and close in on him. At the leader's command, over 30 desperate men erupted from their hiding places, shouting as they rushed forward. However, the suited man remained concealed behind the car, subtly shaking his head at a nearby associate, signaling him to refrain from taking unnecessary risks. From the mountaintop, Lin Zixian unleashed a flurry of shots, each one hitting true. As he dispatched 5 more adversaries, his magazine emptied, he swiftly rolled to the side to reload. "Stay down and don't move," he instructed, quickly swapping in a fresh magazine. Their position on the mountaintop had not gone unnoticed. Many of the thugs had realized the source of the gunfire and began firing wildly at the summit. The random gunfire from handguns was a mere waste, while rifle bullets thudded against the earth, causing Ning Lan to whimper in fear. She could hardly fathom that she was experiencing such a scene of chaos. Never having imagined that being an assistant to the chairman would entail such peril, amidst the cacophony of gunfire, the enemy's return fire momentarily ceased, prompting a group of thugs to charge forward. However, bang, 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 bang. On the other side of the hillside, Lin Zixian casually opened fire, unleashing 6 shots in rapid succession, each one striking true, resulting in the fall of 6 men, all with precision headshots. The sudden violence sent a group of onlookers sprawling on the ground. Paralyzed by fear, Ning Lan dared not raise her head, but Xiao Antian could not resist glancing twice. After witnessing the 6 gunshots and their lethal results, he turned back and gave Lin Zixian a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Excellent marksmanship. These scoundrels, a bane to society, were hardly worth lamenting. It was merely sport to Lin Zixian." He chuckled softly, placed his gun aside, lay back and pulled out a cigarette, lighting it and exhaling wisps of smoke. Xiao Antian was left speechless. Even in such dire circumstances, Lin Zixian found the leisure to smoke, seemingly oblivious to the fact that it could betray their position. Indeed, the crouching thugs below, upon noticing the smoke rising from the hillside, lifted their weapons and began firing wildly in this direction. Unfortunately for them, their bullets merely kicked up dirt, failing to harm Lin Zixian in the slightest. He merely raised a hand to shield his eyes from the cascading debris. Continuing to indulge in his smoking, once the gunfire subsided, the group of thugs began their charge. The bodyguards inside the armored vehicle, seeing the enemy within firing range, quickly positioned themselves behind the vehicle doors, opening fire with impressive accuracy, almost managing to fell 1 thug with each shot. This, however, drew the enemy's attention, concentrating their fire on the bodyguards. As the sound of gunfire erupted once more, Lin Zixian's focus shifted. He exhaled the last puff of smoke, swiftly rolled over, and seized an automatic rifle, kneeling on one knee to take aim. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a flurry of shots, and as the brass casings flew, over a dozen thugs collapsed to the ground. Lin Zixian then quickly dropped back down, darting to the hilltop where he lay beside Ning Lan, firing several more rounds. The spent casings, still smoking, fell at Ning Lan's feet, causing her to shut her eyes tightly, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. With many thugs eliminated in a sudden barrage, fear gripped the remaining assailants, who lay prostrate, unwilling to rise. That moment, a phone in the pocket of a suited man hiding behind a vehicle rang. As soon as he answered, an anxious voice crackled through. "Li Good, did you succeed? The police are coming. We have already retreated." "Understood." The suited man hung up and shouted towards his comrades, "Retreat. Quickly. The police are here." The thugs, already eager to flee, had been restrained by their gang's rules. Upon hearing their leader's call to retreat, they dashed back without a second thought. Lin Zixian seized the moment, kneeling to fire several more shots, taking down a few more thugs. Unfortunately, after a few rounds, he ran out of ammunition, while the bodyguards' handguns lacked the range to pursue the remaining criminals, who escaped in their vehicles. Otherwise, many more could have been dispatched. Just as the trio stood atop the hill, Xiao Yun's call came through again, inquiring about their whereabouts. Xiao Antian, eyeing the abandoned vehicles on the road, replied with a smile, "There are several cars on the road." He then ended the call. That moment, the bodyguards reached the summit, relieved to see Xiao Antian unharmed. One of them turned to Lin Zixian, marveling, "Mr. Lin, you have remarkable skills. You could join our special security company as a trainer." Lin Zixian merely smiled and remained silent. For him, this was a trifling matter. Noticing the dusk approaching, he handed the gun to the bodyguard, requesting, "Please wipe my fingerprints off this weapon. I wish to have no part in this. I trust you can help me craft a plausible alibi." After taking a leisurely drag from his cigarette, he began to descend the mountain. Xiao Antian called out urgently, "Mr. Lin, where are you going?" Without looking back, Lin Zixian, cigarette in hand, waved dismissively and replied, "My identity is not suitable for an encounter with the police. I wish to avoid any trouble. Rest assured, Chairman Xiao, I will fulfill my promise and will report for duty on time tomorrow." The three exchanged glances at a loss for words as he made his way to the road, slipping into a vehicle left behind by the thugs, starting the engine and speeding away. Ninglan, perched on the hillside, felt a chill at her back, instinctively reaching for the torn fabric. Watching the distant vehicle fade away, her expression was inscrutable, tears still fresh on her cheeks, yet her mind flickered with a thought. He was a man like the wind. Utterly unfathomable. Xiao Antian, moved by the scene, recalled a line from a poem by Li Bai. In 10 steps, one kills a man. 1,000 miles leave no trace. Once the deed is done, I brush off my clothes and conceal myself. Hidden from fame, before long, a convoy of police cars roared onto the scene, armed officers leaping from military green trucks to secure the surroundings. Among them, Zhao Yun, stepping from a police vehicle, scanned the area and spotted the three figures atop the hill. Rushing over in haste, Chapter 8, officially on duty beneath the night sky of Donghai, the neon lights shimmered, showcasing the city's nocturnal vibrance. The towering edifices of Xinqing Group loomed high, as the melody of Italian caprice echoed in the dimly lit presidential office. A refined gentleman clad in white, with a handsome and resolute visage, adorned with a red bow tie, stood elegantly by the floor-to-ceiling window. He held a glass of red wine, gently swirling it in rhythm with the music, while admiring the urban landscape beneath the night-veiled eye. In that moment, he appeared to be the solitary captain of a ship, ready to ride the winds and waves under the cover of darkness. The office door creaked open slightly before closing again, as the suited man who had previously attempted to kidnap Xiao Antian stealthily slipped inside, approaching him from behind and respectfully addressing him. "Young master, over 60 men against a mere 10, and they only managed to injure 2 bodyguards while losing over 40 of their own, and 5 have been captured by the police. Is this the good news you promised me?" The gentleman in white gazed expressionlessly out the window. The slightly bowed suited man broke into a cold sweat, unable to defend himself, merely lowering his head to admit his faults. "It is my failure to execute my duties. I deserve to die. Indeed, you deserve to die. But if you perish, who will clean up your mess? Do you expect me to do it for you?" The gentleman in white scoffed. The suited man, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, swallowed hard, knowing he had narrowly escaped, and immediately assured, "Please, grant me another chance, and I will certainly capture Xiao Antian." "Fool." The gentleman in white suddenly turned, his previously gentle gaze now icy, fixing the suited man with a sharp look. "This situation is serious. The police will not let it go easily. Those 5 won't hold out for long, and if they reveal that it was my orders that led them to kidnap Xiao Antian." "No, no, no," the suited man protested vehemently on the streets. "Only the young master's name is known. No one knows that you are the young master. Even if they confess, it would be of no consequence. Do you think the police are fools? They are well aware. They just lack evidence." The gentleman in white paused before continuing. "So, we will discuss Xiao Antian when the heat dies down. What is most pressing now, you should know. Yes, I will ensure they remain silent." The suited man replied respectfully. Only then did the gentleman in white reveal a soft smile, extending his glass of red wine towards him. "Drink. Thank you for your leniency, young master." The suited man, taken aback, accepted the glass with both hands and downed its contents in one go. Just then, a pale hand shot out like lightning. Crack! It struck the base of the glass, sending the shattered remnants into the suited man's mouth. He winced in pain, his face contorted in terror as he clutched his bleeding mouth, too frightened to remove the glass shards. "Rewards for merit, penalties for faults. You are well aware of the rules," the gentleman in white remarked, producing a handkerchief to elegantly wipe his hands. Once finished, he tossed the handkerchief at the suited man, his voice low and menacing. "If you mess up again, you know the consequences. Now, leave." The suited man immediately grabbed the handkerchief to cover his mouth, seemingly worried about blood staining the carpet, and retreated in a state of trepidation. After much effort, Lin Zixian finally returned to the city. Meandering through the brightly lit streets, his stomach growling in hunger as he recalled the sumptuous delicacies he had missed out on, prompting a wry smile, he randomly selected a street stall, hastily consuming a meal. Before hailing a cab back to the hotel to freshen up, the next morning, he ambled into Minghua Group, officially commencing his employment. He joined the throng of sharply dressed professionals and vibrant office workers as they entered the large corporation. Upon stepping into the lobby, he instantly spotted the two customer service representatives who embodied the company's image, lifting his spirits significantly, remembering they were now colleagues. He promptly retrieved his employee badge from his pocket and hung it around his neck. Striding over with confidence, his eyes sparkling as he shamelessly scrutinized the two ladies from top to bottom, leaving no detail overlooked, the two women, having had previous encounters with him, felt a chill run down their spines. Initially not associating him with a lecherous intent, but rather fearing he might be preparing to cause them trouble, with a hint of apprehension, they called out, "Vice Director Lin." At this, all the male and female employees passing through the lobby turned to glance. And, even after entering the elevator, some continued to steal glances, overhearing a gossipy woman remark, "Look, that's the new vice director of the security department appointed by the chairman. I heard he's Assistant Ning's boyfriend." They entered the company hand in hand yesterday. Lin Zixian's ears perked up at the gossip, but he showed little reaction, instead cheerfully greeting the anxious customer service representatives. "Good morning." With that, he brazenly squeezed into the service desk area, as if inspecting their work, rummaging around. A few security guards nearby exchanged disdainful glances, thinking to themselves that, under normal circumstances, this area was hardly within the purview of their security department's inspections. The security personnel stationed in the lobby often cast lingering glances at the charming customer service ladies, yet the company's regulations keep them in check. They lack the audacity to flirt openly, lest they jeopardize their livelihoods. After all, the salaries of security officers in large corporations are quite substantial. Observing someone exploiting their position so brazenly incites a level of jealousy beyond the ordinary. When one of them was seen rummaging through documents at the customer service desk, a lady whispered, "Deputy Minister Lin, we haven't brought any prohibited items with us," with a casual flick of his wrist. Lin Zixian perused the files, glanced back, and remarked nonchalantly, "I merely wish to understand why this company is so stingy. It is rather outrageous that there are only 2 chairs at such a spacious customer service desk." The two customer service ladies exchanged bewildered looks. This was not a reception area, and with only 2 personnel on duty, what more chairs could they possibly accommodate? "Hey, you, come here." Lin Zixian gestured towards a security guard with the documents in hand. The guard hesitated, feeling disdain for Lin's behavior, yet recognizing him as his superior, he begrudgingly approached and ingratiated himself. "Deputy Minister Lin, how may I assist you? What is your name?" Lin Zixian inquired earnestly. The guard quickly replied, "Qian Ligang." "Ah, quite commendable. You seem quite spirited. I have observed your photo in the security department's employee roster. You have the potential to be a squad leader," Lin Zixian praised casually. Qian Ligang was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face lit up with uncontainable excitement as he nodded vigorously. Yet, Lin Zixian continued, "Qian Ligang, it is simply unacceptable that there are only 2 chairs at this customer service desk. Go to my office and bring back another chair." Stunned, both Qian Ligang and the 2 ladies exchanged incredulous glances, initially assuming it was a jest, only to realize he was quite serious. Qian Ligang hesitated, contemplating whether it was inappropriate to comply, but recalling the potential for a leadership position, he decided to obey without further ado. Before long, Qian Ligang returned from the office, carrying a chair. Lin Zixian accepted it and placed it beside the wall, propping his leg casually as he seated himself directly behind the 2 customer service ladies, affording him an unobstructed view of their alluring figures and graceful curves. The sudden presence of a man made the ladies feel uncomfortable. While Qian Ligang stood there, dumbfounded, noticing his lack of awareness, Lin Zixian coughed lightly and remarked, "Qian Ligang, you are quite impressive. I shall formally recommend you to Minister Lin for the position of squad leader. You may now return to your duties." Qian Ligang's face broke into a radiant smile, and he leaned closer, whispering, "Deputy Minister Lin, your presence here is rather conspicuous." He subtly tugged at his uniform, suggesting a change of attire would be more appropriate. Lin Zixian regarded him with newfound admiration, recognizing his diligence and attention to detail, deeming him worthy of development. At that moment, Minister Duanji approached, surveying the area before his gaze landed on Lin Zixian, prompting him to stride over with a smile. However, upon noticing Lin seated at the customer service desk, he was simultaneously amused and bewildered. "Minister Lin, you are far too humble. There is an office for you in the security department. Why are you here?" Duanji was well aware of Lin Zixian's prowess, a man who even commanded the respect of the chairman. Hence he intentionally omitted the deputy title when addressing him. "We must not be so bureaucratic. The duty of the security department is to safeguard the company and its employees. How can one protect from an office?" Lin Zixian gestured to the expansive lobby, stating, "I find this setting quite suitable. It allows for vigilant observation, and in the event of an emergency, I can react promptly. You, Minister Lin, can manage the overarching tasks from the office. I shall take it upon myself to oversee here." Duanji was momentarily speechless, struggling to comprehend the situation until his gaze fell upon the two attractive customer service ladies, which suddenly clarified everything for him. He understood swiftly, as men often do, and resigned himself to the peculiar circumstances. Noting that Duan had nothing to retort, Lin Zixian tossed the documents aside and stood, furrowing his brow. "Minister Duan, there is a matter I must bring to your attention." Duanji, aware of the weight of Lin's opinions, straightened up. "Please, proceed." Lin Zixian adjusted his attire and stated, "Setting aside my role as deputy minister, I am still a member of the security department. When will my uniform be issued?" Duanji initially thought it was a grave matter until he realized it was merely about the uniform. He turned to Qian Ligang and instructed, "Qian, please run to the Labor Protection Department and retrieve Minister Lin's uniform." "Certainly, I shall go at once," Qian Ligang replied, turning on his heel. However, Lin Zixian's voice echoed once more, "Minister Duan, I believe this young man is quite capable. He would be an excellent candidate for the squad leader position in the security department. You should give this serious consideration." Qian Ligang nearly stumbled in his tracks, overwhelmed by Lin Zixian's endorsement. Energized by the prospect, he hastened towards the Labor Protection Department, determined not to squander this opportunity. Chapter 9. The Security Uniform Minister Duan aspired to cultivate a favorable rapport with Lin Zixian, hoping he could advocate for him before the chairman. He was also aware of Lin's discreet identity as the personal bodyguard to the general manager, which could further bolster his standing. Hearing rumors of Lin's potential romantic involvement with assistant Ning, he sought to engage Lin in conversation. Yet, Lin Zixian was resolute in his stance. Two men with disparate ambitions had little to discuss when there were more enticing matters at hand. Thus, Minister Duan found himself lingering at the customer service desk, idly conversing with Lin Zixian, who remained firmly seated. The two customer service ladies initially felt uneasy, but soon acclimated to the unusual atmosphere. Observing that Minister Duan's mannerisms seemed to subtly flatter Lin Zixian, they pieced together the implications of Assistant Ning's rumored connection to Lin Zixian. They understood Minister Duan's motivations. In the corporate world, who doesn't aspire for advancement, especially two of the lowest-ranking customer service representatives? The ladies felt a burgeoning desire to interject, though they hesitated. Before long, Qian Ligang returned, panting. With a pristine, unopened uniform in hand, he presented it to Lin Zixian with a grin. "Deputy Minister Lin, please try it on and see if it fits. If not, I will exchange it." Lin Zixian stood, beaming, and patted Qian Ligang's shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done, Qian, I have high hopes for you." After stepping away from the desk, Lin Zixian prepared to return to his office to change. Qian Ligang followed closely behind, brimming with joy. Minister Duan scrutinized Qian Ligang with a curious gaze. Recognizing his potential and sharp instincts for seizing opportunities, he patted Qian on the shoulder, saying, "Qian, Deputy Minister Lin has recommended you for the squad leader position in the security department. I will take this matter seriously and conduct a formal assessment of your performance. You must work diligently and not disappoint our expectations." "Yes, yes." Qian Ligang nodded fervently, overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events. The two customer service ladies looked on with envy. All it took was a word from Deputy Minister Lin for Qian to find himself with prospects for promotion. Although the role of squad leader may seem modest, it came with a salary twice that of a regular security officer, along with eligibility for company benefits, and the added advantage of not being confined to the lobby. Meanwhile, the other lobby security guards glared at Qian Ligang, seething with resentment. They silently condemned him as a sycophant and lamented why they hadn't received the same recognition. They believed they could perform just as well, if not better, than Qian Ligang. However, their envy bore no fruit. Lin Zixian had already chosen Qian Ligang, who seized the opportunity with both hands. Ultimately, it was Lin Zixian's initial encouragement that had drawn Qian Ligang in. And the young man's name, Qian Ligang, symbolically suggested ambition, stability, and precision, foreshadowing a bright future ahead. Qian Ligang returned to his post, still in disbelief at his good fortune, yet remained alert, ready to respond should Lin Zixian declare the uniform unsuitable. Minister Duan followed Lin Zixian into the larger office, but Lin suddenly halted beneath the employee roster, frowning. "Have I not already submitted my photograph? Why has it not been displayed yet?" He had reviewed all the photos yesterday and found none that flattered him. All were unremarkable, including that of the minister. This matter weighed heavily on his mind. "Haha, I will urge this matter along." Duan Jia chuckled. If he were to realize that Lin Zixian was only trying to prove he was the most handsome in the security department, one could only wonder what his thoughts would be. Lin Zixian acknowledged with a sound and approached the door of his office, only to find that this fellow was still following him. He turned around and scrutinized him from head to toe, saying, "Director Duan, are you hoping to watch me change clothes?" He had no desire for anyone to see the scars left by blades and bullets on his body. Duan Jia was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly halted in the large office, watching as the door to the deputy director's office slammed shut with a bang. Inside, Lin Zixian had just taken off his clothes when the phone on his desk began to ring. He had entered a state of focus regarding the beautiful employees of Minghua Group, yet he had not fully embraced his own identity as an employee of Minghua Group. He merely glanced at the phone, not paying it any mind, thinking, "Let it ring. I'm busy with my own affairs. It has nothing to do with me." Duan Jia, hearing the commotion from outside, leaned against the door and knocked, saying, "Director Lin, it seems your phone is ringing." From within came the retort, "I'm not deaf." He was rendered speechless. After a short while, the ringing inside ceased, only for the phone in the outer office to ring again. Duan Jia approached and picked up the receiver. Just as he placed it to his ear, his body stiffened as he respectfully said, "Chairman, Vice Director Lin is already at work. He's changing into his uniform and is temporarily unavailable to take the call. I will go fetch him for you to—" "Oh, understood." After hanging up, Duan Jia immediately grabbed a teacup from the desk, pouring tea to calm his nerves, feeling quite agitated. That guy inside was incredibly bold. When had the chairman ever called the small security department so frequently? Yet this fellow always disregarded the chairman's authority. Judging by the chairman's tone, he seemed to be left without a temper. Good heavens, who exactly was that individual inside? In the chairman's office, Xiao Antian put down the phone. Momentarily dazed, Lin Zixian was actually changing into the security department uniform. He could hardly imagine what that formidable man, who could take down a person with a single shot, would be like in a security uniform. Were it not for the concern over how his own status in the company might affect things, he would have been unable to resist going down to see Lin Zixian, eager to witness the presence of the deputy director of the security department. Ning Lan quietly organized her desk while eavesdropping on the chairman's phone conversation, recalling the ruthless man who, with words of jest, had dispatched 3 individuals before leaving yesterday. Before being taken away by the police for routine questioning, they had carefully discussed how to present the situation, attributing all the credit for the heroic rescue to the bodyguards, ensuring he wasn't implicated. After all, the man had saved their lives yesterday. It hardly seemed appropriate to summon him with a mere phone call. Yet her position made it inconvenient. "Assistant Ning, why don't you personally go down and check?" Xiao Antian suggested with a wry smile. "All right, Chairman." Ning Lan quickly tidied her belongings and exited the office. Upon stepping outside, she instinctively reached down to touch the outer hem of her short skirt, still feeling a draft, a chill against her skin. The memory of Lin Zixian breaking her high heel and lifting her skirt lingered vividly in her mind. She had scarcely slept last night and found herself distracted at work today. She thought she would be haunted by the terrifying image of Lin Zixian's ruthless actions, yet oddly, that scene seemed to have faded, becoming a mere vague impression, while the moment of being pulled up the hill remained fresh in her memory. Lost in thought, she realized she had passed the elevator and felt her cheeks flush as she hurriedly returned to the elevator entrance. Upon reaching the lobby on the first floor and turning towards the security department, she suddenly heard a familiar laugh. "So today, we can consider ourselves colleagues and get to know each other. Ladies, why not grant me the pleasure of treating you to lunch?" The voice was unmistakably that of a typical lecherous suitor. One of the women replied weakly, "Vice Director Lin, That's not possible. We can't leave for lunch during customer service hours. One of us must remain on duty while the other can only eat after the first returns, or we can order in. The familiar voice erupted angrily. What kind of ridiculous company is this? It's utterly inhumane. No, Director Duan, this rule must be changed. Dining is of utmost importance in life, and it cannot be taken lightly. A resigned chuckle emanated from Duan Jia. Director Lin, you overestimate me. As the head of the security department, I have no authority to amend the regulations of the General Affairs Department unless I no longer wish to continue my role. How about this, Director Lin? After work, let us invite the two ladies and I'll treat you all. What do you say, Director Lin? Duan Jia's reminder made it clear who the familiar voice belonged to. Ninglan halted her steps, turning back to the lobby, and indeed, she spotted Duan Jia standing outside the reception area. But Lin Zixian was nowhere in sight. As she approached, she noticed an extra chair in the reception area, and a figure in uniform with a cap was lazily reclined, making it difficult to see if it was Lin Zixian. You can treat us after work, but for lunch, I'll take care of it. How about we order in and enjoy a meal together? Lin Zixian suggested with a smile, finally confirming his identity to Ninglan. The sound of high heels echoed as he spoke, and upon noticing the other employees, they immediately straightened up and respectfully greeted Assistant Ning, including Duan Jia. They appeared somewhat tense. This woman held an exceptional status within the company. Although she wielded no significant administrative power, a single word before the chairman could determine one's promotion or demotion, or even their continued employment. After all, the chairman had to maintain the authority of his confidants, which was tantamount to preserving his own prestige. Now that they had been caught chatting during work hours by the chief assistant, it was conceivable that they needn't even inform the chairman. A casual mention to their supervisor could result in immediate repercussions. How could they not feel anxious? They certainly lacked the confidence that Lin Zixian possessed. Chapter 10. The demise of the mastermind. If Lin Zixian were to claim he held no feelings for the stunning assistant Ning, that would be sheer nonsense. Even his own conscience wouldn't let him lie. A man who dislikes beautiful women must surely be unwell. It seemed he wanted to prove himself as a genuine man, free from such afflictions. Upon hearing Assistant Ning, he reacted swiftly, his head snapping around, causing the brim of his cap to tilt at a 90-degree angle, finally revealing his face, oblivious to his own appearance. His eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "Oh, Assistant Ning, what brings you here? Are you here to oversee the work of us lowly employees?" He chuckled. "Rest assured, we have been steadfast in our posts, so you needn't worry." Yet, as he spoke, his gaze inadvertently wandered downwards, glancing at Ning Lan's short skirt. During the incident yesterday, he hadn't paid attention, but afterwards, he regretted not having taken more notice of her fair thighs, that smooth rear, and the delicate lace of her panties. Ning Lan immediately sensed the impropriety, her heart racing at the unabashed scrutiny. Instinctively, she tightened her thighs beneath the short skirt, though she endeavored to maintain her composure, avoiding direct eye contact with Lin Zixian as her gaze drifted towards the two customer service representatives at the front desk. Reflecting on Lin Zixian's previous remarks, they seemed rather flirtatious. Ninglan couldn't help but appraise the appearances of the two customer service girls. The two women grew anxious. As the saying goes, men understand men best, and women understand women equally well. They sensed something was amiss in Ninglan's gaze. Why was this so? In an instant, they recalled Ninglan and Lin Zixian entering the company hand in hand the day before. Compounded by the circulating rumors of their relationship, the customer service representatives thought, "Oh no, if Assistant Ning misinterprets our intentions as flirting with her boyfriend, we're finished." Although they were merely frontline customer service employees at Minghua Group, they had passed rigorous assessments to earn their positions, with pay far exceeding that of average companies. To be dismissed over such a misunderstanding would be terribly unjust. Once Ninglan regained her composure, her gaze returned to Lin Zixian, and seeing him in the security uniform, his demeanor seemed so comically unassuming that it was hard to reconcile with the ruthless figure from yesterday. Previously nervous about encountering the cold-blooded Lin Zixian and not knowing how to address him, she now found herself suppressing a smile as she spoke. "Vice Director Lin, you certainly have a unique way of engaging with the customer service team. Have you taken a liking to our company's beautiful employees?" The expressions of the two customer service representatives shifted slightly, their anxiety escalating. "Oh no, Assistant Ning must be jealous." Duan Jia interpreted the situation differently. marveling at how Assistant Ning had taken to joking around. It was indeed a rarity, suggesting her relationship with Director Lin was quite special. Clearing his throat, Lin Zixian felt exposed by the public revelation of his intentions. He thought to himself, they need only to know. Why must it be said aloud, making things awkward? He coughed lightly and chuckled. Assistant Ning, don't tease me. As fellow employees, it's only natural we care for one another. Ning Lan merely wished to jest at his expense. Without any ulterior motives, smiling, she returned to the matter at hand, saying, Vice Director Lin, I need to discuss something with you. Could we move this conversation to your office? Of course, Lin Zixian replied eagerly, rising to his feet. What could be better than a private conversation with a beautiful woman? Ning Lan smiled at his cap as she followed him, the sound of her heels ringing as she walked behind him. The three pairs of eyes at the front desk remained fixed on their retreating figures, pondering what the two might discuss in private. Upon arriving at the security department's office, Ning Lan articulated her purpose for the visit. Due to the missed meal yesterday, Xiao Antian intended to treat them to lunch. For the sake of safety, they planned to express their gratitude in the VIP room of the company's cafeteria. With the promise of a more formal occasion in the future, Lin Zixian had no interest in dining with an elderly man or engaging in trivial conversations that lacked substance, with thoughts of sharing a working lunch with two customer service sisters outside. He promptly declined the invitation. Ning Lan was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh, saying, It seems Deputy Minister Lin is resolutely determined to prioritize the dining affairs of our two customer service beauties at the front desk. How shall I explain this to the chairman upon my return? Lin Zixian fell silent, realizing that his intentions had been so easily perceived. He straightened his face and replied seriously, Such statements are unwarranted. In my eyes, there is no distinction of status among individuals. The chairman is merely a person. The front desk customer service staff are also people. One must strive for fairness, and at the very least, there should be a sense of order. I invited them first, so the chairman's invitation must be set aside for now. Ning Lan chuckled, pondering whether this was truly the same person from yesterday. With a playful glint in her eyes, she teased, Oh, is that so? Then when will Deputy Minister Lin also express concern for my dining affairs? Lin Zixian assumed she was merely jesting and dismissed the notion. After all, what man would entertain the idea of courting three women simultaneously at the same time and place? He casually remarked, All right, perhaps another day I might invite Assistant Ning to share a meal. To his surprise, Ning Lan smiled brightly and said, You'd better keep your word. I shall hold you to it. Her eyes remained fixed on his. Laughing, Lin Zixian waved his hand and gestured towards the door, saying, Assistant Ning is a busy person. I shan't take up too much of your time. Allow me to see you out. He was preoccupied with his upcoming lunch with the two customer service beauties. He lacked the inclination to continue this playful banter and promptly began to escort her out. Not like this. I am a beauty too, you know. Ning Lan feigned anger, rolling her eyes, though her cheeks flushed slightly. Uncertain of why she felt this way today, she had never joked so freely with anyone at work, especially not with Ian. To mask her embarrassment, she swiftly changed the subject, saying, Deputy Minister Lin, I truly cannot return empty-handed. Would you mind calling the chairman now and explaining the situation yourself? It wouldn't be proper for me to say you neglected him for the sake of pursuing someone. Am I that sort of person? He retorted. What's the chairman's office number? Lin Zixian inquired, then directly called Xiao Antian, fabricating a reason that included feeling unwell. Thus managing to excuse Xiao Antian from the situation, he then cheerfully reiterated his intention to see Ning Lan off. Ning Lan shot him an annoyed glance, feigning anger as she turned to leave. Lin Zixian, lacking even a comforting word, did not accompany her to the elevator, instead tossing over his shoulder, Assistant Ning, take care. No need for further escort. He then merrily rubbed his hands together as he approached the customer service front desk, exclaiming, Xiao Zhang, Xiao Li, have you decided what you'd like for lunch? I'll personally run the errands. Pervert. Ning Lan glanced back at his demeanor, simultaneously exasperated and annoyed, biting her lip as she muttered under her breath before stepping into the elevator. The two customer service sisters felt trepidation and dared not allow any further misunderstandings with Assistant Ning. Xiao Zhang gently declined, saying, Deputy Minister Lin, perhaps it's best not to bother. We can manage a simple lunch ourselves. Xiao Li nodded in agreement. You won't even grant me the chance to treat you to a working lunch? Is this how you regard U.S. insecurity? Lin Zixian's expression turned grave. Duanji glanced at him, understanding the unspoken cue, and quickly adopted a stern demeanor, saying, Xiao Zhang, Xiao Li, your behavior is not appropriate. You cannot simply change your mind on such matters. Deputy Minister Lin is new here. Your actions could embarrass a new colleague. The Deputy Minister and Duanji collaborated to reason with the two sisters, ultimately persuading them. Lin Zixian then cheerfully settled back down, and they began discussing their lunch options. That moment, the distinct sound of high heels echoed from the elevator, a rhythm unlike the usual footsteps, reminiscent of the eerie stillness of a midnight morgue. Turning to see the source, they beheld a middle-aged woman in professional attire, wearing glasses. Her appearance was quite respectable, yet her expression bore an air of sternness. Her hands were clasped firmly together at her waist, reminiscent of a formidable figure. Director Dong, Xiao Zhang, and Xiao Li greeted her with respect. The woman approached with a measured gait, exuding an air of superiority, dismissing the two with a glance before fixing her gaze on Lin Zixian. Noticing his security uniform, her brow furrowed as she inquired, Who are you? Why are you seated at the customer service front desk? Director Dong, allow me to introduce you. This is our security department's Deputy Minister Lin Zixian, who just started working with us. Duanji interjected with a smile, also introducing Lin Zixian to her. Deputy Minister Lin. This is Director Dong Jiayun from the General Affairs Department. Director Dong, a pleasure to finally meet you, Lin Zixian said. Though he had never heard of her before, he immediately stood up and extended his hand for a handshake. However, she showed no intention of reciprocating, keeping her hands firmly at her abdomen as she coldly remarked, With so many departments in the company, this is the first time I've heard of a deputy minister position. The security department may be small, but it seems to have an abundance of titles. Even if there are many positions, it should not encroach upon our customer service front desk, which seems to be your designated space. Lin Zixian was momentarily taken aback, suspecting this woman might be going through menopause. He withdrew his outstretched hand, feeling somewhat perplexed by her demeanor. Duanji's expression darkened as he said sternly, Director Dong, let us communicate respectfully. There's no need for sarcasm. Deputy Minister Lin was appointed directly by the chairman. If you have concerns, you may address them with him. Then I must inquire of the chairman why the security department has taken up residence at my General Affairs Department's customer service front desk. Should I expect our department to fall under your jurisdiction as well? Director Dong's face bore a hint of derision. Duanji fell silent, fully aware that Lin Zixian's presence there was indeed inappropriate. And if the matter reached the chairman, they would have no reasonable defense. Moreover, this woman had some influence, making her a person not to be trifled with. Seeing the other party reduce a grown man to silence, Director Dong strutted with an air of superiority, slightly tilting her fair neck as she commanded the two customer service sisters, remove the irrelevant person from here and toss this chair out. Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li stood before her, trembling like frightened quails, casting apologetic glances at Lin Zixian, their eyes pleading. They knew how hard it was to find a good job and wished to avoid any conflict. Hoping Lin Zixian would take the hint and spare them the embarrassment, Lin Zixian recognized his own fault. He was not unreasonable and would have yielded gracefully if the woman had communicated her grievances politely. He merely intended to return to his light-hearted interactions with the beauties once she left. However, he felt that Director Dong had gone too far, her words laced with condescension and hurtfulness, particularly in her haughty demeanor. Reminiscent of a queen who deemed only she was worthy of being served, Duanji's face darkened with indignation, preparing to ask Lin Zixian to step aside to avoid further conflict with this woman. Yet, Lin Zixian unexpectedly interjected with righteous fervor, Director Dong, please refrain from creating unnecessary disturbances and cooperate with our work. Everyone present was taken aback, unsure of his sudden boldness. Director Dong was equally stunned, her expression twisting with anger as she retorted, I am causing a disturbance. You lot, who are supposed to guard the entrance, are neglecting your duties, yet you dare accuse me of being unreasonable. Her words ignited the tempers of the security personnel present, their faces flushing with anger as they glared at her. She had effectively insulted the entire security department in one fell swoop. Lin Zixian's eyelids twitched. He felt an urge to kick her to the far reaches of the earth or sell her into servitude in Africa. However, he knew that sometimes, adopting a hard stance would not suffice. One must stand firm on principle. He issued a serious warning, saying, Director Dong, our security department, under the leadership of Minister Duan and myself, is conducting a safety inspection throughout the company, which includes your General Affairs Department's customer service front desk. If you continue to obstruct our duties, I have reason to suspect your intentions, and you should be wary of my actions against you. You dare to threaten me. Director Dong's noble features contorted with rage, her eyes behind the glasses gleaming like a viper ready to strike, as if she had been utterly insulted. She bellowed, "Security, security. Where are the security personnel? Get him out of here." As soon as she finished speaking, she herself was bewildered, realizing the individual standing before her was clad in a conspicuously new security uniform. He was, after all, part of the security team. Moreover, he was one of the leaders within that department. Asking the security to remove their own head seemed quite unrealistic. Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li struggled to suppress their laughter, lowering their heads in an effort to avoid offending their superior. Duanji tightly pursed his lips, picking up a company brochure from the front desk to appear serious, given that Lin Zixian and Director Dong were now engaged in a direct confrontation. He thought it best to simply observe the unfolding drama. He was not the least bit concerned that Minister Lin would suffer losses. One could only imagine that a person who would go so far as to curry favor with someone as cold as the chairman must possess a formidable background, likely with the strength to rival Minister Dong. However, among the security guards in the hall, one with a rather low sense of humor could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. The other guards found this quite satisfying, standing resolutely in place, completely ignoring Minister Dong's summons. Having just been insulted as lapdogs, they had no intention of heeding her call, especially in such circumstances where the sky might fall, but they had someone tall to bear the brunt. Instead, they quietly admired the prowess of a certain individual, recognizing that Deputy Minister Lin was quite adept at rendering this troublesome woman speechless with just a few words. The newly appointed Deputy Minister Lin's prestige surged in their minds, to the extent that they would willingly charge into danger at a moment's whim. Lin Zixian himself was somewhat taken aback. He had encountered despicable individuals before, but never one so shameless as to wear the label of despicable like a badge of honor. A smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of his mouth, and he cleared his throat with a serious demeanor, stating, "Minister Dong, I shall issue one final warning. Please step aside temporarily. Our security department must conduct a safety inspection of the customer service front desk. Should you refuse to cooperate, I will have to forcibly escort you away. As a member of the company, the safety of the organization is intrinsically linked to the safety of all employees. Affecting the future of our enterprise, our security department bears a sacred and unassailable mission. I ask for your understanding and cooperation in our duties." Minister Dong was instantly enraged, trembling with fury, her face alternating between red and pale as she struggled to find words to counter his reasoned discourse. However, accustomed to positions of power, she could not fathom being bullied by a mere security guard. In her moment of confusion, she lost herself entirely, disregarding any semblance of nobility as she pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Zixian. Roaring, "Try touching me and see what happens." Lin Zixian cast a disdainful glance her way and, with grandiosity, beckoned to the guards in the hall, "Bring me a few people." In a flurry, 5 patrolling security guards rushed over. Surrounding the customer service front desk, Lin Zixian surveyed the scene, feeling a surge of triumph. He realized that being the deputy head of the security department had its perks, especially when dealing with a shrew. He strode away from the customer service front desk, not bothering to look back, and authoritatively declared, in light of Minister Dong's interference with the normal operations of the security department, "I shall report this to the company executives. But for now, to ensure the smooth execution of our duties, we must be courageous in the face of any malevolent forces and eliminate any disruptive elements. Escort Minister Dong to the security department's monitoring room for a brief respite until we have addressed the safety concerns at the customer service front desk." Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li exchanged astonished glances, utterly dumbfounded. They could hardly believe that Deputy Minister Lin was serious. Duanji frowned slightly. Torn between speaking up and remaining silent, he understood that this course of action was ill-advised and should be stopped. But considering Lin Zixian's formidable background, he opted for silence, knowing that he could not afford to offend either side, especially since Minister Dong had indeed overstepped. If he showed weakness now, how would his subordinates regard him in the future? "Minister Dong, if you please," The 5 security guards encircled Minister Dong, maintaining a veneer of politeness despite their irritation. They were aware of her background and dared not overstep their bounds. Minister Dong, in a fit of rage, pointed furiously at each guard, her chest heaving with indignation. Suddenly, she charged at Lin Zixian, her fingers poised like lethal claws aimed at his face, as though she were prepared to fight to the death. Grabbing hair and clawing at faces were a woman's trademark skills, not to be underestimated. Any man caught in such a predicament would surely be the subject of ridicule. Yet, Lin Zixian was no ordinary man. And he was not easily cowed by a woman. He acted swiftly, snatching an electric baton from a guard's waist with lightning speed, and with a crackling sound, he jabbed it into Minister Dong's abdomen. The blue arcs of electricity flickered twice, halting her forward momentum, her eyes rolling back as she collapsed to the ground with a thud. Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li gasped, covering their mouths in shock. Duanji was left in a daze, and the guards in the hall stood frozen, utterly speechless. Lin Zixian had demonstrated remarkable audacity by employing an electric baton on the esteemed Minister of General Affairs, executing the maneuver with precision. Indeed, he was fearless in combating any malevolent forces, sparing no one, not even a woman. I do not wish to strike a woman, but that does not mean I will not use electricity on one. Lin Zixian scoffed, waving the baton. Take her to the monitoring room. The guards exchanged glances, steeling themselves as they lifted Minister Dong from the ground. Lin Zixian raised his head to glance at the surveillance camera in the hall, carrying the electric baton behind him, giving off an impression that further measures might be taken in private. After a moment of stupor, Duanji shook his head, realizing the surreal nature of the scene, and hurried to catch up with Lin Zixian, whispering urgently, Minister Lin, this may not be the best course of action. How will we explain this to the company later? Moreover, her brother-in-law is the deputy chief of police. We cannot afford to cross him. What is there to fear? I'll take responsibility for any issues that arise, Lin Zixian said, casually draping an arm around Duanji's neck. The surveillance camera happened to malfunction during our discussion about lunch, so nothing was recorded. It was only when Minister Dong arrived that it started working again, capturing her brazen behavior. You need to rush to the monitoring room and handle the footage. Also, promptly organize a thorough safety inspection of the customer service front desk, ensuring that the surveillance captures all evidence of our diligent work. All right, Duanji sighed in resignation, realizing he was now inextricably tied to Lin Zixian's reckless actions. Suddenly, he recalled something and smiled wryly. Our own people are manageable, but what about Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li at the front desk? Such a significant incident will prompt an investigation from the company. If they claim that there was no safety inspection taking place and that we were merely discussing lunch, it would expose the truth. Rest assured, they are not fools. A simple reminder will suffice for them to understand. If Minister Dong discovers that they were chatting with me, her adversary, during work hours, they would surely be dismissed. As for the events that transpired after Minister Dong's arrival, let them speak the truth. We have always acted within reason, and it is Minister Dong who has been bullying us without cause. We have the surveillance footage as evidence. Why worry about such trivial matters? Lin Zixian said dismissively, patting Duanji on the shoulder. Chapter 12, Imprisonment and Reflection. Duanzheng, the head of the department, looked at him speechless. It seemed this individual had already prepared an escape route, which explained his audacity against the Minister of General Affairs. However, such recklessness was rather extreme. He shook his head with a wry smile. This time, our security department has practically engaged in blatant abuse of power. By the way, what if Assistant Ning overheard us chatting about lunch? What if she reports us to the chairman? As he spoke, he gazed at Lin Zixian with a hint of expectation, as if suggesting that Lin Zixian might be able to persuade Assistant Ning. Given their good rapport, Lin Zixian adjusted his cap and chuckled. That's futile. Assistant Ning is a trusted aide of the chairman, and she wouldn't conceal anything. Otherwise, the chairman wouldn't have appointed her as his assistant. But fear not, even if the chairman learns of our actions, he wouldn't dare retaliate against me. You can rest easy. I'll take care of everything. Just focus on your tasks. Wow, such bravado. The chairman wouldn't dare touch you. Duanji stared, wide-eyed, as Lin Zixian strode into the monitoring room with the electric baton in hand. But upon reflection, it made sense. This man had the audacity to confront Minister Dong publicly, which indicated he had some leverage and was not merely boasting. After a moment of daze, he hastened to deal with the aftermath. Minister Dong, slumped in a chair after being dragged into the monitoring room, emitted muffled sounds from her nostrils, her eyelids fluttering as she seemed on the verge of awakening, with a crackling sound. Lin Zixian jabbed the electric baton into her once more, causing Minister Dong to convulse and lose consciousness again. The guards watched in stunned silence, realizing that Deputy Minister Lin was indeed formidable. While they stood there, Lin Zixian assessed the environment of the monitoring room, pointing the baton toward the iron bars sealing the window. "Cuff her to that. We don't want this madwoman to wake up and cause chaos." "A deputy minister, this might not be appropriate," one guard hesitantly suggested. Lin Zixian noticed their hesitation, relinquished the baton, and removed 2 gleaming handcuffs from the waists of 2 guards, grabbing Minister Dong by her clothing. He dragged her to the window. With a couple of clicks, Minister Dong's wrists were secured to the iron bars of the window, her head bowed, resembling a crucified figure, albeit a female Jesus shackled to the window. The 5 security guards watched with bated breath. This was excessively fierce. One could not deny that although Minister Dong was past her prime, she still retained a certain allure, suggesting she must have been a great beauty in her youth. Lin Zixian casually adjusted his designer glasses, which were precariously perched on his nose, fearing that any mishap might result in a hefty financial liability. He appraised the figure before him and suddenly inquired, "Do you have any tape?" Immediately, a security guard opened a nearby drawer and handed him a roll of transparent tape. Lin Zixian tore off a piece and affixed it firmly over Dong Jiaoyun's mouth, ensuring that she would not awaken and disrupt the security department's duties. He tossed the tape aside and gestured to the others, saying, "All is well now. Everyone can return to their tasks. Remember to secure the door." He exited first, and the security personnel, wary of lingering too long in case she regained consciousness and sought retribution, hurried away like startled rabbits. Upon returning to the lobby, he found Duanji directing his subordinates in a meticulous, thorough inspection. The diligence displayed by the security department was commendable. Noticing Lin Zixian and the returning guards, Duanji cast a puzzled glance toward the monitoring room, pondering why Dong Jiaoyun had not yet awakened. Given her temperament, it was indeed strange that she had not caused a commotion. "Is she all right? Still not awake?" Duanji inquired softly, concerned that Lin Zixian might employ excessive measures. "Rest assured, she has acknowledged her mistakes and is reflecting in the monitoring room. She will not impede our operations," Lin Zixian replied, surveying his diligent colleagues with a sense of admiration. He then proclaimed, "Brothers, your hard work is appreciated. I shall treat you to lunch today." He offered a warm smile and nod to Xiaozhong and Xiaoli. The security staff regarded him with a mix of reverence and silence. Meanwhile, Xiaozhong and Xiaoli felt a pang of distress, as they should have promptly reported their superior's predicament. However, after being intimidated by Duanji, they dared not speak. With their minds occupied by the unfolding drama, the prospect of a free lunch was far from their thoughts. Lin Zixian, unfazed, glanced at the time and noted that mealtime was approaching. As employees from upstairs began to descend, he called out, "Qian Ligang." "Yes," Qian Ligang replied, hastening toward him. "Come, lead me to the company cafeteria for a meal." The two departed confidently from the lobby, leaving the remaining personnel exchanging glances. Shortly after their exit, the elevator doors swung open to reveal the frosty beauty Xiaoyun, flanked by several others. "Director Duan," she called, striding toward him in her high heels, her commanding presence radiating an aura that sent shivers through the hall. Duanji, sensing impending trouble, thought to himself that her timing was no coincidence. Yet, he approached her with a smile, saying, "General Manager." "Indeed." Xiaoyun fixed him with an impassive gaze and inquired, "I have heard that your security department incapacitated Director Dong from the General Affairs Department. Is that true?" Duanji managed a wry smile, realizing that this matter could not remain concealed for long. Several employees had witnessed the incident, and such gossip would inevitably reach the higher echelons of the company. "Yes, General Manager, we were left with no choice," he began, but she cut him off, demanding, "Where's Director Dong?" Duanji's expression faltered, and he replied, "She is confined in the monitoring room. Take me to see her." Xiaoyun ordered coldly. With no alternative, Duanji led the way, his heart heavy with trepidation. As they exited the elevator, Ninglan, having heard the news, promptly retreated back inside. She had come to verify the rumors and Upon confirmation, resolved to report the incident to the chairman, given the general manager's known disfavor toward Lin Zixian. Upon entering the monitoring room, Duanji froze, his eyes widening in disbelief, nearly losing consciousness. The sight before him was astonishing. Dong Juan was handcuffed to the window. Her eyes swollen from crying, her visage a portrait of despair, yet her mouth sealed, rendering her voiceless. Upon seeing the general manager, she desperately attempted to vocalize her plight, but her restrained arms prevented her from moving freely. And the pain from her struggles was excruciating. This monitoring room, originally intended for detaining thieves caught in the act, had now become a prison for the General Affairs Director. The arriving executives felt a chill run down their spines as they surveyed the grim surroundings, realizing that this was their first encounter with the security department's true nature, which was far from benign. The notion that even someone with Dong Juan's connections could be subdued so effortlessly made them reconsider their stance towards the security personnel. Director Duan, how long do you plan to keep Director Dong imprisoned? Xiao Yun's voice was icy. Duan Ji rushed to unlock the handcuffs, silently cursing Lin Zixian's ancestral lineage. Was this truly how one reflects? He feared that shortly, he would be the one facing repercussions. As the cuffs fell away, Dong Juan, fueled by rage, lunged at Duanji, delivering erratic blows and desperate attempts to bite, only to find her mouth still sealed. Duanji, lacking the ruthlessness of Lin Zixian, dared not retaliate in front of the general manager and instead sought to evade her frenzied assault, ultimately cornered against the wall. Xiao Yun, her brow furrowing, had heard of Dong Juan's notorious temper. Had it not been for her connections, she doubted the company would have employed such a volatile individual. Yet here was Dong Juan, audaciously attacking in her presence. Separate them, Xiao Yun commanded coldly. The security guards, unsure of how to intervene, sprang into action at the general manager's directive, forcibly pulling Dong Juan away. In her madness, she lashed out at the guards like a wild animal, perceiving them as adversaries. Dong Juan's face pressed against the wall, she cried out, her hair and clothing disheveled, the remnants of her broken glasses scattered on the floor, leaving behind an impression of a woman utterly undone. She raged, wept, cursed, and struggled, but with her mouth sealed, her words were lost, and her strength paled in comparison to that of the men restraining her. Having never faced such humiliation since her brother-in-law ascended to the vice-directorship of the Donghai Police Bureau, the indignity was infuriating. Duanji, nursing the scratches on his face, felt a swell of anger. Were it not for the heavy implications of the situation, he might have retaliated against this woman. Xiao Yun, shifting her gaze from Dong Juan, chose not to release her just yet. Wishing for her to calm down, she turned to Duanji and asked, Director Duan, I would like to understand the circumstances surrounding this incident. Why have you imprisoned Director Dong? Duanji, shielding his wounds, responded with a bitter smile. I did not anticipate that Director Dong would end up handcuffed. This was all Lin Zixian's doing. He lamented the betrayal of his colleague. Knowing he could not deflect blame onto Lin Zixian, who had boldly declared that he would shoulder any consequences, Lin Zixian, Xiao Yun's delicate brows furrowed in contemplation. She recalled her father's earlier remarks when he, Ninglan, and their bodyguards were summoned to the police station, and no matter how they were questioned, they never mentioned Lin Zixian, as if he had never existed. It was evident they were concealing something on his behalf. She distinctly remembered her father assuring her that Lin would protect them and that he would be safe, yet upon their arrival, Lin Zixian was nowhere to be found, and the mountains were littered with the bodies of slain bandits. Her father's whispered caution to avoid mentioning Lin Zixian to the police had struck her as odd, but she had refrained from questioning it further at the time. Now, upon returning home and pressing her father for answers, he had remarked that had it not been for Lin Zixian's protection, they might never have returned. However, the specifics of the incident remained shrouded in mystery, as her father was reluctant to elaborate. Seemingly sharing an unspoken understanding with Lin Zixian, from the multitude of corpses, she could ascertain that the situation had indeed been perilous, though the extent of Lin Zixian's involvement remained uncertain. What irked her was the thought that if her father had not invited Lin Zixian, such calamities might never have transpired. After contemplating several thoughts, Xiao Yun coldly inquired, why did Deputy Minister Lin act in this manner? Duanji unhesitatingly deflected responsibility, stating, this morning, the surveillance system in the main hall experienced sudden malfunctions. Deputy Minister Lin seemed highly concerned about the matter and promptly requested the security department to conduct a safety inspection while Deputy Minister Lin was inspecting the customer service front desk. Director Dong arrived unexpectedly, asserting that the security department had no authority to interfere in the affairs of the General Affairs Department and demanded that Deputy Minister Lin vacate the premises immediately. Despite Director Dong's contempt for our security department, which was evident in his demeanor and words, he insulted us in numerous ways. Dong Jian, pressed against the wall, immediately began to struggle, as if seeking to defend herself. However, the gazes directed at her were all rather ordinary, with everyone believing that given Dong Jian's reckless demeanor, it was hardly surprising for her to utter disparaging remarks about the security department. Continue, Zhao Yun commanded coldly. Duanji nodded and continued, yet Deputy Minister Lin remained exceedingly courteous, repeatedly emphasizing the significance of this safety inspection. However, Director Dong seemed unable to comprehend, not only forcibly obstructing the process, but also attempting to physically confront Deputy Minister Lin. In a fit of anger, Deputy Minister Lin used an electric baton to incapacitate her and confined her here. I never anticipated that Deputy Minister Lin would go so far as to handcuff her. General Manager, to be frank, I too am perplexed as to why Deputy Minister Lin insisted on the safety inspection, but he was directly appointed by the chairman, so I had no grounds to intervene. He adeptly distanced himself from the troubles, casting all blame upon Deputy Minister Lin. Yet, Zhao Yun exhibited a contemplative expression. While others might not grasp why Deputy Minister Lin would initiate a safety inspection due to minor surveillance issues, she believed she understood. The incident involving Qiao Antian, who had narrowly escaped an abduction yesterday, had not been disclosed to the public. Such revelations could potentially impact the stock prices of Minghua Group. Thus it was kept strictly confidential, with most within the company unaware of the situation. Coincidentally, Lin Zixian was one of the individuals involved in yesterday's dangerous affair. Given that the security department's surveillance system had malfunctioned today, it was entirely reasonable for Lin Zixian to be vigilant and request a safety inspection. To her surprise, that lecher seemed quite diligent in his professional responsibilities. Perhaps he wasn't entirely useless, she mused. Had she known that the malfunction stemmed merely from the security department's heads wanting to conceal their frivolous banter with the customer service staff at the front desk, thus destroying evidence, she might have felt differently. Pressed against the wall, Director Dong continued to whimper. Zhao Yun frowned and asked, Director Dong, have you calmed down? Upon seeing her nod in a subdued manner, she commanded, release her. Several security personnel promptly loosened their grip. Dong Jian awkwardly turned around, tearing off the transparent tape from her mouth in a fit of rage, only to inadvertently pull out some hair and skin from her lips, causing blood to bead forth and tears to well up in her eyes. Director Dong, are Duan's claims factual? Zhao Yun inquired, fixing her gaze upon her. With fiery eyes, Dong Jian glared at Duanji, yet this time she refrained from lunging at him, merely pointing and exclaiming, General Manager. He is twisting the truth. I distinctly saw that Lin was seated at the customer service front desk, showing no intention of conducting any safety inspection. Only when I approached to ask him to leave did he mention anything about a safety inspection, clearly attempting to concoct a justification for their security department's idleness. General Manager, I propose the dismissal of these so-called Deputy Minister and Minister of Security. The accompanying management team exchanged bewildered glances, their eyelids twitching. When had the mere Minister of General Affairs acquired such authority? It seemed that she and the Minister of Security were on equal footing. What right did she have to demand their dismissal? The audacity of this woman and her lack of awareness left a profound impression on everyone present. Duanji, gritting his teeth in frustration, felt incensed that she was now threatening his livelihood as well. He regretted not seizing the opportunity to teach that wretched woman a lesson. After all, when one's livelihood is at stake, who cares about background? No matter how grand the background, it could not outweigh the dire consequences of a family facing starvation. Zhao Yun raised her brow slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing her eyes as she turned to Duanji and asked, Minister Duan, do you concur with Director Dong's assertions? General Manager, Director Dong is misinformed. At that moment, Deputy Minister Lin was engaging with the customer service staff, urging their cooperation with the security department's safety inspection, which is why he was seated at the front desk. Director Dong's arrival coincided with that moment. And I fear there may have been a misunderstanding, Duanji said, covering his face with a rueful smile. He loathed that woman named Dong and was determined to defend Lin Zixian, seeking to exonerate the deputy minister, which also served to exonerate himself. Dong Jiayan's eyes widened in fury as she retorted, "Duan, stop your nonsense. What a coincidence that would be. I won't let this matter rest. Just you wait, I will make you regret it." "Dong, do not overstep your boundaries. Even a clay figurine has its temper. I am refraining from retaliating out of respect for the general manager. Do not presume that your connections grant you the liberty to act recklessly in this company. I, Duan Ji, am compensated by Minghua Group, serving the interests of Minghua Group, not yours. As the Minister of Security, my priority is the safety of Minghua Group. Anyone who dares to trample on this principle jeopardizes my livelihood, and I will not spare them, regardless of who they are." Duan Ji's furious roar echoed, incited by being threatened in front of so many people. It was no wonder he had ascended to the position of Minister of Security. His words at this critical moment were resonant, almost eliciting applause from those nearby. Simultaneously, his statements garnered Xiao Yun's approval. A glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes. What kind of employee does a boss favor? It is precisely those who prioritize the company's interests over all else, unafraid of any power, who earn the boss's admiration. Such employees deserve key positions within the company. "Silence," Xiao Yun commanded coldly, casting her gaze over the two before finally fixing her attention on Dong Jiayun. "I will investigate the truth of this matter. Director Dong, I simply wish to ascertain who initiated the confrontation first. Minister Duan claims it was you who struck first, prompting Deputy Minister Lin to respond with the electric baton. Is that accurate?" "Absolutely not," Dong Jiayan immediately denied without a moment's thought. Upon hearing her words, Duan Ji's heart leapt with joy, confident that victory was within his grasp. He thought to himself, Lin Zixian truly was astute. Everything was accounted for in advance, and with the powerful evidence of surveillance footage, even if Dong Jiayan were to jump into the Yellow River, she would find it impossible to clear her name. "Minister Duan, Director Dong asserts she did not strike first. What say you?" Xiao Yun continued to question coldly. Having never held a favorable view of Lin Zixian, she harbored deep suspicions regarding his character. Given Dong Jiayan's firm denial, it seemed likely she spoke the truth. Despite her arrogance, she typically carried herself with a sense of superiority, and it was hard to imagine her initiating a confrontation with a man in such a public setting. If she had not acted first, it implied a collusion between Duan Ji and Lin Zixian. Doubt began to creep back into her mind regarding Duan Ji. Chapter 14. A good employee. Duan Ji held strong evidence in hand. Feeling a sense of assuredness wash over him, he acted as though he had suffered a grave insult, his eyes wide with fury as he declared, "General Manager, I, Duan, joined this company before I turned 20. Serving Minghua Group for nearly 2 decades, I progressed from an unwavering gatekeeper to the current Minister of Security, earning a salary that many envy. I have witnessed Minghua Group's transformation from a small factory to a large conglomerate. As Minghua flourishes, so do I. The pride of Minghua is my pride, and I have always been loyal to the company. Does my word carry less weight than that of this brazen woman who secured her position through backdoor means?" Upon hearing this, the crowd was visibly moved, gazing at him with reddened eyes as if he had indeed suffered a significant affront. They expressed their sympathy, momentarily aligning themselves with his stance. In truth, Duan Ji was adept at seizing opportunities. Otherwise, he would not have held the position of Minister of Security for so many years. However, opportunities within the security department were scarce, and there were few chances for notable accomplishments, as it rarely intersected with the company's operational growth. Generally, reaching the position of Minister of Security was the pinnacle of one's career. Now, due to this incident, which had drawn the general manager's direct attention, he was eager to capitalize on the opportunity to showcase his value. Knowing he had already secured an unassailable position, more importantly, he now deeply comprehends that he has offended the individual surnamed Dong. And the only way to safeguard himself is to find an opportunity for the general manager to take notice of him. Otherwise, the backing of the Dong family could easily bring about his downfall. Only with the support of Minghua Group can he turn the tide in his favor. Xiao Yun was somewhat moved by his somewhat emotional words. Gazing at Duan Ji before her, she faintly recalled her childhood when Minghua Group was merely a small factory. She often played at the factory gates, and it seemed that this Minister Duan had once played with her. Back then, he was just a young security guard. It was surprising how many years had slipped by in the blink of an eye. "Who are you calling a shrew?" Dong Jun shouted, her voice hoarse with indignation. Duan Ji shot her a glare and sternly replied, "I'm referring to you. Dong, do you dare to say, with a clear conscience, that it wasn't he who first laid hands on Deputy Minister Lin? He intended to solidify Dong Jian's guilt, believing that the greater the insult he endured, the greater the retribution would be. Dong Jiayun immediately felt a shortness of breath. In truth, she regretted her initial denial. Upon reflection, it seemed she had indeed been the first to act. Yet, she could not withstand the provocations from this seasoned workplace veteran, unwilling to backtrack and admit her fault. After all, she could simply refuse to acknowledge it later. Stubbornly, she held her ground, asserting, "No means no. Are you saying it's justified to wrongfully accuse someone?" On the surface, Duanji appeared furious, but internally, he was smirking. He had accurately gauged her character, and, as expected, his words had ensnared her. It was evident that the outcome was already determined. A woman like Dong Jiayan, who relied on her connections, could hardly match wits with a seasoned professional like Duanji. Even if he was merely the head of the security department, this moment, Xiao Yun's feelings toward Duanji had shifted. Though her demeanor remained frosty, her tone had softened considerably. "Minister Duan, you have been a long-standing employee of the company. We cannot simply condemn someone based on mere words. Evidence is essential." After a moment's contemplation, Duanji remarked, "At that time, many security personnel witnessed the events unfold in the lobby." Before he could finish, Dong Jiayan immediately interjected, "That's irrelevant. They are your subordinates, naturally aligning with you." Xiao Yun cast her a cold glance, contemplating how Dong's pretentious nobility had vanished. She furrowed her brow and said, "Minister Duan, I recall there are surveillance cameras in the lobby, correct?" Upon hearing this, Dong Jiayan's expression shifted dramatically, her heart sinking as she realized she had overlooked the existence of the cameras, while she could dismiss others' testimonies as lies. It would be absurd to claim that the surveillance footage was fabricated. To her surprise, Duanji did not rush to present this indisputable evidence. Instead, he pondered and replied, "At that time, the lobby surveillance system had some issues. It likely did not capture the incident. This was the cunning of a seasoned veteran, retreating strategically to eliminate any suspicion of his own actions before ultimately claiming victory, ensuring a clean and decisive win." Upon hearing this, Dong Jiayun felt a weight lift from her chest, as if even fate were aiding her. The cameras malfunctioning at this precise moment seemed fortuitous. Yet, she failed to realize that if the cameras were indeed down, it would only validate Deputy Minister Lin's safety inspection. With her limited intellect, she was no match for the combined forces of the heads of security. Let us not jump to conclusions. "We should first check the surveillance room to see if anything was recorded," Xiao Yun declared before turning on her heel and departing. A group of individuals promptly followed her to the surveillance room, with Duanji hastening to lead the way, embodying the spirit of a diligent worker. Guiding the general manager forward, upon reaching the surveillance room, Duanji instructed his subordinates to retrieve the morning's footage from the lobby, only to be met with a screen full of static, obscuring any view. Seeing that there was indeed no evidence, Dong Jiayan's heart relaxed entirely, and she insisted, "General Manager, the security personnel cannot be trusted. My department's front desk has 2 staff members on duty who can recount the events." This statement offended everyone in the security department, particularly the officer operating the surveillance, who seethed with rage, hastily accelerating the footage playback. Suddenly, the static cleared, revealing a clear recording. Everyone's eyes widened as the footage depicted Dong Jiayan approaching the front desk to converse with Lin Zixian. It appeared that Duanji was in the middle of making introductions when Lin Zixian stood up, smiling broadly and extending his hand for a handshake. However, Dong Jiayan maintained her aloof demeanor. Not even bothering to extend her hand, the screen displayed 4 different angles simultaneously, capturing the expressions of the individuals involved. Shortly thereafter, Lin Zixian seemed to be earnestly discussing something with Dong Jiayan, and the audience speculated, based on Duanji's earlier comments, that it likely pertained to safety inspections. Yet, Dong Jiayun appeared utterly dismissive, her demeanor shifting to one of indignation. Moments later, Lin Zixian gestured, summoning several security personnel to surround Dong Jiayan, seemingly requesting her cooperation. Unexpectedly, she erupted into a frenzied assault towards Lin Zixian. He, in turn, swiftly defended himself, deploying a stun baton and incapacitating her, while 5 security personnel subsequently escorted her away, leaving only 2 terrified front desk staff in the frame. At this point, the gathered crowd understood everything, casting disdainful glances at Dong Jian. It was evident that she had initiated the altercation like a shrew, and Lin Zixian had merely acted in self-defense. Yet, this woman, with her abysmal character, shamelessly lied, nearly reducing a respectable man and a long-standing employee of the company to tears. Meanwhile, Dong Jiayun felt so mortified that she wished to vanish into the ground. Perplexed as to how this could happen, hadn't the cameras been broken? Why had they suddenly resumed functioning? Heaven has eyes. Otherwise, I, Duan, would never be able to clear my name. Duan Ji sighed dramatically. Xiao Yun's icy demeanor grew even more frigid. Devoid of any discernible emotional shift, without turning back, she slowly stated, Minister Dong, do you have anything further to say? I believe it would be prudent for you to provide a reasonable explanation to Minister Duan. To me, and to the company, she seemed reluctant to witness Dong Jian's grotesque expression any longer, feeling it a disgrace to womanhood. Just then, additional security personnel appeared on screen, diligently conducting safety checks at the front desk. The group of security officers exhibited a commendable work ethic, with one even lying on the ground, flashlight in mouth, inspecting wiring beneath the desk, showcasing their dedication. General Manager. This footage does not substantiate any claims. Dong Jiayun protested bitterly. Xiao Yun abruptly turned around, her gaze piercing, and replied, Then what do your words substantiate, Minister Dong? Our Minghua group cannot accommodate someone of your stature. It's best you take your leave. This statement effectively amounted to her dismissal. Furious, Dong Jiayun trembled, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Yun, exclaiming, You think you can bully me as a group? Xiao, I am not so easily intimidated. You shall see. With that, she stormed out. Just then, a loud voice echoed from outside, shouting, Who let this shrew out? Damn it! How dare you insult our security department as mere gatekeepers? I will ensure she is dealt with severely. Bring her to me. The sounds of Dong Jiayun's cries and shrieks soon followed. You won't get away with this. Lin. The individuals in the surveillance room exchanged glances, piecing together the likely scenario that the two adversaries from the footage had now crossed paths. Duanji was drenched in sweat, realizing that Deputy Minister Lin had chosen this precise moment to return. Xiao Yun listened intently for a moment, then approached Duanji and unexpectedly extended her hand, saying, Minister Duan, I apologize for the distress you've endured. Duanji took her hand, managing a wry smile as he shook his head. General Manager, it's nothing as long as the truth is revealed. I've grown accustomed to the cold jibes after all these years safeguarding Minghua Group. As long as you, General Manager, continue to place your trust in me, this minor grievance holds no significance. Xiao Yun pressed her lips together, shaking his hand firmly. Minister Duan, please take care of yourself. Minghua Group still requires your vigilance, and the company will not forget those diligent employees who have accompanied its growth. I will visit you again when I have the chance. Thank you, General Manager. Duanji replied, his voice choked with emotion, genuinely touched by her words, which assured him of his secure position. Xiao Yun said little more before releasing his hand and departing. A group of department heads approached him to bid farewell, expressing their gratitude. Minister Duan, you have endured much hardship. Thank you. Thank you. Duanji humbly responded to each. Displaying considerable humility, Xiao Yun and the group reached the lobby. They found Dong Jiayun had been restrained against a pillar by two security personnel. Nearby, Lin Zixian and Xian Ligan were each carrying a large stack of takeout boxes. The department heads observed the scene in shock. Realizing they had previously underestimated the security department, the head of general affairs was being apprehended without hesitation, demonstrating an authority that rivaled that of law enforcement. They were relieved they had not provoked the security team, for they could easily have found themselves in a similar predicament. Damn it, Dong Jiayun continued to roar, her voice filled with fury. I am uncertain which unfortunate soul brought you into the esteemed Minghua Group. Now that you find yourself in my grasp, you dare to act defiantly before me, oblivious to the insignificance of your so-called background. Lin Zixian placed the boxed meal he held onto the ground and deftly unsheathed the electric baton from Qian Ligang's waist. The blue arcs of electricity danced menacingly along the baton, a formidable tool capable of incapacitating a wild boar. As he advanced towards Dong Jiayun, preparing to strike, the department heads gaped in astonishment. Finally grasping the might of the security department, Their exclusive possession of the electric baton was unparalleled among the other departments. When Duanji emerged, he was taken aback by the scene before him, nearly stumbling in shock. "Goodness, do you realize the general manager is watching you from behind?" he exclaimed. "What on earth are you doing? If this continues, our security department will soon instill fear in every employee of Minghua Group." Akin to the feared Jinyu, Lin Zixian, "What do you intend to do?" Xiao Yun could no longer remain silent, having never witnessed such a display of numerous men bullying a single woman. It was utterly outrageous. Lin Zixian paused, turning to see a group of people watching from around the corner, with Xiao Yun glaring coldly at him. He instinctively glanced at Duanji, who gestured subtly, indicating that everything was under control. Relieved, he chuckled. "General Xiao, you haven't witnessed the brazen arrogance of this shrew. She openly insults our security department, likening us to mere guard dogs, a grave affront to our dignity. I intend to apprehend her first, then report her to the police and subsequently sue her for defamation." The crowd fell silent, incredulous. "You intend to sue her for defaming you as dogs? What crime would that be?" "Let her go," Xiao Yun replied coldly. Lin Zixian felt a twinge of unease in her presence, and the other security personnel lacked the courage to continue, immediately releasing Dong Jiayan, who said nothing but fled, tears streaming down her face. As if wronged beyond measure, Xiao Yun had never held Lin Zixian in high regard. Once the matter was resolved, she wasn't even inclined to spare him a glance, rolling up her sleeve to reveal an exquisite watch. She checked the time and addressed the gathered crowd. "Everyone, please make haste to finish your meals. Afterward, we shall reconvene to discuss the project." The department heads promptly made their way to the company cafeteria, each casting wary glances at Lin Zixian, keen to recognize this man, lest they inadvertently become victims of his electric baton. Lin Zixian paid them no mind, calling out to his fellow security personnel. "Today, my brothers of the security department have worked hard. I shall treat everyone to boxed meals. Come, take a moment to collect your meal. If you're unable to, have your colleagues assist you. Please maintain cleanliness and avoid littering." Today, the security department had enjoyed a moment of glory. Even the arrogant director Dong of the General Affairs Department had been put in her place, and the general manager had not intervened on her behalf. Clearly siding with the security department, the once disregarded guardians of the entrance felt a surge of pride, finally tasting the sweet flavor of recognition. AS colleagues from the surveillance room emerged to claim their meals. They shared the news. That woman, Dong Jiayan, has been dealt with, and the general manager has even dismissed her. Lin Zixian, unaware of their hushed conversation, carried the remaining meals to the front desk, presenting them to the two young ladies whose expressions had yet to recover. "What is the matter? In this vast world, nothing is more important than a meal. Don't overthink it. Just eat." Duanji approached, his mood buoyant. "Xiao Zhang, Xiao Li, you need not worry about that woman any longer. She can no longer affect you, as she has been dismissed by the general manager. Enjoy your meal." "Dismissed?" Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li exclaimed in shock. Duanji nodded with a grin. Lin Zixian's face betrayed a flicker of skepticism. It seemed improbable that the situation had escalated to the point of dismissal for Director Dong. He cast a sidelong glance at Duanji, suspecting that he too was not as simple as he appeared, undoubtedly having played a part in the unfolding events. Otherwise, the alluring Director Dong would not have faced termination. With matters having reached such a critical juncture, it seemed likely that Dong Jiayan would seek vengeance against him. Had she remained in the company, there might have been some restraint. Now, however, complications appeared imminent. As he pondered, the sound of high heels echoed once more, and upon turning, he found Ninglan smiling at him. Lin Zixian was momentarily taken aback. "What brings you back here?" The word again caused Ninglan's expression to momentarily falter. She feigned annoyance, saying, "I haven't had lunch yet. I happened to see you all with your boxed meals and thought I might take a shortcut to snag a free meal. If that displeases you, I can leave." In truth, she was not merely passing by. After reporting the situation to Chairman Xiao Antian, she had been instructed to keep an eye on things, ready to intervene should Xiao Yun provoke Lin Zixian. Lin Zixian quickly seized her wrist, smiling. "Assistant Ning, how could I allow you to go hungry? I was worried there wouldn't be enough, so I bought a few extra. If you don't mind, why not join us?" "Indeed, yes," Duanji chimed in, eager to flatter. Ninglan awkwardly withdrew her hand from Lin Zixian's grasp, pretending to inspect the dishes. Lin Zixian promptly served her a portion, opening the box and offering chopsticks. As a small apology for his earlier rudeness, feeling unexpectedly cherished, Ninglan accepted the chopsticks, a warmth blossoming within her. She took a bite of rice and smiled. This tastes delightful, with his hat now tipped back. Lin Zixian called for others to join and began to eat heartily. Ninglan, seated beside him, stole glances at him from time to time, seizing an opportunity to ask, "What has transpired between your security department and Director Dong?" Lin Zixian shrugged, gesturing with his chopsticks towards Duanji. "I just went to get lunch. I'm not aware of the specifics. You should inquire with Director Duan. He's in charge of the matter." Ninglan tilted her head, her eyes questioning. Duanji felt a tad awkward. Assistant Ning was well aware of the background details. In truth, had the security department not breached protocol, the conflict with Director Dong would not have escalated to such a degree. However, given the current circumstances, with Assistant Ning joining Lin Zixian for lunch, it seemed that no issues would arise. He managed a sheepish smile, conveying, "Director Dong has been dismissed by the general manager." "Director Dong has been dismissed?" Ninglan murmured, her brow furrowing in disbelief. She quickened her pace in eating, realizing she needed to inform the chairman of this development promptly. After all, Director Dong's brother-in-law was not one to be trifled with, and it was imperative for the chairman to be prepared. After finishing her meal, Ninglan took her leave, while Qian Ligang approached to help tidy up, noticing that Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li maintained their distance from him. Lin Zixian felt a sense of disinterest and lost the desire to tease them further. Wandering aimlessly, he sought out the security personnel who had witnessed the earlier events to inquire about the details. Upon learning about the confrontation between Duanji and Dong Jian, he couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of the security department's leader, who had adeptly maneuvered the situation. It was indeed a waste of talent to confine such ability to the security department. After a hearty meal, feeling idle, he lit a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke, and admired the newly hung, most handsome portrait in the employee area before retreating to his office, shutting the door, and lying down on the sofa to indulge in a deep slumber. In a luxurious villa in Donghai, Deputy Chief Qiu Renjian inhaled a puff of smoke, while his sister-in-law, Dong Jian, sobbed over the phone, recounting her grievances. Qiu Renjian furrowed his brow, though she presented her case as justified. He had known her for years and understood her true nature. Beyond her prowess in the bedroom, she was rather foolish. The situation was certainly more complex than she portrayed. Otherwise, Minghua Group would not have dismissed her without regard for appearances. Yet he could not afford to remain uninvolved. Dong Jian was not just his sister-in-law, but had also long been his clandestine lover, and this villa served as their rendezvous point, complicating matters further. The child she bore was not her husband's, but rather theirs, which made him quite indulgent towards her. However, Minghua Group was no trivial matter. It was a major enterprise in Donghai, with Chairman Xiao Antian having deep connections with the police chief and the mayor. Without a legitimate reason, they would not fear his influence. How could he possibly defend his sister-in-law's honor? Caught in this dilemma, his personal phone buzzed. Upon checking the caller ID, he was surprised to see it was none other than Chairman Xiao Antian from Minghua Group. He promptly answered with a smile, "Chairman Xiao, I apologize. My sister-in-law has shared her side of the story with me, but I am well aware of her character. I can imagine she has caused you some trouble." This, indeed, exemplified the distinction between the clever and the foolish. Had Dong Jian received this call, she would have undoubtedly exploded in anger. True to form, upon hearing his words, Dong Jian immediately pinched his waist. Qiu Renjian glared at her, and she, startled, promptly subdued her temper, retracting her hand. Having been with him for years, she understood that if she dared to act out of line during serious discussions, he would not hesitate to discipline her. On the other end of the line, the melodious laughter of Qiao Antian resonated. "Director Qiu, you are being overly courteous. I have only just learned of this matter myself. My younger sister's handling of the situation was indeed inappropriate. I hope you won't take it to heart. Not at all. A tiger does not father a dog, and General Manager Qiao is renowned as a formidable woman in Donghai. I have long been aware of her adept manner of handling affairs. She is certainly not one to create unnecessary trouble." Qiu Renjian chuckled, seemingly unperturbed by the incident involving his sister-in-law. After the two exchanged pleasantries over the phone, Xiao Antian shifted to the main topic. "Director Qiu, are you free this afternoon? It has been a while since we last met, and I would like to pay a visit to the local dignitary." A glimmer of amusement flickered in Qiu Renjian's eyes as he raised his brow. Xiao Antian was perceptive. While she spoke of visiting the local dignitary, she was in fact seeking to make amends for the dismissal of his sister-in-law. After all, a prominent business leader such as her would hardly take the time to visit a mere deputy director unless there was a pressing issue at hand that could not be resolved through the director himself. Chairman Xiao, you are too kind. It is my sister-in-law who has caused trouble for your esteemed company. It is only right that I come to apologize, Xiao Renjian said earnestly. If it pleases you. Chairman Xiao, I shall make my way over right now. His intention was not to lower himself, but rather to avoid attracting undue attention from others in the police station. Furthermore, he was aware of the trouble Xiao Antian had faced the previous day. It was prudent to remain discreet under the circumstances, especially with potential threats lingering. If she was offering a favor, it would be unwise to appear ungrateful. Xiao Antian, however, did not linger on such matters. Responding with a simple, very well, I shall have Assistant Ning wait for you in the parking lot. Dong Jian had been eavesdropping with keen interest and, upon hearing Xiao Renjian end the call, stood up with a huff. Now they know fear. Let us go. I want Xiao Yun to publicly apologize to me. Otherwise, I shall make them regret it. The haughty demeanor she exuded re-emerged. Xiao Renjian's expression darkened. His gaze towards her akin to that of one observing a fool. Where do you think you are going? Dong Jian replied, astonished. Did Xiao Antian not concede? They slapped my face, I must retaliate, or how can I ever establish myself in Minghua Group again? You still wish to return to Minghua Group, and where else would you go? I cannot simply relinquish my position as the head of general affairs to someone else. You want Xiao Yun to apologize publicly? With you backing me, does she dare refuse? Dong Jian had an air of entitlement about her, but do you know who Xiao Yun is? She is merely the general manager of Minghua Group. Is she not? She merely relies on her advantageous father. If I had a father like that, I could easily become a general manager as well. Xiao Renjian rose, his laughter a cold mockery as he fixed his gaze upon her and spoke slowly. Xiao Yun is known as the most beautiful woman in Donghai. Managing a company valued at over 100 billion, she is young and accomplished, commanding respect in the business world, and is the sole heir to Xiao Antian's considerable fortune, countless prominent figures in politics. The military and business have their eyes set on her. If she truly chose to lower herself, her influence would surpass even that of Xiao Antian, should she choose to take action against me. Many would gladly come forth to curry her favor, and we may not even realize our demise until it is too late. You think you can compete with her? Even a mere breath from her holds more value than you. What do you possess to compare? Dong Jian was momentarily taken aback by his bluntness, struggling to comprehend his words. Finally, she reacted, though only the last two statements struck a nerve. Trembling with indignation, she pointed at Xiao Renjian, exclaiming, You say even a breath from her is worth more than me. Xiao, do you have no conscience? When you took me to bed, you declared me the most beautiful woman in the world. Now you deem me less than others? Her lament grew increasingly distressing, and Xiao Renjian could no longer endure it. He turned on his heel and walked away, unwilling to engage further. Very well, Xiao, you may lack kindness, but do not expect me to be unjust. Dong Jian sobbed, pulling out her phone to dial a number, wailing, Xiaoliang, mother has been wronged. I no longer wish to live. An anxious voice immediately responded from the other end. Mom. What happened? Where are you? As Xiao Renjian reached the doorway, he felt a pang of vulnerability strike him, prompting him to swiftly return. He snatched the phone from her hand and hung up, exasperated and at a loss for words. Yet, the phone rang again almost instantly, incessantly buzzing with notifications. Gazing at the name displayed on the screen, Xiao Renjian took a deep breath, placed a hand on her shoulder, and gently counseled, Jian. I was merely upset with your lack of sensibility, which led me to speak harshly. Surely, you must know my goodwill towards you and your son. Do not worry. I will provide you with a resolution. Please, behave. With tear-filled eyes, Dong Jian looked up at him and choked out. Really? Xiao Renjian nodded, returning her phone while adopting a suddenly stern tone. Ensure that Xiao Liang is well guided and does not associate with unsavory individuals. If I encounter him in such company again, do not expect me to be polite. Oh, Dong Jian obediently acknowledged, as she was particularly susceptible to such authoritative gestures. Deep down, she appreciated Xiao Renjian's paternalistic approach toward her and her son, feeling genuinely cared for in those moments. Rather than merely being seen as his clandestine lover, with a dismissive huff, Xiao Renjian strode away. Dong Jian followed dutifully behind, seeing him off at the entrance, her expression radiating the blissful demeanor of a contented woman. In the parking lot, Ning Lan had been waiting and finally greeted Qiu Renjian, leading him to the exclusive elevator for senior executives, devoid of surveillance. "Director Qiu, please." Ning Lan opened the door to the chairman's office. With a smile, Qiu Renjian nodded and stepped inside, where he found Xiao Antian extending her hand in welcome from behind her desk. He quickly reciprocated the gesture. "Director Qiu, what a rare visitor. Please, take a seat." "You are too kind, Chairman Xiao. I am here to offer my apologies for my sister-in-law's impropriety. I have caused trouble for you." The two settled onto the sofa, their conversation dripping with insincerity as they exchanged meaningless pleasantries, each acting as if the exchange were of the utmost importance. Ning Lan swiftly prepared tea for them, placing an ashtray on the table before exiting and closing the door behind her. Xiao Antian, of course, had no intention of wasting time on idle chatter. After a few more polite exchanges, she offered a cigarette and delved directly into the matter at hand. "Director Qiu, I have gathered some information regarding the incident that transpired yesterday. I cannot bear to hear this. I am well aware of my sister-in-law's nature. General Manager Qiao would not dismiss her without good reason." Qiu Renjian waved his hands repeatedly, yet his expression betrayed a keen interest. Eager to understand the situation and see how it differed from what Dong Jian had recounted, Xiao Antian smiled. Knowing better than to take his polite words at face value, she continued, "Director Qiu, you should be aware of the events I encountered while en route to Minghua Mountain Villa yesterday." Qiu Renjian was taken aback, the cigarette he had nearly brought to his lips pausing midair as he spun around. Could it be that my sister-in-law is connected to yesterday's events? A wave of anxiety washed over him. If that foolish woman were indeed involved, the implications could be dire. It would seem that Xiao Antian's invitation was not merely to offer compensation, but rather to settle scores. "Not quite." Xiao Antian shook her head with a smile. "In light of yesterday's incident, I issued stricter directives to the security department. Unfortunately, the monitoring system in the lobby has encountered issues today. The security personnel could not afford to be lax and thus initiated a thorough safety inspection. Coincidentally, while the security staff were addressing the front desk, Minister Dong happened to be conducting an inspection and encountered them. She was understandably displeased to see the security department encroaching into her territory." Qiu Renjian's expression darkened, as he could easily envision Dong Jian's reckless reaction. Surely, the security personnel had lacked the tact necessary to navigate the situation, provoking Minister Dong's fury and even leading to physical altercations. Unfortunately, the security staff member in question was not just any guard. He was someone I had personally requested through connections, holding the title of deputy director within the security department. Though he was primarily responsible for the safety of my daughter and me, unaware of Minister Dong's background, he had the audacity to subdue her with a stun baton, rendering her unconscious. This incident escalated to the point where my daughter had to intervene personally. However, if Minister Dong had been reasonable, it would not have been a problem. Even if my daughter had disregarded Minister Dong's standing, she would still consider Director Qiu's reputation. Unfortunately, she could not have been more mistaken in her assessment. The video footage from the lobby, when reviewed, contradicted her claims, leading to a public embarrassment for my daughter, who had no choice but to dismiss Minister Dong. "I sincerely apologize, Director Qiu." Xiao Antian's expression was filled with regret. "So it was," Qiu Renjian muttered, drawing on his cigarette. Dong Jian had not shared any details with him, only that she was bullied by personnel from the Minghua Group's security department and had been detained, while Qiao Yun had refused her any favors, resulting in her dismissal. Hearing Xiao Antian's account now illuminated just how arrogant that foolish woman truly was. He believed that, although Xiao Antian's invitation might be somewhat biased, it was unlikely to stray too far from the truth. Chapter 17. The character still lacks seeing him maintain a composed expression without uttering a word. Xiao Antian smiled faintly and said, "Director Qiu, how about this? I will have my daughter privately apologize to her, and you can appease Minister Dong's anger, allowing her to resume her position tomorrow." Qiu Renjian cast a meaningful glance at him, his heart filled with a cold amusement. According to his words, Xiao Yun was indeed in the right. However, was it feasible for her to apologize to Dong Jian? He understood that Xiao Antian was merely putting on a show. If he were to agree, irrespective of whether Xiao Yun would comply, he would be the one lacking discernment. In reality, The Minghua Group, with its substantial wealth and power, would not be intimidated by a mere deputy director. No, Qiu Renjian decisively waved his hand, stating, "Business must be conducted fairly. Mistakes must be punished. I am well aware of my sister-in-law's capabilities, and I cannot afford to cause further trouble for Chairman Qiu." Xiao Antian pondered for a moment and inquired, "Then may I trouble Director Qiu to ask Minister Dong if she has any specific demands? We will do our utmost to accommodate what the company can fulfill." After a brief hesitation, Qiu Renjian contemplated pursuing the matter regarding the security guard who had acted against Dong Jian. However, he discerned from Xiao Antian's previous remarks that he was evidently attempting to advocate for that guard. Otherwise, there would be no need to emphasize the guard's significance. The thought that his woman was deemed less important than a mere security guard stoked his indignation, yet it was clear that this was not the time to express it. He decided to let matters unfold naturally, resolving to address the issue at a later date. Thus, he stood up with an air of integrity and declared, "Her continued tenure at Minghua Group is already a significant concession. What further demands could she possibly have? We must not indulge her." As he spoke, he rose and extended his hand in farewell, saying, "Chairman Xiao, I just remembered an important meeting I must attend. I shall take my leave." "Oh," Xiao Antian raised an eyebrow, smiling as he stood to shake hands, saying, "Then I shall not intrude upon Director Qiu's official duties. Allow me to escort you." "There's no need." Qiu Renjian firmly waved his hand, not even taking a sip of tea, and turned to leave. The moment he pivoted, his expression darkened. Upon reaching the elevator, he noticed Xiao Antian's assistant smiling at him inside. "Director Qiu, allow me to see you off." Qiu Renjian noncommittally responded with a HM, stepping inside. As the elevator doors closed, Assistant Ning mysteriously produced a card, briefly flashing it before him, saying, "Director Qiu, it seems you left this in the elevator earlier." With that, she slipped it into his pocket. Qiu Renjian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, the frown on his face finally easing into a smile as he nodded at Ninglan. He pondered the weight of the bank card in his pocket, estimating it would suffice to pacify Dong Jian. As for work, he believed he could secure a position elsewhere based on his own reputation. After escorting him to the parking lot and watching him depart, Ninglan displayed a hint of disdain before returning. Back in the chairman's office, Xiao Antian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Gazing out the glass window, Ninglan approached him and quietly remarked, "Chairman." He accepted it. Xiao Antian nodded slightly, letting out a sigh as he remarked with a wry smile, "Lin Zixian, you are quite the enigma. I haven't personally engaged in such matters for quite some time. I hope you are worth my efforts." He turned and returned to his desk, instructing, "Please check if the general manager has finished her meeting and ask her to come here afterward." Ninglan complied and left. Meanwhile, Lin Zixian, who had been napping soundly on the office sofa, was suddenly roused by the sound of his phone beeping. Groggily, he fumbled for his phone and answered, his voice laced with sleep. The person on the other end clearly paused, then responded with a rueful tone, "Mr. Lin, do you have a moment? If convenient, could you come to my office?" Xiao Antian had obtained Lin Zixian's phone number from Ninglan, primarily because it was difficult to reach him through the security department's landline. Lin Zixian, still half asleep, muttered a vague before abruptly hanging up. Upstairs, Xiao Antian stared blankly at his phone, doubting whether Lin Zixian had fully awakened or even understood what he had said. It was hard to believe that a bodyguard could be asleep on the job. If he hadn't witnessed Lin Zixian's capabilities firsthand, he might have questioned his suitability for the role. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Lin Zixian, wearing a crooked cap, barged into his office without knocking, plopping down in front of him and yawning as he asked, "What do you need me for, Chairman?" Taken aback by Lin Zixian's demeanor, Xiao Antian realized that he seemed like a different person compared to yesterday. Indeed, appearances matter. Donning a security uniform transformed him into a bodyguard. Aware of Lin Zixian's smoking habit, Xiao Antian offered him a cigarette and lit it across the desk, saying, "I have witnessed Mr. Lin's abilities firsthand. I've already sent Assistant Ning to find Xiao Yun. I hope you can persuade her to accept your protection." Upon hearing Xiao Yun's name, Lin Zixian's half-closed eyes widened in awareness, and he straightened slightly. Giving a rueful smile, "It seems your daughter has quite the aversion to me. I doubt my cooperation will yield any results." After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Antian sheepishly asked, "Would you mind providing her with surveillance protection?" Lin Zixian shook his head slightly, cigarette in mouth, Surveillance protection is the most arduous task, fraught with unpredictability and prone to errors. For a day or two, it might be feasible, but over a longer duration. Even a deity would struggle to maintain constant observation on one individual. In such circumstances, achieving absolute security would be utterly exhausting. Therefore, it's best to provide close protection. Otherwise, I won't take on a task I can't ensure will succeed. If something were to go awry, it would tarnish my reputation. Then I suppose I must continue to persuade her. Qiao Antian sighed softly. Not long after, a knock sounded at the door, followed by Qiao Yun's voice. Chairman. Come in, Qiao Antian called out. As the door opened, the familiar sound of high heels echoed, and Lin Zixian, without turning his head, continued to sit silently, smoking. He had long abandoned any hope that this woman would accept him. And as for Qiao Antian's notion of cooperation, how could he comply? Would he need to kneel and beg her for acceptance? Ridiculous. He resolved to remain silent. If things didn't go well, he was prepared to leave. He certainly couldn't be a security guard for life at Minghua Group. Qiao Yun glanced at the office filled with smoke from Lin Zixian's cigarette and frowned. Chairman, what do you need me for? Qiao Antian, rubbing his temples, replied with a weary smile. Shaoan, could you reconsider accepting Mr. Lin's protection? I witnessed his capabilities firsthand yesterday. He is far superior to those bodyguards, and your safety should be assured. I ask this the sole purpose for which the chairman summoned me, Xiao Yun remarked. Casting a glance at Lin Zixian on the chair, having someone with questionable character nearby is the most hazardous situation, especially since you have no understanding of this person's background. Chairman, if there is nothing else, I must return to my duties. She turned to leave. Lin Zixian, speechless and still smoking, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed that his recent trip back home had left a rather unfavorable impression on this beauty. It had come to a point where she regarded him with the same caution as a tiger. Where could he lodge his grievance? Shaoan, Qiao Antian exclaimed, stepping out from behind his desk, his voice firm. You shall not speak to Mr. Lin in that manner. You must agree to this arrangement, whether you want to or not. Otherwise, I will truly be angered. You must understand that I am only concerned for your safety. Turning back, Qiao Yun responded with a calm demeanor. Chairman, matters of violence should never be brought to the forefront, especially in such a large domestic environment. For Minghua Group to achieve sustainable growth, we cannot afford to leave any negative impressions. I believe Shengqing Group has worked hard to rehabilitate its image and would not wish to revert to old ways. I have already contacted General Zheng of Shengqing Group to resolve our grievances. Otherwise, this situation will become untenable. Rest assured, I will handle the matter appropriately and prevent a recurrence of yesterday's events. With that, she left Qiao Antian in a state of stunned silence. After a prolonged moment, Qiao Antian shook his head with a wry smile, reflecting, my daughter has truly grown up. She possesses her own abilities, and I can no longer interfere in her affairs. A hint of bitterness crossed his face. Lin Zixian, unimpressed, extinguished the cigarette, but in the ashtray and stood up, smiling. Since your daughter has the ability to resolve this matter, it seems I have no further role to play. Chairman Qiao, I bid you farewell. Qiao Antian waved his hand, sighing. I admit she indeed possesses talent in business, surpassing my own. However, she is still inexperienced, and this matter is likely more complex than she realizes. Yet, if I were to prevent her from trying, she would never be satisfied. As a father, all I can do is support her quietly from behind. I hope Mr. Lin can endure for a while longer, as I may require your assistance at a crucial moment. I would be most grateful, and I assure you a generous reward afterward. Lin Zixian smiled noncommittally and turned to leave. Mr. Lin, Qiao Antian called out to him from behind. Having already exited, Lin Zixian's faint voice drifted back. Understood. I am not a person who lacks integrity. Upon returning to the security department, Lin Zixian idly wandered about until it was nearly time to clock out. Just then, Duan Ji approached him, broaching the subject of inviting 2 customer service ladies out for dinner. Lin Zixian had lost interest in flirting with those 2 ladies and casually dismissed Duan, changing clothes and leaving for the day. As he exited the Minghua Group building, he was pointed out by the recently dismissed director Dong Zhan, who was seated in a car stopped across the street. Xiaoliang, that's the person, she said. Beside her sat a young man, dressed in a haphazard manner with hair dyed a garish mix of red and green. exhibiting an ostentatious appearance that was both exaggerated and unrefined. His ears were pierced, and he exuded an air of someone desperately trying to keep up with the latest trends, albeit having gone a bit overboard. He looked as if he could star in a horror film, outshining even the scariest of ghosts, and was undoubtedly a figure that would leave his peers with an insatiable envy. Chapter 18. Unfathomable. This young man, sporting the outrageous hairstyle, was none other than Dong Jian's son, Gao Yuliang, who appeared to be no more than 20.1. Would expect him to be engrossed in his studies, yet he had strayed into the wrong crowd, mingling with local delinquents and partaking in all manner of mischief, often finding himself in encounters with the police. However, his connections, particularly a well-placed uncle who served as the deputy director of the police station, ensured that he could navigate these troubles with ease. This familial backing attracted a group of admirers who referred to him as Brother Liang, leading him to neglect his studies and adopt a swaggering demeanor as he sauntered through the streets. Gao Yunliang was not unattractive, resembling his mother to a considerable degree, as she possessed a certain beauty herself. Otherwise, his uncle would not have had the opportunity to share her bed. However, it was rather perplexing that he perpetually adorned his face with a delinquent smirk, feeling that anything less would undermine his self-proclaimed status as a big brother. Casting a glance at Lin Zixian, he scoffed, "A little security guard who knows nothing of the world. Let me show him how it's done." Upon hearing his son's intent to harm Lin Zixian, Dong Jian was taken aback. While she was accustomed to acting boldly, the notion of murder was far too extreme for her. With a stern warning, she advised her son, Xiao Liang, "Just teach him a lesson. Do not let it escalate to something fatal." Previously, when she had called her son out of spite towards Qiu Renzhan, upon hearing that her mother was bullied and felt despondent, Gao Yunliang immediately became anxious and repeatedly called her back. It was only after Qiu Renzhan departed that Dong Jian answered his call. Naturally, she could not allow her son to visit her rendezvous with her old lover at the villa. Once they reunited at home, Gao Yuliang eagerly inquired who had wronged her, insisting on avenging her honor. In this regard, he could be considered a good son. Dong Jian's mind sparked with a cunning idea. Knowing that her son was surrounded by a few ruffians, the humiliation Lin Zixian had inflicted upon her was etched deeply in her heart. She could not rest easy without seeing Lin Zixian dealt with, which led to the current scene. In truth, she somewhat overestimated her son. Gao Yunliang was merely a street thug. Unless driven by impulse, he lacked the courage to commit a serious crime, resorting instead to bullying or scuffles. Those who were truly ruthless and notorious would never present themselves in such an outlandish manner, fearing that their notoriety would become known. Gao Yunliang, with his flamboyant appearance, was nothing more than a juvenile seeking attention. Invisible to those who genuinely commanded respect, upon receiving his mother's warning, Gao Yuliang rolled his eyes, displaying a typical disdainful attitude towards women's perceived weakness, and replied, "Understood, but if I don't break his bones, how will I save face? Break his bones?" Dong Jiayun exhaled in relief. This she could accept, for it would serve to alleviate her pent-up resentment. Yet, she frowned and cautioned, "Xiao Liang, this is the last time. From now on, focus on your studies, and do not involve yourself personally. Let your friends handle it. Your uncle is displeased with your association with those ruffians, and if he finds out, it could lead to an uproar." "Pfft, as if he were my father. He's meddling too much," Gao Yuliang scoffed, steering the car as he trailed Lin Zixian from a distance. Dong Jian was rendered speechless by her son's retort. She could hardly reveal that his uncle was indeed his father, born of her illicit affair. Returning to his hotel room, Lin Zixian turned on the television and reclined in a chair by the window, idly flipping through channels, pondering what to have for dinner. Just then, the phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he felt a sense of familiarity. Answering casually, he greeted, "Hello," and was met with Ning Lan's light laughter. "Have you finished work, Vice Minister Lin?" Lin Zixian perked up, finding the prospect of being teased by a beautiful woman intriguing, and coughed lightly before responding, "What else would I do at the end of the workday? Am I to wait for Assistant Ning to invite me to dinner?" There was a pause on the other end, and she replied, "But I distinctly recall someone mentioning that they would treat me to a meal today." Did I?" Lin Zixian faltered, suddenly recalling that he had indeed made such a remark earlier, though it had been a mere offhand comment. He thought to himself that he didn't want to spend money on dinner. Ning Lan's tone hinted at displeasure, as though she might hang up. Wait. Lin Zixian chuckled. Assistant Ning, don't joke with me. You're a stunning beauty and the assistant to the chairman. Surely there are countless colleagues eager to treat you to dinner. Although I may be the most handsome in Minghua Group, I doubt you would call me simply for a meal, which is quite flattering. Assistant Ning, just say what you need, he added. Is Chairman Xiao sending any directives? Ninglan was amused by his response, chuckling before saying, who said I was joking? If the most handsome man in Minghua Group is treating me to dinner, why would I not accept? Lin Zixian still found it hard to believe and skeptically asked, is that true? You're not pulling my leg, are you? One simple question. Will you treat me or not? Ninglan demanded playfully. Of course. A beautiful lady's invitation is irresistible, Lin Zixian replied with resignation. But I'm not familiar with Dong'ai and would have no idea where to take you that would suit your taste. That's not a problem. I'll guide you. You just need to pay. She said. Where are you staying? On the line. The sound of an engine starting indicated that Ninglan was in her car. Lin Zixian promptly provided his hotel room number, and she hung up. He remained bewildered, suspecting that her visit was not merely for dinner. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Lin Zixian opened it to find the elegant Ninglan standing there, smiling brightly. Vice Minister Lin, I've come all this way to pick you up. Want you invite me in? Lin Zixian, still skeptical, stepped aside to let her in. Once inside, Ninglan began to explore the room. Even peeking into the bathroom, Lin Zixian felt dizzy from her restless movements and finally called out, Assistant Ning, what on earth are you up to? Emerging from the bathroom, Ninglan replied seriously, staying in a high-end hotel. It seems you're not short on funds, thus your dinner options are plentiful. The absence of any signs of other women or guests in your room suggests you are here alone, allowing for a leisurely dinner without distractions. Suddenly, she turned to Lin Zixian, who was left speechless, and asked, you seem rather mature. Are you not married? Caught off guard, Lin Zixian shook his head in confusion. No, not even a girlfriend. Ninglan's eyes sparkled mischievously, hinting at playful teasing. I've had several, but they've all ended. Currently, there's no one, he responded. What's your interest in this? Does it relate to our dinner? As he circled around her, scrutinizing her, he asked, I know I'm quite handsome and charming. You wouldn't be falling for me, would you? Such a direct question left him feeling somewhat brazen. Ninglan feigned reluctance, teasingly replying, what do you think? Lin Zixian rolled his eyes. He had merely been joking and never truly believed that Ninglan might harbor feelings for him. Lighting a cigarette, he pondered her intentions, deciding to wait for her to reveal her purpose rather than pursuing the matter further. Seeing him in such a state, Ninglan felt an unexpected pang in her heart. Despite his brash demeanor and apparent lechery, she discerned no hint of affection in his gaze, no glimmer of desire. Only an impenetrable distance. This left her questioning her own allure, feeling a sense of melancholy. As her gaze drifted, she noticed a bronze harmonica on the bedside table, picked it up, and playfully inquired, you can play this? Lin Zixian casually glanced back and stood up, walking over to retrieve the harmonica from her hand, nonchalantly placing it into his own pocket, seemingly intent on preventing others from handling it without his consent. Yet, he maintained an air of subtlety, even managing a wry smile as he said, Assistant Ning, did you truly come all this way just for a dinner? Ninglan's hand, which had grasped the harmonica, flinched slightly, as if pricked by a needle, yet her face remained adorned with a cheerful smile as she replied, I took the initiative to come and pick you up. Do you truly not believe me? Chapter 19. The brawl. Ninglan's vehicle was a brand new Mercedes-Benz SUV, a clear indication that the position of chairman's assistant came with its perks and considerable wealth. A beautiful woman driving such a behemoth exuded an air of dominance. Lin Zixian, seated in the passenger seat, extracted a cigarette and waved it playfully, asking, do you mind if I smoke in your car? Ninglan smiled and helped him open the window, a practical demonstration of her indifference. Lin Zixian lit the cigarette and lazily leaned back, exhaling smoke while gazing out the window, chuckling, a luxury car and a beautiful woman. What man would not relish the chance to marry you and live a life of leisure? That depends on whether any of those idle men find me appealing, Ninglan laughed lightly. I may find someone attractive, but if they do not reciprocate, it is of no consequence. Lin Zixian extended the cigarette out the window, allowing the wind to disperse the ash before retracting it, smirking, perhaps you are simply too discerning. With such splendid qualities, there should be no shortage of suitors. At least I would be keen to enjoy the comforts of your home. But alas, I do not meet your standards. Ninglan's lips twitched slightly as she steadied the steering wheel and glanced back, seemingly trying to discern whether he was serious or jesting. Unfortunately, he had turned his head to gaze out the window. After a brief pause, she smiled again. That may not necessarily be the case. Given that you are the most handsome man at Minghua Group, should you genuinely wish to enjoy that lifestyle, just say the word, no strings attached. I shall support you. Coughing abruptly, Lin Zixian nearly choked on the smoke he had just inhaled upon hearing her words. Support me, he thought to himself. Surely, I have not fallen so low, dismissing it as mere jest. He shrugged nonchalantly. Well, with a beautiful woman warming my bed and funding my expenses, why would I not seize such an opportunity? At that moment, they had exited the bustling city center, and Ninglan accelerated. Her expression turning serious as she stated, all right then, it is settled. No backing out. Clearly, this is a situation where I benefit. Why would I retract my words? If anyone should reconsider, it ought to be you. Lin Zixian flicked the cigarette, but accurately into a nearby trash bin and stretched lazily. It seems I shall not need to foot the bill for dinner, nor will I need to pay for hotel accommodation. I can simply cuddle with a beautiful woman tonight. Glancing back at Ninglan, he added with a grin, Assistant Ning, are you prepared for the prospect of warming my bed? Ninglan attempted to act nonchalant. Yet her cheeks betrayed her. Blooming with a delightful blush, Lin Zixian erupted into laughter, relishing the playful banter. Such interactions with a beautiful woman made his retired life far less monotonous. Ninglan, feigning anger, turned to glare at him fiercely, demanding, Lin Zixian, now that you are prepared to live off me, is it still appropriate to call me Assistant Ning? Shouldn't you consider a change in address? Lin Zixian had not anticipated her steadfastness, prompting him to tease, what would you like to be called? Ning Ning, Lon Lon, darling, wife, sweetheart, or simply Ninglan? Forget it. Those earlier suggestions gave me goosebumps. Let us stick to names. Ninglan replied playfully, beckoning with her finger. Come on, let me hear you say it, but make sure to do so gently. This. Lin Zixian found himself at a loss for words, stammering under the pressure of her request for gentleness, which he felt he lacked. Glancing out at the passing vehicles, he cleared his throat to shift the topic. Assistant Ning, where exactly are we dining? Is it customary for your upper-crust ilk to travel far for a meal? I do not fancy that title. I have said to call me by my name. Ninglan's smile remained. So, Lin Zixian, where are we heading? I hope we aren't going too far and risk being intercepted. Ninglan's smile blossomed like a flower as she replied, even if they intercept us, they will hardly rob us of much. Besides, with you, my soft rice-eating bodyguard by my side, what do I have to fear? Today I am treating you, my soft rice-eating pretty boy, to dinner. We must go somewhere romantic. Let us head to the seaside, Ivory Coast. Soft rice-eating pretty boy. Lin Zixian's lips twitched in surprise. Ivory Coast. Is it owned by someone from CTE d'Ivoire? Ninglan paused, puzzled. CTE d'Ivoire? What do you mean? Lin Zixian casually explained. CTE d'Ivoire is a country on the Gulf of Guinea in Africa. The name derives from French, as the region is rich in ivory. Hence the title Ivory Coast. Is that not the case? Ninglan, unfamiliar with that distant African nation, had merely heard of it in passing or caught a fleeting glimpse in a magazine. Who would bother to pay attention? She shook her head. The owner is domestic. Why it is called Ivory Coast will be revealed when we arrived. In any case, it has nothing to do with CTE d'Ivoire. Suddenly recalling something, she turned back in surprise. Who would have thought you were so well-read? Just the name of a leisure destination, and you know the geographical location and etymology of its name. I cannot claim to be well-read. I merely happen to have been there, Lin Zixian replied awkwardly. I heard you were washing dishes in an American restaurant. How did you end up in Africa? Ninglan teased him playfully. Washing dishes has its downtime. You know, and sometimes one needs a vacation, Lin Zixian fabricated. Ninglan recognized his evasiveness, but chose not to press further, her curiosity about his enigmatic background growing. Before long, the briny sea breeze enveloped them, and Lin Zixian quickly understood why this place was called Ivory Coast. In the distance, he spotted a tall, pearly-white skyscraper, resembling a massive ivory tusk. As they approached, he noticed the coastline dotted with creamy white structures, interspersed with vibrant greenery, and the beach was pristine white, though the sky was darkening, and the dazzling lights began to twinkle. Ninglan drove into the underground parking lot, clearly familiar with the place, suggesting it was not her first visit. Once parked, she beamed and waved at the outside, prompting Lin Zixian to follow her gaze. He saw a stunning woman in a white business suit standing by the elevator. Her long legs quite eye-catching, smiling and beckoning towards them, clearly acquainted with Ning Lan. As they exited the car, the tall woman approached, and Ning Lan embraced her, chatting animatedly, despite both women wearing high heels. The leggy beauty towered over Ning Lan by a considerable margin. Lin Zixian found himself momentarily mesmerized by the beautiful legs, recalling the ancient saying about the allure of such limbs. One could scarcely imagine a man who would not feel fortunate to be ensnared by them. Just then, 4 more cars pulled into the underground parking lot, and from them emerged a group of rowdy youths wielding steel pipes, baseball bats, and even machetes. Surrounding the trio, Ning Lan's expression turned pale. Taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, Lin Zixian furrowed his brow as he lit a cigarette, fixating on a young man who remained seated in one of the vehicles, his hair dyed in vibrant colors. A cigarette dangling from his mouth, the tall woman's expression darkened as she shielded Ning Lan, surveying the group with authority, demanding, "Who are you? How dare you cause a ruckus here?" One of the machete-wielding thugs swaggered forward, brandishing his weapon in Donghai. "There is no place we fear to tread. You two beauties best step aside. This does not concern you, or else you might end up with slashed faces." Meanwhile, a yellow-haired ruffian with a baseball bat licked his lips. Eyeing the 2 women with a predatory gaze, they looked delicious. "Why not take them back for our brothers to enjoy? Stop the nonsense. Are you waiting for the hotel security?" A man named Gao Yulian growled from inside the car, tossing out a cigarette, but in frustration. The moment the boss spoke, the group immediately disregarded the 2 women, rushing at Lin Zixian with their weapons raised. Suddenly, a sharp sound of fabric tearing filled the air as a gleaming white leg swept out from beneath a fitted dress, sending 3 thugs crashing to the ground with cries of agony. The tall beauty had executed a swift kick, shielding Ning Lan as she charged forward. However, outnumbered and facing armed assailants, she could only protect one of them at a time, and she aimed to rescue Ning Lan first before turning to Lin Zixian. In an instant, a series of sharp slaps echoed, accompanied by cries of pain. The tall beauty, having charged out to protect Ning Lan, turned back in astonishment to find that within mere moments, the entire group had fallen to the ground, clutching their bruised faces, blood spilling from shattered teeth. Lin Zixian stood there with a slight frown, as if he had not engaged in any wrongdoing. Delicately pinching the cigarette between his fingers, he seemed lost in thought. On the ground, a thug revealed a bright red handprint on his face after releasing his grip. Attempting to reach for the machete lying nearby, without even glancing at him, Lin Zixian gently shifted his foot, stepping onto the back of the thug's hand, instantly producing a sharp crack as the bones broke, causing the man to faint on the spot. As he stepped over, Lin Zixian approached the person seated in the vehicle. Gao Yuliang was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend what had transpired, as his gang of underlings was swiftly taken down. Suddenly realizing that the terrifying figure was advancing towards him, he was overtaken by fear, trembling as he started the engine. Desperate to flee, a hand reached in, seizing him by the neck and effortlessly yanking him from the window. As if pulling a radish from the ground, Gao Yuliang shrieked in terror, "What do you want, you?" Before he could finish, Lin Zixian shoved the burning cigarette butt into his mouth, flicking his finger against his Adam's apple, forcing the still-lit cigarette down his throat. Chapter 20. The 10 Beauties. The sensation of the cigarette burning from his mouth down to his throat was unbearable, but fortunately, it was extinguished by the gastric juices upon reaching his stomach. However, it felt as though his throat had been sliced open by a razor, a searing pain that, while not insufferable, would torment him during meals in the days to come. Meanwhile, Ning Lan and the long-legged beauty watched in stunned silence. Shivering involuntarily, Lin Zixian released his grip. Gao Yuliang immediately clutched his stomach and began to vomit, the foul-smelling liquid accompanied by the extinguished cigarette. The gang of dizzy underlings finally regained their senses. With someone shouting, "Save Brother Liang!" those who could crawl began to grab weapons and charge forward. A steel pipe swung at Lin Zixian, but he deftly caught it, snatching it from the assailant's grasp in the blink of an eye. With a swift kick, the sound of breaking ribs echoed as the attacker screamed and flew backward. Instantly, Lin Zixian swung the steel pipe again, targeting the outstretched arms and legs of the approaching thugs. The sound of bones shattering filling the air as they all fell to the ground, howling in agony, clutching their limbs. Such a clean and decisive display left Gao Yuliang pale with fear. Unable to vomit any further as he finally recognized the vast disparity between his group of thugs and Lin Zixian, realizing they were not even in the same league. Trembling, he took a step back. Lin Zixian seized the rings in his ear, yanking him back with a swift motion, blood trickling down from his ear. Gao Yuliang howled in pain, clutching his ears as if he were a pig being slaughtered. "Who is Dong Jiayun to you?" Lin Zixian inquired nonchalantly, still holding his ear, while his other hand positioned the steel pipe threateningly between Gao Yunliang's legs, suggesting that a discontented answer could lead to dire consequences. Gao Yunliang, terrified, exclaimed, "She's my mother. Dong Jiayun is my mother. I didn't recognize the mountain. Please, big brother, spare me. I swear I won't do it again." Lin Zixian nodded slightly, his expression confirming the truth of his words. "Extend your left hand, big brother. I truly won't dare again." Gao Yuliang trembled, his legs weak, on the verge of kneeling to plead for mercy if not for Lin Zixian's grip on his ear. Lin Zixian raised an eyebrow, shifting the steel pipe slightly, prompting Gao Yuliang to shout, "No, I'll put out my left hand." With a swift whoosh, the steel pipe struck his wrist, and Gao Yuliang screamed in agony. Rolling on the ground, clutching his injured arm, Lin Zixian discarded the pipe, turning to the front of Gao Yunliang's vehicle, reaching through the window to grab some tissues to wipe the blood from his hands. Slowly saying, "You all look so fragile, unable to even stand firmly. Instead of focusing on your studies, you run out here pretending to be tough, considering you've not yet sunk too deep into the wrong path. I'll show leniency today, but should you cross my path again, there will be no mercy." After wiping his hands, he tossed the blood-stained tissues back into the car and barked, "Now, get lost," with immense difficulty. The group managed to rise, some discovering broken limbs, and upon realizing they could not face their parents and families, they began to cry out in despair. They were merely a bunch of young ruffians, accustomed to petty bullying and scuffles, reveling in their bravado, having never witnessed true brutality nor possessed the capacity for genuine violence. This lesson would be indelibly etched in their memories, far more impactful than the teachings of their teachers, the admonitions of the police, or even their parents' guidance. It was from this day forth that most of them, having turned misfortune into fortune, began to find their way back to the right path. Little did they know, Lin Zixian only saw them as naive youths who needed a simple lesson, for otherwise, none would have survived. Lin Zixian, taking the lives of a dozen individuals was hardly a matter of concern. Before long, a group of formidable individuals left behind a scene of chaos, with weapons scattered and pools of blood, grinding their teeth as they climbed into their vehicle. It was impressive that they could still drive away despite their injuries. The security of Ivory Coast arrived just as Lin Zixian was forcing the cigarette butt into Gao Yunliang's mouth, yet throughout the ordeal, they found themselves entirely sidelined, as the matter had already concluded. At this moment, with the chaos resolved, the long-legged beauty cast an irritated glance at the mess on the ground and reached for her phone to call the police. Lin Zixian, approaching her, grasped her hand and gently shook his head, saying, "Do not call the police." The long-legged beauty paused, perplexed by his meaning. Ninglan quickly caught on, recalling that Lin Zixian had previously mentioned his circumstances made it inconvenient for him to meet the police, and thus she shook her head at her, signaling her not to report. The long-legged beauty, looking bewildered, put her phone away and led the two of them into the elevator. Before long, they arrived at a luxurious suite on the upper floor. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, they could see ships sailing across the sea, illuminated by the haunting beauty of the night. With no outsiders present, the long-legged beauty began to scrutinize Lin Zixian, elbowing Ninglan with a smile. "Lan, who is this? Impressive skills." Lin Zixian glanced at her skirt that was split to the hip and casually replied, "Indeed, quite impressive." The long-legged beauty followed his gaze, realizing her wardrobe malfunction, and her expression turned awkward as she shifted her body to cover the exposed side. Ninglan caught a glimpse and couldn't help but recall her own dress being torn by someone, shaking off the thought as she pointed at Lin Zixian, smiling, "This is my sugar daddy. What do you think? Quite the catch, right?" The long-legged beauty exclaimed in disbelief, staring at Ninglan, "Your sugar daddy. Is that for real?" "Absolutely true," Ninglan replied, unable to suppress a chuckle. Lin Zixian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and quickly raised a hand in defense, stating, Hello, my name is Lin Zixian, Vice Minister of the Security Department of Minghua Group, and a colleague of Ninglan. The long-legged beauty's gaze flickered with skepticism as she scrutinized their faces before extending her hand. Hello, I'm Meng Zidin, a university classmate of Lanlan. Ninglan added, she is also the general manager of the six-star hotel, just like our general manager Qiao of Minghua Group, both renowned women of Dongai. Stop teasing me, you little rascal. Qiao Yun manages the vast Minghua Group and is the most beautiful woman in Dongai. How can I compare? Meng Zidin playfully nudged Ninglan, their close relationship evident. She then awkwardly adjusted her skirt, saying, you two sit tight. I'll go change into something else. With that, she stepped into the bedroom with small, hesitant strides. Lin Zixian settled onto the sofa, curiosity piquing as he asked, Xiao Yun is the most beautiful woman in Donghai. Is that a common saying? Ninglan sat beside him, smiling faintly. In a city as populous as Donghai, who can truly claim the title of the most beautiful woman? It is merely a fabrication of some bored individuals within the circles. Indeed, Xiao is often referred to as the most beautiful woman in Donghai, but in the grand scheme of the national elite circles, she ranks only third on the list of the top 10 beauties. Of course, those who make the list come from prestigious backgrounds. Otherwise, who would know who you are? Top 10 beauties. Lin Zixian chuckled. Intrigued, his eyes sparkling as he asked, tell me, who are the top 10 beauties in the elite circles of the country? What? Are you smitten? I should inform you that you are already my sugar daddy. So no fanciful thoughts. Ninglan feigned annoyance, pouting slightly. Lin Zixian was speechless, wondering why she kept bringing this up. He cleared his throat and said, I was merely curious, just asking casually. Ninglan huffed. Didn't you already meet one? Lin Zixian paused. Are you referring to your classmate Meng Zidin? What? Do you think she doesn't fit the bill? Ninglan crossed her arms, snorting. Don't underestimate Zidin just because she manages Ivory Coast, which pales in comparison to Minghua Group. She is the daughter of the prestigious Meng family from the capital, a true member of the elite. The assets of the Meng family far exceed those of Minghua Group. Ivory Coast is merely a subsidiary of Meng's empire. Zidin ranks 7th on the list of the top 10 beauties in the country. Are you salivating yet? Do not heed Lanlin's nonsensical ramblings. They are merely the antics of some dull-witted individuals. Clad in an elegant white qipao, Meng Zidin emerged from her bedroom, her ample bosom and the alluring legs revealed by the dress's high slit were simply enchanting. Leaving Lin Zixian momentarily entranced, the fragrant Meng Zidin took a seat beside Ninglan and remarked with a smile, what nonsense about the top 10 beauties. Speaking of which, one of the top 10 handsome men will be dining here shortly. There are also the top 10 handsome men. Lin Zixian was taken aback and inquired, is he also from a wealthy family? Ninglan nodded and turned to ask, who is coming to dine here? Meng Zidin looked at Ninglan, her bright eyes twinkling, and said with a hint of significance, it's Zhang Longqing, who ranks 6th among the top 10 handsome men. Is it him? Ninglan's expression shifted slightly. Meng Zidin nodded slightly. He has reserved a table for tonight, apparently to entertain some guests. Lin Zixian asked curiously, is there something wrong with this person? Ninglan's face grew serious as she clenched her teeth. He is the president of Xingqing Group. Lin Zixian understood. He was the one with a formidable background who orchestrated events from the shadows. And oh wonder Ninglan reacted this way. Meng Zidin glanced at the two, chuckling, ladies, what transpired in the underground parking lot earlier? Why didn't you let me call the police? At the mention of this matter, Ninglan frowned and looked at Lin Zixian. How did you know they were connected to Dong Jian? Leaning back on the sofa, Lin Zixian chuckled. I just arrived, and I have no enemies in Donghai, except for Dong Jian. I can't think of anyone else who would wish me harm. Did you not notice how much that red-haired green bird resembled Dong Jian? Chapter 21. Ivory Coast. He still had some things he did not wish to voice in front of Meng Zidin. Of course, there were those who sought to kidnap Zhao Antian, but the likes of Gao Yuliang and his gang were clearly not in the same league as those desperate criminals. No one would send thugs armed with steel pipes and knives to deal with issues that required firearms. Furthermore, the ruthless bandits who had seen his face had all been eliminated by him. Ninglan remained silent, tacitly accepting Lin Zixian's explanation. She was bewildered by the complexities of their violent world. Lan, what is the situation with Dong Jian? Meng Zidin asked with a rather displeased expression. Someone had caused trouble at the Ivory Coast she managed, and she was understandably upset. She was originally the head of the General Affairs Department at my Minghua group. Ninglan recounted the events that had transpired. How dare the son of Qiu Renjan's sister act with such arrogance, to cause a stir at my Ivory Coast? It seems this deputy director is not keen on keeping his position. Meng Zidan's face flushed with anger as she reached for her phone on the table and dialed a number. Moments later, Qiu Renjan's overly enthusiastic voice came through. Is this Director Meng? Hello? Hello? How may I assist you? His tone suggested he was even more respectful than he was towards Qiao Antian. Meng Zidan coldly replied, Director Qiu, the public security in Donghai is quite problematic. On the other end, he paused, perplexed as to why this young lady would call him with such a statement. Given her background, one would typically approach the director directly rather than him, the deputy director. Nevertheless, his tone grew serious. Director Meng, has someone offended you? I presume you are familiar with the name Gao Yuliang? This individual had the audacity to lead a group armed with weapons into my Ivory Coast to attack my guests. I was quite curious about who he was, only to discover he is related to you. Director Qiu, truly impressive, Meng Zidan scoffed. Gao Yuliang, on the other end, Qiu Renjan was rendered speechless, cold sweat beading on his forehead. While most were unaware of Meng Zidan's identity, he certainly was not. The Meng family was a prestigious lineage in the capital, with numerous descendants involved in military and political affairs, some even holding high positions. The wealth and power of the Meng family could easily dispatch a mere deputy director like him with a single word. Director Meng, I will immediately take that wretch to apologize to you. He stammered, but Meng Zidan interrupted. No need. Governing a region means benefiting the people, not bringing harm to them. I hope Director Qiu takes heed. I do not wish to see a repeat of this. Without waiting for a response, she hung up, her aristocratic demeanor unmistakable. Lin Zixian smiled quietly. With that phone call, it was likely that Dong Jian would refrain from causing any further trouble. Ninglan, however, couldn't help but marvel at the Meng family's wealth and influence, which far surpassed that of a mere businessman like Qiao Antian. Meanwhile, Qiu Renjan, still holding the phone, felt a bit dizzy. His wife, noticing something was amiss, asked what happened. With a crash, Qiu Renjan smashed the phone into pieces, yelling at her, Isn't it all because of your sister's good-for-nothing son? His wife was still in shock as he stormed out of the house to confront Gao Yuliang. In the suite at the Ivory Coast, Meng Zidan had merely issued a casual warning to Qiu Renjan, not taking the matter to heart. Turning to the silent Ninglan, she asked pointedly, Lan, I heard you nearly encountered trouble. Why not come work with me? The benefits I offer will not be inferior to those from Qiao Antian. This referred to the incident involving Qiao Antian. Yet, there were certain things she could not conveniently disclose in front of Lin Zixian, as she was unsure of the nature of their relationship. Nevertheless, it was evident how well-informed she was. Despite the incident not being public knowledge, she had already learned of it. Ninglan shook her head without hesitation. Zidan, I appreciate your kindness, but you know my circumstances. Without Chairman Xiao's support and assistance, I wouldn't even have had the chance to attend university, let alone be where I am today. Chairman Xiao has bestowed upon me a second chance at life. And it is not merely a matter of benefits. If only you could lend me a hand. Meng Zidan sighed lightly, wrapping her arm around Ninglan's shoulders. Their heads leaned together, the subtle affection between them evoking envy. Suddenly, she shook Ninglan's shoulder and glanced at Lin Zixian, who was lazily lounging, and teased, You're not really keeping him as a sugar baby, are you? Upon hearing this, Lin Zixian's gaze snapped back from the window. Ninglan, stifling laughter, quipped, He says I'm a beauty and own luxury cars, wanting to live off me. So I agreed to keep him, and he consented too. What do you think? Is it true or false? This remark seemed dubious, and Meng Zidan could not help but seek confirmation from Lin Zixian. Mr. Lin, do you truly wish to live off our Lan? Cough, cough. Lin Zixian cleared his throat, since it was merely banter. He refused to believe a grown man could be less shameless than a woman, so he shamelessly nodded. The premise is that she must keep me warm at night. Oh wow, Meng Zidan exclaimed, a hint of excitement in her voice as she observed Ninglan. Lan, have you agreed to keep him warm? If Lin Zixian was truly willing to lower himself to be a kept man, what would it matter if she kept him warm? The key was whether he had the courage to do so. Ninglan shot Lin Zixian a disdainful glance. Meng Zidan, ever the instigator, chimed in. Yes, Mr. Lin, do you dare? Humph. Lin Zixian displayed a nonchalant attitude, scoffing, "Whoever benefits will end up losing. It's a given. What is there to be afraid of?" "Oh," Meng Zidong exclaimed, standing up, her white qipao accentuating her graceful figure. With a playful grin, she looked around and clapped her hands. "Since that's the case, I shall grant you both this opportunity. Tonight, I will book the finest ocean view presidential suite for you. Anyone who dares not partake is a little dog." Lin Zixian rolled his eyes, speechless. Was this woman merely causing trouble? Couldn't she see they were joking? Ning Lan's face turned crimson. Meng Zidong burst into laughter, collapsing beside Ning Lan, who pinched her fiercely a couple of times before she begged for mercy. Then, she swiftly changed the topic. "Is it true that Mr. Lin is the deputy director of security at Minghua Group?" Lin Zixian shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. Ning Lan interjected, "It's true. He was personally appointed by the chairman." "Who would have thought that Minghua Group harbors such hidden talents?" Meng Zidong exclaimed in astonishment. "Just like our Lan Lan, despite offers from several multinational corporations for high-paying positions, she chose to remain by Qiao Antian's side as an assistant. I can see that Mr. Lin's abilities are not to be underestimated. With such skills, making money should be a trivial matter. Yet, you choose to serve as a mere deputy director of security at Minghua Group. It's truly remarkable. Chairman Xiao must possess extraordinary talent in attracting such individuals. I must admit, I underestimated him. Mr. Lin, why not come to work for us at the Ivory Coast? Whatever benefits Chairman Xiao offers, I will double." Lin Zixian smiled but remained silent. He was clearly not someone who could be swayed by monetary incentives. Ning Lan gave Meng Zidong another pinch, glaring at her. "Why do you always want to poach people? We are here to dine. Has the seating been arranged? All right. Knowing he is your kept man, I want to steal him from you. At most, I'll borrow him for a bit. Just don't be stingy." Meng Zidong evaded Ning Lan's playful grasp. Her face alight with amusement, she approached Lin Zixian earnestly, extending her hand. "How about we become friends? Let's just call each other by our names from now on." Lin Zixian stood up with a playful smile, extending his hand once more for a handshake. After releasing her hand, she walked to the window and gestured upward and downward, saying, "I have prepared 2 seats for you, one by the seaside and the other on the rooftop terrace. Which one would you prefer?" Lin Zixian glanced at Ning Lan, who appeared indifferent, scratching his head and replied, "Then let's go with the seaside. It's more convenient for smoking." Once the location was decided, the 3 of them descended to the ground floor. Upon exiting the lobby, they were greeted by soft, warm lights illuminating the many tables scattered across the white marble plaza. A gentle sea breeze wafted through, making the greenery sway, while tourists and couples sat together enjoying their meals al fresco. Along the edge of the plaza, which bordered the sea, white wooden bridges extended out every 20 to 30 meters, leading to a circular terrace surrounded by a simple fence, elevated above the beach, with wooden stairs descending to the sandy shore below. The white skyscrapers by the sea, the white open plaza, the white bridges, and the white sands, all of this formed the Ivory Coast. Meng Zidong personally led the 2 to the terrace extending from the wooden bridge. Clearly, such dining spots were limited. Lin Zixian surveyed his surroundings and estimated there were at most a dozen, most of which were already occupied, indicating that without a prior reservation, finding a seat would be impossible. The dim lights of each terrace created an intimate atmosphere, close yet shrouded in night, making it difficult to discern the figures across the way or hear their conversations, unless someone burst into hearty laughter, as the sound would easily be drowned out by the waves. Occasionally, a ship would pass by in the distance, accompanied by the sounds of waves, wind, starlight, moonlight, and the glow of lights. Dining here was truly a delight. Seemingly simple yet profoundly luxurious, exuding a sense of high class. Extra chairs by the dining table had been removed, leaving only 3. After Lin Zixian and Ning Lan took their seats, a courteous waiter arrived in succession, presenting utensils, serving exquisite dishes, and pouring fine wine for the 3. Meng Zidong lingered for a brief moment, glancing at his watch, taking a sip of wine, and raising his glass to gesture to the 2, saying, "Enjoy your meal, I will attend to some guests." He then stood up, taking his wine glass with him. Lin Zixian, already ravenous, upon seeing the lavish feast, disregarded decorum, rolled up his sleeves, and eagerly cut a large piece of steak, shoving it into his mouth. After washing it down with a sip of red wine, he gave Ning Lan a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Delicious." dig in. He then busied himself with his knife and fork. Chapter 22. A 6-month appointment after Meng Zidan departed the terrace. Cradling a glass of red wine, he strolled slowly along the white marble embankment. He had not walked far when he suddenly halted. The entrance of a terrace, at the end of the wooden bridge, stood a dapper and refined gentleman clad in white, with a straight posture, a white suit, and a red bow tie, his features exquisitely handsome. His regal demeanor resembled that of a prince awaiting the arrival of a princess. Meng Zidan smiled and quickened his pace toward him. The gentleman in white, hearing the crisp sound of high heels approaching, turned to look, a faint smile gracing his face as he stepped forward. Extending his hand, "President Meng, President Zheng," Meng Zidan replied, shaking hands with him. This man was none other than Zheng Longqing, the president of Xingqing Group. One in a white suit and the other in a plain white qipao. The man was tall and handsome, while the woman was graceful and stunning. Both exuded an extraordinary presence, standing on the white ivory coast like a pair of golden boy and jade girl. After Meng Zidan released his hand, he glanced at the vacant terrace at the end of the bridge, somewhat surprised. "I wonder which esteemed guest you are hosting today, President Zheng. That warrants your personal greeting here." "I believe the guest I am hosting is someone President Meng should know," Zheng Longqing replied, tilting his head slightly, smiling. Meng Zidan followed his gaze and was taken aback once more as a breathtaking beauty sauntered over leisurely. Clad in a sleek black satin dress, her long, flowing hair swaying gracefully in this white world, making her quite conspicuous, Meng Zidan recognized her immediately. She was Qiao Yun, the general manager of Minghua Group, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the East China Sea. However, she was puzzled, for to her knowledge, the Zheng and Qiao families were now enemies. How could these two be meeting alone? Zheng Longqing had already taken a few steps forward. Extending his hand with an elegant smile, "President Qiao, thank you for your patience." Qiao Yun maintained her icy demeanor, barely brushing her hand against his before withdrawing it. "It is an honor for President Zheng," Zheng Longqing said politely, his gaze briefly flickering with admiration, unfazed by her frosty demeanor, as he had long heard of Qiao Yun's reputation for being unapproachable, with even rumors suggesting she had issues with smiling. Although he had interacted with her before, he had never stood face to face with her like this. Now, upon clearly seeing her beauty, even with his vast experience of encountering many beautiful women, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of awe, realizing that the title of the most beautiful woman in the East China Sea was indeed well-deserved. "President Zheng, you flatter me," Qiao Yun replied coldly. Then turned to Meng Zidan, extending her hand. "President Meng, the Meng family's influence was not something an ordinary businessman could compare to." Even Qiao Yun and Zheng Longqing had to lower their postures. After Meng Zidan released her hand, he smiled. "I was wondering who deserved such a lengthy wait from President Zheng. It turns out to be President Qiao. No wonder." Though she joked, internally she lamented, for no matter what clothes Qiao Yun wore, she possessed an unmatched beauty that made Meng Zidan feel inferior every time he stood before her. What was happening? Fortunately, Qiao Yun was always so cold and unsmiling. Otherwise, her smile would surely be captivating. The three exchanged a few casual words, and Meng Zidan personally escorted the two to the seaside terrace. After the two's food and drinks were served, she raised her glass in a gesture and then took her leave. Once she departed, the dynamics of the dining experience for the two at the seaside terrace became intriguing. One wore a constant smile while the other remained icy, dressed in contrasting white and black, as if they were destined to be opposites. Qiao Yun spoke little, silently consuming her food, as if she had come solely to eat, dismissing the surrounding beauty with indifference. Zheng Longqing, however, was not focused on the food. His gaze lingered on Qiao Yun's face and her swan-like neck, continually attempting to find common ground to spark a conversation with the captivating yet cold beauty before him. Yet, to his dismay, Qiao Yun's responses rarely exceeded 3 words, and her occasional glances seemed to convey, "Don't you find this topic tedious?" Her aloofness left him nearly speechless, gazing at the beautiful scenery in the night. Zheng Longqing could only smile wryly in his heart. What woman did not enjoy romance? That was precisely why he had chosen this location, yet this woman seemed utterly devoid of romantic sensibility. Despite this, Zheng Longqing maintained a demeanor of grace and composure, exuding charm. However, by the end, he genuinely found himself at a loss for words. Qiao Yun quietly dined. Noticing that Zhang Longqing had finally ceased his trivial chatter, she swished some red wine in her mouth, wiped her lips with a napkin, and set it aside, fixing her cold gaze upon him. Zhang Longqing was taken aback, saying, "President Qiao, is that all?" Although his face betrayed no emotion. He felt a tinge of irritation. Had she invited him just to brush him off? "President Zheng, I believe we need not beat around the bush any longer. We both know why we are seated together today. Our family's matters should reach a resolution. Prolonging this is not beneficial for either side," Qiao Yun stated. Seeing her resolve, Zhang Longqing realized he could no longer be indirect. Since subtlety was futile, he decided to be straightforward. Setting down his knife and fork, he lifted a glass of red wine and took a slow sip, smiling gently. "This matter stems from President Qiao's prior transgressions. I wonder how you intend to resolve it?" "It is not merely about how I intend to resolve it, but rather how our two families can lay the issues bare for resolution. The conditions from Shangqing have long been presented. As long as Minghua agrees, matters will be settled naturally. Those conditions are too harsh. Not only will I not agree, but the board won't either." "Okay, then let me propose a different condition, one that does not require your board's approval. Just your consent," Zhang Longqing said with a broad smile. Qiao Yun's eyes sparkled. "Let us hear it." Zhang Longqing gazed into his glass of red wine, smiling gently. "You, Qiao Yun, marry me, and from henceforth, the grievances between our families shall cease." The atmosphere between them suddenly became tense, and Qiao Yun's expression turned frosty. "President Zheng, are you joking? Do you think I would marry someone I do not like?" "Huh. I must admit, I am quite smitten with President Qiao at first sight. And I truly do not wish to pressure you," Zhang Longqing replied, setting down his glass, frowning. "How about this? Let us each take a step back and propose a condition acceptable to both parties. Speak. To know if one likes another, one must first interact. President Qiao cannot jump to conclusions," Zhang Longqing stated earnestly. "Countless men have pursued President Qiao, yet it is said that you have never given anyone a chance, always keeping them at arm's length. My condition is simple. Allow me to pursue you openly. If I succeed, then at that time, you may marry me. Does that sound unreasonable? And if you fail?" Qiao Yun asked. "Unfazed. If I fail, then that is my inadequacy. This matter can naturally be set aside, and the grievances between our families will cease." However, Zhang Longqing paused momentarily and remarked, "In order to prevent General Qiao from making hasty decisions, it is essential for him to afford us some time for mutual acquaintance. We have interacted for a year, and if after this period General Qiao remains unyielding, then we shall part ways amicably. Each to our own path, with no ties between our families." His intentions were clear. He feared that without a set time frame, Qiao Yun might easily find an excuse to dismiss him after a day or two. Thus, he proposed a timeline. This was quite direct of him, particularly when dealing with a woman like Qiao Yun, where subtlety would yield no progress. Qiao Yun hesitated for a moment before decisively stating, 6 months. Upon hearing this, Zhang Longqing forced a smile and replied, "I truly do not wish to pressure you, but very well, 6 months it shall be." They agreed on this point, yet he added, "However, I hope not to witness a repeat of the incident concerning my father. Otherwise, I shall mobilize the full strength of Minghua Group, even if it means incurring substantial losses, to eradicate the Shangqing Group and the forces behind you. You must understand that Minghua Group possesses that capability." Qiao Yun replied resolutely. A flicker of cold light passed through Zhang Longqing's eyes, followed by a hearty laugh. "Agreed. It is settled." Seeing that he had acquiesced, Qiao Yun promptly stood up and declared, "I take my leave." She turned to walk away. "Qiao Yun," Zhang Longqing called after her, observing her retreating figure. "Since you have consented to allow me to pursue you, it seems rather insincere to leave so abruptly." Qiao Yun halted, slowly turning back to inquire, "What do you wish?" Zhang Longqing rose and approached her with a smile. "Today marks our first date. It seems rather rushed. I have a little surprise planned for you. So please wait a moment." Without waiting for her consent, he strode away, as if certain she would not refuse. After much contemplation, Qiao Yun felt that it would be ungracious to deny him even a semblance of sincerity, and thus retraced her steps to the terrace, gazing at the sea under the night sky, before descending the stairs toward the beach. On another part of the terrace, Lin Zixian had indulged himself to the fullest, patting his belly and belching contentedly, wearing an expression of having overeaten. Ninglan found this amusing, while Meng Ziden could not help but roll her eyes, saying, Lin Zixian, in the presence of two beautiful women. Can't you exhibit even a modicum of gentlemanly decorum? I can certainly pretend to be a gentleman, but seeing as there are no outsiders around, there's no need for such pretense now that we are friends. Lin Zixian dismissed her remarks. Enjoy your meal. I'm going to step out for a smoke. Meng Zidan chuckled at his retreating figure, recalling Zheng Longqing, who always appeared refined and composed, particularly with that ever-present smile on his face. As if he were molded from the same template, maintaining such an act daily must indeed be exhausting. In truth, it was not just Zheng Longqing. She herself greeted and bid farewell to others with a smile daily. Was she not also performing? Lin Zixian, on the other hand, treated beautiful women with indifference, eating and drinking as he pleased, embodying a raw authenticity that few could emulate. Such individuals either feigned authenticity or possessed a profound confidence that rendered pretense unnecessary. Thus, was Lin Zixian one or the other? Meng Zidan pondered. Chapter 23. People from two worlds unintentionally. Meng Zidan noticed Ning Lan, also gazing at the figures on the beach. She nudged her with her high heel under the table, asking, Lan, how long have you known him? Why have you never mentioned him before? Ning Lan turned back, realizing, I've only known him for 2 days. Is there a problem? Only 2 days? Meng Zidan exclaimed. And you two are already so familiar. Ning Lan leaned closer, whispering with a chuckle, you have no idea. This guy is quite thick-skinned and becomes familiar with anyone very quickly. She intended to recount how Lin Zixian had taken her hand on his first day at the company. But Meng Zidan interrupted with a scoff, don't use his thick skin as a shield. Don't think I haven't noticed. You like him? Ning Lan's cheeks flushed, and she replied sternly. What nonsense. It's just that Chairman Xiao values him highly, and I have interacted with him more. Thus we have become friends. Oh, look at you turning red, yet you still want to admit it. Meng Zidan teased, Lan, I know what kind of person you are. You brought a man here for the first time, and I won't even mention how you talked about supporting him. Others might think you're joking. But can I see that you wish for something more? That's not the case. Ning Lan adamantly denied. Good then. Meng Zidan sighed in relief. I actually took an immediate liking to him as well. But I was afraid of upsetting you. Since you don't fancy him, I might just make a move. Ning Lan's body tensed, her gaze fixed intently on her. Meng Zidan burst into laughter, pointing at her. Look at yourself, caught red-handed. It was obvious from the start. Ning Lan realized she had been tricked and exclaimed in frustration, Meng Zidan, are you trying to get yourself killed? Keep your voice down, or he might overhear. Meng Zidan replied playfully, moving her chair closer, gently taking one of Ning Lan's hands, and sighed, If you like is your own business. I don't wish to interfere, but I must caution you that he truly might not be suitable for you. Ning Lan was puzzled by her statement and couldn't help but ask, What do you mean? Do you remember what happened in the underground parking lot? Meng Zidan said, glancing at the figure on the beach. When those people charged at us with knives and clubs, I felt a sense of murderous intent emanating from him. I often sense this aura from my brother, who serves in a special forces unit. The murderous intent they carry is forged through the trials of life and death, yet he lacks the aura of a hardened soldier. I am well acquainted with military personnel, and I can assert that he is not one of them. So where does his murderous aura originate? Furthermore, he forbade me from calling the police, indicating that his identity is not above board. How well do you truly know his real identity? Lan, he belongs to a different world than yours. And I fear you may end up getting hurt. Ning Lan fell silent, contemplating for a moment before slowly admitting, I have seen him kill several people with my own eyes. Meng Zidan's face registered disbelief. She found it hard to fathom that a city girl like Ning Lan had witnessed such scenes and remained unafraid of Lin Zixian. After a brief pause, she furrowed her brows. You've known him for only 2 days. Yet you've seen him kill several people. He was invited by Qiao Antian. Was he present during the attack on Qiao Antian that day? He saved us. Ning Lan began, but quickly shook her head with a bitter smile. Zidan, I can't discuss this matter further right now. Perhaps I'll tell you when I have the chance. Meng Zidan stared at her for a moment, then gently sighed. In that case, I shall refrain from saying more. It seems he doesn't harbor any romantic intentions toward you. Lin Zixian sat at the edge of the ebbing and flowing waves, smoking a cigarette and letting the ash fall upon himself. Staring vacantly at the distant sea, his eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy, lost in thought, Ning Lan sat beside him, inadvertently noticing the harmonica that had slipped from his pants pocket. She picked it up and handed it to him. saying, "Your harmonica." Lin Zixian flicked the cigarette butt into the sea, received the harmonica, and tapped it to ensure no sand had entered. Ninglan glanced at him and asked, "What are you thinking about?" A trace of sorrow flickered in his eyes as he shook his head, saying nothing, cradling the harmonica to his lips and began to play a soft tune. The hauntingly beautiful notes pierced through the sound of the waves, light, melodious, and enchanting. Yet the underlying sadness in the melody could not be concealed. Even the restless sea seemed to calm and listen to the ethereal music of the night. Ninglan was taken aback, unable to fathom that this man, who resembled a god of death, could possess such a tender side and produce such delightful music. Although she did not play the harmonica, she recognized its complexity, particularly the difficulty of mastering the kind he held, which was a diatonic harmonica, let alone playing it so beautifully. At first, she could not discern the tune, but as the melody deepened, she recognized it as the theme from Castle in the Sky, Carrying You. The harmonica's performance was uniquely captivating, akin to celestial music. Under the enchanting night, Ninglan unabashedly watched him play with heartfelt emotion. On the terrace, Meng Ziden leaned against the railing, equally astonished, listening intently. While the distance made conversation impossible, the tremulous notes of the instrument resonated clearly. As she listened to the ethereal sounds, she found it hard to reconcile that the man devoid of any gentlemanly mannerisms could possess such a side. The music flowed like a heartfelt confession, and to play it with such grace required genuine emotion. Meng Ziden was entranced, her thoughts dancing along with the melody. As Jiaoyun strolled alone along the beach, she suddenly caught a faint melody wafting through the air, compelling her to follow the sound. It was only when the tune became clearer that she paused, barely able to make out two figures seated on the sand, one of whom was undoubtedly the musician. Just then, fate intervened. A cargo ship's searchlight swept towards them, momentarily illuminating the two individuals. Lin Zixian played his harmonica with abandon, oblivious to the glaring beam. Under its glow, Ninglan discerned the sorrow and melancholy entwined in his gaze, leaving her momentarily entranced. She could only wonder what tribulations this man had endured, for the anguish hidden within his eyes was profoundly stirring. Yet, she recognized that the piece he played seemed to be a tribute to a beloved woman. With the light from the searchlight, Xiaoyun also recognized the two seated figures, Ninglan and Lin Zixian, astonished at their presence here. How could such a heart-wrenching melody come from that lecherous man? The searchlight's beam flickered away as quickly as it had appeared, plunging them back into darkness, with only the haunting notes of the harmonica echoing through the somber night. Suddenly, a ship's horn pierced the air, shattering the beautiful melody and awakening Lin Zixian from his reverie. He grasped his harmonica, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it as the flame flickered. Ninglan noticed a lazy smile return to his lips, as if nothing had transpired moments before, lost in a haze of smoke. "Lin Zixian, who exactly are you?" Ninglan could not restrain her curiosity. "Just an earthling," he replied nonchalantly, shrugging. "I meant your background," she clarified. In the intermittent glow of the cigarette, Lin Zixian turned to her, playfully exhaling smoke in her direction, laughing lightly. "To you, perhaps I am merely a fleeting passerby in your life. Why need you delve into such depths?" Ninglan coughed at the smoke, but did not shy away, continuing to inquire, "Aren't we friends? Shouldn't I have the right to know your origins? Friends? Am I not just your kept man?" Lin Zixian chuckled, suddenly gazing out towards the distant sea, his voice tinged with a somber resonance. "It's best not to know. It would serve you no good, for we do not inhabit the same world." Ninglan was taken aback. Glancing towards the terrace where Meng Ziden leaned against the railing, she recalled how Meng Ziden had previously mentioned their disparate worlds, and now Lin Zixian echoed that sentiment. "Then which world do you belong to?" Ninglan mused, sighing softly, aware that further questioning would yield no answers. "A world far removed from your reality." The underworld. Lin Zixian stretched languidly, resting his arms behind his head, lying back on the beach, allowing the sea breeze to wash over him, listening to the waves and gazing at the stars. Ninglan stood up, making her way back, her steps uneven, and settled beside Meng Ziden on the terrace, the two women leaning into one another for comfort. Before long, the sound of a ship's horn echoed across the waters, announcing the arrival of a brightly lit cruise ship gliding towards the coastline. Its colorful lights dazzling like neon, captivating the attention of everyone on the Ivory Coast. Perhaps due to the ship's draft, 3 speedboats surged forward from the cruise ship, their powerful searchlights illuminating the boats as they approached the shore. On the beach, under the spotlight, a stunning pair, like Golden Boy and Jade Girl, emerged from a throng of bodyguards, stepping onto the central speedboat, while their respective guards boarded the boats flanking either side. The couple was none other than Zhang Longqing and Xiao Yun. Ninglan stood up abruptly, her eyes wide with disbelief, struggling to comprehend how these two could so brazenly stage such a scene before the crowd. "It seems you are just as bewildered as I am," Meng Zidan remarked, standing beside her. Lin Zixian had hurriedly ascended from below, recognizing Xiao Yun but not Zhang Longqing, and asked, "Who is the man beside Xiao Yun?" "That is Zhang Longqing, the president of Xingqing Group," Ninglan replied, her brow furrowed. Chapter 24. Playing with fire. As the 3 speedboats ferried their passengers back, Xiao Yun stood regally beside Zhang Longqing, her flowing hair and skirt billowing in the wind. That moment, fireworks suddenly erupted from the cruise ship, painting the night sky with vibrant colors, reflecting upon the sea, creating a scene of unparalleled romance. Seemingly in celebration of the Golden Boy and Jade Girl boarding the vessel, a chorus of gasps erupted from the Ivory Coast, particularly among the women, who were consumed by envy. "Look, he is Zhang Longqing of Xingqing Group. It is clear he is trying to woo her," Lin Zixian exclaimed, somewhat vexed. "What is Xiao Yun playing at? Offering herself up? Is this her so-called solution? Is she not afraid of being devoured?" Meng Zidan chuckled. "At least for tonight, she is safe. With Zhang Longqing taking Xiao Yun under the public eye, should anything happen to her, he cannot evade responsibility. He is not foolish." The passengers from the 3 speedboats had boarded the cruise ship, which began to turn towards the open sea, the brilliant fireworks continuing to light up the sky, their splendor seemingly endless. As the cruise ship slowly drifted away from view, the clamor of the Ivory Coast gradually subsided. Lin Zixian felt a twinge of discontent. Xiao Yun's beauty was undeniable, and if she truly committed such a foolish act, it would be a boon for Zhang Longqing. He had to concede, though he could not claim to love her. Xiao Yun's allure had stirred something within him, inciting a hint of jealousy. "Damn it, what does a midnight cruise on a luxury ship even mean? If I wished, I could procure a nuclear submarine for a romantic outing," Lin Zixian muttered to himself. The Vice Minister Lin was indeed somewhat disgruntled, feeling aggrieved that he had attempted to court Xiao Yun only to be met with her disdain, all while Zhang Longqing nearly abducted her. And now she reveled in romance with him. It felt profoundly unjust to Lin Zixian, who was left in turmoil. Ninglan had stepped aside to make a phone call, promptly reporting the events to Qiao Antian. Later, the 3 gathered on the terrace, enjoying the sea and moonlight, with 2 beautiful women to converse with. Lin Zixian's mood lightened a bit. The night breeze was intoxicating, and as the hour grew late, Meng Zidan clapped her hands, smiling. "Ladies, I have prepared a Seaview couple suite for you. What are your thoughts?" She said this while keenly observing Ninglan's reaction. Ninglan shot her a glare, but offered no further response. Instead, watching Lin Zixian's reaction, Lin Zixian looked at Meng Zidan, speechless, then back at Ninglan, contemplating whether to concede. The atmosphere among the 3 grew rather peculiar. "All right then, I'll just take you to your room. As for what happens next, that is up to you." Meng Zidan broke the silence, recognizing her friend's intentions and facilitating the moment. Thus, the 3 made their way to the couple's suite. Meng Zidan casually introduced the suite's amenities before departing with a sly smile. As the name suggests, the suite featured only 1 double bed. Lin Zixian surveyed the room, turning to Ninglan with a wry smile. "Your classmate is quite stingy. Didn't she mention a Seaview presidential suite? What are we to do with just this bed? Are you really considering warming it for me? Do you truly wish for me to warm your bed?" Ninglan challenged, her expression provocative. Lin Zixian paused, then assessed her enchanting figure, nodding. From a man's perspective, it would be a lie to say, "I don't want to." "Whatever." Ninglan tossed the words over her shoulder as she headed towards the bathroom. Retrieving her sleepwear, "I'm tired. I'll wash up and sleep first." With a bang, the bathroom door slammed shut, and Ninglan leaned weakly against the wall, her legs trembling, her cheeks flushed, her heart racing, nearly leaping from her throat. Clearly, her earlier nonchalance had been a facade. As she slowly approached the bathroom mirror, she found her reflection to be sultry, her cheeks aglow. She quickly splashed cold water on her face, Internally admonishing herself for losing her composure. Had she really known him for such a short time? Was this worth it? Was she playing with fire? On the luxurious cruise ship, the dazzling fireworks had finally quieted down. Xiao Yun stood at the bow, bracing herself against the railing, gazing out into the night's tide, her long hair billowing and her gown fluttering, accentuating her alluring silhouette. The haunting notes of the harmonica echoed in her mind with every crash of the waves. Lingering in her thoughts, in the ship's bar, Zhang Longqing poured 2 glasses of golden champagne, turning just in time to find a graceful figure blocking his path. It was a striking woman clad in a sleek black suit, her wavy hair cascading, her gaze sharp and piercing, directed straight at Zhang Longqing. Those familiar with her knew her as Luo Qili, Zhang Longqing's personal assistant. However, unbeknownst to many, she also served as his bodyguard. Qili, what is the meaning of this? Zhang Longqing inquired with a smile, addressing the woman before him. I require an explanation, Luo Qili responded, her tone decidedly unfriendly. Zhang Longqing's expression darkened, revealing a rare glimpse of vulnerability. And he replied coldly, what is there to explain? Do not forget your current role. Within the organization, you are indeed my senior sister. However, at present, you merely serve as the bodyguard dispatched by my father to protect me. What is there for me to explain? Luo Qili appeared unperturbed, stating coolly, you have caused quite a commotion over a woman. The higher-ups in our organization believe you are infatuated with her to the detriment of the gang's interests. Your godfather is already aware and is not pleased. He called me just now, and I am here to demand an explanation on his behalf. Zhang Longqing suppressed the gloom on his face, replacing it with a smile as he replied, I am pursuing her and wish to marry her. How does that explanation sound? Not satisfactory. What is your reasoning for wanting to marry her? Luo Qili's expression turned cold. The reasoning is quite simple. My actions are ultimately for the benefit of the gang, Zhang Longqing stated, his gaze fixed on her, articulating each word with precision. Xiao Antian has only this one daughter. The father-daughter duo possesses absolute authority within Minghua Group, which means that it will inevitably belong to Qiao Yun. By marrying Xiao Yun, I effectively gain control over Minghua Group, which is far more advantageous than acquiring a mere 10% share. I believe the higher-ups will certainly appreciate this calculation. Luo Qili scoffed. You seem to have a rather fanciful notion. Do you think Xiao Yun is a fool? She would never agree to marry you. Zhang Longqing chuckled dismissively, handing her a glass of champagne while he poured himself another, and said slowly, whether she agrees or not is irrelevant. I merely need to create the appearance that she is romantically involved with me. In the future, even if I were to employ coercive measures to marry Xiao Yun, everyone will assume it was a case of free love, and that will suffice. After finishing his statement, he raised his glass in a gesture of farewell and walked away. Luo Qili, her countenance darkened, approached the glass window, gazing at the couples below, her jealousy barely concealed. She drained her champagne in one gulp, the glass shattering in her grasp with a sharp crack. Lin Zixian sat leisurely on a small balcony chair, exhaling smoke into the night air, while Ninglan indulged in a prolonged bath. When he returned indoors, he discovered the bathroom was empty and the bedroom door slightly ajar. He pushed the door open and saw that Ninglan had already fallen asleep. Ninglan, hearing the door creak, tensed up, too anxious to move, but upon hearing the door close, she relaxed momentarily. Her acute hearing soon picked up the sounds of someone in the bathroom washing up. The thought of what was to come after that filled her with overwhelming anxiety, and once the washing sounds ceased, her tension escalated to the point where she felt nearly suffocated, almost fainting from the pressure. Yet, she never heard Lin Zixian return. Lying in bed, she waited and waited, losing track of time, until she finally drifted into a light sleep. Morning arrived with the sound of an alarm, startling Ninglan awake. She shot up like a spring, noticing the untouched pillow beside her and realizing Lin Zixian hadn't come in after all. A mix of relief and a tinge of disappointment washed over her. Upon entering the living room, she found Lin Zixian sprawled on the sofa, sound asleep, leaving her to wonder if he had endured the same restless night as she had. The noise of her getting ready stirred Lin Zixian from his slumber, and they both went about their routines as if nothing had transpired the previous night, which, indeed, had not. The doorbell rang, and when Lin Zixian opened the door, he was greeted by Meng Zidin, who personally pushed in a dining cart. Grinning as he scrutinized Lin Zixian and nodded, you look well. It seems you didn't waste last night's beautiful scenery. Step aside. he commanded, rolling the cart inside. Upon seeing Ning Lan, Meng Zidong couldn't help but circle around her, clucking disapprovingly. "You really should practice moderation. Look at you, you've become quite haggard." "Ridiculous," Ning Lan retorted, aware that her lack of sleep had nothing to do with her own choices, her frustration boiling over as she reached out to pinch him. Meng Zidong quickly begged for mercy. All right, no more comments. Time to eat. You both have work to attend to." The atmosphere in the room was peculiar as the three of them dined together, with Meng Zidong's gaze continually flicking between the two. As they had to get to work, Lin Zixian and Ning Lan took their leave after their meal. Before they departed, Meng Zidong slyly asked for Lin Zixian's phone number, presenting him with a membership card, inviting him to visit Xiangya Coast with Ning Lan whenever they had the time. On their drive back to the company, Lin Zixian could no longer contain his curiosity and finally asked, "Meng Zidong seems to have misunderstood our relationship. Why didn't you clarify?" "I have nothing to hide. What is there to explain?" Ning Lan shot him a glance. "Why don't you explain?" Lin Zixian found himself speechless, pondering that if he were to explain on behalf of a woman who remained silent, others might think he was trying to cover something up. Chapter 25, Security Department meeting. Upon returning to the parking lot of Minghua Group, the moment they stepped out of the car, they drew the attention of their colleagues. Deputy Minister Lin was actually arriving at work in Assistant Ning's vehicle, which further solidified the rumors of their romantic involvement. However, what truly captivated the onlookers was the arrival of a red Ferrari, from which Zhang Longqing emerged, clad in a striking white suit with a red bow tie. He swiftly moved to the other side to open the door for the icy yet radiant Xiaoyun, who had already changed into a professional outfit, making Zhang Longqing appear as her gallant protector. The onlookers were left agape. They had never heard of or seen Xiaoyun in any ambiguous relationship with a man. And here she was, personally escorted to her morning shift by a handsome gentleman. Some recognized Zhang Longqing as the president of Xingqing Group, but were unaware of the conflicts between the two families. Marveling at their apparent compatibility, "I'll pick you up after work," Zhang Longqing said to Xiaoyun with a faint smile. The moment those words left his lips, the hearts of the men present shattered. Lamenting the fact that the most beautiful woman in Donghai was now taken, Xiaoyun made no visible response, neither accepting nor rejecting, clearly indicating her tacit approval. As she turned to leave, she inadvertently caught sight of Ning Lan and Lin Zixian exiting the same vehicle. Her gaze lingered momentarily before she coldly proceeded towards the elevator designated for company executives. After watching Zhao Yun's stunning figure vanish into the elevator, Zhang Longqing surveyed the crowd with a cultured smile and a nod of acknowledgement before departing in his car. Lin Zixian couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He wondered if Xiaoyun had spent the night with Zhang Longqing just as he and Ning Lan had. If that were the case, it would be quite the unfortunate juxtaposition, akin to flowers growing amidst refuse. Snapping back to reality, Ning Lan exchanged a brief greeting with Lin Zixian before they parted ways. Rumors spread swiftly, and soon the gossip about Xiaoyun dating the president of Xingqing Group was rampant. Donghai's most beautiful woman was now off the market. Deputy Minister Lin felt discontent brewing within him, his enthusiasm for patrolling the premises having dissipated. After changing into his security uniform, he settled into the spacious office of the security department, staring at the employee board on the wall, comparing his photo with others. Convinced that he was more handsome than the rest, why, then, did he have to endure hardship while others enjoyed the fruits of their labor? Just then, the ever-circulating Duanji returned, leaning in conspiratorially to whisper, "Did you hear? The general manager has a boyfriend now, and it's Zhang Longqing, the president of Xingqing Group. I say, old Duan, how can a big shot like you indulge in such baseless gossip like a woman?" Deputy Minister Lin replied, displeased, feeling that the remark was unbecoming of a subordinate. Duanji chuckled awkwardly, realizing that as the head of the security department, he should indeed refrain from spreading rumors about the general manager. In truth, the security department had little to do, making it a rather relaxed environment, especially for the two deputy ministers. They often found themselves chatting and boasting in the office until mealtime, at which point they would head to the company cafeteria together. Lin Zixian found this leisurely lifestyle quite enjoyable, reflecting that sometimes it was better to live a simple life, as he had no shortage of funds. As the two entered the cafeteria, employees subtly displayed signs of respect, recognizing that these two were formidable individuals who had decisively handled the general affairs minister. Just then, a department head emerged and promptly greeted them with enthusiasm. Deputy Minister Duan, Deputy Minister Lin. Duan Ji responded with a smile. Feeling quite pleased, after dealing with Dong Jian, his standing within the company had skyrocketed. Those who had previously ignored him now greeted him warmly. It seemed that sometimes, as Lin Zixian had done, taking a firm stance was necessary. Otherwise, if a tiger refrained from showing its claws, people would mistake it for a mere house cat. As they approached the cafeteria's serving counter, the queue of employees parted willingly to make way for them. Just as they were about to place their orders, the cafeteria fell silent. Lin Zixian, oblivious to the sudden change, continued to shout at the server, "Why so stingy? I'm not refusing to pay. More beef. And extra chicken bits too." Duan Ji, however, noticed something amiss. He turned around to find General Manager Qiao Yun standing directly behind Lin Zixian, her gaze fixed on him as he made a scene without a care for his image. This was Qiao Yun's management style. While at work, she never sought special treatment and always dined with her employees. However, Lin Zixian, new to the environment, was unaware of this protocol. Duan Ji broke into a cold sweat, realizing that Lin Zixian was consistently embarrassing himself in front of the general manager. If this continued, the reputation of the security department would be tarnished irreparably. "General Manager," Duan Jie respectfully called out. Lin Zixian glanced at him with a sidelong look and scoffed. "General Manager, what a joke. That woman walks around with a perpetual scowl, making it seem as though everyone owes her money. It's clear she is not someone easy to deal with. Do you really think someone from the upper echelons would deign to dine with us?" Qiao Yun had intended to respond to Duan Jie with Minister Duan, but before she could utter a word, this fellow abruptly interjected, causing her words to stick in her throat. Her expression grew even colder. Duan Jie fell silent, and the restaurant became so quiet one could hear an ant crawl. The waitstaff by the window looked dumbfounded, particularly the one serving Lin Zixian, who kept casting furtive glances his way. However, Lin Zixian paid no heed to his unspoken signals, snatching the mountain of food from his hands and turning to leave. The next moment, he found himself staring blankly, standing face to face with Qiao Yun, his expression twitching as he stammered, "General Manager." Qiao Yun regarded him with a blank expression, uttering not a single word. Lin Zixian, feeling small, shuffled to the side, his head bowed, much like a schoolboy caught in wrongdoing, and quietly retreated to a secluded corner of the dining area to bury himself in his meal. How he resented it. Was the heavens toying with him? Why did he always find himself in embarrassing situations before her? Was she destined to be his nemesis? Duan Jie, holding a tray, initially planned to sit with him but reconsidered due to the overwhelming pressure, ultimately deciding to let Lin Zixian dine alone and finding another spot to settle. After Qiao Yun finished her meal, she scanned the surroundings, her gaze landing on Lin Zixian. It was unclear what her intentions were, whether deliberate retaliation or something else, but she boldly carried her plate to Lin Zixian's table and sat directly across from him. The atmosphere turned tense, with everyone losing their appetite, occasionally sneaking glances their way. Eager to witness Lin Zixian's impending meltdown, with his mouth stuffed full, Lin Zixian stole a glance at Qiao Yun, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. He tugged down his cap and continued to bury himself in his food. Qiao Yun ignored him, quietly savoring her meal, though her gaze frequently drifted in his direction. The more silent she was, the heavier the pressure weighed on Lin Zixian. He hastily devoured his meal, hastily wiped his mouth with a napkin, and made a swift retreat. Qiao Yun said nothing, merely allowing a fleeting smile to grace her lips, subtle yet noticeable. Had anyone witnessed it, they would have gasped in astonishment that the renowned beauty of Donghai, often regarded as having a peculiar sense of humor, actually smiled. Qiao Yun herself was unaware of her own mindset. A flicker of satisfaction coursed through her as she realized her mere presence could send him fleeing. Wasn't her father the one who claimed this fellow was quite formidable? Clearly, he was not much to be concerned about. Within a mere afternoon, the incident of Deputy Minister Lin being reprimanded by the general manager became common knowledge throughout the building. Even the staff of the security department regarded Lin Zixian with peculiar eyes, speculating whether he might face dismissal from the general manager. Lin Zixian, this posed no stress, as long as he could avoid that woman. He was content. He lingered until nearly closing time before making his way to the surveillance room. Deputy Minister Lin. The 4 staff members in the monitoring room stood to greet him, and no need for formality. Continue with your duties. Lin Zixian waved a hand in greeting, his eyes scanning the various monitor displays. Upon locating the footage of the parking lot, he pulled up a chair to observe, engaging in casual conversation with a few staff members. Before long, a red Ferrari appeared on the screen. Zhang Longqing had indeed arrived as expected. He exited the vehicle and made a phone call, then stood by the car, unhurriedly waiting. Not long after, Xiao Yun appeared in the parking lot, and Zhang Longqing promptly opened the car door with impeccable courtesy, assisting her into the vehicle before driving off into the distance. Humph, Lin Zixian scoffed at the video, kicking his chair aside as he prepared to leave for the day. The staff exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what had provoked Deputy Minister Lin's ire. Early the next morning, Lin Zixian arrived at work over half an hour early, resuming his vigil at the parking lot surveillance. Unsurprisingly, the man who favored white clothing and drove a red car, Zhang Longqing, showed up once more to escort Xiao Yun to her workplace. At the end of the day, Zhang Longqing returned promptly to pick her up. Ever so attentive, for 3 consecutive days, Lin Zixian monitored from the surveillance room, noting the routine, until on the 4th day, he could no longer contain his frustration. Why should he suffer humiliation while Zhang Longqing basked in her favor? This was an intolerable situation, with approximately 2 hours remaining until the end of the workday. Anticipating Zhang Longqing's timely arrival, he approached Duan Jia. Minister Duan, let's convene a meeting for the security department. Lin Zixian tossed a cigarette to Duan Jia. A meeting? What meeting? Duan Jia was utterly perplexed. Lin Zixian rubbed his forehead, explaining, "It's regarding some directives from the chairman. I need to convey them to our colleagues in the security department." Instantly, Duan Jia's expression became serious. He understood the weight of the chairman's directives and nodded in agreement. "Very well, I will gather the team." Soon, all available personnel from the security department gathered in the large office, numbering over 30 individuals, with around 100 in total, considering some were on shifts and others required to remain at their posts. It was a full house. Duan Jia briefly outlined the purpose of the meeting, which was for Deputy Minister Lin to relay the chairman's instructions, and the staff expressed their welcome. Lin Zixian wasted no time, scanning the crowd before stating directly, "The situation is as follows. Recently, unidentified vehicles have repeatedly entered our company premises, treating our Minghua Group parking lot as their private space, which severely tarnishes our company's image. The chairman is displeased with this and has tasked our security department with addressing the issue stringently. If necessary, we shall not hesitate to deal harshly with those who trespass." Duan Jia furrowed his brow. He had initially thought it was something else, but now he understood the chairman was clearly admonishing the security department for its inefficiency. In a deeper sense, this was a criticism of his own management of daily security operations. The more he contemplated, the more complex and serious it became, and his expression grew graver. The faces of the security department personnel mirrored his concern. The chairman's displeasure could lead to layoffs if he were in a particularly foul mood. "Minister Lin, may I propose a suggestion?" Lin Zixian smiled at Duan Jia. Duan Jia, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Please, go ahead. Since this is the chairman's directive, we cannot afford to delay. Our security department must demonstrate a willingness to correct our mistakes visibly to the chairman." Lin Zixian scanned the room, noting everyone's focused attention, and continued, "I propose we establish 2 armed patrol teams of 10 members each to rotate and ensure security. They should not only patrol, but also be prepared to respond to emergencies at any moment to safeguard the company. I suggest that Qian Ligang lead the first team." The crowd turned to look at Qian Ligang, envy written on their faces. He was instantly elated, striving to maintain composure, having thought Lin Zixian had forgotten about this opportunity. As for the second patrol team's leader, Lin Zixian surveyed the room again, slowly stating, "For now, it will be temporarily held by Qian Ligang, to be reassessed after 2 days based on performance." Minister Duan, "What do you think?" "I have no objections." Duan Jia hesitated briefly before asking, "But how will this armed patrol be executed?" That's simple," Lin Zixian chuckled. "While we lack firearms and ammunition, we can utilize our available resources. The company has provided the security department with various items, right? We can be fully equipped with walkie-talkies, handcuffs, electric batons, and riot sticks. We cannot face assailants unarmed, can we?" "Agreed. Let us proceed with this plan." Duan Jia nodded. Calling out, Qian Ligang, select 10 individuals from less critical positions to form the first team, and follow me to collect the patrol equipment. AS for your compensation as team leader. I will submit a request to the company after selecting the second team's leader. Understood, Qian Ligang responded promptly. After Duan Jie and Lin Zixian departed, the security department buzzed to life, with many surrounding Qian Ligang, eager to curry favor, all hoping to be chosen for the patrol team. Aware that the next promotion opportunity would emerge from it, Qian Ligang relished the attention, already experiencing the perks of holding power before even officially taking office. However, he lacked the audacity to indulge in favoritism. Conducting the selection process fairly, shortly after, the first patrol team collected their gear from the security department's supply room. Helmets, walkie-talkies, handcuffs, electric batons, and riot sticks were all distributed, making them appear quite formidable. Even Duan Jie's eyes brightened as he sensed the security department transitioning from mere gatekeepers to a more structured force. He mused on how he had never thought to implement such measures before. It would certainly reflect positively on his management skills in the eyes of the company's upper management. Lin Zixian lingered a bit longer, noting that closing time was approaching, and surmised that the punctual Zheng Longqing would soon make his appearance. He instructed Qian Ligang, as the company executives are about to leave, "Let us head to the parking lot to showcase our presence. I will remain in the surveillance room to oversee." Hearing this, Duan Jie's eyes lit up. Indeed, with the executives about to leave, it was the perfect opportunity to demonstrate their readiness. "Wait," Duan Jie called out and hurriedly donned a set of armed patrol attire before stepping out to address everyone. "Deputy Minister Lin is already stationed in the monitoring room. I cannot remain idle. Since today is the first day, I shall lead the patrol." A group of security guards exchanged glances, their hearts filled with disdain. They were not fools and could easily discern Duan's intention to impress the higher-ups. Lin Zixian remained speechless, thinking to himself, "You are the one walking into the line of fire. I cannot be blamed for that." Recognizing that this fellow was no saint, Lin Zixian's eyes flickered, and he discreetly pulled him aside to speak quietly, saying, "Minister Duan, do you know why the chairman suddenly mentioned the parking lot?" Duan Jie appeared somewhat puzzled, responding, "Did you not already mention it during the meeting? Why are you struggling to comprehend?" Lin Zixian kindly prompted. "Think about any recent developments regarding the parking lot. Nothing unusual. At most, it's just that Shengqing Group's president, Zheng Longqing, has been picking up and dropping off the general manager every day." Duan Jie exclaimed in surprise. Could it be because of this? Truly, as the head of the security department, his reaction was swift. Lin Zixian, with an arm around his shoulder, whispered, "You've heard about the land dispute between Shengqing Group and our Minghua Group, right?" Duan Jie nodded in sudden realization. "I've heard. It seems Shengqing suffered a great loss at our hands," confirming that he was still unaware of the underlying issues. Lin Zixian praised him. "Exactly, consider this. Shengqing has just suffered a setback, and Zheng Longqing immediately pursues our general manager. Don't you find this suspicious?" Duan Jie agreed. "Indeed, I thought it was somewhat strange at the time, but could not fathom the reason. Why, is the chairman dissatisfied?" "The general manager is still quite young. There are certain aspects where he is still rather inexperienced. However, who is the chairman?" Zheng Longqing's little tricks could hardly escape his discerning eye. The chairman certainly would not let him have his way. "Now you understand why I want to form an armed patrol team, right?" Lin Zixian said sneakily. "That scoundrel Zheng is far too nefarious. Having just suffered a loss, he now seeks to take down our Minghua Group." Duan Jie gritted his teeth in fury. If Shengqing Group succeeded, it would only be a matter of time before they replaced him in the security department, jeopardizing his livelihood, which was indeed a matter of great concern. Lin Zixian patted his shoulder, saying, "Zheng is likely on his way. Old Duan, do not show mercy. Execute your duties well. It's not the outcome that worries me, but rather a lack of efficiency. The chairman will bear the responsibility for everything. Leave it to me." Duan Jie turned and strode away, knowing he could not miss this opportunity to impress the chairman. He approached the patrol team and called out loudly, "Form up, target the parking lot. March forward at a run." The most formidable armed patrol team in the history of Minghua Group marched boldly into the fray, leaving everyone in the company astonished, uncertain of what performance was unfolding. "I let you bask in glory and pursue the most beautiful woman in Donghai." Lin Zixian's lips curled into a languid smile as he whistled and headed towards the monitoring room. He was not afraid of escalating the situation. As he had just told Duan Jie, the chairman would shoulder all responsibilities. At worst, Xiao Antian might expel him from Minghua Group, but he would not mind. As long as he could vent his displeasure, it was worth it, lest he feel restless. Upon reaching the monitoring room, he exchanged banter with a few security guards and, when the time was right, sat down before the monitor. As expected, the red sports car arrived punctually, and Lin Zixian noticed the armed patrol team led by Duanji making their timely appearance, causing his eyebrows to raise in excitement. According to previous patterns, Xiao Yun would finish work half an hour late, and Zheng Longqing would wait for a similar duration. If Duanji executed his duties effectively, half an hour would suffice. As the refined Zheng Longqing stepped out of the car, he was immediately confronted by a conspicuous group rushing towards him. Momentarily taken aback, he thought, had the police arrived to arrest him, were it not for their security uniforms. Yet, they indeed surrounded him. Employees of Minghua Group, witnessing such a commotion from the security department, were also stunned, delaying their departures to observe the unfolding events. What is the meaning of this? Zheng Longqing asked. Bewildered, maintaining his ever-present smile, Duanji stepped forward confidently, declaring, "We are the armed patrol team of Minghua Group. From this day forth, all unauthorized vehicles are strictly prohibited from entering the Minghua building parking lot. Sir, please cooperate with our efforts and vacate the premises immediately." Not only Zheng Longqing, but even Minghua Group employees were astonished. When did Minghua Group establish an armed patrol team? Though vexed, Zheng Longqing retained his smile, stating, "I believe you are mistaken. I am a friend of your general manager. I apologize. Until we receive special notification from the company, all unauthorized vehicles will be regarded as intrusions," Duanji replied sternly. "This is my final warning. If you do not leave at once, we shall not be polite." Zheng Longqing's smile finally faded. When had he ever been cornered by a group of security guards? He scoffed, "Well, I am curious to see how you intend to be impolite." "Arrest him and turn him over to the police," Duanji commanded with a wave of his hand, upon the minister's orders. Qian Ligang, recently promoted to team leader, swiftly produced handcuffs and charged forward, followed closely by a throng of eager security guards, all clamoring to join the fray. Chapter 27, A Misunderstanding in the Monitoring Room. Smoking was ordinarily prohibited, but this rule did not apply to Deputy Minister Lin, and the security guards inside paid him no mind. As he observed the video showing Duanji and his team surrounding Zheng Longqing, Lin Zixian couldn't help but smile, leisurely lighting a cigarette while enjoying the spectacle. Zheng Longqing had not anticipated that these security guards would dare to lay hands on him. For days, he had deliberately picked up Xiao Yun in plain view, confident that these guards were aware of his position as president of Xingqing Group. Knowing his identity, their audacity was evidently instigated by someone. As the swarm approached to forcibly restrain him, Zheng Longqing's expression turned icy. If he were to be subdued by a group of security guards today, it would be utterly humiliating. The guards surged forward, yet he made no significant movements. He merely swayed his shoulders and shifted his body, seemingly reluctant to let anyone dirty his pristine white suit. The encroaching guards stumbled and fell, some even landing comically, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Clumsy fools. Lin Zixian stared at the footage, momentarily stunned, then raised an eyebrow, muttering to himself, "I did not expect this fellow to possess such skills. It seems I underestimated him." Martial arts typically refer to physical practices aimed at improving health, which can be learned in ordinary martial arts schools. Beyond physical conditioning, many utilize it for performance. However, true traditional martial arts are passed down with great rigor, seldom taught widely. Secret techniques are usually transmitted from master to disciple or from father to son, with many methods and training techniques not easily disclosed. Many presume martial arts to be synonymous with traditional martial arts, yet there exists a substantial difference. Historically, traditional martial arts pertain to battlefield combat skills used for defending the homeland and were primarily employed for fighting and self-defense. Eschewing displays of flair, they lacked the aesthetic appeal often associated with performance. After all, attempting to intimidate through mere acrobatics was implausible. Mastering a technique without diligent effort is impossible. During the cold weapon era, individuals often devoted 10 to 20 years to perfect a single killing move, after which they roamed the martial world, serving as guardians for noble families or undertaking escort missions, relying on their skills for sustenance. Necessitated by their circumstances, it was common during that time for individuals to gain notoriety for a single technique, leading to titles like Thunderclap Hand or Diamond Palm. Achieving mastery meant effortlessly dispatching foes or breaking solid objects. A commonplace feat yet, in today's era, who would invest years mastering deadly techniques. Furthermore, it is not a simple endeavor. One requires favorable conditions to support such training. Otherwise, one risks injury without funds for recovery, leading to a miserable fate. Thus, the best course is to pursue academic excellence and secure a good job to provide for one's family. Moreover, why would an ordinary family need to learn lethal techniques? Even if learned, they would serve little purpose. Who is not afraid of the consequences? As for those with sufficient financial means, few would choose to endure such hardships. They would rather hire bodyguards or purchase firearms. Today, those who still practice traditional martial arts are often supported by certain state departments or long-established gang factions, possessing the financial means to maintain a cadre of disciples focused on training without concern for their daily needs. This is why the saying scholars are poor while warriors are wealthy endures. Du Njy was infuriated upon witnessing his subordinates charge forward in such a disgraceful manner. If the chairman were to find out, it would be disastrous. In a fit of rage, he brandished an electric baton, and the group of security guards scrambled to do the same. However, Du Njy was not a fool. Upon reflection, he realized that if anything were to happen to the president of SHNGQ Group, even if the chairman were to support him, Zhang Lngq would not let him off easily. Yet, having come to this realization, it was somewhat too late. He was already on the tiger's back, unable to dismount. Would he simply withdraw after suffering a setback? What would the chairman think? Nevertheless, if they were to smash a car, the chairman could likely afford it. Thus, he drew out a riot baton once more and shouted to the crowd, "Smash that illegally parked car." Lg did not hesitate, and a group of eager individuals also pulled out their riot batons. Having just suffered a loss, they were somewhat heated, surrounding the red sports car and unleashing a flurry of blows. In mere moments, all the glass was shattered, leaving a mess of shards on the ground, and the car's body was riddled with dents, rendering it utterly destroyed. In the surveillance room, LNZ11N watched the scene unfold, nearly bursting into laughter, while several security guards gathered around him stood in stunned silence. Zhang Lngq could no longer muster a smile. His face darkened as he stood to the side, refraining from intervening. For him, engaging in a public brawl with a group of security guards, even if victorious, would be a disgraceful affair. Moreover, he believed that these guards would not dare to act in such a manner without someone behind the scenes orchestrating it. The riotous security team swung their batons relentlessly, and the car visibly began to deform. Observing this chaotic display, the employees preparing to leave the parking lot were left dumbfounded. They now recognized the prowess of the security department. Just recently, they had dealt with the company's general affairs manager, and now they were dismantling the president of SHNGQ Group. What a formidable group! With a cold expression, Zhang Lngq dialed a number and spoke into the phone. Chioyn. Is this truly amusing? I do not comprehend what you are saying, came Chioyn's icy voice from the other end. Zhang Lngq aimed his phone towards the scene of the destruction, seemingly wanting her to hear the sounds of the car being smashed. After a brief pause, he withdrew his phone and said, "You heard that, right? You ought to come down and take a look." Du Njy, overhearing his complaint, silently lamented. He could have let someone else handle this. Why did he have to be the one in the spotlight? He called for everyone to cease their actions, still maintaining a facade of righteous admonishment. Before long, the strikingly elegant Chioyn emerged from the elevator, approaching the wrecked sports car and observing it in silence for a moment before turning to Du Njy and coldly asking, "Minister Du N, did you orchestrate this? Why did you resort to such measures?" Du Njy felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. Surely, he could not publicly claim that such despicable actions were sanctioned by the chairman. With a face full of embarrassment, he stammered, "General Manager, the security department received notice that starting today, no unauthorized vehicles are allowed to park in the MG building's parking lot. This gentleman disregarded our warning." He found himself at a loss for words. Upon seeing Chioyn's arrival, Zhang Lngq's expression shifted back to composure, awakening from his anger. It was evident that this was not instigated by Chioyn, nor did she need to take such actions. However, it was clear that this group of security guards had targeted him, and it was impossible that they had the audacity to do so without someone behind them. Given that the Mga group was aware he was there to pick up Cheon, it was easy to deduce who could be behind this. His thoughts immediately turned to Cheon. He suspected that Cheon had become anxious upon seeing him pursue his daughter. The more he contemplated this, the more his smile widened. It appeared that Cheon could not control Cheon, and was thus forced to resort to such underhanded tactics. Cheon was astute, but she could not fathom that it was Lin Zixian pulling the strings behind the scenes. Instead, she also connected the situation to Cheon. Realizing that it might be Cheon's doing, she no longer pressed do NJY, recognizing that an employee loyal to her father was, in a sense, loyal to her as well. Furthermore, since the previous incident, she had developed a certain admiration for do NJY. Turning to Zhang Lngqing, she spoke candidly, "This was not instigated by me. I am unaware of the circumstances, and I apologized. I will compensate you for the car." Zhang Lngqing, in turn, displayed a magnanimous demeanor, smiling gracefully as he replied, "To speak of compensation is quite unnecessary. Since this is merely a misunderstanding, let us consider it resolved. You must be off work now. Let me call for another vehicle to take you." Cheon glanced around the scene and replied, "No need. I have matters to attend to." Zhang Lngqing shrugged. "Then I shall take my leave. Work can wait, but your health is paramount. Take care, and goodbye." With that, he turned and departed with an air of nonchalance. As if damaging a car were as trivial as breaking a toy, Cheon cast a cold glance at the onlookers who had gathered, causing those who were due to leave to hastily start their vehicles and depart. "Chairman, was the security department's action in the parking lot sanctioned by you?" Cheon immediately dialed Cheon's number. "The parking lot? What has the security department done?" Cheon's tone conveyed confusion. The clarity of the call, coupled with do NJY standing right before Cheon, left him feeling dizzy. Surely the chairman would not turn against him. Cheon paused. Well aware of her father's character, it seemed he was not lying. After a moment, she said, "Just now, Minister Du En from the security department led a group to smash Zhang Lngqing's car. Is that so?" Cheon suddenly chuckled, praising, "I did not expect Du NJY to possess such audacity. Well done. I have long wished to take action against that surname Zhang, who clearly harbors ulterior motives. Du NJY has accomplished what I could not, and he deserves a proper reward." With these words, Du NJY straightened his back, exhilarated. After many years at Mga, it was the first time he had received such commendation from the chairman. "Chairman, are you truly unaware of this matter?" Cheon furrowed her brow. "While it aligns with my sentiments, I genuinely do not know. I had no reason to instruct the security department to act in such a manner." Cheon replied with a chuckle. "Understood." Cheon promptly hung up the phone. Casting a cold gaze at Du NJY, "Minister Du En, you must not tell me that this was your own initiative. Who instructed you to do this?" Chapter 28. Absenteeism. Du NJY was drenched in cold sweat. If the chairman was shirking responsibility, then Deputy Minister Ln must be lying. Yet Deputy Minister Ln had no reason to do so. It was likely that the chairman simply did not want to bear the brunt of the responsibility. The crux of the matter was that someone like Du NJY did not wish to shoulder any culpability either. He could only throw Ln Z11N under the bus, confessing that it was Deputy Minister Ln who claimed it was the chairman's directive. Ln Z11N. Cheon was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend why Ln Z11N would undertake such actions, and inquired, "Where is Ln Z11N? He should still be in the security department." Du NJY replied, feeling guilty. "Have him come to my office," Cheon commanded before turning and disappearing into the elevator. With no other option, Du NJY led his subordinates to find Ln Z11N. Inside the surveillance room, Ln Z11N noticed Cheon making phone calls and conversing with Du NJY. And he knew trouble was brewing. He had initially intended to leave discreetly, but realizing he could not evade his fate, he decided to await his arrival, knowing he had nothing to fear. Worst-case scenario, he could simply walk away. As expected, when Du NJY found him, he relayed the general manager's message. After clarifying the details, Deputy Minister Ln publicly berated Minister Du En, accusing him of lacking loyalty and the like. Nevertheless, he eventually complied and took the elevator to the floor of the general manager's office. Upon arriving, Chiy's secretary regarded him curiously, offering no obstruction. Instead, she proactively said, "Deputy Minister Ln. Hello, I am Secretary Zhixing, and the general manager is waiting for you in her office." LNZ11N nodded and walked directly to Chiy's office door. Suddenly feeling a wave of nervousness wash over him, he couldn't help but mock himself, thinking how pathetic it was to feel anxious before a woman after having weathered so many storms. Yet, perhaps unbeknownst to him, when he entered Chiy's office, he never knocked, but this time, he remarkably followed the protocol and knocked on the door. "Come in," Chiy's cold voice echoed from within. LNZ11N pushed the door open, stepping into an office with a black floor and white walls, the decor embodying a stark contrast of black and white. The white exuded clarity, while the black instilled calmness, perfectly reflecting the owner's approach to matters. The cool beauty sat behind the desk, her icy gaze fixed upon him without inviting him to sit. Surprisingly, LNZ11N did not take a seat as he had in Chiy's office. Instead, he stood obediently, feeling uncomfortable under her scrutiny. This led him to recall the events that had transpired in the restaurant, and with a dry cough, he feigned ignorance. "General Manager, what business do you have with me?" Chiy's was never one for verbosity. She asked directly, "Deputy Minister Ln, why did you act in such a manner?" "I was acting under the chairman's orders to protect the general manager." It was evident that Zheng Lngqing harbored ill intentions, and knowing this, I could not stand idly by. LNZ11N replied, struggling to justify his actions. Chiy's scrutinized the security uniform he wore, finding it rather unattractive, pondering that she had never seen him wear his cap properly. She found it impossible to reconcile the lecherous and vulgar man before her with the one she had heard playing on the beach last time. For reasons unknown, whenever her mind wandered, she would invariably recall that scene from the beach. She had even downloaded the piece of music from the internet, listening to it every night before sleep, drifting off to dreams of still being on that sandy shore, listening to the performance. Upon hearing this, she remarked, "Then why don't you step forward yourself, instead of instigating the security personnel to act on your behalf?" Lin Zixian fell silent, unable to confess that he felt a twinge of jealousy. After a moment of contemplation, he struggled to find the right words, while Qiao Yun displayed an unusual patience, waiting for his response. After a while, Lin Zixian suddenly realized that it was Qiao Antian who had shamelessly sought his assistance, so why was she treating him like a criminal on trial? He felt a surge of indignation and retorted, "Miss Qiao, what do you mean by this? It was your father who asked me to protect you, not the other way around." Qiao Yun paused for a moment before slowly replying, "I have stated that I do not require your protection. If you are unwilling, you may leave." Perhaps she herself was unaware that her tone towards Lin Zixian had unconsciously softened, though it remained icy. Damn it, good intentions met with ingratitude. He was no longer inclined to serve. In such circumstances, Lin Zixian wished to leave immediately, throwing down a parting remark and storming off. He had failed to elicit any response from her, and Qiao Yun sat there quietly, her pen propping up her rounded chin. Lost in thought, after a moment, she raised an eyebrow and muttered, "There's no reason for him to act like this while protecting me. Could it be that he is jealous?" After finishing his tasks, Qiao Antian recalled that Zheng Longqing's car had been damaged by the security department, and he couldn't help but chuckle. However, the more he thought about it, the more he sensed something amiss. Duan Jai was a long-time employee of the company. He knew him well, and it seemed unlikely that he would engage in such antics. Could it be related to that Lin Zixian? The more he pondered, the more plausible it appeared. He immediately turned to Ninglan, who was helping him sort through documents, and instructed, "Ninglan, please go to the security department and inquire about the situation. Find out what exactly happened in the parking lot." Ninglan had also been intending to ask about the security department and suspected a connection to Lin Zixian. Upon receiving the chairman's command, she promptly set off. When she arrived at the security department and inquired about the incident, she discovered that it indeed involved Lin Zixian, and it was a matter he had instigated. After learning that Lin Zixian had been summoned by the general manager and returned in a fit of rage before changing clothes and leaving for the day, Ninglan reported back to the chairman. Qiao Antian sighed, realizing that it was likely his daughter who had offended Lin Zixian. He immediately dialed Lin Zixian's number, but after a few rings, the call was abruptly terminated. Xiao Antian chuckled ruefully as he tried several more times. But each attempt met with disconnection, prompting him to ask Ninglan to call again, only to receive the same result, eventually leading to the phone being turned off, turning his attention to Xiaoyun. He inquired about what she had said to provoke Lin Zixian. Xiaoyun calmly replied that she hadn't said much, only questioning why he acted in that manner, while that was indeed the case. Xiao Antian lacked confidence in his daughter's temperament and doubted that it was as simple as she portrayed. Thus, he couldn't help but scold her. Xiao Yun remained silent, listening quietly, leading Xiao Antian to lose his temper. "Chairman, I know where Deputy Lin is staying. Should I go look for him?" Ninglan suggested to the now exasperated Xiao Antian. "Let us go together." He waved his hand, and Ninglan promptly made arrangements. Under the protection of bodyguards, they arrived at the hotel where Lin Zixian was staying. The lobby manager, upon seeing the impressive entourage, personally came to attend to them. After confirming their purpose, he graciously led the way. However, to their dismay, the front desk clerk quickly called out, "Manager, the guest in that room just checked out and has already left." Ninglan returned to ask, "Are you sure?" The front desk clerk immediately pulled up the checkout records, confirming, "There's no mistake. Mr. Lin from room 2018 checked out about 5 minutes ago." Hearing this, Ninglan felt a wave of despondency wash over her, and Xiao Antian hastily beckoned everyone to get back in the car, believing that Lin Zixian hadn't been gone long and might still be found nearby. Thus, the group set off in search of him, but despite their efforts, he seemed to have vanished without a trace. The next day, Lin Zixian was absent from work, and both Ninglan and Xiao Antian took turns calling him, only to find his phone continually switched off. This pattern persisted into the second and third days. On the fourth day, Xiao Antian could no longer contain himself and called Lin Bao, respectfully recounting the situation. Lin Bao replied that he was aware and stated that his ties with the Qiao family had come to an end. Asking not to be contacted again before hanging up, Xiao Antian could only sigh deeply, uncertain if he had missed something crucial. With his financial resources, he could easily use Lin Bao's contact to locate him. But the first thing his late father had told him when passing on that number was to never attempt to uncover the man's origins, lest he invite disaster. The mystery surrounding the matter left Xiao Antian reluctant to disclose the truth to his daughter. Fearing it might inadvertently cause her trouble, his request for Lin Zixian to protect his daughter was motivated not only by her safety, but also by the desire to cultivate a favorable relationship with him, in hopes of leveraging his connections for the company's growth, which smacked of ulterior motives. For this reason, he remained undeterred, even covertly utilizing connections to investigate exit records, only to attract the attention of certain specialized agencies. In reality, Lin Zixian had not left Donghai. Generally, he was a man of his word. Having promised Xiao Antian to assist, he would not breach that trust without a direct request to terminate their arrangement. Even if he intended to leave, he would inform Xiao Antian beforehand, never disappearing without a trace. However, he felt somewhat embarrassed by Xiaoyun, and spending day after day in the security department had lost its charm. Moreover, it appeared that Zheng Longqing would not take action against the father-daughter duo, prompting him to take a leave of absence to handle his own affairs. In truth, it was nothing significant. Living in a hotel daily was not a sustainable solution, and he sought to rent an apartment. Yet finding a satisfactory place proved to be a challenge. He found noisy areas unbearable and too quiet locations dreary. Thus, he had been wandering around Donghai for several days. On one occasion, he visited a community to view an apartment, but was left unsatisfied, losing count of how many times he had been misled by real estate agents. As he exited the community, he noticed a middle-aged woman frowning in front of a car with its hood open. Lin Zixian casually inquired about her predicament, discovering that the vehicle had broken down. After assessing the situation and finding the issue minor, he quickly helped her fix it, performing a good deed. The woman was overjoyed, repeatedly thanking him and expressing surprise at never having seen him in the community before. Lin Zixian explained that he was looking to rent a place and had come to view apartments, but he had been dissatisfied with many options. During the car repair, they exchanged surnames. The middle-aged woman was surnamed Qiu. Upon learning of Lin Zixian's intention to rent a place, she paused and said, "Xiao Lin, do you have any specific requirements for the apartment you wish to rent?" Lin Zixian took the cloth she handed him, wiping his hands while smiling. "Not really. I just want it to be neither too noisy nor too quiet. Mainly a comfortable living environment. I see, Miss Chiu mused for a moment before continuing. I happen to have a house that has been passed down through generations. Although it's a bit old, the living conditions should be acceptable. If it weren't for the distance to my workplace, I wouldn't be too inclined to rent it out. Currently, there are a few tenants living there, but a few months ago, one tenant vacated a room. And I haven't rented it out since, mainly because I'm concerned about attracting undesirable tenants who wouldn't treat the old house with care, given its sentimental value. I think you seem like a decent person. So perhaps you could take a look at it. Just know that it's located in the old city area. I'm afraid you young people might find it lacking in excitement. How many people are already living there? Lin Zixian asked, a bit taken aback and hesitating. Is it a shared rental? He was reluctant to mingle with unsavory characters, yet it was difficult to refuse her goodwill. A mess. Chiu smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. The current tenants are all long-term renters, and they're decent folks. Otherwise, I wouldn't let them stay. I can tell you're from out of town. It's not easy for someone from afar to find a good place to settle. Here's the deal. Go take a look first, and if you like it, you can rent it. I won't charge you too much. Just a nominal fee will suffice. Just help keep an eye on the old house when you have time. If you don't like it, you don't have to rent it. It was evident that she was a kind-hearted person, and Lin Zixian's previous act of kindness had likely won her over. Without waiting for Lin Zixian to decline, she pulled a notebook from her bag, jotted down the address, tore off a page, and handed it along with 2 keys, one for the courtyard and the other for the room. The note contained her phone number, and she added, if the house doesn't meet your expectations, just hand the keys to one of the tenants, and they'll return them to me. You won't have to run around. Go take a look. It's better than wandering aimlessly. After saying this, Miss Chiu got into her car, started the engine, and left after giving a few last-minute instructions, showing a remarkable trust in Lin Zixian. In truth, there was little to be concerned about. The old house was already under watchful eyes, and any losses amounted to merely 2 sets of keys. Lin Zixian, holding the note and keys, managed a wry smile. Could this be what they referred to as good deeds being rewarded? At the Ministry of National Security in the capital, a military vehicle, after undergoing inspection, entered the depths of a heavily fortified courtyard, where guards armed with real weapons stood watch in both the light and shadows. The vehicle came to a halt in front of the office building. When Zhang Jinqing alighted, his gaze was drawn to the national emblem hanging solemnly on the wall of the hall. Evoking a moment of silence within him, the emblem was dignified and imposing, inspiring a sense of reverence. He had been affiliated with the Americas Division of the Ministry of National Security, serving as the director of the Special Operations Department, discreetly overseeing a particular mission. However, he had received an unexpected transfer order directly from headquarters, moving him from the Americas Division to the Asia Division, compelling him to return from abroad to report in person. At that moment, he was still unaware of the reasons behind his reassignment, but as he gazed at the solemn emblem in the hall, a twinge of guilt arose within him, pondering whether it was due to the lack of progress in his mission since taking charge of the Special Operations Department. With heavy steps, he entered the hall, where staff promptly verified his identity before granting him passage. He made his way straight to the office of the Asia Division's director, Yang Weigua, and knocked on the door. Announcing his presence, "Come in," a serious voice beckoned from within. Pushing the door open, Zhang Jinqing strode into the office, standing at attention before the authoritative figure seated behind the desk. Zhang Jinqing reporting in. Transferred back to the country, the man behind the desk, characterized by a square jaw and graying temples, scrutinized the imposing figure of Zhang Jinqing for a brief moment. Noticing his unwavering stance, a smile gradually appeared on his face. "Welcome back. You've worked hard. Please, take a seat." He gestured toward the sofa. Zhang Jinqing approached the sofa, sitting upright with his hands resting on his knees, maintaining a straight posture and unwavering gaze. Yang Weigua picked up a leather folder from the desk and took a seat beside Zhang Jinqing. Smiling as he spoke, "Before your transfer back to the Asia Division, the Americas Division had already handed over your files and the details of your ongoing mission to us from the moment the order was issued. All your tasks will be taken over by the Asia Division, and your focus will temporarily shift back to domestic matters. I have reviewed all your files, so I am not unfamiliar with you." Zhang Jinqing regarded him with some surprise. He was acutely aware of the nature of his mission, which had necessitated his prolonged overseas activity, and now he was expected to refocus his efforts domestically. Despite the lingering confusion, he felt a sense of relief. It seemed he had not been reassigned due to a lack of progress in his work. Time is of the essence, so I won't waste words. Yang Wei succinctly explained, opening the thick leather folder to reveal 2 enlarged photographs, which he handed over. Take a look at the individuals in these photographs. Do you recognize them? As Zhang Jinqing examined the photographs, his eyes widened in astonishment. The individuals depicted were none other than Lin Zixian. The sole distinction was that one image showcased him with a ponytail, gazing intently to the side, a cigarette dangling from his lips, while the other displayed him with cropped hair, appearing somewhat disheveled and devoid of his usual menacing demeanor. This latter photograph was unmistakably Lin Zixian's from the employee roster of the Minghua Group's security department. Merely enlarged for clarity, this, Zhang Jinqing struggled to articulate his disbelief, comparing the 2 images. The one featuring the ponytail was the result of his painstaking efforts, and he recognized it as the fruit of his clandestine operations abroad. During his tenure with the Americas Division, he had led a team primarily tasked with investigating a mysterious organization known as the International Idlers. This organization wielded considerable influence in the underground world, capable of swaying the outcomes of conflicts in war-torn African nations, thus intertwining with significant political ramifications. The underground community had bestowed upon its leader, Caesar, the title of emperor, garnering the attention of governments worldwide. Repeated directives from higher-ups emphasized that national interests superseded all else, compelling him to ascertain the identities of the core members of the International Idlers at any cost. However, these individuals were elusive, seemingly appearing and disappearing without a trace, rendering effective surveillance nearly impossible. A year prior, amidst internal strife within the organization, Zhang Jinqing had paid a heavy price to successfully infiltrate, capturing a clandestine photograph of the organization's leader, Caesar. This singular image had sparked a frenzy among elite agents from various nations, all vying for its possession, indicating the extraordinary interest governments held concerning the leader of the International Idlers. The toll taken on agents in pursuit of this photograph was immeasurable. Upon receiving this image, depicting a young man with a ponytail, Zhang Jinqing was astounded to realize that this individual, possessing a Chinese visage, was none other than the renowned emperor of the underground world. Subsequent rumors in the underground suggested that Caesar was, in fact, of Korean descent, a notion Zhang Jinqing found plausible given the young man's features. Consequently, not only Zhang Jinqing's team but also various international intelligence agencies dispatched operatives to South Korea in search of Caesar. Korean underground organizations proclaimed him a national pride, even initiating operations to protect him from foreign agents, significantly hindering covert efforts. Yet, the harsh reality was that no trace of Caesar was found in South Korea. He seemed to have evaporated. As time wore on, global attention gradually shifted and Zhang Jinqing's mission stagnated. However, upon seeing the 2 photographs, he was struck with realization. Despite the change in hairstyle, it was undoubtedly the same individual. Uncertain of the origin of the cropped hair photograph, Zhang Jinqing finally understood the rationale behind his transfer from the Americas Division to the Asia Division. Yang Wei gestured toward the ponytailed image, stating, "This is the Dillo number 1 photo obtained by your Special Operations Department." He then pointed to the cropped hair image. "The individual in this photograph is named Lin Zixian. Do you believe they are the same person?" Dillo serves as a code name for the International Idlers, with Dillo number 1 denoting the organization's leader, Caesar, symbolizing the foremost figure among them. This coded terminology was deliberately employed for confidentiality. It took Zhang Jinqing a moment to collect his thoughts. Shifting his gaze from the photographs to Yang Wei's face, "Director, I believe these 2 individuals are indeed the same person. I recommend using instrumentation for further analysis to confirm." Chapter 30. Cherry Blossom apartment facial recognition tests had already been conducted and confirmed that the 2 photographs depicted the same individual, which is precisely why headquarters transferred you from the Americas Division, as you have been executing this mission and are well acquainted with its intricacies. NO1 is better suited for this task than you. Yang Wei elaborated. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Jinqing recognized that since he would continue to execute the mission, certain questions demanded clarification. He held up the cropped hair photograph and inquired, "Director, where did this photograph originate?" The acquisition of this photograph was, in fact, a mere coincidence. Yang Wei indicated the light switch, instructing, "Turn off the lights." Zhang Jinqing promptly approached the door to turn off the lights, plunging the room into darkness. Yang Weigua activated the projection equipment on the desk, casting an image on the opposite wall, video footage captured by airport surveillance. If Lin Zixian were to witness this footage, he would undoubtedly find it both amusing and exasperating. As it depicted the moment he was soundly beaten by Qiao Yun at the airport, once the playback concluded, it rewound, pausing at a specific frame. Yang Weigua directed a red from his laser pointer onto Lin Zixian's face, stating, "There's no need to elaborate on him. It's up to you to investigate." The woman who struck him is named Qiao Yun, the only daughter of Qiao Antian, chairman of a top 100 enterprise, Minghua Group, and currently the general manager of the organization. The reason this surveillance footage came to our attention is that Qiao Antian has been discreetly utilizing connections to search for an individual named Lin Zixian's immigration records, which drew the interest of our security department. Upon verification, we discovered that Lin Zixian is indeed the Dillo number 1 that your Special Operations Department has been seeking. Incredibly, we found that Dillo number 1 had been covertly working as the deputy director of the Minghua Group Security Department, a revelation no one could have anticipated. The photographs were sourced directly from the Minghua Group's employee roster. According to the investigation, Dilong number 1 arrived at Minghua Group merely a few days after his return to the country, specifically on the very next day. It remains uncertain whether Dilong number 1 joined Minghua Group after meeting Qiao Yun at the airport, or if Minghua Group had entangled itself with the Qinglong gang and sought his assistance. At this juncture, Yang Weigua switched the projection to a slideshow, displaying a series of photographs of Lin Zixian wandering the streets of Donghai City with a backpack. He continued, stating, "Upon discovering that the individual Qiao Antian was seeking was indeed Dilong No. 1. We promptly dispatched personnel to scrutinize the surveillance footage from various passageways in Donghai City. This individual evidently possesses a strong counter-surveillance awareness, consistently evading the cameras, whether intentionally or not. However, after our staff meticulously sifted through the vast array of footage, we finally managed to locate a set of recordings confirming his presence within Donghai City. Please turn on the lights." Zhang Jinqing activated the lights in the office, while Yang Weigua powered down the devices on his desk and approached to hand him a brown paper bag. His expression grave, he stated, "Currently, this is the extent of the information we have gathered. The detailed analysis is contained within. Therefore, I must instruct you to immediately proceed to Donghai to continue your mission and ascertain the true intentions behind Dilong No. 1's arrival in the country and whether it poses a threat to our national security." "Understood," Zhang Jinqing responded solemnly, pausing momentarily before adding, "Once we locate him, if apprehension is to be carried out, we will likely require the military's cooperation. Otherwise, given this individual's capabilities, controlling him may prove exceedingly difficult. We must exercise utmost caution." Yang Weigua shook his head. "You should be aware that the forces he is associated with are not to be underestimated by anyone. The consequences of an attempted forced capture are unpredictable. If apprehension is indeed necessary, the police can handle it. There is no need for our national security to expend such vast resources. The directive from the highest authorities at headquarters is clear. National interests supersede all else. Locate him, find a way to approach him. If the forces he is linked to can be utilized to our advantage, that would be optimal. At the very least, we must ensure that his affiliations do not disrupt the broader national landscape. In summary, even if we cannot become allies, we must not become adversaries." Zhang Jinqing received the unequivocal instructions and immediately affirmed, "Yes, I will take the next available flight to Donghai, and no need for such formality." Yang Weigua glanced at his watch and remarked, "I have already contacted the Air Force. In approximately half an hour, a cargo flight will depart for Donghai, and a seat has been reserved for you. A vehicle is waiting outside to take you directly to the Air Force airport, and arrangements have been made on the Donghai end to receive you. Once you arrive in Donghai, you can commence your work immediately. The Asia Division will fully support your efforts." After their discussion, Zhang Jinqing swiftly departed. In the old district of Donghai, Lin Zixian wandered about with a backpack, glancing around. This was a narrow old street, barely 10 meters wide, flanked by buildings that must be several decades old, with generally low stories and weathered walls. Newly renovated shops stood in abundance alongside old houses, and the foot traffic was sparse, with occasional domestic and international tourists raising their cameras to capture the antiquated architecture. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Lin Zixian entered a quaint southern goods shop just around the corner. Estimated to cover no more than 5 square meters, such small southern goods shops are a rarity nowadays, and this street likely housed the only one. Inside, a cigarette counter occupied a significant portion of the space, with daily necessities displayed in the wall cabinets and a fruit stall at the entrance. The confined area was filled with the fragrant aroma of fruits. A little girl was perched on a small stool. Engrossed in her drawing, the proprietress, modest yet graceful, noticed the customer and immediately rose from behind the counter, demurely inquiring, "Sir, may I assist you with something?" Lin Zixian was momentarily taken aback, unable to resist stealing another glance at her. In his discerning eyes, the proprietress was undeniably attractive, possessing both beauty and allure. The contours of her figure concealed behind the counter remained a mystery. Sensing her discomfort from his gaze, he quickly averted his eyes, offering a friendly smile. "Apologies for the interruption. Might I inquire if the Sakura Snow apartment is accessible via this road?" He gestured towards the left turn. The proprietress hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yes. Just go straight. The old building at the end is the Sakura Snow apartment. Thank you." After expressing his gratitude, Lin Zixian turned to leave, but suddenly noticed the little girl, wide-eyed and blinking, staring intently at him. He couldn't help but smile and compliment. "How lovely you are." The little girl immediately stood up and replied, "Hello, uncle." She appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old, charming and polite. "Farewell." Lin Zixian waved back at her with a smile and continued on his way. The fork in the road soon revealed no more shops, quiet and serene. After walking about 100 meters, he arrived at the entrance of a high-walled courtyard, with a sign indicating Sakura Snow apartment. Although labeled an apartment, it seemed merely a faade for rental purposes. Peering through the enclosing wall, it resembled an old colonial-style house, likely dating back to the Republican era, its walls adorned with climbing ivy. A rusty iron gate stood firmly closed. Lin Zixian retrieved a key from his pocket, selecting the largest one to insert into the lock. Opening the gate and stepping inside, upon entering the courtyard, Lin Zixian was greeted by a refreshing coolness. Despite the early warmth of the season, several large green-leaved banana plants and a few sycamores provided ample shade, while a trellis of intertwined old grapevines added charm. Each corner of the courtyard featured a small old-fashioned flower bed, sprouting sporadic blossoms, and a well nestled in the wall corner. This dilapidated old house exuded a unique allure. Most captivating, however, was a young girl, somewhat shy, sitting at a stone table beneath the grape trellis, watching him. The girl had a well-proportioned figure, her long hair cascading down her back, seemingly freshly washed and slightly damp. Dressed in a white tracksuit, she radiated youthful vibrancy, exuding a subtle scholarly air that made her appear as if she had stepped out of a painting. Several books lay atop the stone table, and she held a fountain pen, suggesting she was a student. "Who are you?" she inquired, eyeing Lin Zixian warily, her voice sweet yet tinged with tension, glancing occasionally at the key in his hand. "Does she think I'm a thief?" Lin Zixian waved the key playfully and chuckled. "My apologies. I'm the new tenant. I have the key given by the landlord, so I came in directly. I hope I haven't disturbed you." From the moment he beheld the courtyard's ambience, he had taken a liking to the place, and the sight of the beautiful girl before him was quite striking, her fresh and refined appearance making it a pleasure to gaze upon her. It was evident she was one of the tenants mentioned by Ms. Chiu. The prospect of renting here became a certainty, as he was smitten by the charm of both the residence and its inhabitants. Thus, he dismissed any notion of merely looking around and resolved to establish his status as a tenant here by confirming his relationship with the prospective housemate. "Which room did you rent?" The girl maintained her vigilance, slowly picking up the phone from the stone table, discreetly pressing 3 buttons behind her back, dialing 110, with her thumb poised over the call button, ready to alert the authorities at the slightest hint of trouble. Lin Zixian, well-versed in such tactics, found her actions rather amusing, recognizing her attempt to gauge his intentions. If he were to answer incorrectly, she would promptly call for help. The landlord mentioned that the room on the west side of the 3rd floor is still vacant. Lin Zixian replied with a smile. The girl visibly relaxed at his words and asked, "What is your name? Does this feel like an interrogation?" Lin Zixian chuckled lightly, sensing the need to ease her apprehension, and introduced himself. Lin Zixian, Chapter 31. The cargo bicycle. The girl withdrew her phone from behind her and quickly dialed another number. Once connected, she sweetly asked, "Aunt Chiu, it's me, Xiao Ong." "Yes. A new tenant has arrived at the Sakura Snow apartment. He says his name is Lin Zixian. Is there such a person?" "Oh, all right, I understand." Goodbye, Aunt Chio. After hanging up, she set aside her pen and phone, apologizing. I'm sorry, I'm the only one at home. And occasionally there are ruffians in this area, so I have to be cautious. Hello, my name is Zhang Beibei. I never knew a fountain pen could be wielded against ruffians. Indeed, individuals of culture can be quite formidable, capable of inflicting harm without a trace. Yet, I hardly think I resemble a ruffian, Lin Zixian teased, noting her slight embarrassment and quickly reassured her. I'm just joking. May I now proceed to view the room? Do you require me to show you my identification again? Zhang Beibei bashfully shook her head and extended her hand to lead the way. Allow me to guide you. Thank you. Lin Zixian followed her closely. Upon entering the lobby of the old colonial house, Zhang Beibei began her introduction. The first floor consists of a kitchen, dining room, and living room, as well as 2 bedrooms occupied by 2 male tenants. The second floor contains 3 bedrooms, housing 3 female tenants, myself included. The third floor is smaller, with 2 bedrooms. The eastern room is occupied by a mother and daughter, while the western room is yours. Although the third floor is compact, it features a terrace. Each floor has a restroom. Lin Zixian nodded along the way, observing that although the old Western-style building appeared dilapidated from the outside, the interior was quite pleasant, clean, and orderly. A spiral staircase wound its way upwards, and Lin Zixian occasionally stole glances at the firm and pert posterior of the person leading the way, which was one of his guilty pleasures. The two did not pause on the second floor, but proceeded directly to the third, where a small living room awaited. Zhang Beibei pointed to the closed door on the right and said, "This is your room." Lin Zixian took out his key and unlocked the door. The room was dimly lit, yet spacious, estimated to be nearly 30 square meters. It was evident that the original owner of the house had been affluent. Though a faint musty odor lingered in the air, he tossed his backpack onto the bed and walked straight to the windowsill, swiftly pulling back the curtains and opening the window to let in fresh air, instantly brightening the room. A glance around revealed that the furniture, table, chairs, bed, and wardrobe was all present, although the wardrobe was empty and there were no bedding on the bed, which was covered in a layer of dust. Zhang Beibei, who had been standing at the door without entering, remarked, "This room was previously occupied, but it was vacated a few months ago due to a job transfer. If you need any daily necessities, you can buy them on the old street outside. It might need some cleaning. As cohabitating roommates," Lin Zixian boldly replied, "I trust you won't mind lending a hand with the cleaning." Zhang Beibei was momentarily taken aback but nodded in agreement. "Not refusing. Then I'll trouble you with that. I'll head out to purchase the items you mentioned." With that, he dashed off, and soon the sound of a metal door slamming echoed from downstairs. Zhang Beibei stood there dazed for a moment, realizing that this man was rather lacking in gentlemanly conduct. After all, she was considered a campus belle, with many boys vying for her attention, yet here he was, giving her orders as if it were perfectly natural. The girl was quite earnest. Recalling her earlier misunderstanding, she indeed went downstairs to search for cleaning supplies and began tidying up. Fortunately, the room's furnishings were sparse, making the task relatively uncomplicated. Once outside, Lin Zixian felt his pockets and discovered he had run out of cigarettes. He ambled over to a small local shop at the intersection and requested a pack. When he was about to pay, the beautiful shopkeeper hesitated and inquired, "Are you a tenant at Ingxua apartment?" "How do you know?" Lin Zixian asked, somewhat perplexed. The little girl standing at his feet looked up and declared, "Uncle, we live there too. Are you our neighbor? I live on the 3rd floor. You must be the mother and daughter that Zhang Beibei mentioned." Lin Zixian pieced it together. The shopkeeper returned the money with a smile, saying, "I am Tong Yunan, and this is my daughter Tong Feifei. We will be neighbors from now on. Let me treat you this time. Hello, I am Lin Zixian," with Lin meaning forest and Zi meaning sun, and Xian referring to leisure. Lin Zixian extended his hand for a handshake, his gaze swiftly scanning the small shop before shifting to the adorable little girl, his eyes subtly glimmering. He was the sort of person who, while often disinclined to think deeply, possessed an extraordinary wealth of experience when he did. From the shop's modest surroundings to the shared surname Tong between the mother and daughter, he quickly inferred certain things, but refrained from probing into those matters. Instead, he amiably tucked the money back into his pocket and smiled. "Then I shall not be polite." As Lin Zixian had anticipated, the lives of the mother and daughter were not particularly affluent. Upon hearing that she was treating him, Tong Yunan felt a slight pang in her heart as Lin Zixian quickly scanned the small shop. Though she was impoverished, she maintained a sense of dignity. Otherwise, with her looks, she could have led a different life. While a pack of cigarettes was not worth much, she feared he might decline. Seeing him accept her gesture with such ease brought forth a long-forgotten genuine smile to her face. Lin Zixian crouched down before the little girl, gently lifting her chin, and said with a grin, "From today onward, we are neighbors. How about Uncle treats you and your mother to dinner tonight?" Tong Feifei glanced at her mother. An understanding child, who, although visibly tempted, dared not take the lead. Lin Zixian immediately feigned displeasure, stating, "Feifei, we are neighbors now. If you refuse Uncle's first invitation, he will be heartbroken." Tong Feifei was put in a dilemma. Not wanting to see Uncle sad, yet not wanting to disregard her mother's wishes, Tong Yunan hesitated for a moment before finally nodding at her daughter. Tong Feifei's face lit up as she eagerly agreed. "Uncle, I promise." "Great," Lin Zixian exclaimed, lifting her into the air, then turning to Tong Yunan with a smile. "Let's close the shop early today. I am unfamiliar with this area and need to purchase some daily necessities now that I've just moved in. As neighbors, could you please show me around?" He framed it as a simple request from an old friend. Caught off guard by his approach, Tong Yunan found herself unable to refuse, smilingly agreeing. The small shop soon closed. And as Tong Yunan stood on the street, Lin Zixian was taken aback. This mother of a child possessed an extraordinary beauty. Even without makeup, Tong Yunan felt a bit shy under his gaze. Lin Zixian then turned to Tong Feifei and praised, "Feifei, how did you end up with such a beautiful mother?" "Uncle is utterly captivated." Tong Feifei beamed with pride, and Tong Yunan also smiled softly. The awkwardness dissipating, she called out to her daughter, "Feifei, come down quickly. Uncle is tired." Tong Feifei immediately wriggled free, and Lin Zixian let her down, only for her to take her mother's hand, while Lin Zixian shamelessly grabbed Tong Feifei's other hand. Creating a scene of two adults leading a child, resembling a family, the trio strolled through the streets of the old town, stumbling upon a snack stall. Noticing Tong Feifei's keen interest, Lin Zixian promptly declared he was hungry and asked her what was delicious. Tong Feifei pointed to grilled lamb skewers, and Lin Zixian quickly bought a large quantity, insisting on sharing some with the mother and daughter. Though Tong Yunan modestly declined, she was no match for Lin Zixian. The international rogue, he feigned a pained expression, glancing around. "In broad daylight, how can I let you two watch me eat? I might as well starve." With his persuasive and earnest chatter, Tong Yunan found herself unable to refuse, and soon all three were savoring lamb skewers while leisurely walking down the street. During this time, Tong Yunan observed her daughter's blissful expression as she accompanied her mother and father, her eyes misting with unshed tears as she discreetly glanced at Lin Zixian. She was no fool. How could she not perceive the intentionality behind his actions? Next, leveraging the excuse of the spicy lamb skewers, Lin Zixian asked Tong Feifei to recommend a beverage. This time, Tong Yunan did not hesitate to fulfill her daughter's rare moment of happiness. As the trio sauntered past a bicycle shop, Lin Zixian casually glanced inside, his gaze momentarily fixating on an old-fashioned cargo bicycle, prompting him to enter. The shop owner approached, inquiring about his needs. Lin Zixian pointed to the vintage bicycle. Curious about his choice, Tong Yunan asked, "What do you need a bicycle for?" "Of course, for transportation." Lin Zixian replied with a smile. "No, that's not what I meant," Tong Yunan clarified. "I just find it unusual for young people to buy such outdated bicycles. They typically opt for stylish models." Lin Zixian shook his head slightly, his hand brushing against the bicycle's frame as he revealed a rare softness in his expression, smiling gently. "If America is a nation built on the wheels of automobiles, then pre-reform China was a nation founded on these 280 cargo bicycles. Back then, whether in cities or villages, a single cargo bicycle could support an entire family, carrying dreams and responsibilities, its significance rivaling that of today's luxury sports cars. I often saw adults riding them in my childhood, and now I wish to buy one to reminisce about those times." He vaguely recalled his father often taking him for rides on such bicycles. Tong Yunan regarded him with a peculiar expression, choosing not to respond further. "Well said, young man," the shop owner remarked, momentarily taken aback, then suddenly applauded and exclaimed, "I have been running this bicycle shop for over 30 years. Selling these cargo bicycles once sustained my family, but it has become increasingly difficult to sell them now, so I rarely stock this model anymore. I have always felt a sense of frustration that I couldn't articulate. But after hearing your words today, I finally understand. What a poignant sentiment. Never mind, I won't sell this bicycle. I'll give it to you for free. Lin Zixian was momentarily stunned, while Tong Yunan smiled at him. Tong Feifei, not comprehending their conversation, continued to sip her drink, her little belly now full. She likely wouldn't be able to eat dinner later. An amusing scene unfolded as the shop owner insisted on gifting the bicycle while the customer insisted on paying, leading to a lively exchange filled with flushed faces, two strangers caught in a comical dispute. Ultimately, Lin Zixian, recognizing the shopkeeper's sincerity, graciously accepted the free bicycle, pushing the bicycle. Lin Zixian noticed Tong Yunan glancing at him with amusement. Unable to suppress a smile, it was likely the first time she had witnessed such an interaction, and it seemed he was equally bewildered by the situation. How could he possibly appear so perplexed? Lin Zixian casually glanced at the sky, swung his leg over the bicycle seat, and effortlessly lifted Tong Feifei, who had been resting on the bike's crossbar, instructing her to hold onto the handlebars. He turned back to Tong Yunan and said, "Yunan, hurry up and hop on the back." As they rode along, the way he addressed her changed, and although Tong Yunan initially felt a bit taken aback, she inadvertently succumbed to his charm and gradually adjusted, as if they were old friends who had known each other for years. She no longer found it inappropriate for him to call her that. Rather, she instinctively lifted her ample backside and settled onto the seat. "Hold on tight," Lin Zixian exclaimed, as he pedaled hard, the brand-new bicycle carrying the two mothers and daughters forward, with Tong Feifei cheering in delight. However, the sudden movement caused Tong Yunan to instinctively grasp Lin Zixian's waist to maintain her balance. Upon feeling his firm muscles, she was jolted as if struck by lightning, suddenly realizing the impropriety of her actions. In a panic, she released her grip, nearly tumbling off the speeding bicycle, but Lin Zixian reacted swiftly, reaching back to catch her arm, reminding her once again, "Hold on tight." Tong Yunan's face flushed crimson, her cheeks ablaze. As she clutched the bicycle frame beneath her, sitting stiffly on the rear seat, reflecting on the events, she realized that this man seemed like a devil. Previously, in her efforts to avoid scandal, she had never engaged closely with any man, believing that one should maintain dignity even in poverty. Yet here she was, utterly transformed, her mind a whirlwind of confusion, unable to comprehend how she had arrived at this moment. Taking a deep breath, she asked, "Lin, what's going on?" She had been swayed into addressing him in such a familiar manner. At 28, and he at 30, she had unwittingly called him brother. Zhang Beibei is still at home tidying up the room. "It's almost mealtime. We need to hurry and buy some things to take back. Since she helped us, we ought to treat her to a meal," Lin Zixian replied while pedaling. Upon hearing this, Tong Yunan found solace in the rationale and promptly directed him on which way to go. As they meandered through the streets, it wasn't long before the handlebars of Lin Zixian's bicycle were laden with bags, while Tong Feifei clutched a doll in her arms. Tong Yunan also held onto several large and small bags. The bicycle, designed for heavy loads, proved its worth, carrying 3 people and an abundance of items without losing speed. Certainly, no other model could boast such capabilities. Of course, Lin Zixian's excellent riding skills played a significant role as well. When they arrived at the entrance to Tong Yunan's store, the bicycle came to a halt. Tong Yunan quickly reopened the shop, retrieving towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and other daily necessities before shutting the door once more. Although Lin Zixian had intended to purchase these items, Tong Yunan insisted there was no need to waste money, as she already had them in stock, seeing her fully embrace the role of a friend. Lin Zixian naturally acquiesced to her wishes. "I must see who this Lin Zixian is. It's outrageous that he treats our Beibei like a maid." A striking woman stood with her hands on her hips, berating them as the large iron gate of Sakura Snow Apartments swung open, with a bobbed haircut and 2 large earrings dangling from her ears. She wore a short pink and yellow miniskirt, her long legs clad in black stockings and perched atop high heels. She was Lu Yanzi, one of the tenants of Sakura Snow Apartments. Meanwhile, Qinyu, with her long hair elegantly pinned back and clad in a standard professional outfit, stood nearby with a serene smile, her beauty surpassing even Lu Yanzi's. Zhang Beibei tugged at Lu Yanzi's arm, pleading, "Sister Yanzi, you've misunderstood. He didn't bully me or coerce me. I did so willingly." "Humph," What a strange situation. Lu Yanzi scoffed, casting a scornful glance at her. Then I must see for myself if Lin Zixian is so handsome that he could capture the attention of the Central Committee to have Beibei willingly serve him. Zhang Beibei turned to Qinyu, urging her to intercede on her behalf. Qinyu shook her head, chuckling. It's truly outrageous. I too want to see what makes Lin Zixian so special. To have our campus flower working as a maid after knowing him for less than half an hour. Suddenly, the crisp sound of a bicycle bell rang out, causing the three women to freeze in surprise. A handsome man pedaled a mismatched bicycle, laden with bags, and smoothly came to a stop, upon seeing Tong Yunan sitting behind him. The three women gaped in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. "Sister Yunan," they exclaimed in unison, their faces a mixture of astonishment. They all knew that Tong Yunan harbored emotional scars. Avoiding close contact with any man, even refraining from speaking much to the two male residents of Sakura Snow Apartments. Yet today, it seemed as if the sun had risen in the west. Sister Yunan had actually taken a joyride on a stranger's bicycle. Could he be the man who abandoned her all those years ago? The three women pondered. No, Zhang Beibei recognized Lin Zixian, and she was left speechless. As Tong Yunan dismounted, she immediately grasped their reactions and felt her face flush with embarrassment. Lin Zixian helped Tong Feifei down from the bike, and upon seeing the trio of stunning women blocking the entrance, his heart raced a little. He surmised that these three beauties were indeed his future roommates, and he realized that good people are rewarded, as he would have regretted it for life had someone else rented this place. Sister Yunan. Lu Yanzi and Qinyu rushed forward to take the heavy bags from her hands, their gazes lingering on Lin Zixian as they inquired, "Who is this?" Tong Yunan, feeling a bit awkward, replied, "This is our new roommate, Lin Zixian." Lin Zixian? Lu Yanzi and Qinyu exclaimed in shock, their eyes darting towards him. "Hello," Lin Zixian greeted with a warm smile, one hand resting on the bicycle while the other waved at them. "Hello, beautiful ladies. I am Lin Zixian. I look forward to getting to know you all. You are really Lin Zixian." Qinyu blinked in disbelief. "Is there a problem?" Lin Zixian asked, utterly perplexed. "Are you the one who has Zhang Beibei doing chores?" Lu Yanzi moved closer, scrutinizing him, then turned to Zhang Beibei and asked, "Is this the guy?" Lin Zixian sensed the hostility in her tone and thought to himself, "What have I done to deserve this? Why do I feel like I might get punched? Should I fight back if that happens?" Zhang Beibei was utterly speechless, unsure of what to say. Not speaking is an admission of guilt," Lu Yanzi declared. Hands on her hips, her ample bosom thrust forward as she confronted him. "Lin Zixian, do you realize that Zhang Beibei is a talented woman? Do you understand she is a graduate student and the campus beauty of Donghai University? Do you know she is also a pure-hearted young lady?" I really didn't know," Lin Zixian replied, glancing at Zhang Beibei. "We haven't spoken much yet. I didn't have the chance to ask." Lu Yanzi seized the opportunity to berate him, her eyes wide with indignation as she scolded. "You haven't even talked to her much, yet you dare to let her help you clean? How can you bully her like that? Are you even a man? You're worse than a beast." It's not what you think. If you don't believe me, ask Yunan. I mentioned several times on the way that I wanted to treat Zhang Beibei to a meal as thanks," Lin Zixian said, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He realized that beautiful women in this country were not as gentle as he had imagined. It seemed that the prettier ones were quite fierce. The stunning woman he had encountered at the airport had even resorted to violence. Tong Yunan quickly interjected. "Yes, he said several times that he wanted to treat Beibei to dinner as a gesture of gratitude." As soon as she spoke, Lu Yanzi appeared to relent a little, lowering her voice as she glared at Lin Zixian and said, "Oh, so you're only inviting Beibei? Come on, she is the campus beauty. The talented one, a stunning woman. What if you were to take advantage of her?" At this, Zhang Beibei felt incredibly awkward. While Qinyu stifled a laugh, Tong Yunan shot Lu Yanzi an admonishing look. Lin Zixian quickly grasped her insinuation. She was attempting to extort him. Nevertheless, he was quick-witted and immediately responded, "I'll treat everyone. All the residents of Sakura Snow Apartments are invited." "What? You think you can just take us to some small restaurant and dismiss us?" Lu Yanzi pressed on. Lin Zixian felt like calling her auntie, his face contorted in a wry smile as he said, "You choose the place, wherever you say." "This is what you said," Lu Yanzi remarked, deftly flicking her short hair and striking a pose. "How about Ivory Coast?" "Ivory Coast?" Lin Zixian paused for a moment. Wasn't that the place run by Meng Zidin? After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. "All right, I'll go with your suggestion. Tong Yunan's expression shifted slightly. She had never been to that place, but had heard of IT. IT was renowned throughout Donghai as a 6-star hotel, with prices that would terrify the average citizen. Qin Yu discreetly tugged at Lu Yanzi's sleeve, whispering, "Hey, you're going too far." Lu Yanzi turned back, secretly winking at the other women. Just then, Tong Feifei tugged at Lu Yanzi's leg, pleading, "Auntie Yanzi, please don't bully my uncle. He bought me this doll." She waved the rabbit doll in her hand, clearly having been won over by Lin Zixian, creating a small rift within Sakura Snow Apartments. "All right, Auntie will give little Feifei some face and won't bully him anymore." She playfully pinched Tong Feifei's nose and called out to several women, "We're not just here for nothing. Let's help him carry the things upstairs." The women approached, introduced themselves, and swiftly cleared away the bags hanging from Lin Zixian's bicycle, each carrying their share upstairs with a charming grace. Lin Zixian watched the alluring figures of the women retreat and chuckled to himself, feeling he had truly found a splendid place, completely oblivious to the notion of being extorted. He lifted the bicycle up the steps and parked it in a corner of the yard. The women did not indeed seem to be there just for a free meal. Upon reaching the room upstairs, Lin Zixian discovered it had been meticulously cleaned by Zhang Beibei, now infused with a refreshing scent, as if an air freshener had been sprayed to dispel any mustiness. That moment, several women were deftly making the bed and organizing his belongings. It seemed women naturally excelled in such tasks, transforming the room into a tidy space in no time. This was far superior to staying in a hotel. He had fallen into a haven of beauty. Surrounded by enchanting women, Lin Zixian stood by, gleefully rubbing his hands together, expressing his gratitude profusely, nearly offering to massage their shoulders and waists. Of course, if the lovely ladies were willing, he would gladly oblige. After they finished tidying up, Lu Yanzi, adorned with alluring eye makeup, approached him, playfully poking his chest with a finger painted in a vibrant red hue, and leisurely remarked, "Little Lin, since so many beautiful women are helping you tidy up, how about you treat us to dinner at Ivory Coast?" In truth, she was merely teasing Lin Zixian, making him aware that their assistance was not to be taken for granted. They would not genuinely let him spend excessively at Ivory Coast. After all, if he were truly wealthy, he wouldn't be renting a place in such a remote area. As long as he softened his stance, a casual outing to a small restaurant would suffice for an introduction. And if things went well, they could develop a good rapport. If not, they could part ways amicably. However, Lin Zixian shook his head repeatedly, grinning, "No objections, no objections. I promise everyone will eat and drink well." Lu Yanzi immediately rolled her eyes, realizing she was dealing with a man who was overly concerned with appearances and chose to remain silent. Not only Tong Yunan, but even Zhang Beibei appeared somewhat anxious, prompting Qin Yu, with good intentions, to approach and ask, "Lin Zixian, do you know what Ivory Coast is?" Lin Zixian hesitated, sensing an odd expression on their faces. Reflecting on it, he couldn't recall anything frightening about Ivory Coast, scratching his head and responding, "I've been to Ivory Coast once. It's just a hotel for dining and leisure, right? Is there a second Ivory Coast in the East Sea?" The women were momentarily taken aback. He had actually spent money at Ivory Coast? Really? Lu Yanzi scoffed, looking at him with disdain, noting that his attire didn't seem particularly upscale, and immediately lost interest in this man who was trying too hard to save face. She dragged the other beauties out of the room. Left alone, Lin Zixian stood in the room, puzzled, wondering if he had inadvertently offended them. In the living room downstairs, the women sat on the sofa, whispering about Lin Zixian, unsure what to make of this seemingly clueless fellow who rode a bicycle to rent a place, yet dared to act wealthy before them. Lu Yanzi declared, "Ladies, we've got a man trying to save face. We must take advantage of him. No one is allowed to feel sorry for him." Tong Yunan was about to speak, but her words were cut off by Lu Yanzi, leaving her in an awkward position. Lu Yanzi then pulled out her phone, dialed a number, and commanded, "Li Mingjing, where are you? Hurry back. I'm treating you to a feast." An excited voice came from the other end. "Sure, I'll be right there." After hanging up, Lu Yanzi nudged Qin Yu. Yeah, call your man and have him come back for the feast. Today we're going to enjoy ourselves." Qin Yu, pressed by Lu Yanzi, reluctantly made a call, stuttering a bit before apologizing. Xiaqiu might not be back tonight. Lu Yanzi paused for a moment, then sighed. This guy works so hard to make money. Qin Yu smiled mildly, unconcerned. Before long, Lin Zixian, feeling bored and alone, descended from upstairs with a smile, addressing the group. "Ladies, it's getting dark. When shall we set off?" The women stared at him in silence, as if he were some oddity. Until Lu Yanzi sarcastically remarked, "We're not as wealthy as you. We have to wait for a ride." Lin Zixian was taken aback, pondering how she inferred he was wealthy. He never flaunted his money. And there shouldn't have been any scent of ostentation about him. Truthfully, he was uncertain about how much money he had in various banks. He hadn't paid attention to that for years, his stage in life. Money was no longer a concern. He lived with a certain mindset, not exceedingly wealthy, but enough to last several lifetimes. The key was that he had transcended the need to live solely off money. And he typically did not indulge in extravagance. Eating at roadside stalls was common for him, living according to the circumstances he found himself in, with simplicity and luxury bearing little difference to him. A ride? Where would that come from? Lin Zixian asked in confusion. Just as he inquired, the sound of a car approaching came from outside the yard. Lu Yanzi stood up alluringly and announced, "The ride has arrived. The only car owner in our Yingxue apartment, Boss Li Mingjing, is here." Lin Zixian suddenly understood. He had overheard Zhang Beibei mention earlier that there were 2 male roommates here, and it seemed one of them had just arrived. As footsteps echoed, he turned to see a slick-haired man striding in energetically, exuding the aura of a successful individual. The man, whose hair gleamed with gel, brought with him a waft of hair product as he entered the hall. Glancing around cheerfully, "Everyone's here," he nodded at the group, but upon spotting Lin Zixian, he paused, puzzled. "Who is this?" Lu Yanzi swayed her hips over to Lin Zixian, introducing him. "This is Lin Zixian, our new roommate." She then turned to introduce the slick-haired man. Li Mingqing, the owner of Dafa supermarket at the main intersection of Laojia, and the sole car owner in our Yingxue apartment. Lin Zixian pondered for a moment, vaguely recalling a small supermarket at the entrance of Laojia, and smilingly extended his hand, saying, "Hello." Unfortunately, Li Mingqing's demeanor was somewhat reserved. He did not reciprocate the handshake, instead casting a glance at the beautiful women, sensing the addition of another man to their midst. And a flicker of hostility crossed his eyes. He coolly addressed Lin Zixian, "Mr. Lin, I need to make a point. The women in our Yingxue apartment are quite simple, and as a man, I feel responsible for ensuring their safety. May I see your identification?" Lin Zixian was at a loss for words, but upon reflection, he understood the concern. It would be inappropriate for a questionable individual to infiltrate their haven of beauty. Thus, he retrieved his ID and handed it over. Li Mingjing glanced at it, only to discover that Lin Zixian hailed from a remote rural area, a place he had never heard of. He chuckled. "Ah, so you're from the countryside." Lin Zixian furrowed his brow slightly, assessing Li Mingjing, who did not appear particularly refined. The tone of his words felt condescending, stirring a slight irritation in Lin Zixian. Suddenly, Lu Yanzi snatched the ID from Li Mingqing's hand and returned it to Lin Zixian, remarking, "He's not a bad person, just a bit mouthy." In reality, many here share that trait. True locals with wealth are scarce. Most are working for others, and the city's prosperity is built by elites from all over the country. Some may look glamorous, but in truth, their lives are often quite frugal, yet they still call others country folk, and it's common to hear them grumbling about their bosses. You'll get used to it. Don't take it to heart. He called us country folk too. Lin Zixian realized that this woman wasn't as harsh as she seemed. There was warmth behind her cool exterior. "Yanzi, I'm not just an employee. I have my own business," Li Mingqing replied, forcing a smile in response to Lu Yanzi's jabs. "All right, stop flaunting your business. Just because you're a boss doesn't mean you can act high and mighty. It's just a small supermarket. If you're so capable, why not buy an apartment to live in instead of cramming in here with us?" Lu Yanzi retorted without hesitation. Li Mingqing's face turned awkward as he glanced at the others. Defending himself, "Actually, I've saved enough for a down payment on an apartment. I'm just looking for a partner. If you, Yanzi, are willing to marry me, I can move you into the new place immediately." Lu Yanzi rolled her eyes and coldly replied, "You know my motto. I won't marry unless he is wealthy. However, considering our long-standing friendship, I'll make an exception for you. I don't require you to be extremely rich or own luxurious villas. As long as you can buy a 200 square meter apartment, I'll marry you. Don't mind my bluntness. Us country folks have learned from you." Such a stark and naked negotiation left Lin Zixian somewhat dumbfounded. These two unscrupulous individuals were indeed remarkably pragmatic, treating the significant matter of marriage as if it were merely a business transaction, seemingly devoid of any emotional connection. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and the others exchanged amused glances. Chapter 34. The dashing man Yu aged at Li Mingqing instantly felt deflated. He had indeed saved a sum of money, but it was merely sufficient to purchase a modest apartment of around 100 square meters. A 200 square meter residence was still a bit beyond his means. However, he did not allow this setback to dishearten him. Rather, he turned to Lu Yanzi with a smile, ingratiatingly saying, "Yanzi, didn't you say you would treat me to a grand meal? The evening is drawing near, perhaps we should be on our way." "Not me," Lu Yanzi replied, arching an eyebrow. This woman was akin to a fully armored hedgehog, having just dealt with Li Mingqing and now turning her attention to Lin Zixian. Pointing at him, she declared, "It is he who intends to treat all of us from Yingxue apartment to a sumptuous feast at Ivory Coast." "You? Treat us to Ivory Coast?" Li Mingqing stared at Lin Zixian in astonishment, scrutinizing him repeatedly before uncertainly inquiring, "But Ivory Coast is a top-tier hotel in Donghai. The expenses are quite significant. Are you truly willing to treat us there?" Lin Zixian was taken aback, finally comprehending the peculiar looks directed at him. Rubbing the back of his head, he explained, "I have a friend working there who can offer considerable discounts. It won't cost much. I dined there for free once before." The women immediately understood. It was not a case of pretending to be wealthy. Lu Yanzi suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, that's a place frequented by the affluent. Who knows, we might even snag a wealthy husband." With that, she dashed upstairs, exclaiming, "Ivory Coast, here I come. Everyone, hurry and change into something beautiful." Lin Zixian stood there, momentarily stunned. This woman was truly unabashed in her intentions, prompting a saying to come to mind. In this world, there are all sorts of birds. The others seemed accustomed to Lu Yanzi's antics, sharing knowing smiles, while only Li Mingqing wore a bitter smile. "Zhang Beibei, didn't you mention that there was another male resident at Yingxue apartment?" Lin Zixian scanned the surroundings, asking. Zhang Beibei pointed at Qin Yu, saying, "Xiaqiu is Yeye's boyfriend." Upon hearing this, Lin Zixian felt a twinge of disappointment. Clearly, Lu Yanzi was in pursuit of Li Mingqing, while Qin Yu had a boyfriend. After a brief pause, he suggested, "Qin Yu, why not invite your boyfriend along? Since it's a treat for everyone at Yingxue apartment, it wouldn't be right to leave him out." Qin Yu gracefully shook her head, saying, "He's busy with work and may not return tonight. Perhaps next time. We'll treat you." Lin Zixian acknowledged her response with a slight nod, his gaze lingering on Qin Yu. He had encountered numerous signs of wealthy families, and her demeanor and grace subtly hinted at her affluent background. Yet, cohabiting with a boyfriend seemed at odds with the behavior expected of a wealthy daughter. Suddenly recalling something, he said, "Weren't the two male residents supposed to be downstairs while the female residents were upstairs?" "Qin Yu, you and your boyfriend." Qin Yu, aware of his inquiry, candidly replied with a smile, "My boyfriend and I have an agreement not to cohabit before marriage, so we don't share a room." Cough, cough. "I truly admire your—" Lin Zixian chuckled awkwardly, leaving the word willpower unspoken. Just then, Lu Yanzi, having completed her transformation upstairs, descended like a different person, exuding grace in a purple, plunging back evening gown that showcased her splendid figure. Li Mingqing's eyes lit up as he complimented, "Yanzi, you look stunning. Isn't that obvious? Otherwise, how could I possibly attract a wealthy husband?" Lu Yanzi retorted, casting a surprised glance at the other women as she inquired, "Why aren't you all changing your clothes?" The others offered various excuses about not wanting to be a bother, to which Lu Yanzi chuckled, "Then I suppose I must apologize. Just don't blame me if I steal your thunder." Li Mingqing, "Why are you dazed? Haven't you seen a beauty before? You see me every day and still haven't had enough. Hurry and fetch the car." Li Mingqing obediently complied, resembling Lu Yanzi's obedient servant as he hurried outside. Parked outside was a Toyota, but as they approached the car, they realized it was a tight squeezed. In the front passenger seat sat Tong Yunan with her daughter, while three beauties crammed into the back, leaving Lin Zixian standing alone at the car door. Though he had no qualms about squeezing in, he doubted the women would be willing. Lin Zixian, why not call another cab?" Li Mingqing suggested from inside the vehicle, his tone markedly more amiable now that he was the one being treated. "All right, you all go ahead. I'll call for another cab." Lin Zixian waved his hand in agreement, despite feeling a pang of guilt. They left him behind. Li Mingqing handed him a business card for easier contact later. Standing at the gate, Lin Zixian pulled out his battered phone. After a few days of being turned off, it finally powered up, only to be greeted by a cacophony of missed calls, mostly from Qiao Antian and Ning Lan. He had filtered those out, recalling that Meng Ziden had once entered her number into his phone, saying she was available for contact if needed. Scrolling to Meng Ziden's number, he dialed. Moments later, her voice came through. "Hello, who is this?" "Manager Meng. Long time no see. It's Lin Zixian. You remember me, right? The one with Ning Lan?" He replied with a smile. "You?" she exclaimed, followed by a barrage of scathing remarks. "You scoundrel. You gobbled up and ran off. Do you think our Lan Lan is someone to toy with? You think you can just come and go as you please? If you dare call me again, you scoundrel, I won't let you off easily." Her voice was so loud it pierced his eardrums, prompting Lin Zixian to hold the phone away from his ear. Once the verbal onslaught subsided, he chuckled. "Manager Meng, why are you so upset? Can't we discuss this calmly? Bah. There's no need to be civil with a beast. Lan Lan has been left in a daze because of you. Do you think it's amusing to toy with a young woman? Lin, where are you? Speak up, or I swear I'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth. We can discuss the hunting down part later." "Manager Meng, I actually need your assistance with something. You dare ask me for help?" Meng Ziden's incredulity was palpable as she sneered. "Lin, where are you? Don't try to dodge. Just give me your address." "Who's dodging? I am coming to find you. Who are you trying to fool?" "Say that again." You want me to come find you?" Meng Ziden paused before asking. "What is it? Speak quickly. How can such a beautiful lady speak so coarsely?" "Here's the thing. I'm bringing a few friends to Ivory Coast for dinner, but I'm worried about running late and not getting a table. Could you assist me with a reservation?" Meng Ziden immediately became alert, asking, "Are they male friends or female friends?" "Both." "All right, I'll arrange it for you. You better hurry, though. If you dare stand me up, you'll see how I deal with you." With that, she hung up. Lin Zixian shivered at the phone's chill, realizing her tone seemed akin to that of a hunter lying in wait. It was clear she believed something had transpired that night, and the misunderstanding ran deep. It was essential for him to clarify the situation during this visit, lest he be mistaken for a heartless cad without having indulged at all. He turned and wheeled out the heavy bicycle from the yard, closing the gate behind him as he sped off. This was not an act of pretentiousness or an attempt to save taxi fare. After spending time in Donghai, he understood that this time of day often led to heavy traffic. Moreover, the old city was not too far from Ivory Coast, and if he pedaled briskly, he could arrive in just about half an hour. Riding his bicycle through the streets, he quickly reached the juncture between the new and old city. As expected, traffic was backed up for quite a distance, and Lin Zixian chuckled at his own brilliance, looking down upon the unfortunate souls trapped in their vehicles. Meanwhile, Lu Yanzi, stuck in traffic, was complaining when her daughter, Tong Feifei, sitting on her lap, suddenly pointed out the window, exclaiming, "Mom, look, it's Uncle Lin." The others turned to see Lin Zixian pedaling away, and Li Mingjing gasped in disbelief. No way. He wouldn't be attempting to ride a bicycle to Ivory Coast, would he? Lu Yanzi glanced down at her evening gown and then imagined the scene of meeting Lin Zixian at Ivory Coast while he was on a bicycle. She lamented, "Oh no, it might actually be true. Riding such an outdated bicycle to Ivory Coast, you might not care about your own dignity, but what about ours? I wanted to make a grand entrance at a 6-star hotel. Not embarrass myself." Zhang Beibei and Qin Yu exchanged knowing glances, unable to suppress their laughter. "Yanzi, don't worry. If he does show up on that bicycle, we'll just pretend we don't know him and avoid him." Li Mingqing reassured her. However, Lin Zixian, cycling away, was oblivious to their thoughts. He felt no shame in riding a bicycle. Instead, he found it exhilarating to enjoy the breeze as he sped along. Suddenly, the phone in Lin Zixian's pocket emitted a ding, and upon retrieving it, he immediately heard Meng Ziden's voice. "Lin Zixian, where are you? You wouldn't be toying with me, would you?" Lin Zixian glanced at the distant white edifice and replied, "I'll be there shortly, within 5 minutes at most." "Great, I'll wait for you." After hanging up, Meng Ziden stormed out of the hotel lobby, fuming as she headed towards the road, eager to confront Lin Zixian. However, as soon as she reached the street, she was taken aback to see Lin Zixian approaching on an old-fashioned bicycle. He executed a sudden break, dismounted gracefully, and casually pushed the bike towards her, grinning. "Could you hold this for me? My friends should have arrived first. I'll call to check on their whereabouts." Meng Ziden, Bewildered as she studied the bicycle, found herself at a loss for words, her prepared reprimands evaporating as she stared at him making a phone call. Li Mingqing, where are you? Stuck in traffic, almost there? Oh, I'll wait for you. Lin Zixian hung up and began scanning the surroundings. Meng Zidong, clad in an elegant white qipao, looked stunning with her long, alluring legs, yet at that moment, she was awkwardly balancing an antiquated bicycle. In a brief span, several luxury cars entering and exiting Ivory Coast halted to inquire about the new model Meng Zidong was showcasing. With a smile, she dismissed them. Meanwhile, Lin Zixian lit a cigarette and wandered around the corner. Seemingly oblivious to her presence, Meng Zidong never anticipated that she would be put in such a retro pose in the public eye. Inciting a surge of frustration within her, she felt an overwhelming urge to smash that wretched bicycle. With her qipao, striking legs, and high heels, she approached him. Here they come, Lin Zixian exclaimed as he spotted Li Mingqing's car driving towards them, waving enthusiastically. To his dismay, the vehicle ignored him and veered into Ivory Coast. Heading for the underground parking lot. What on earth? Lin Zixian frowned in confusion, turned, and took the bicycle from Meng Zidong without so much as a word of thanks, ready to chase after them. Meng Zidong was infuriated. It appeared he truly regarded her as his subordinate, expecting her to stand by holding a decrepit bicycle, only to disregard her when he saw fit. It was utterly insulting to her pride. She seized the back of the bicycle, pouted, and admonished, Lin Zixian, you've gone too far. The bicycle halted, and upon glancing back, Lin Zixian chuckled bitterly. Meng Zidong, as a stunning beauty, could you please consider your image? Public displays like this are hardly respectable. Everyone is watching. Me, not mindful of my image. Meng Zidong's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he be so shameless? It was he who had tarnished her image. Yet now he accused her of neglecting it. Nonetheless, she instinctively withdrew her hand, realizing that being seen struggling with a man could indeed diminish her image. Lin Zixian, anxious to reunite with his friends, wasted no time and pedaled off. Meng Zidong suddenly felt duped. Quick to react, she, despite her high heels, took off after him, swiftly leaping onto the back of the bicycle, though she managed to catch up. The bicycle's rear seat was no luxury car. It was a rigid metal frame, and the discomfort was inevitable. As she landed heavily, the bicycle swayed dangerously, nearly throwing her off again. Lin Zixian struggled to steady the bike, only to find Meng Zidong's arms wrapped around his waist, her ample bosom pressing against his back. Both froze momentarily, and Meng Zidong quickly released her grip to hold onto something else. Lin Zixian. Among my friends, there are several beauties. Your embrace might tarnish my image, he teased, smirking as he steadied the bicycle towards the parking lot. Meng Zidong, oblivious to his smirk, bristled at his words. What? This beautiful woman is sought after by many. And you fear I'll ruin your reputation. She was not one to be easily intimidated. If he feared her ruining his chances, she would gladly do just that. As they entered the underground parking lot, she noticed a few individuals disembarking from a car and, upon closer inspection, recognized several beautiful women among them. Her brows lifted slightly. Lin Zixian halted beside his friends, chuckling. I arrived before you. Evidently. My bicycle is quicker. However, all eyes were on the stunning beauty clinging to his waist. As Meng Zidong dismounted, her tall, graceful figure drew immediate attention, leaving both men and women captivated, especially by her exquisite legs. Ignoring Li Mingqing, she scanned the women, her gaze lingering on the unassuming Tong Yunan, who appeared fresh-faced and naturally beautiful, prompting a flicker of surprise in Meng Zidong's eyes. She couldn't help but admire. What radiant skin. Turning her head, Meng Zidong shot Lin Zixian an annoyed look, pondering how he had amassed such a group of beauties, each with their unique charm, perfectly catering to a man's desire for beauty. No wonder he feared she would spoil his chances. She would make sure to keep an eye on him. Lin Zixian parked the bicycle among the many luxurious cars and returned to introduce Meng Zidong. This is my friend. You can call her Zidong. She works here. Meng Zidong shot him a glance, sensing he was deliberately concealing her true identity. Lin Zixian then pointed to the others, introducing them. These are my new roommates from Sakura Snow Apartment. Li Mingqing, Lu Yanzi, Zhang Beibei, Qin Yu, and this is her daughter, Tong Feifei. Hello, Auntie. Tong Feifei greeted politely, and the group exchanged pleasantries. Meng Zidong wore a gracious smile, though in her eyes, Not everyone was worthy of her close acquaintance. Leading the group into the elevator towards the lobby, the opulence of the six-star hotel left everyone in awe as they marveled at the fusion of Chinese elegance and foreign charm. Except for Qin Yu, who merely glanced around, seemingly disinterested. Lin Zixian noted her lack of enthusiasm, his brow slightly furrowing. Meng Ziden guided them to the seaside, arranging for them to sit on a terrace overlooking the water. After settling in, Li Mingjing looked around and suddenly inquired, "Miss Ziden, what do you do at Ivory Coast?" Clearing his throat, Lin Zixian interjected, "She's the supervisor here." Meng Ziden shot him a sidelong glance, puzzled by his interference, but smiled at the group, acknowledging his statement. "Wow, being a supervisor at Ivory Coast must come with a handsome salary," Li Mingjing remarked, eliciting expressions of envy from the women. While Qin Yu scrutinized Meng Ziden with a furrowed brow, her gaze tinged with skepticism. "It's decent," Meng Ziden replied with a smile. "Is it true that the top dining spots at Ivory Coast are Starry Night and Pearl of the Sea? Where might they be?" Li Mingjing inquired further. Meng Ziden gestured along the coastline. "The seats you occupy are among the 12 pearls of the sea. Starry Night is on the rooftop of the hotel." Lu Yanzi immediately expressed her astonishment. "So this is one of the top dining spots. Pearl of the Sea at Ivory Coast?" Initially, she had thought they would merely find a random place to eat, never imagining they would dine in such a renowned location. A thought struck her, and she whispered, "Even with discounts, it must still be quite pricey." "Right." Meng Ziden did not respond, instead encouraging everyone, "Please, take a seat. The dishes will be served shortly." Turning to Lin Zixian, she added, "Lin Zixian, could you come here for a moment?" "What is it?" Lin Zixian appeared bemused. As if there were matters unfit for public discussion, Meng Ziden offered an apologetic smile to the group and firmly pulled him aside. Once they crossed the wooden bridge, she released his arm and, eyeing the people on the terrace, crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow. "Lin Zixian, quite the charmer, are we? You ditched Lon Lon only to parade a host of beauties around on my turf. What are you trying to show off?" "Show off? I barely know them. We've only met for a few hours, and I don't even know what they do. They're merely my roommates," Lin Zixian replied, instinctively pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. "Meng Ziden, I assure you, nothing happened with Ninglon that night. She slept in the bedroom while I crashed on the couch. I didn't even touch her. Please stop falsely accusing me." Meng Ziden paused. Incredulous, "You truly didn't eat? If you don't believe me, go ask Ninglon. Don't take it out on me. I haven't wronged anyone." With that, Lin Zixian turned to leave. "Stop." Mon Ziden once again seized him. Casting a knowing glance at Zaylutai, "Don't tell me you merely rented a random house and stumbled upon a bevy of beauties. You must have expended considerable effort in your search. Come clean." "What are your intentions, dear Mr. Meng? Must you always perceive me in such a sordid light?" Lin Zixian replied with a tone of resignation, recounting his recent encounter with Ms. Chiu during his house hunting, asserting that he had genuinely been unaware it was a den of allure. In truth, Meng Ziden had already been persuaded, yet irked by Lin's earlier insolence, he retorted sharply, "Oh, I refuse to believe there exists a cat that does not stray. Are you suggesting you are as virtuous as Lu Xiaohui? Do you think it's a fabrication? Stand before me unclothed and see for yourself. I assure you, I won't even cast a glance your way. You previously took liberties with me on the bicycle." "Don't pretend you're oblivious." Upon sensing the rising ire in his companion, Lin Zixian promptly made his escape. "Scoundrel, come back here." Meng Ziden shouted in a fit of vexation, yet the public setting compelled her to temper her voice. With nowhere to vent her frustration, she ground her teeth in anger, nearly drilling a hole in the ground with her heel. As a group of waitstaff passed by, laden with food and drink, she seized the phone hanging around her neck, dialing Ninglan's number. "Hello, Lon Lon, hurry over. I've found that scoundrel Lin. Yes, he came to me willingly. Indeed, he is right here dining with a group. I'll keep an eye on him. So come quickly." Chapter 36. 1,000,000. As nightfall gradually blurred the edges of reality, the interplay of lights, be it from the stars, the moon, or the distant vessels, created a mesmerizing ambience. The rhythmic sound of ocean waves layered with a gentle breeze indeed rendered the scene intoxicating. The group at Ingxue apartment had initially dismissed the place as mere hype, but once immersed in its charm, they realized the truth of its reputation. The polished wooden tables and chairs were robust, devoid of any blemish, while the surrounding railings were flawlessly smooth to the touch. The cutlery exuded quality, and the delectable flavors tantalized their palates, leaving an indelible impression. What appeared to be simple was, in fact, a testament to meticulous craftsmanship, embodying the essence of understated luxury. Unbeknownst to them, the establishment had meticulously curated its dining terrace by subjecting it to rigorous testing for light, wind speed, sound, water patterns, visual angles, and various weather conditions to create the most comfortable natural environment for patrons. The superior service extended beyond mere appearances. The dedication to customer satisfaction was reflected in every detail, ensuring that each guest felt their experience was worth every penny. Dining here was truly a delight. It was a pity that Xiaoqiu had not come. Li Mingjing sipped from his glass, a look of contentment gracing his features. Qinyu smiled as she used a napkin to wipe the mouth of the petite Tong Feifei, who was eating like a little kitten, then turned to Lu Yanzi. Sister Yanzi, didn't you mention you had some good news to share when you finished work? Lu Yanzi, feeling somewhat disheartened, had initially thought the fine dining experience would not lead her to the kind of affluent partner she desired. Had she known, she would have preferred mingling in a crowd. However, upon hearing Qinyu's words, her spirits rose. She clapped her hands and smiled at the gathering. I nearly forgot amidst the flurry of events. I have wonderful news to share. I have a new job. Li Mingqing immediately chimed in with flattery. It must be with a better company. Lu Yanzi nodded solemnly. Indeed. I have successfully passed the stringent assessments of a top domestic enterprise and will be joining Minghua Group. I start tomorrow, so please do congratulate me. Lin Zixian nearly choked on his drink, quickly raising his glass in celebration alongside everyone else. Qinyu teased. I've heard that the upper management in large companies often comes from affluent backgrounds. Sister Yanzi, you are one step closer to your goal of snagging a wealthy husband. Great minds think alike. Lu Yanzi responded, giving a thumbs up. Yet, Li Mingqing, filled with jealousy, retorted, not necessarily. Most of those high-ranking executives are quite older and fond of keeping mistresses. There are few good ones among them. I say it's better to find a promising prospect. One cannot expect ivory from a dog. Lu Yanzi scoffed. Tomorrow is my first day at Minghua Group. I don't wish to be late, so remember to drive me. Li Mingqing sighed in resignation, while Lin Zixian found himself bemused by the bickering between the two. Tong Feifei, munching on a shrimp claw, innocently asked, Aunt Yanzi, will I get a raise if you work at a big company? Laughter erupted among the group, and Lu Yanzi cheerfully replied, of course, otherwise, who would expend such effort to join a large corporation? However, Lin Zixian could not share in the mirth, observing Tong Feifei's innocent inquiry regarding salary raises. It was a stark reminder of the harsh realities of life, as such concerns at such a tender age spoke volumes about the financial struggles she faced. An unfortunate burden for a child. Tong Feifei turned to her mother, eyes wide with hope. Aunt Yanzi, can you help my mommy get a job at a big company too? The laughter faded, replaced by an awkward silence as everyone glanced at Tong Yunan, who shifted her daughter's plate and gently replied, what do you know, sweetie? Just focus on your meal. Tong Feifei pushed her plate away, pouting, it would be wonderful if mommy could work at a big company. Then she could buy me toys and clothes, and the kids at kindergarten wouldn't laugh at me or refuse to play with me. The atmosphere grew tense, and Tong Yunan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she softly said, tomorrow, mommy will take you to buy toys and clothes, but now be a good girl and eat. Tong Feifei pushed her plate away again, looking downcast. Mommy, I was wrong. With that, she slid off her chair, declaring, I'm full, I'm going to play on the beach. Tong Yunan quickly caught her, wiping her mouth and hands clean before carrying her down the terrace steps. The two of them laughed as they chased each other along the shore. The group watched for a while before returning their attention to one another. Lin Zixian lit a cigarette, leaning against the railing, and inquired, what's the story with those two? Lu Yanzi shook her head. Sister Yunan's parents are both teachers. She met a wealthy classmate in college, believing they would soar together. However, his family disapproved, and when she became pregnant, she found herself with no retreat. That man later found another love and abandoned her. At that time, she was already quite far along, and terminating the pregnancy posed risks. Her parents, outraged, disowned her in a fit of anger for bringing shame upon the family. Sister Yunan became an unwed mother, never graduating from college, and has been struggling to get by ever since. In truth, given her looks, it shouldn't be difficult for Sister Yunan to find a good job, but men are often less than honorable. and many harbor ulterior motives. Once, she was mistaken for a mistress by someone's wife, and they assaulted her. Since then, she has refrained from wearing anything decent, fearing her beauty might attract trouble. As a result, she has been left to fend for herself. Li Mingqing sighed, interjecting, I had intended to help her out by offering her a job at my supermarket, but she declined. Smack. Lu Yanzi slammed her hand on the table, pointing at him in reprimand. How dare you speak? If you wanted to help her, you should have just done it. Instead, you mentioned dismissing 2 employees to accommodate her, demanding she work double to earn her keep. Why should I pay 2 salaries for one person's workload? Sister Yunnan has no desire to live under anyone else's thumb. Can she accept your so-called kindness? You are hopeless, and your intentions are transparent. With her outburst, Li Mingqing fell silent, his mouth agape. Lin Zixian, standing by the terrace railing with a cigarette in hand, observed the 2 mothers on the beach, a gentle smile gracing his face. Good deeds will eventually be rewarded. The fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from bitter cold. Adversity will pass, and they shall find happiness. The others verbally agreed with his sentiment, yet inwardly, many shook their heads, recognizing the stark contrast between idealism and the harshness of reality. Having satisfied their appetites, they relaxed on the terrace, enjoying the sea breeze while engaging in light-hearted banter about their ages. Lin Zixian, the eldest at 30, although appearing youthful and charming, was followed by Li Mingqing, who was 29 and eager to win Lu Yanzi's affection. Next came Tong Yunnan, 28 and a mother, then Lu Yanzi at 27, feeling the pressure of marital expectations. Following them were Xiaoqiu and Qin Yu, both 26, one a businesswoman and the other a corporate employee. The age gap was significant, with only Zhang Beibei at 23, the youngest of the group. Suddenly, Qin Yu turned to Lin Zixian with a smile. Xian Ge, what do you do for a living? She always sensed a subtle confidence in his easy smile, an enigmatic aura that was difficult to define. Her concerns are shared by all, as everyone is acutely aware of each other's occupations. Yet the nature of their counterparts' work remains a mystery. Lin Zixian leaned back against the railing, shrugged, and chuckled, just a carefree wanderer, akin to an idle drifter. Upon hearing this, Li Mingqing straightened up with newfound confidence and said solemnly, Lin Zixian, jobs are hard to come by these days. My supermarket is in need of a porter since one just left. How about you come and lend a hand? It's certainly better than sitting idly by and watching your fortune dwindle. Lin Zixian looked at him speechlessly, tempted to inquire how much he could possibly pay, but instead he quietly replied, I'm accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle. I appreciate your kindness, but let us just continue being carefree drifters and wait for fate to take its course. After all, my name is Lin Zixian. When Tong Yunnan returned, cradling her daughter who had fallen asleep from play, the gathering began to disperse. He watched everyone head towards the parking lot. Lin Zixian, whose car was too small to accommodate anyone, went to the front desk to settle the bill, pulling out the membership card gifted by Meng Zidan in hopes of a discount. After confirming, the front desk attendant looked at him somewhat meekly and said, Hello, sir. The total amount after waiving the cents is 1 million. Oh, Lin Zixian, lacking any concept of spending, widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, Wait, did you say how much? 1 million? I must have misheard. It was not that he couldn't afford such an expense. He was well-traveled and had dined in the most extravagant places, even in the Ivory Coast. The cost of what he had consumed could not possibly amount to 1 million for a single meal. At that level, even Bill Gates would struggle to keep up with 3 meals a day. The price was utterly absurd, as if they took him for an ignorant fool, ripe for the picking. Indeed, it is 1 million, the attendant confirmed, suddenly feeling somewhat embarrassed to utter such a figure. Lin Zixian's expression darkened. No matter how wealthy one was, such extravagance was unwarranted. He replied sternly, Call your manager. What? Planning to dine and dash. Meng Zidan, expressionless, emerged from around the corner. Lin Zixian rolled his eyes and said, Meng, I suspect there's a discrepancy in your bill. You should verify it. You needn't verify it. I personally oversaw your bill, and it's accurate. Meng Zidan extended her hand. Now, pay up, otherwise, I will have to call security. Lin Zixian opened his mouth, speechless. He realized that this woman was settling personal scores. He forced a chuckle and said, Meng, let us be reasonable. Even if you intend to swindle me, must it be to such an extreme? I mean, even the 7-star Burj Al Arab in Dubai isn't as exorbitant as this. I am but a poor man. You cannot treat me this way. I care not whether you are poor or wealthy. It is only fair to pay for what you've consumed. The Burj Al Arab does not exempt the impoverished from payment either. Meng Zidan sneered. Fine, you're ruthless. Lin Zixian pointed at her, rolling his eyes. You may charge me, but I have every right to see the bill, so I understand why I must pay such an amount. Meng Zidan beckoned to the attendant, who promptly brought the bill. She recited, the seat Fiat Shanghai Mingzhu is clearly priced at 20,000, and your dining expenses amount to 23,000 for a feast, totaling 43,000. You still owe 32,000 from your last visit, hence the total is 75,000. Wait, why should last time's bill fall on me? I recall Ninglan treated us, Lin Zixian exclaimed in astonishment. Meng Zidan leaned against the front desk and slowly replied, I mistakenly thought you were Ninglan's kept man. I intended to collect from her, but today I understand that your relationship is not yet confirmed. So naturally, you must settle the bill. However, if you can call Ninglan and have her agree to cover the previous bill, I will consider it as if nothing happened. Upon hearing this, the attendant cast a glance at Lin Zixian. Now filled with disdain, realizing he was indeed living off another's generosity and deserved a proper reprimand, Lin Zixian conceded. He could never bring himself to ask Ninglan to pay. The cost was trivial compared to the loss of honor. Thus, he helplessly said, Fine, I accept that, but if the total is 75,000, how can you charge me 1 million? That disparity is too great. Meng Zidan straightened her posture, her expression serious. Do you think the general manager personally attends to every guest? When I personally intervene, it's 50,000 per occasion, totaling 100,000 for both times, which is indeed 1 million. If you doubt it, inquire around. I could demand 10 million and still have to entertain in person. Considering your membership, I've waived the 75,000 and only charge you 1 million, which is already generous. What more do you desire? Lin Zixian was left speechless. Where could he argue this? It was blatant extortion. What? Still not satisfied? Do you want me to verify the bill again? Meng Zidan chuckled coldly. Enough. I concede. Consider me unfortunate. To be extorted by you, Meng, is worth 1 million. Lin Zixian fumed, handing over his bank card. The attendant received the card, but shot a strange look at Meng Zidan. Meng Zidan, feeling embarrassed, reminded herself that she had not intended to be malicious, but this man had brought it upon himself. Smack. She slammed the counter and angrily declared, You made me forget to add this charge. Xiao Tao. Charge him 10 million. Xiao Tao. The attendant had never witnessed the manager this furious before. She quickly processed the card, cautiously pressing 0 repeatedly, confirming she was indeed pressing 7 zeros after the 1, and softly said, Manager, I need a password. Meng Zidan's eyes widened in fury as she shouted at Lin Zixian, Enter the password, damn. You're ruthless. I want to provoke you again. If I can't afford it, I'll avoid you. Lin Zixian, filled with indignation, quickly input the password. The transaction was successful, and the bill was printed shortly after. The attendant cautiously handed over the bill and card, and Lin Zixian snatched them up and dashed out. Furious, he mounted his bicycle in the parking lot and sped away, the cold wind hitting him, feeling utterly dejected. He had been extorted of 10 million for a meal. Why did he have to insult her by calling her too? Now he was paying 5 million for each insult. 10 million could easily buy 2 golden. As the saying goes, unmarried women are golden. Married ones are silver, and those with children are dogged. He needed to ask if this woman was married. Otherwise, he would have suffered a great loss. Suddenly, he slapped himself in frustration. If he had to blame anyone, it was himself for his loose tongue. A problem that could have been resolved for 1 million had escalated to 10 million. Meanwhile, Meng Zidan, still fuming at the front desk, began to calm down as she reflected on what had just transpired. Touching her flushed face, incredulous at her own actions, Xiao Tao, did he really pay 10 million? Meng Zidan asked awkwardly. The attendant quickly printed another bill and replied, Manager, the transaction was successful. He indeed paid 10 million. Meng Zidan stared at the bill in shock, realizing for the first time that she had a talent for extortion. It had been so effortless to extract 10 million from him. If every transaction in the Ivory Coast could be managed this way, she could swiftly become the world's richest person. She muttered to herself, lost in thought. Who would have thought? This fellow is quite wealthy. 10 million just like that. Ninglan has a good eye. The attendant Thinking the manager was feeling guilty, softly reassured, "Manager, such a man who lives off others should be dealt with properly. It would be best to make him pay back every cent he consumed." Far away, Lin Zixian, riding his bicycle, sneezed and angrily wiped his nose, cursing at the air. "Damn it, who's cursing me?" Suddenly, Meng Ziden gasped, realizing Ning Lan was still waiting upstairs. In her moment of anger, she had driven the main party away. She had intended to make Lin Zixian squirm because she doubted he would easily part with $1 million. She had hoped to provoke him into meeting Ning Lan upstairs so she could graciously waive the debt, ensuring he would behave in her presence in the future. However, she had gone too far and ended up extorting $10 million. This fool can't even see when someone is joking. Meng Ziden stomped her foot and hurried to a secluded spot to call Lin Zixian. As soon as the call connected, Meng Ziden put on a smile and softened her voice. "Where have you gone?" Lin Zixian's furious voice boomed from the other end. "You're something else. I'll let this slide as a favor. But from now on, let us sever ties. Don't let me cross paths with you again, or I'll make you pay back every cent with interest." Lin Zixian, mind your manners. Who are you cursing? Meng Ziden's eyes widened in surprise. "I'm cursing you, you insatiable leech," Lin Zixian retorted. "You have the guts to come out and say it to my face? I'll strip you bare." Meng Ziden was taken aback as the call abruptly ended. After a moment of stunned silence, she found herself chuckling at the absurdity of it all and called back, only to be met with more curses. "What's this? You're looking for someone to berate? Go find someone else. I don't have the energy for this." Click. After hurling her insults, he hung up, not allowing her a chance to respond. Meng Ziden clenched her fists, overwhelmed by a sense of frustration. However, the thought of Ning Lan waiting for her to report back pushed her to grit her teeth and dial the number again. As soon as the call connected, she blurted out, "Lin Zixian. Are you done yet? Can't you tell I'm joking? Are you still a man, or have you lost all sense of tolerance? What does it matter to you whether I'm a man or not? Oh, it's just $10 million. Is it worth getting so worked up over? Just come back obediently, and I'll give it to you. No, that $10 million was meant for you. If I can take advantage of Meng Zong's $200 million, then that $10 million is worth it. Lin Zixian, you bastard. Give me." Just as Meng Ziden was in the midst of her tirade, the call was abruptly cut off, leaving her to kick the wall in frustration, only to injure her own foot in the process. Dismissing the idea of calling Lin Zixian again to humiliate herself, she bit her silver teeth and limped upstairs. Upon knocking on the door, Ning Lan glanced behind her and asked, "Where is he? That bastard should be run over by a car. It's driving me crazy." Meng Ziden limped in, steaming with anger. Ning Lan peeked outside, but saw no sign of Lin Zixian. And upon returning, she inquired, "What happened?" Meng Ziden threw the bill onto the sofa. Ning Lan picked it up, her eyes widening in surprise. $10 million. What does this mean? Upon hearing this, Meng Ziden's anger subsided somewhat, and she sheepishly replied, "I extorted it from him." "What? Why would you extort him?" Ning Lan exclaimed. Meng Ziden removed her high heels, revealing her enviable legs, and, with her red and swollen toes, gritted her teeth. "I nearly broke my toe kicking him. Extorting $10 million is hardly too much." "What? Did he hit you?" Ning Lan gasped, quickly cradling her foot and gently massaging it. "Well, not exactly. It was my own fault for kicking," Meng Ziden sheepishly admitted, fearing Ning Lan's reproach. And she embraced her, pouting, "But I was provoked by him. Lan, you have to help me vent this anger. This is ridiculous. What's going on? Speak up." Ning Lan pushed her away. "You're prioritizing romance over friendship," Meng Ziden muttered, weakly recounting the events while emphasizing that her collision with Lin Zixian was unintentional. After hearing the story, Ning Lan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the absurdity of their antics. Poking her forehead with her finger and shaking her head, "Why not just call him up directly instead of toying with him? Isn't it for your revenge?" Meng Ziden retorted playfully, her gaze flickering with a hint of guilt. Recalling how Lin Zixian had previously said he wouldn't even glance at her if she were naked, which had irked her, prompting her to want to toy with him a bit, Ning Lan took her phone and dialed Lin Zixian's number. As soon as it connected, Lin Zixian's voice erupted on the other end. "If you're interested in me, just say it. Stop harassing me." The silence in the room was palpable. Meng Ziden could hardly contain her fury upon hearing his words. She lunged forward, snatching Ning Lan's phone, and shouted, "Lin, with your toad-like appearance, who would be interested in you? Go to hell." Click. She hung up. Chapter 38. The The cloud above Meng Zidan fumed for a moment, suddenly pausing as she and Ninglan exchanged bewildered glances. She slowly looked at the phone she had seized, her mind filled with questions. Ninglan had called, said nothing, yet she had taken the phone and hung up on him. Ninglan was equally perplexed. Since knowing Meng Zidan, she had never seen her lose her composure like this. Her aristocratic upbringing had taught her to remain calm and composed, dealing with others in a remarkably steady manner. She would typically only reveal her feminine side in private. How could a man rattle her to the point of behaving like an uncultured shrew? Zidan, you. Ninglan hesitated, then asked, you can't possibly have fallen for him. Can you? Hearing this, Meng Zidan nearly burst into tears, feeling utterly wronged. This was the first time she had felt so emotionally battered by a man, an indescribable agony coursing through her. She collapsed onto Ninglan's shoulder, laughing and crying simultaneously. How could I possibly like him? Lan, you know I already have a fiancé. For someone like me, matters of the heart are never truly in my control. Ninglan, upon hearing this, felt a wave of understanding wash over her and gently caressed Meng Zidan's face. Though living in high society appeared glamorous, the underlying loneliness was something outsiders could never comprehend. For the sake of family interests, Meng Zidan was bound by duty, with her family having already chosen her future husband. A political marriage, as it were. Taking the phone from her, Ninglan called Lin Zixian again, and as soon as he answered, she quickly interjected, Lin Zixian, it's me, Ninglan. You're not with that woman, are you? Lin Zixian replied, the sound of rushing wind and speeding cars audible in the background, indicating he was still on the road. Ninglan glanced at Meng Zidan, who lay quietly on her lap, and managed a wry smile. Lin Zixian, Zidan was just joking. Don't take it to heart. Lin Zixian's cold laugh resonated. I'm not an idiot. With her status, do you think she could yell at me in public just for fun? I thought she was a friend, but fine, 10 million for a clean break. Let's not involve each other anymore. So I won't embarrass myself publicly again. Ninglan noticed Meng Zidan tensing up and quickly added, she's a girl. Can't you show a little tolerance? What's that? Just because she's a girl, I'm still a guy. I believe in democracy, and I think men and women are equal. Besides, there's no need to show tolerance towards a shrewd. If it weren't for you, I would have knocked her out right then and there. Lin Zixian said bluntly. Meng Zidan, who had been listening intently, suddenly opened her eyes wide, her fists clenched as she sat up, seemingly ready to confront Lin Zixian. Ninglan hurriedly gestured for her to calm down. Meng Zidan then snatched the phone from Ninglan's hand and coldly replied, Lin Zixian, where are you? I'm coming to find you to return that 10 million. It's you again. How dare you eavesdrop on my call? Do you want me to sue you for invading my privacy? Lin Zixian seized the opportunity to hurl insults, showing no grace. Meng Zidan took a deep breath to maintain her composure. Do you still want that 10 million? What? Realizing your conscience and knowing you were wrong, Lin Zixian sneered. I never take back what I give, and if I do, I expect interest. That's my rule. You think you can return it, you probably can't afford it. Oh, then how much do you want? Meng Zidan replied sarcastically. Since you're so sincere, I won't make it difficult for you. 100 million. You really dare to ask for that much? Aren't you afraid of bursting? Enough nonsense. If you don't have the money, just say so. I'm open to bartering. If you sleep with me for a night, I'll consider this matter settled. Sure, just dare to sleep with me, and I'll book a room at Ivory Coast waiting for you. Meng Zidan retorted, her words dripping with venom. A chilling aura transmitted through the phone, causing Lin Zixian to shudder. Ninglan sensed the conversation was escalating into childish bickering and quickly reclaimed the phone, saying, Lin Zixian, where are you? I'm coming to find you. I'm on my way back to Ivory Coast. Have her cleaned up and waiting for me in bed. Lin Zixian casually tossed out before hanging up and turning off his phone. He had already pedaled back to the old street on his bicycle, smirking to himself. Let her wait. Lately, he had found life rather dull, and after inadvertently encountering a beautiful woman, he had vented his frustrations. That 10 million felt well spent. Whistling, he strolled through the streets, quickly forgetting the incident, and with thoughts of several beauties waiting for him at Sakura Snow apartment, he hastened his pace to return. Once the call ended, Ninglan looked at Meng Zidan, bewildered. He said he's on his way back, and he wants you to. Meng Zidan, having overheard, blushed and snapped. He dares. I'll castrate him. Thus, the two women sat there, foolishly waiting for him, Unaware that Lin Zixian had hung up and left them high and dry, Ninglan remained relatively calm, but Meng Zidong, though appearing composed, was secretly anxious, having witnessed Lin Zixian's prowess. She feared that if he decided to be forceful, she wouldn't be able to resist him. After more than 2 hours passed without a sight of him, Ninglan called again, only to find his phone turned off. They both realized they had been played. Fuming, Meng Zidong exploded with rage. "Bastard, scoundrel, mad dog," she ranted. Meanwhile, at Sakura Snow apartment, the atmosphere was lively. Lin Zixian had stopped to buy a mountain of late-night snacks on his way back, and everyone gathered in the living room, chatting and laughing. Lin Zixian and Li Mingchang indulged themselves, while the women were more reserved, not out of politeness, but fearing that too much late-night food would ruin their figures, a woman's greatest taboo. Tong Yunan, however, had already gone to bed early with her daughter. With so much food left over, the uneaten portions were tossed into the fridge, and soon everyone retired to their respective rooms for the night. Late into the night, at the cloud above nightclub, the music thumped, and under the flickering lights, men and women danced like a frenzy. The private room fell into a profound silence as Gao Yuliang, with a broken hand, learned to drown his sorrows in alcohol. His hand was encased in plaster, and a bandage hung around his neck. He could hardly avoid feeling despondent. Not only had he endured a beating that day, but he now found himself confined to a hospital for treatment. To make matters worse, the deputy chief of the police station, his uncle by marriage, stormed into the hospital and gave him another thrashing, ordering him to behave and focus on his studies at university, lest he face dire consequences. It was the first time he had witnessed such fury from his uncle, who had not even been restrained by his own mother. To claim he was unafraid would be disingenuous. Deep down, he understood that his previous bravado stemmed solely from the support of this uncle. Without him, he was nothing. Such trivial matters should not have troubled him, for the incidents remained unseen. He had been beaten and scolded, yet the most humiliating aspect was that under his uncle's oppressive authority, he had no choice but to return to Donghai University to study. The once formidable brother Liang had been reduced to a mere shadow of himself, having suffered a broken hand, unable to maintain his pride in front of his peers. Furthermore, the gang of followers who once flanked him had scattered like leaves in the wind, leaving him isolated and stripped of his former grandeur. "Come on, brother Liang, let's drink to this." The remaining 3 of his followers lifted their bottles in unison, after 4 of them silently downed their drinks. Huang Mao, whose hand had been crushed earlier, expressed his concerns. "Brother Liang, are you really going to study abroad?" Gao Yuliang exhaled a plume of smoke, retrieving a cigarette from the box on the table, which a subordinate promptly lit for him. Leaning back on the sofa, he sighed. "Huang Mao, I have no desire to venture into an unfamiliar land. Once abroad, who will even know who Brother Liang is? But alas, my uncle is already arranging my study abroad paperwork, and my mother insists on accompanying me. It's impossible to refuse." Huang Mao glanced at his injured hand, frowning. "Brother Liang, are we just going to let our enemies go unpunished?" Gao Yuliang's expression reflected deep inner turmoil as he wiped his face and stood up. "Let us take a breather. I'll accompany you." Huang Mao followed closely behind him. Upon opening the door, a cacophony of loud music assaulted their ears. As they made their way to the restroom, Huang Mao suddenly grabbed Gao Yuliang's arm, pointing down to the dance hall below, where a group of individuals clad in identical black zhongshan suits parted the crowd, creating a path for a tall, thin figure, whose face was obscured by bandages. The group swiftly ascended the stairs, casting a cold, piercing glance at the 2 of them before escorting the injured figure upstairs. This thin individual was none other than the infamous monkey who had previously attempted to kidnap Qiao Antian and had been grazed by a stray bullet. Gao Yuliang's gang of petty delinquents paled in comparison to the imposing aura of this group. Upon reaching the restroom, Huang Mao whispered conspiratorially, "Brother Liang, do you know who those people were?" "What? Do you recognize them?" Gao Yuliang inquired while turning on the tap. "I don't know them personally, but I've heard talk." Huang Mao replied in a hushed tone, "They are the real bosses behind Yunshang Renjian, notorious figures who kill without a second thought. They wield weapons like this." Huang Mao gestured as if holding a gun, revealing that the injured figure was indeed the notorious monkey. "Is that really him?" Gao Yuliang exclaimed, his surprise evident as he zipped up his jacket. Although the nickname monkey was unsavory, he was undeniably a prominent figure in the underworld. Huang Mao leaned in closer, whispering, "Brother Liang, what if we sought their help for revenge? With their backing, no matter how skilled that guy is, he can't outmatch a gun. That, Gao Yuliang hesitated. I don't know them. How could they possibly help us? Brother Liang, you're mistaken. With your uncle's reputation, who would dare to disrespect him in the East Sea? If you reveal your identity, even if they refuse to assist, they wouldn't dare to make things difficult for you. We might as well give it a try. Huang Mao chuckled. Despite Huang Mao's constant urging, Gao Yuliang remained apprehensive. His previous bravado stemmed from bullying the weak and seeking attention. Actions typical of a youth not fully matured. However, this did not imply he was a fool. He was not lacking in funds and understood well that mingling with ruthless individuals who would kill for profit was not a game he wished to play. He realized that his uncle would not hold his position forever, and he had no desire to live a life fraught with danger and bloodshed, especially when he had no need to do so. The most critical aspect was that if his uncle discovered his actions, he would face severe repercussions. Gao Yunliang, fueled by anger towards his uncle, rejected Huang Mao's proposition, claiming he did not wish to rely on his uncle's influence. Huang Mao glanced at his injured hand, a flicker of anger crossing his eyes, yet he felt powerless as he followed Gao Yuliang out of the restroom, late into the night, as Lin Zixian practiced in the dim light of his room. He suddenly heard a commotion from downstairs. His instincts kicked in, and he quickly grabbed several sharp needles from his waistband, darting out the door with the agility of a monkey, landing silently on the second-floor staircase. Upon entering the living room, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. The room was filled with an air of spring, as Lu Yanzi and Qin Yu, clad in sheer nightgowns, displayed their exquisite silhouettes. Zhang Beibei appeared even worse, her body damp and hastily covered with a robe, seemingly without any undergarments, her youthful, fair thighs exposed, leaning against the sofa in a compromising position, the thin fabric clinging to her skin. As Lin Zixian made his silent entrance, none noticed him at first. However, Zhang Beibei, reclining on the sofa, was the first to spot him. She let out a startled scream, instinctively crossing her legs and covering her chest. Lu Yanzi and Qin Yu were equally startled. The former immediately seized a cushion from the sofa and hurled it at him, shouting, "Pervert." This outburst alarmed everyone upstairs and downstairs, with doors slamming and footsteps racing in all directions. Lin Zixian quietly slid the needles back into his waistband, lowering his head and turning to leave, enduring the cushions that struck him without retaliating. As Li Mingqing rushed up from downstairs, he collided with Tong Yunan, who was descending from upstairs. Tong Yunan regarded him with a curious expression, while Li Mingqing, after a moment's hesitation, recalled Lu Yanzi's cry of pervert, and his eyes widened in realization as he swung his fist towards Lin Zixian. Lin Zixian deftly intercepted the punch, pushing Li Mingqing back against the wall. "I knew you weren't a good person," Li Mingqing shouted, his eyes blazing with anger as he charged at Lin Zixian. Lin Zixian smiled wryly at the misunderstanding, seizing Li Mingqing's fist and pulling him aside, pinning him against the wall. Li Mingqing struggled fiercely, but found himself unable to escape, resorting to shouting, "Yunan, call the police. Call the police." Lin Zixian turned to the still sleepy Tong Yunan, pleading, "It's a misunderstanding." Tong Yunan paused, about to enter the living room to investigate, when Lu Yanzi emerged, draped in a robe, observing Lin Zixian pinning Li Mingqing to the wall. She furrowed her brow. "What are you two doing?" Seeing Lu Yanzi unscathed, Li Mingqing exclaimed, "Yanzi, didn't you shout pervert?" Lin Zixian released him, raising his hands in surrender. "I was just coming downstairs when I heard the commotion. I thought something serious had happened, so I rushed in, only to find them in disarray. I immediately turned to leave. I swear I didn't look for long." Qin Yu, having donned a robe, emerged and addressed the group. "Beibei slipped and injured her foot while bathing. We need to take her to the hospital." With the misunderstanding cleared, they all moved to the living room, where Zhang Beibei had managed to put on a dress, revealing a swollen ankle that had turned red and puffy. Tong Yunan picked up a towel to dry Zhang Beibei's damp hair, chiding, "How could you be so careless?" Li Mingqing, "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a beautiful leg before? Hurry up and get the car to take Beibei to the hospital." Lu Yanzi commanded. Li Mingqing awkwardly mumbled an acknowledgement and turned to leave. However, Lin Zixian waved his hand. "A minor injury doesn't necessitate a trip to the hospital." Everyone turned their gazes towards him, with Qin Yu frowning. "It's quite swollen. It might be serious. If you don't mind, I can take a look at her." Lin Zixian offered. The moment the words left his mouth, he noticed the peculiar looks from everyone, prompting him to clarify, I mean no harm. I have some knowledge of treating bruises and sprains. I can assess Bebe's condition. And if it's serious, we can always go to the hospital. Qinyu looked at Zhang Bebe, who nodded slightly in agreement. Lin Zixian, undeterred, knelt before the sofa, gently cradling Zhang Beibe's injured ankle in one hand while swiftly examining the swollen area with the other. Zhang Beibei winced in pain, tears brimming in her eyes. Lin Zixian swiftly checked the situation, releasing his grip and turning to the onlookers. He remarked, "A ligament strain, and the ankle appears slightly misaligned." "Ah, the bones are out of place," Lu Yanzi exclaimed in astonishment. "Then we must hurry and take her to the hospital," just as Li Mingqing was about to rush out to get a vehicle. Lin Zixian calmly turned to Zhang Beibei and said, "Let me assist you with recovery. It may hurt a bit, so bear with it," captivated by the sudden confidence and depth in his gaze. Zhang Beibei inexplicably nodded in agreement. Lin Zixian placed her injured foot upon his knee, subtly gathering his energy, and swiftly rubbed his palms together. Once his hands became scorching hot, he suddenly clasped her swollen ankle, moving it rapidly. Zhang Beibei winced in pain, her body twisting involuntarily. With a sudden twist of his hands, a crack echoed as her bones realigned. Lin Zixian gently set her foot down, and she collapsed onto the sofa. Utterly fatigued, Tong Yunan, visibly anxious, inquired, "How is she?" Lin Zixian rose and replied, "I have dispersed the bruising and realigned the ankle. There shouldn't be any major issues now. We should apply some ice to reduce the swelling. In a few days, she should return to normal. However, for these few days, it would be best for her to avoid putting weight on the injured foot and to rest as much as possible." Upon hearing this, Lu Yanzi immediately shouted at her servant, "Why haven't you fetched some ice from the fridge yet?" Li Mingqing hurriedly dashed downstairs and soon returned with a bowl of ice. Lin Zixian took the towel from Tong Yunan, spread it out on the nearby table, and sprinkled some ice onto it. He then swiftly rolled the towel into a long strip and walked over to bind Zhang Beibei's injured ankle. His movements were swift and practiced, as if he had performed this countless times before, leaving the onlookers in awe and instilling confidence in his assessment of Zhang Beibei's condition. Lu Yanzi, astonished, asked Lin Zixian, "Are you a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner?" Others shared the same curiosity, suspecting him to be a specialist in treating injuries. Lin Zixian hesitated, unable to admit his extensive experience, and scratched his head, saying, "Not exactly. But I have learned a bit from an elderly Chinese medicine doctor." The group nodded in understanding. Lin Zixian then advised that it would be best for someone to stay with Zhang Beibei that night to ensure the ice pack wasn't applied for too long, as it could affect blood circulation. Once Zhang Beibei felt her ankle swelling or becoming warm, she could apply the ice again, repeating this until dawn, at which point the swelling should subside. Ultimately, Qinyu volunteered for the task, agreeing to keep Zhang Beibei company overnight. As everyone prepared to return to their respective rooms, Zhang Beibei suddenly called out, "Lin Ge, will I be able to walk slowly tomorrow?" The group turned back, and Lin Zixian frowned, asking, "Do you have school tomorrow?" He added, "If you follow my advice, you should be able to walk slowly by tomorrow. However, it would be best to take a few days off for proper recovery." "I have an important test tomorrow. I can't afford to delay," Zhang Beibei replied, clearly anxious. Lu Yanzi, taking charge, pointed at Lin Zixian, saying, "Since you have nothing pressing to do, why not accompany her to school tomorrow? Having a doctor who specializes in treating injuries on hand would be beneficial. Surely, a grown man can manage such a small task." It was difficult for Lin Zixian to decline, so he scratched his head and agreed, inquiring when Zhang Beibei's school started the next day. Afterward, everyone dispersed. Back in his room, Lin Zixian hung a map of Donghai City on the wall, a habit of his. He never forgot to purchase a map to familiarize himself with the surrounding geography. After locating Donghai University on the map, he traced it with his finger, realizing it wasn't far from their current location, which likely explained why Zhang Beibei rented a place nearby. Having a rough understanding of the time, distance, roads, and directions, he finally settled down to rest. The next morning, as dawn broke, Lin Zixian suddenly opened his eyes, feeling alert. He got out of bed and approached the window. Parting the curtain slightly, he observed Tong Yunan quietly opening the iron gate of the yard before closing it gently. Seemingly wishing not to disturb anyone's peaceful slumber, Lin Zixian furrowed his brow, pondering her early morning activities. Surely, a small grocery store wouldn't open so early. He instinctively considered following her but ultimately decided against it. After checking the time and realizing he couldn't fall back asleep, he thought about taking Zhang Beibei to school later and resumed his daily practice of morning pillar incense. Typically, he would maintain his internal cultivation daily, as it was the only thing Lin Bao, his mentor, would emphasize. As the day brightened, Lin Zixian completed his practice, washed up, and headed downstairs. In the living room on the second floor, Zhang Beibei sat quietly on the sofa, while Tong Feifei, wearing a small backpack, knelt beside her, inquiring about her well-being. Qin Yu, dressed in a professional outfit and looking youthful and vibrant, smiled upon seeing Lin Zixian. Yanzi was anxious about being late for work at Minghua. So Li Mingqing took her early. I'm on my way to drop Feifei off at kindergarten, so I'll leave Beibei in your care. Lin Zixian thought to himself how busy the entire family was, with no one left out, including the newcomer like him, and waved his hand, saying, "All right, I will ensure Beibei gets to school safely." Qin Yu nodded, hurriedly picking up Tong Feifei and rushing downstairs. The little girl waved goodbye to them, saying, "Goodbye, Uncle Lin. Goodbye, Aunt Beibei." Naturally, they both waved back. Lin Zixian then curiously asked, "What is Yunnan up to? Why did Qin Yu take Feifei to kindergarten? This morning is the busiest time for Sister Yunnan. She has to go to another location to sell breakfast at the grocery store. She wakes up very early every day. Though it's tough, it's the best time for business and her main source of income. Feifei can't possibly wake up that early for kindergarten. Usually, I take her on my way. And when I'm home on break, others take turns helping out. Since I injured my foot, Sister Yu took Feifei today," Zhang Beibei explained. Lin Zixian nodded thoughtfully, understanding why Tong Yunnan had quietly left so early. It was for the sake of livelihood. He couldn't help but frown slightly, realizing that Tong Yunnan's beauty could attract unwanted attention. If she continued to go out alone in the dark, it could lead to trouble. And if anything happened, no one would even know. He wasn't being pessimistic. He simply understood that beauty could be a curse and unsavory characters were not uncommon in any place. "Lin Go, when are we leaving?" Zhang Beibei gently reminded him. Lin Zixian snapped back to reality and chuckled. Let's go. Are you ready?" Zhang Beibei quickly slung her bag over her shoulder, patting the books inside to indicate she was prepared. Lin Zixian extended his hand and assisted her in getting up from the sofa. Sensing the tension in her body, he couldn't help but smile inwardly. Despite being a graduate student, she was still a girl who had yet to experience the world. Demonstrating a sense of self-respect, as they descended the stairs, Lin Zixian noticed her struggling to hop on one leg, and he reassured himself, "I am selfless." Suddenly, Zhang Beibei gasped as Lin Zixian swept her up into his arms, startling her and causing her to struggle, insisting he put her down. "Don't move around. I mean you no harm," Lin Zixian admonished. Zhang Beibei immediately froze, trembling like a quail in his embrace, too frightened to move. Carrying her was no exertion for Lin Zixian. He easily placed her on a stone bench beneath the grape trellis. He then found a cloth to wipe down the bicycle, rolling it out of the yard. He turned back, picked up the visibly anxious Zhang Beibei, and set her on the rear seat of the bicycle. After locking the iron gate, he mounted the bicycle and began their journey. However, shortly after they left the narrow alley, he stopped near the exit, one foot on the ground to support the bicycle, his gaze sharpening. The old street, typically quiet, was bustling with activity at this rush hour. A breakfast stall had appeared outside the small grocery store, and amidst the rising steam, Tong Yunnan was busily working, quickly handling money and serving food, occasionally wiping the sweat from her brow with her sleeve. Despite the rush, she greeted every customer with a smile, for they were her lifeline. Zhang Beibei sensed something and peeked over Lin Zixian's shoulder to catch a glimpse of Tong Yunnan's stall, her gaze subtly shifting upwards to gauge Lin Zixian's expression. Noticing a hint of seriousness in his profile, the bicycle moved again, gliding to a stop in front of the breakfast stall. Lin Zixian dismounted, instructed Zhang Beibei to sit tight, and propped the bicycle on its stand. Seizing the opportunity when the stall was momentarily vacant, he approached to take a look. There were buns, steamed bread, flour rolls, siumai, fried dough sticks, and soy milk, among other offerings. Tong Yunnan was about to inquire what the guests needed when she looked up and saw Lin Zixian. Along with Zhang Beibei, who was riding a bicycle, she instinctively understood that he was here to take the injured Zhang Beibei to school. Her countenance dimmed slightly as she bit her lip and softly asked, Would you like something to eat? It was not embarrassment over her small stall that troubled her. She took pride in earning her own money through hard work, never resorting to theft or deceit, and had never considered it shameful. Rather, it was the feeling of inferiority that arose from living under the same roof as everyone else, constantly accepting their help while being unable to assist them in return. The residents of Yingxue apartment passed by her breakfast stall on their way to work or school, and typically, they would not make breakfast for themselves, finding it too troublesome. They were also aware of her financial struggles and thus felt inclined to support her business. However, Tong Yunan would not accept their money. Feeling awkward, everyone eventually made excuses to avoid buying breakfast from her stall, especially those with soup, to spare her embarrassment. Tong Yunan understood they meant well, yet she had her pride. Though unspoken, her heart ached. Lin Zixian, with his carefree demeanor, peered curiously at her stall and chuckled. Yunan, I didn't expect you to be selling breakfast too. Does this mean I can enjoy free breakfast from now on? Tong Yunan was taken aback, quickly opening all the steamers with a sense of urgency and warmth, eagerly asking, what would you like to eat? She swiftly tore off a paper bag, wishing to lend a helping hand. No matter how insignificant the gesture might be, yet her limited means made that feel nearly like a luxury. Lin Zixian, unabashed, scratched his nose with one hand while pointing with the other, stating his order: soy milk, 2 xiaomai, 2 meat buns, and a youtiao. Tong Yunan nodded repeatedly, promptly preparing his order and handing it to him, then casting a glance at Zhang Beibei, hesitating to speak. However, Lin Zixian, already aware of her intent, called out to Zhang Beibei, Yunan is treating you. Refusing would be rude. I'll take the lead and order for you. He turned to Tong Yunan and continued, as a girl, maintaining her figure must be a priority. She can't indulge like I do. Just give her a bun, a xiaomai, and a can of soy milk to make do. Anything more would be wasteful. Tong Yunan couldn't help but smile at his teasing and nodded. Packing the items he mentioned, Lin Zixian took the food and handed it to Zhang Beibei, suggesting, let us eat here. It's inconvenient for me to ride after. We have time, and since your leg is injured, you can eat while seated on the bike. It won't ruin your ladylike demeanor, right? Zhang Beibei shook her head in bewilderment. Lin Zixian then glanced towards the small shop and pointed inside, saying, Yunan, bring me that little stool from Feifei's drawing. He was utterly unreserved. Tong Yunan smiled and promptly fetched the stool for him, continuing to attend to other customers. Lin Zixian nonchalantly sat at the shop's entrance, dining without a care for decorum. Initially, Zhang Beibei felt a bit shy, but as she observed Lin Zixian enjoying his meal and noticed the genuine mirth in Tong Yunan's occasional glances, she felt a stirring within her and began to eat with abandon herself. After finishing, Lin Zixian, sipping his soy milk, suddenly reached out, saying, Yunan, I'm still hungry. Give me another youtiao. Sister Yunan, I want one too. Zhang Beibei chimed in. Lin Zixian paused, catching a fleeting glimpse of her guilty expression, and a smile tugged at his lips. Thinking to himself that the girl was quite perceptive, Tong Yunan beamed, quickly handing over 2 youtiao to them. After they finished, she proactively brought over napkins. After wiping their mouths, Lin Zixian lit a cigarette and casually waved goodbye to Tong Yunan, saying, I'm off. Be careful on the road. Tong Yunan called after him. As the bicycle swayed through the streets, Zhang Beibei, seated behind like a sulking gourd, suddenly spoke up. Lin Ge, you're a good person. Well done. I am handsome and don't look like a bad person at all. Lin Zixian replied with a grin while pedaling. No, I meant just now. Sister Yunan, I know you did it on purpose, Zhang Beibei said, chuckling behind him. Lin Zixian raised an eyebrow and scoffed. What would a girl like you know? Her face flushed instantly, and she recalled the embarrassing moment when Lin Zixian had seen her without underwear yesterday. Given that everyone's bodies were different, she indeed had none. Lin Zixian's words were innocent, yet she misinterpreted them, her cheeks reddening like a ripe fruit as she retorted, pervert. See, just a moment ago, you called me a good person, and now you're calling me a pervert. Women really change their minds quicker than flipping a page. Lin Zixian sighed, adding, who said that saying? Only women and villains are hard to raise. At a red light, a line of cars halted. Lin Zixian rode across the street, leisurely. Not far away, a pair of bright eyes suddenly fixed on him from a car. Xiao Yun, seated inside, was taken aback to see Lin Zixian, who had been absent for days. Initially, she thought she was mistaken, but she straightened up to look closely. The man riding a bicycle with a beautiful girl was clearly not a good person. Who else could it be but Lin Zixian? Chapter 41. The main topic. If she had previously doubted whether she had misjudged Lin Zixian, her gaze now turned icy, recalling his relentless pursuit at the airport and his association with Ninglan. She now saw him riding a bicycle with a beautiful girl in a romantic manner. Despite the different settings, he was never far from beautiful women, and none resembled the other. His character was thus easily inferred. The term lecher was the only fitting description she could find for him. How strange. He wasn't anyone to me. Why should I care if he is a lecher? Xiao Yun pursed her lips coldly. Retracting her gaze, resolving to delete the harmonica tune that lulled her to sleep the previous night, lest it tarnish her room, Lin Zixian pedaled across the street. The traffic resumed, and he instinctively glanced around. Spotting the time on an electronic screen, he silently calculated that for the next few days, he would likely be the one responsible for taking Zhang Beibei to and from school, if he timed it right. He could probably avoid waiting for red lights. Eye on the car, Xiao Yun also unconsciously checked the time on her wristwatch, hastily leaving for work, flanked by several vehicles. Ever since that day when Deputy Minister Lin incited the security department to create a scene in the parking lot, Xiao Yun had refused Zheng Longqing's offers to drive her to and from work, citing a desire to spare him embarrassment. However, Zheng Longqing had found other ways to stay close to her. Lin Zixian had never attended a formal school. At 15, he was coerced by his father to sneak across the border, supposedly to connect with the international community, a principle he adhered to thoroughly. This was his first time at a university. Outside the teaching building, Lin Zixian had just stopped the bike according to Zhang Beibei's directions when a group of her female classmates surrounded him. Curiously observing him, one boldly asked, "Handsome, are you Zhang Beibei's boyfriend?" Lin Zixian shook his head and pointed at Zhang Beibei, saying, "Zhang Beibei says no. You can ask her if you don't believe me." Immediately, a flurry of questions erupted from the group, and Zhang Beibei, caught off guard, hurriedly denied it. "No. He is not my boyfriend." As soon as she spoke, she froze, and the classmates did too, realizing they had been playfully tricked by Lin Zixian. Leading to a round of mock rebuke, Lin Zixian, simply having fun, quickly clarified his identity and the reason for bringing Zhang Beibei, entrusting her to her classmates before inquiring about her dismissal time. Promising to return for her, then pedaled away. After leaving the school, he wandered around, first stopping at a Chinese medicine shop to buy some herbs, then visiting the market for groceries before returning to Yingshua's apartment. Passing by the small shop, he waved the vegetables in his hand and called out to Tong Yunan, "Yunan, I'll be cooking at noon. You must try my culinary skills." His boastful tone made it sound like he was about to perform a grand feat. Tong Yunan couldn't help but chuckle and nodded eagerly, appreciating the feeling of equality in their interactions, regardless of status. Outside the old district, within an inconspicuous surveillance vehicle, information poured in from various sources. Zhang Jinqing had been monitoring Lin Zixian's movements, who, it seemed, was not making any effort to conceal his whereabouts. Apart from not disclosing his identity, he essentially lived as an ordinary person. Upon learning that the notorious Caesar had been seen shopping at the market, Zhang Jinqing found it hard to believe, even questioning whether this was truly the same Caesar who dominated the underground world, leaving him utterly astonished. Simultaneously, he had access to detailed information about all the tenants of Yingshua's apartment. For a powerful national security department, obtaining such simple data posed no challenge at all. After reviewing the information again, Zhang Jinqing rubbed his temples, realizing that Caesar seemed genuinely intent on exiting the underworld, which posed a dilemma for him. If Caesar truly stepped back, it contradicted the national security's initial intention of wanting him to serve the country. He picked up the encrypted phone in the car and dialed the number of Yang Weiguo, the director of the Asian Bureau, to report on his work. After a prolonged silence on Yang Weiguo's end, he slowly remarked, "A dragon coiled cannot become a mere insect. It remains a dragon nonetheless." Among the 24 solar terms is Jingzhe, and ancient proverbs say, "The wind follows the tiger, the clouds follow the dragon." What we lack now is merely an opportunity. Once the thunder roars and the winds rise, even a hidden dragon in the abyss will inevitably ascend to the heavens. I believe that in our homeland, he will eventually require steadfast friends like us. When necessary, we can give him a gentle nudge. Presently, the Earth Dragon is quite restless. You might seize an opportunity for direct contact with him, to subtly convey information regarding the Earth Dragon and express our goodwill, having received clear instructions for action. Zhang Zhen responded solemnly. Understood. Tong Yunan's parents were both teachers, hailing from a scholarly lineage, and their education was rather traditional. Regarding household matters, she still believed women held a distinct advantage, with the intention of returning home to assist. She closed the shop early and picked up her daughter from kindergarten. Upon reaching the courtyard, she was greeted by the rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafting from the Sakura Snow apartment. Upon entering the kitchen, she saw Lin Zixian bustling about and, astonished, asked, "Brother Lin, what are you up to?" "Oh, isn't Zhang Bebe nursing a sprained ankle? I've prepared some medicinal dishes to help her recover," Lin Zixian replied. Stirring the contents of the clay pot, Tong Yunan was momentarily taken aback, her gaze complex as she said, "Brother Lin, you are truly kind." Lin Zixian shrugged nonchalantly. "Of course, I have always believed so. Just imagine. With my good looks, I couldn't possibly be too bad." He then paused, turning to her with a playful tone. "Why are you back so early? I haven't even officially started preparing lunch." Tong Yunan chuckled, glancing at the pile of vegetables, and rolled up her sleeves, smiling. "Brother Lin, let me take over." Lin Zixian had anticipated this response. He turned with a spoon in hand, scrutinizing her with a hint of hesitation. "Yunan, to be honest, I'm quite accustomed to being lazy. If you do this, what if I become addicted to your cooking and start relying on you for meals every day? Not at all. I am only busy in the mornings. There's not much business during the day. I just worry you might think my cooking isn't up to par," Tong Yunan replied with a smile. "We'll see how it tastes after eating," Lin Zixian said, tapping the spoon against the pot. "All right, I'll handle this pot of medicinal dishes, and you can take care of the rest. Just let me know if you need a hand." Tong Yunan nodded and began her tasks. Lin Zixian glanced back at Tong Feifei, who was pouting in silence, assuming she might feel neglected. He approached her, waving a spoon in front of her, asking, "Feifei, what's the matter?" After a moment's hesitation, Tong Feifei muttered, "Some kid said I'm a wild child without a dad and one to play with me." Tong Yunan, who was picking vegetables, froze momentarily. Lin Zixian chuckled as he ruffled her hair. "Is that what's bothering you? That uncle has neither a dad nor a mom. He's been an orphan since childhood. If I were to react like you, wouldn't that just be tragic?" Tong Yunan turned in surprise, realizing that Lin Zixian, who always appeared cheerful, had such a sorrowful background. Uncle has no dad and no mom. How did he grow up?" Tong Feifei asked with genuine sympathy. "As long as you don't get upset and remain joyful, you can grow up just fine," Lin Zixian replied, pinching her nose and squatting down to her level. "Feifei, once Aunt Bebe's foot is better, I'll take you to school. You can tell your friends I'm your dad, and no one will laugh at you." Tong Feifei nodded excitedly, her earlier annoyance forgotten, and she bounced off to play in the courtyard. Leaving the kitchen to become a realm for just the two of them, Lin Zixian wandered around the pot of medicinal dishes, subtly guiding Tong Yunan, often making her laugh heartily, unbeknownst to herself. Tong Yunan, who typically maintained a distance from men and rarely spoke, felt as if she were conversing with an old friend she had known for years. They exchanged words freely, and Lin Zixian managed to draw out some of her unspoken past. "Brother Lin, Li Mingqing once said something quite insightful. One cannot simply consume without producing. Aren't you planning to do something?" Tong Yunan gently reminded him while chopping vegetables. Lin Zixian moved a chair closer, spoon in one hand and a cigarette in the other, reveling in the sight of a beautiful woman cooking. He sighed. "Yunan, truth be told, I have a job to..." Tong Yunan was taken aback. "Where do you work? Didn't you say you were unemployed?" "Well, it's somewhat accurate," Lin Zixian replied, shaking the spoon. "Do you remember the Minghua group that Lu Yanzi mentioned? I'm actually the deputy director of the security department there. However, I recently had a disagreement with the general manager, so I've taken some time off to clear my head. When I feel like it, I'll return to work." Tong Yunan was speechless. Had she not trusted Lin Zixian, she would have thought this was nonsense. Who would employ such a flamboyant character? It sounded more like the general manager was the employee, while he resembled the boss. The spoon-waving fellow continued, "I know this is wrong, and I'll eventually be fired, but I'm not one for constraints. I initially wanted to open a shop in Donghai, but I know myself well enough. I am not the type to sit still in a shop. If I were to open one, I'd probably close it for 2 days out of 3, and it would inevitably go under. Oh, why didn't I think of this sooner? Yunnan, why don't we partner up to open a shop? After rambling for a while and breaking down her defenses, he finally led the conversation to the main topic. Tong Yunnan sighed, shaking her head. You know my situation. I don't have much savings and lack the financial capability to partner with you. Let us complement each other's strengths. Lin Zixian perked up, his eyes sparkling as he moved his chair closer. I just happen to have some funds. I'll invest money, and you'll manage the operations. Once the shop is up and running, you'll be in charge. And we'll split the profits evenly. How does that sound? Though the proposal was appealing, Tong Yunnan felt it was too one-sided. If the venture failed, it would be Lin Zixian who bore the greater loss. However, she found it hard to withstand his persuasion as he suggested one venture after another, leaving her anxious. When she heard him mention putting all his savings into the stock market for a gamble, she could no longer hold back. You said you don't understand stocks and are merely gambling. Wouldn't it be better to invest in tangible businesses? How about opening a clothing store instead? Clothing and daily necessities are the foundation of life. Even if it incurs losses, it wouldn't be as catastrophic as losing everything in the stock market. Lin Zixian rolled his eyes, pointing at himself. You think I'm cut out for selling clothes? I might manage selling them, but it's better to stick to stocks. My luck can't be that bad. What if I strike it rich overnight with a hot stock? Tong Yunnan endured and endured, nearly cutting her finger with a knife, and finally gritted her teeth. I've done some business before. Why don't we do it as you first suggested? You open a clothing store, and I'll help you manage it for the profits. Let us skip that. Just pay me a salary. Lin Zixian was again reluctant, insisting on sharing the profits with her. However, Tong Yunnan remained firm in not wanting to take advantage of him. Ultimately, after both sides made concessions, it was under Lin Zixian's relentless persuasion that Tong Yunnan agreed to take a 20% stake while receiving a fixed monthly salary. Once the arrangement was confirmed, Lin Zixian entrusted the kitchen to her and went to pick up Zhang Beibei. After leaving the courtyard, he couldn't help but chuckle wryly, shaking his head. He had meticulously planned from buying vegetables to this point, and finally achieved his goal. Although his intention was to help, he ended up crafting an image of himself as a spendthrift, pretending to be the one receiving help. How absurd was that? Yet, he had no other choice. Tong Yunnan had endured so much. Her self-esteem was already fragile, the last thread of her survival. She wasn't like those shameless individuals in society who could carry on without a care. If he were to offer her direct assistance, she would accept it begrudgingly, feeling indebted. He had no choice but to take a roundabout approach, sacrificing his own comfort. After all, he was a handsome and charming good guy. As he leisurely rode his bicycle along the road, he pulled out his old phone. Upon turning it on, he found a slew of missed calls, some from Meng Zixian, some from Qiao Antian, but most notably from Ninglan. He filtered out the latter too lazy to engage in their chit-chat, and sought a quiet place to dial Meng Zixian's number. As soon as the call connected, Meng Zixian's voice burst forth like a storm. You mad dog, how dare you still call me? He is currently in need of assistance from others, resolutely determined to endure without retaliation or argument. With a voice imbued with warmth, he cheerfully remarks, Mr. Meng, I may have indulged a bit too much yesterday. If I uttered anything inappropriate, I trust you will be magnanimous and not take it to heart. The person across from him pauses in surprise, exclaiming, Wait, let me first ascertain whether the sun has risen in the west today. It's indeed from the east. This is not something I would expect from you. Lin, your flattery is suspicious. It's either deceit or theft. If I'm not mistaken, you've sobered up and are now seeking to reclaim that 10 million, right? Come, first call me auntie to please me, and then I shall consider the matter of repayment. The tone has shifted from yesterday's frantic urgency to one of triumphant confidence. However, as she answers the call, she glances at herself in a mirror, noting the thick makeup unable to conceal the panda eyes earned from a sleepless night spent fuming over someone's antics. Your words are quite misplaced. Once money is given, it's improbable to retrieve it. That 10 million shall serve as my apology for my inappropriate comments yesterday. Should you still harbor resentment, I'll gladly send you another 10 million. Lin Zixian states grandly, Oh, are you attempting to placate me or provoke me further? Am I the sort who delights in such nonsense? Well, I do have a fondness for that money, if you find it distasteful. I can assist in taking it off your hands, as long as you find peace. Enough of this idle chatter. You wouldn't think of me if there weren't something at hand. Speak up. What is it? Mr. Meng's keen insight indeed cannot be deceived. Lin Zixian chuckles awkwardly. I seek a small favor from you. Listen to me. I knew you were no good. When you don't need someone, you insult them. When you do, you come crawling back. Isn't that revolting? How could Ninglan ever have taken a liking to such a scoundrel? Meng Zidan unleashes a torrent of harsh words, only to realize the other party is silent. She quickly inquires, "Hello, are you still there?" It's utterly pointless to vent without an audience. "Dear Mr. Meng, I am all ears," Lin Zixian replies with a wry smile, reflecting on how last night's venting had severely offended someone. Not anticipating such swift retribution. Indeed, karma is relentless. Get lost. Who is your dear? Save your nauseating words for Ninglan. After venting her frustrations, Meng Zidan curiously asks why he has come seeking humiliation. With a grave demeanor, she inquires, "Now, what do you want?" I wish to open a clothing store in Donghai, but I am utterly unfamiliar with this industry. Given your resources, I hope you might assist in planning it well." "I implore you, Mr. Meng, to lend your esteemed hand," Lin Zixian replies cheerfully. He finds himself in this predicament solely due to necessity, having initially considered seeking help from Ninglan or Jiao Antian. But he keenly sensed that the feud between Minghua and Shixing would not conclude easily. He did not wish to drag Tong Yunan and her daughter into the fray. Moreover, having overheard Ninglan mention that Meng Zidan has connections with both officials and the military, he concluded that she was the ideal candidate. "I must have misheard. You wish to open a clothing store?" Meng Zidan exclaims, her tone laced with disbelief. Someone who can casually throw away 10 million would hardly concern themselves with such trifles. She presses further. "Are you perhaps aiming to establish your own brand and launch a clothing chain?" Beyond this, she cannot fathom why he would want to enter the clothing business. Surely, he must be bored to engage in such a venture. "I harbor no such grand ambitions. A modest establishment will suffice. I do not seek opulence nor mediocrity, merely something balanced. The profit margin is of little consequence. My only requirement is that, despite my lack of experience in the clothing industry, I do not incur losses. Something suitable for novices to practice with. Oh, and ideally, it should specialize in women's clothing. Mr. Meng, please utilize your resources to assist me in this endeavor," Lin Zixian exclaims with ingratiating cheer. On the other end, Meng Zidan is left perplexed, a flurry of question marks swirling in her mind as she contemplates his intentions. One thing she is certain of is that his demands indicate he is not motivated by profit. Minghua Group already has its own clothing brand. Why not seek Ninglan's assistance? She queries. "There must be a reason for seeking your help," Lin Zixian pleads. "Mr. Meng, please lend me your aid. Money is not an issue. I will cover all expenses as you see fit. Would 100 million suffice?" Meng Zidan probes cautiously. "Well, Lin Zixian nearly agrees, but upon hearing the sum, he realizes it is far from reasonable and nearly chokes in indignation. Retorting, Meng Zidan, "Are you addicted to extortion? I am discussing serious matters here. Do not mistake this for jest." Meng Zidan, stifling laughter behind the phone, is nearly doubled over, gasping for breath before adopting a serious facade. What kind of wealthy individual pretends to be impoverished? Lin Zixian finds himself momentarily speechless, utterly at a loss for words. "All right, I will keep this matter in mind. Remember, do not hang up. I will notify you as soon as there's news." Meng Zidan concludes before hanging up, collapsing onto her desk in laughter, blissfully unaware of how long it has been since she felt such joy. After laughing, she leans back in her chair, lost in thought about her future. Lin Zixian gazes skyward in silence, eventually sighing, "Karma indeed." However, he realizes that someone like Meng Zidan, once she agrees, will likely act swiftly. Shaking his head, he mounts his bicycle to fetch Zhang Beibei. After school, Zhang Beibei, reluctant to wait alone in the teaching building for Lin Zixian, mainly fearing that he might carry her down and be seen by classmates, receives assistance from several female classmates to descend. They make their way toward the school gate. A small car passes by and stops a short distance ahead. A scruffy-haired youth leans out to glance at them, then turns back to his companions, exclaiming, "Boss, look, there's such a beautiful girl at your school. I'm going to pull her into the car for some fun." He points at Zhang Beibei, who is being supported by her classmates. With a sharp smack, Gao Yuliang slaps the youth's hand down, scolding, "Have you lost your mind? The principal of the school holds a much higher rank than my uncle. Causing trouble here would embarrass even him. When have you seen me pursuing girls on campus? If you want to flirt, do it outside the school." The scruffy-haired youth, undeterred, greedily eyes Zhang Beibei, nodding eagerly, "You're right, boss. Let us wait for her outside." Zanzi, drive. The small car quickly exits the school and stops across the street. Chapter 43, a meal invitation. Once the female classmates assist Zhang Beibei out of the school gate, they wait at the entrance for Lin Zixian's arrival. They notice 4 oddly styled individuals emerging from the small car across the street, remarkably trendy, almost excessively so. It seems a peculiar fashion trend involving plaster casts has emerged, as all 4 are either bandaged or wrapped in plaster. Approaching them with sinister grins, the girls' expressions shift drastically. Gao Yuliang is quite notorious at school, and few are unaware of him. Even with a mask, his distinctive yellow hair and green-tinted locks give him away. Such students should have long been expelled, yet their background protects them. The girls quickly discern their ill intentions and assist Zhang Beibei back toward the school entrance. However, the scruffy-haired youth, having eagerly awaited their exit, rushes forward to block their path. "What do you want?" one girl demands, indignantly. The scruffy-haired youth attempts to appear nonchalant as he lights a cigarette, gesturing dismissively. "Look at you all flaunting your looks. I'm not interested in you. So step aside." Though initially timid, the girl's spirit ignites at the insult, especially when it pertains to a woman's appearance. Provoked, she shouts, "Security, security." 2 guards stationed at the gate rush over. Gao Yuliang steps forward, brazenly confronting them, raising an eyebrow. "What? Since when do school guards have jurisdiction outside the campus? Do you think you're the law?" The guards, feeling a mix of indignation and helplessness, realize they cannot confront him. Standing at the entrance in a state of hesitation, the once spirited university students, now stripped of their courage, merely pretend not to see what is unfolding, hastily exiting. A classmate discreetly calls the police, but none steps forward to intervene. Gao Yuliang turns back to the girls, shoving aside the one in front of him, and smiles at Zhang Beibei. "Senior, how about sharing a meal together?" The scruffy-haired youth grins, lighting a cigarette for him. Attempting to bolster their bravado, positioning himself as a loyal subordinate, suddenly, the sound of a bicycle bell rings out behind them. With a look of panic, Zhang Beibei's eyes brighten, and she urgently calls out, "Brother Lin." As Gao Yuliang and his companions turned around, they were startled to find themselves face to face with Lin Zixian, an encounter they had never anticipated, akin to a twist of fate. Upon hearing the honorific title senior sister, their faces drained of color, and their legs trembled in fear. Lin Zixian dismounted his bicycle and secured it, casting a cursory glance at the group of trendy young men. He seized Gao Yuliang by the glimmering earring on his ear and yanked him closer, incredulously asking, "Is it truly you? You little rascal, what mischief are you up to here?" With his other hand, he snatched the cigarette from Gao Yuliang's lips. Gao Yuliang winced in pain, exclaiming in distress, his heart racing at the sight of the cigarette, but in Lin's hand, the last time he had swallowed one. It had left him unable to enjoy a proper meal since, causing him to lose weight significantly. Another incident like that could very well be fatal. "Big brother, it's a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding," Gao Yuliang pleaded. On the verge of tears, Huang Mao and the others, aware of his agility, were terrified yet dared not flee. As students passed by, finally noticing someone capable of handling the ruffians, they gathered to witness the spectacle. A misunderstanding. Lin Zixian turned to Zhang Beibei and inquired, "Beibei, what is happening?" The girl who had been publicly humiliated stepped forward, her voice brimming with righteous indignation. "Brother Lin, they had sinister intentions, attempting to force Beibei to go out to dinner." "Dinner? Now that's a delightful proposition," Lin Zixian exclaimed, his mood lifting as he turned to Gao Yuliang with a grin. "What is this? Still hungry from last time?" He raised the cigarette, but before him, Gao Yuliang panicked, crying out, "Big brother, I didn't know she was your sister. It's truly a misunderstanding. Will you eat it yourself, or shall I treat you?" Lin Zixian brought the cigarette, but closer to his mouth. Trembling, Gao Yuliang accepted it, tears streaming down his face. Lin Zixian released his grip on Gao's ear and pointed at Huang Mao and the others, gesturing towards the ground. "A bunch of forgetful fools, coming out to block people for fun. Is it really that entertaining? Kneel down, all of you." Today, I'll take on the role of teacher and give you a lesson right here at the university entrance. With so many witnesses, the four hesitated. Lin Zixian scoffed. Do you need me to do it personally? Aren't you afraid that once you kneel, you won't be able to get back up? Upon hearing this, Huang Mao realized that he wasn't a student of the school anyway. And there was little shame in kneeling. He could simply refrain from returning. Thus, he was the first to drop to his knees. Once a leader emerged, the others followed suit, with Gao Yunliang still bleeding from his ear. Kneeling with a cigarette butt in hand, tears streaming down his face, Lin Zixian turned to the other two who remained defiant. Chuckling, "You have some backbone." He approached them, causing them to tremble in fear. Pointing at their plastered legs in terror, they pleaded, "Big brother, we were injured by you last time and haven't healed. We can't kneel." The surrounding students began to murmur, initially thinking these four were merely following a trend with their plaster casts, only to realize they had been beaten by Lin Zixian. Zhang Beibei was taken aback. What exactly does Brother Lin do? Is he involved in the underworld? Simple enough. Let me assist you, Lin Zixian remarked. Moving behind the two trembling individuals and delivering a kick to the back of their plastered knees, with a sickening crack, they collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. The students collectively gasped, realizing how ruthless he was. Little did they know, had it not been in public, Lin Zixian might have eliminated them without a second thought, harboring no guilt. Squatting down, Lin Zixian rummaged through their belongings, producing 4 packs of cigarettes. He tore open the boxes, spilling the contents into 4 piles and declared, "Dinner is on me." Grabbing Gao Yuliang by the hair, he yanked him closer, prying his mouth open and stuffing the cigarettes inside. Sternly commanding, "Eat them all. If you dare to spit them out, I'll ensure you spend your life without teeth." Some students raised their phones, eager to capture the scene for social media, but were swiftly silenced by their peers. All aware of the need to avoid documenting this act of vigilante justice, the four were forced to consume the cigarettes, tears streaming down their faces as they choked on the bitter smoke. Afterward, they lay on the ground, clutching their stomachs and covering their mouths, too terrified to expel the contents. Lin Zixian dispersed the onlookers and mounted his bicycle, saying, "Beibei, let us head home for dinner." Just then, a police car screeched to a halt, and several officers jumped out, parting the crowd to reach the scene. The lead officer, upon witnessing the chaos, barked, "What's going on? Who did this?" Gao Yuliang, upon spotting Officer Li, called out, "Uncle Li, arrest him. He's the one responsible." The officer, surprised, rushed to assist him. "Gao Yunliang, what happened to you?" It was clear they were acquainted. Gao Yunliang, unable to contain himself, vomited everything he had consumed. Lin Zixian chuckled darkly. "You dare to spit out what I provided?" He dropped his bicycle and approached, delivering a kick that echoed with a crack as Gao Yuliang screamed in agony, blood spewing from his mouth as he fainted. The others, initially intent on expelling their stomach contents, froze at the sight of Lin's ferocity. He dared to strike even in front of the police. They swallowed hard, desperate to hold back. Officer Li, furious, pointed at Lin Zixian, declaring, "Who are you to commit such violence in public? Seize him." As several officers charged forward, Lin Zixian dodged, swiftly dispatching them with a flurry of strikes, leaving them sprawled on the ground. The students gasped in awe, realizing his martial prowess, but also horrified at his audacity to assault police officers. Zhang Beibei covered her mouth in shock. The trio of Huang Mao, witnessing their fallen companions, sealed their lips tightly, even as their stomachs roiled. Unwilling to risk expulsion, Officer Li drew his firearm, demanding, "Surrender." "Are you joking?" Lin Zixian glanced at him nonchalantly, lighting a cigarette and replying, "You'd best put that gun down. If you provoke me, no one will come to your aid." The officers, having regained their composure, stood up, weapons drawn, commanding, "How dare you assault an officer? Surrender." Lin Zixian raised an eyebrow, seemingly uninterested, standing there as if awaiting something. Zhang Beibei, overwhelmed, began to see wide in hushed tones. Students whispered, "Who called the police? Damn it, let us find out. Yes, let us track them down." Suddenly, a few more officers squeezed through the crowd, with the lead being Zhang Jinxing, now an undercover deputy chief of the Donghai Police Department. He had not intended to appear at this moment, but with so many officers aiming their guns at Lin Zixian, he realized the situation was escalating out of control. He did not believe that a group of ordinary officers could handle the notorious figure known as Caesar. If it were that simple, Caesar would not have the reputation he did. Casting a glance at Lin Zixian, Zhang Jinqing noticed him smiling and realized that this confrontation was deliberate, meant to provoke him into action. Yet, Zhang Jinqing was puzzled as to how Lin had discovered his identity. He chuckled inwardly, acknowledging Caesar's prowess. The chief had just instructed him to prepare for a direct encounter, and now it seemed he had no choice but to intervene. "Put down your weapons," Zhang Jinqing ordered the officers. Officer Li, bewildered, protested, "Chief Zhang, this individual is a criminal who dared to assault us in public." He was baffled by the sudden appearance of the newly appointed deputy chief. "What do you intend to do?" Zhang Jinqing gestured at the students, his voice rising in anger. "With so many students present, what if someone gets hurt?" The officers, realizing the gravity of the situation, reluctantly complied. "Stand down." Grudgingly, the police holstered their weapons, their pride bruised. "Deputy Chief Zhang, is it?" Lin Zixian remarked, exhaling smoke, pointing at the 4 ruffians on the ground. These 4 thugs dared to publicly harass a university student. "All present are witnesses. I had no choice but to intervene. I implore you, Deputy Chief, to seek justice for the people." The students nodded vigorously in agreement. Zhang Jinqing, his expression twitching, gestured to his officers. "Take these scoundrels away." The officers, members of national security, wasted no time in dragging the barely conscious individuals from the scene. Zhang Jinqing approached Lin Zixian, extending his hand. "I'm the deputy chief of the Donghai Police Department. Thank you for your bravery, but I must ask you to come with us to provide a statement." With a smile, Lin Zixian shook his hand, but a flicker of menace flashed in his eyes as he suddenly exerted pressure, causing Zhang Jinqing's knuckles to crack ominously. Zhang Jinqing regarded himself as quite capable and immediately summoned his strength to resist. However, he soon discovered that the more he fought back, the greater the pressure transmitted from his opponent's hand became. This force was peculiarly strange, as it seemed to creep along his arm and spread throughout his body, rendering half of him immobile in an instant. A surge of terror gripped his heart, and he quickly understood that Caesar was warning him, furious over their pursuit. Indeed, Lin Zixian was precisely issuing this warning, expressing his discontent. If his adversary was unaware of his identity, it would be one matter. Knowing it yet daring to follow him showed remarkable audacity. Did they truly believe that the illustrious Caesar of the underworld was merely a figure of paper, easily trifled with? The crown forged from blood must not be tread upon lightly. And few dare to provoke such a legacy in the entire underworld. Though one may be absent from the realm, their status remains. It is not for just anyone to take liberties. Director Zhang. "My sister has twisted her ankle, and I must take her home for lunch. Let's discuss this in the afternoon. After I drop her off at school, I will voluntarily go to the police station to cooperate with the investigation." "What do you think?" Lin Zixian asked with a smile. Yet, Zhang Jinqing discerned a murderous intent in his eyes. He had no doubt that should he utter even a half-hearted no, his life would be forfeit in an instant. Struggling to steady his voice, he said, "Those who act with courage deserve our trust, so let it be in the afternoon." The group of police officers brandishing firearms was utterly taken aback, incredulous that they would let such a blatant assault on an officer go unpunished. "Thank you for your understanding, Director Zhang," Lin Zixian said, shaking his hand. After all, they were in a public setting, and appearances must be maintained. Releasing his grip, he turned to Zhang Beibei, smiling. "Beibei, let us return home for a meal." "Okay." Zhang Beibei, who had been frightened to tears, immediately perked up, eagerly extending her arms to be carried onto the bicycle, as that was precisely what she desired. The crowd parted to make way, and Lin Zixian pedaled leisurely away. With Beibei's hands wrapped around his waist, her cheek pressed against his back, it was her first experience of true security, a feeling imbued with warmth and happiness, free from worry or fear. Zhang Beibei's classmates gazed at them with starry eyes, clasping their hands in front of their chests, many weakly lamenting, "That bicycle is so cool. Those fancy sports cars are utterly unimpressive." Many girls nodded in agreement. Thus, from that day forth, a trend emerged at Donghai University, where riding vintage 2/8 heavy bicycles became all the rage, while those arriving in sports cars to impress girls would be met with disdain. After all, one could pedal a bicycle with a passenger while the other could only drive a car, which spoke volumes about their physical prowess. What hope was there for future happiness? The sports car enthusiasts quickly retorted, "That doesn't mean anything. I have abs." Sitting behind the bicycle boy, Zhang Beibei, who had her arms wrapped around his waist, Scoffed, "Can you still joke around and smoke when several guns are pointed at you? Can you walk away unscathed after assaulting a police officer?" Among the bicycle boys, there had been those who had experienced such situations. And indeed, riding a bicycle was more environmentally friendly. These sentiments later became the self-indulgent musings of the bicycle boys on campus. However, the beautiful girl ultimately chose the sports car. For crying inside a BMW was preferable to getting drenched on a bicycle. Although the BMW was not hers, once the tears had flowed, there was little loss, at most, a loss of innocence. In contrast, catching a cold from the rain could lead to pneumonia, and one would have to pay for treatment. With the wisdom of modern individuals, a simple comparison sufficed. As long as Beibei was not foolish, she would make the right choice. Zhang Jinqing stood quietly for a moment, gradually regaining mobility in his stiffened body. He issued commands, and a group of police officers departed just like that. As the bicycle traversed the old district, feeling the warmth of the body pressed against his back, Lin Zixian chuckled. "Beibei, does this count as me saving the damsel in distress?" Zhang Beibei giggled, thinking that even if it were indeed a heroic act, she had never encountered a hero so brazen as to declare it openly, which rather spoiled the charm of it. Nevertheless, she replied, "I suppose it can be considered so. Just barely it is." Lin Zixian chuckled. "I recall that in tales of heroes saving maidens, the maiden often reciprocates with her body. Am I mistaken?" "Only a fool would do such a thing," Zhang Beibei retorted, her bashfulness fading into amusement. Lin Zixian shrugged, taking the opportunity to twist his body slightly as he navigated the streets, relishing the elasticity of the warmth against his back. As they approached the Sakura Snow apartment, he remarked, "Beibei, I didn't expect you to have developed quite well." "Huh?" Zhang Beibei initially looked puzzled, but her face instantly flushed crimson, and she swiftly distanced herself from his back, punching him lightly and exclaiming, "Pervert! What brings about such an accusation?" Lin Zixian replied with a wry smile, "It was you who clung to me. Good sir, you are the one taking advantage, yet you dare call me a pervert? Have you ever met a pure maiden who would willingly embrace a rogue?" "Oh, I see, you mean a female rogue," Zhang Beibei protested vehemently, launching into a flurry of playful punches while scolding, "You are the rogue. Hey, we're almost home. Mind your behavior. Be cautious not to let Yunnan see, or she'll think we're flirting, and then Li Mingjing will come after me," Lin Zixian cautioned. Nevertheless, Zhang Beibei delivered another playful punch before finally relenting. Upon reaching the entrance of Sakura Snow apartment, Tong Feifei, clutching a plush rabbit, exclaimed loudly, "Mommy, Mommy, Uncle Lin and Aunt Beibei are back, and it's time for lunch." She then turned and ran into the courtyard. Tong Yunnan emerged, assisting Zhang Beibei in dismounting from the bicycle and into the courtyard. They gathered around a dining table laden with dishes, and Tong Yunnan lifted the lid off a clay pot. Releasing an enticing aroma, Zhang Beibei exclaimed in surprise, "So many dishes. Is this chicken stew? What special occasion is this?" Tong Yunnan smiled. "Brother Lin mentioned that you twisted your ankle, so he specially bought a chicken to stew with traditional herbs, claiming it would help you recover more swiftly." Zhang Beibei shyly glanced at him, ready to express her gratitude, but the words caught in her throat. Lin Zixian, pointing at the dark chicken in his hand, remarked with a smile, "This is a black-bone chicken. When stewed with medicinal herbs, it not only nourishes the blood, but also has benefits for regulating menstruation. You ladies should eat more of it." Both women's expressions froze simultaneously, and Tong Feifei, with chopsticks in her mouth, tilted her head and asked, "Uncle, what does regulating menstruation mean?" Lin Zixian was immediately caught off guard, hurriedly offering her a piece of chicken leg and awkwardly saying, Eat. It will lose its flavor if it gets cold." It must be said that Tong Yunnan's culinary skills were truly exceptional. Lin Zixian had initially intended to solidify their partnership in opening a restaurant through cooking. But unexpectedly, he enjoyed a rare and delightful home-cooked meal, relishing every bite. Meanwhile, at the dining hall, employees of the Minghua group were also enjoying their meals. Lu Yanzi, on her first day of work, was eager to establish good relations with her colleagues. And naturally, she was keen to treat them to a working lunch. The restaurant was quiet until Qiao Yun finished her meal and left, after which it buzzed with conversation. Lu Yanzi watched the young, beautiful and affluent figure depart, feeling a pang of envy. Glancing around, she whispered to her colleague, "It's clear that everyone here is afraid of the general manager." The gossiping colleague immediately chimed in, there are some bold employees. Just the other day, someone scolded her right in front of the general manager. Who on earth has such audacity? Lu Yanzi asked curiously. Hee. Among the middle management, you may not recognize anyone, but you must know the one who scolded the general manager. That colleague glanced around to ensure no security personnel were present before whispering, "It's Lin Zixian, the deputy head of the security department." He quite the character. Not only did he scold the general manager, but he also beat up the previous head of administration and had him kicked out of the company. He even incited the security team to vandalize the general manager's boyfriends. Zheng Longqing of Xingqing Group, sports car, and nothing happened to him. Rumor has it he can control half of the company. Isn't that impressive? Is he really that formidable? Lu Yanzi exclaimed, astonished, then frowned. Wait, what did you say the deputy head's name was? Lin Zixian, as in two words for Lin Anziu for Zixian, meaning leisurely, the gossiping colleague explained. You must be careful if you ever see him. Don't provoke him. This guy has even hit women. The former head of administration was a woman. And I heard he knocked her out with a stun gun and dragged her away. Lin Zixian. Lu Yanzi was taken aback. What a coincidence. The gossiping colleague asked curiously, What? Do you know Deputy Head Lin? Lu Yanzi pondered for a moment before shaking her head. It's just a coincidence. The person I know, although he shares the same name, is an unemployed drifter. How could he possibly compare to Deputy Head Lin? Gao Yuliang was brought back to the police station not long after, only to be sent to the hospital, where he was admitted after emergency treatment. The situation was not severe. He had a bit of internal bleeding and several broken ribs, yet remained unconscious. He was relatively fortunate as he managed to expel the cigarettes he had ingested. The group of yellow-haired individuals fared worse, suffering from nicotine poisoning, dizziness, and persistent dry heaving, taking considerable effort to stabilize. In the hospital room, Dong Joyan wept inconsolably, while her sister comforted her, and her husband sat silently, his head bowed. Captain Li, originally promoted by Qiu Renjian, was currently reporting the incident to the sullen-faced deputy director Qiu outside the hospital room. You mean that person assaulted an officer on the spot, and Deputy Director Zhang even let him go? Qiu Renjian inquired. Indeed. Deputy Director Zhang seemed utterly bewildered, lacking any understanding of judicial procedures. Captain Li lamented. After all, one of his subordinates had been assaulted, and the embarrassment was partly his own, while he couldn't voice his frustrations in front of Deputy Director Zhang. It was only natural for him to seek redress before his superior. Qiu Renjian harbored his own suspicions, believing that the matter might not be so straightforward. His brow furrowed as he asked, What was the name of the assailant? I didn't get the chance to ask before Deputy Director Zhang released him. Captain Li replied weakly. However, Gao Yuliang and his associates might know. Nonsense. How could you let an assailant go without even knowing their name? Qiu Renjian appeared to reprimand Captain Li. Yet his words seemed to carry an implicit critique of Deputy Director Zhang. The two turned and headed towards another hospital room to gather information from the shared room of the three troublemakers, who, compared to Gao Yuliang, were far less fortunate, lacking the privilege of a private room. Upon seeing these unseemly individuals, Qiu Renjian's anger flared. He had always believed these idlers were the ones leading Gao Yuliang astray. Thus, he maintained a stern demeanor throughout the inquiry, which was conducted solely by Captain Li. Upon learning that the assailant who injured Gao Yuliang was none other than Deputy Minister Lin from the Minghua Group, Qiu Renjian's expression darkened instantly, and he stormed off in a fit of rage. At Donghai University, Lin Zixian accompanied Zhang Beibei to the entrance of the teaching building, where a group of female classmates rushed over to assist her. Some of the bolder ones began to flirt with Lin Zixian, who, without hesitation, indulged in playful banter, such as speculating on the measurements of the female students. The girls scolded him as a lecher, yet they continued to surround him, creating an atmosphere of flirtation. Zhang Beibei observed the scene with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Finally grasping the notion that bad boys are more appealing to women, as class time approached, Lin Zixian reluctantly bid farewell to his classmates. He claimed he would proactively visit the police station in the afternoon to cooperate with the investigation. But Zhang Jinxing would not truly trouble him. As soon as Lin Zixian exited the campus, a police car parked at the entrance had an officer stepping out to identify himself and request, Director Zhang sent me to escort you. Some matters were due for confrontation, otherwise there would be no peace. Lin Zixian said nothing, leaving his bicycle at the campus security department, where the on-duty officer, recognizing Lin Zixian's status, assured him that his bicycle would be well guarded. In the police car, only the officer assigned to pick up Lin Zixian served as the driver, swiftly transporting him to the police station. Upon arriving at the Donghai police station, the officer led the way. But as soon as they entered, they encountered Qiu Renjian and a group of uniformed officers who surged forward from both sides, blocking Lin Zixian and demanding, "Are you Lin Zixian?" Clearly, they were aware of Lin Zixian's intention to surrender in the afternoon, and thus had been waiting for him. Lin Zixian leisurely lit a cigarette and glanced at Captain Li beside him before asking, "And who might you be?" Seeing his audacity and disregarding the words of a superior, Captain Li quickly interjected, "Director Qiu, that's him." Qiu Renjian's eyes widened in fury as he barked, daring to assault an officer in public, seize him and conduct a thorough interrogation. A swarm of officers rushed forward, but the officer who had come to escort Lin Zixian immediately stepped in front of him and shouted, "Stop." Without hesitation, he drew his firearm, chambered a round, and scanned the surroundings, aiming the barrel at Qiu Renjian as he coldly declared, "Anyone who dares to move will be shot on the spot." The crowd was momentarily stunned. Goodness, was this new officer out of his mind to draw a weapon against his colleagues in the police station, threatening to shoot and even aiming at Deputy Director Qiu? It seemed he had no intention of continuing in the police force. However, none dared to make a move. No one would risk their life with such a madman. Lin Zixian merely smiled in silence, having already deduced the identity of Zhang Jinqing's team. He felt no surprise at the officer's willingness to draw his weapon against his colleagues. Individuals like Zhang Jinqing, who operated in clandestine circles, were often equipped with special firearm permits to execute their missions unimpeded, granting them the authority to kill in emergencies, essentially a legal license to kill. After such actions, they typically faced no judicial repercussions, merely needing to provide an internal explanation, with their own superiors determining guilt or innocence, leaving others without jurisdiction to interfere. Qiu Renjian was taken aback to find himself targeted by a loaded gun wielded by a subordinate. Momentarily startled, firearms indeed had a risk of accidental discharge, and responsible gun users typically refrained from pointing their weapons at others. After regaining his composure, his expression darkened, and he pointed at the officer in anger. "What do you think you're doing? Are you attempting to rebel? Put down that gun." Zhang Jinqing's voice rang out, prompting everyone to turn and see him approaching with a contingent of officers, clearing a path by pushing aside Qiu Renjian's group. "Mr. Lin, please accompany them to take a statement," Zhang Jinqing instructed, indicating his own men to Lin Zixian. Lin Zixian responded with a smile. "As a law-abiding citizen, I am more than happy to cooperate with the police." With that, he departed under the protection of the police, casting a teasing glance back at Deputy Director Qiu. Qiu Renjian's face darkened to a shade akin to a scorched pan as he glared at Zhang Jinqing. "What do you mean by this, Deputy Director Zhang?" Zhang Jinqing regarded him coolly. "Deputy Director Qiu, I am the one handling this case. Please refrain from interfering." "Zhang Jinqing, this individual assaulted an officer in public. Do you not understand judicial procedures?" Qiu Renjian exploded in fury. "This matter was personally ordered by Director Wang. We are both obligated to execute it. If you have any objections, you may appeal to Director Wang." Zhang Jinqing retorted, turning on his heel and walking away, seemingly unconcerned about Qiu Renjian's anger. This infuriated Qiu Renjian, who shoved his subordinates aside and stormed towards the director's office, arriving at the office door. In his rage, he failed to knock and pushed the door open instead. Behind the desk, an older police officer with a slightly portly figure was engrossed in sketching documents with two colored pencils. It was Wang Xin, the director overseeing the Donghai police station. Wang Xin, donned in reading glasses, did not lift his gaze as he peered over his spectacles at the intruding Qiu Renjian, furrowing his brow before finally looking up with a smile. "Old Qiu, what brings you here in such a state?" Qiu Renjian approached Wang Xin's desk, his tone imperious as he accused Director Wang. "That newly appointed Deputy Director Zhang is utterly outrageous. Not only does he repeatedly shield the criminal who assaulted an officer, but he even condones his subordinates drawing weapons against colleagues." His loaded gun nearly pressed against my forehead. "Is there no law left, Deputy Director Zhang?" Wang Xin paused, setting down his pen and documents, removing his glasses, and leaning back in his chair with a sigh. "Old Qiu, I must say, your nephew requires some serious guidance. If this continues, it will inevitably lead to your own entanglement." Ida Qiu Renjian was so furious he felt as if a Buddha had appeared, his anger causing him to tremble as he stammered. Director Wang, I demand a party meeting to discuss this matter. This matter is not subject to discussion in a party meeting, Wang Xin replied firmly. Old Qiu, focus on your own responsibilities. Do not meddle in Deputy Zhang's affairs. Escalating the situation will only be detrimental to you. Wang Zhen's gaze was serious as he spoke. Certain matters, such as Zhang Jinqing's background, were not ones Wang Xin could openly discuss. He had received a top-level directive from the public security headquarters to fully cooperate, indicating that Zhang Jinqing was on a secret mission, a matter beyond his authority to interfere with. Although he had begun to suspect Zhang Jinqing's true identity, he could not disclose this to Qiu Renjian. Otherwise, he would be unable to bear the consequences. Director Wang, is this your stance? Qiu Renjian seethed through gritted teeth. Wang Xin nodded. You may interpret it as such. It seems that our police station has no sense of justice left. I will lodge a complaint with the higher-ups, Qiu Renjian declared, storming out in a fit of rage. He was convinced that if this matter did not yield a satisfactory outcome, he would lose all credibility in front of his subordinates. Moreover, he believed he was in the right. Such a prime opportunity was perfect for seizing benefits, and with the right maneuvering, he might even shed the deputy title in front of his name. Chapter 46. The three kings of the underworld. Upon returning to his office, Qiu Renjian's anger had subsided. After a brief contemplation, he promptly dialed the number of his former superior, the current secretary of the Donghai Political and Legal Affairs Commission, and respectfully recounted the entire sequence of events. To his astonishment, the response was a barrage of furious reprimands. Qiu Renjian, what nonsense are you up to? Who gave you the authority to interfere in Zhang Jinqing's matters? So what if a gun was pointed at you? Why wasn't he at use to put you down? I warn you, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. The call was abruptly terminated with a click. Qiu Renjian, taken aback by the busy signal, felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. He began to sense that Zhang Jinqing's background was likely not simple, wondering which powerful family as scion had come to gild his resume. He hung up the phone and slumped in his chair for a moment, his gaze gradually flickering with intensity. Zhang Jinqing was not someone he could provoke, but Lin Zixian was indeed infuriating. First, he ousted his sister-in-law from the Minghua group, and then he injured his son twice. Such behavior was simply intolerable. Lin Zixian claimed to be taking a statement, but Zhang Jinqing knew he could not take him to an interrogation room. Instead, he led him to a secluded small conference room where police guards stood at the entrance, preventing any unauthorized personnel from approaching. Before long, Zhang Jinqing entered with a laptop and an ashtray. He placed the ashtray beside Lin Zixian, offered him a cigarette, lit it for him, and inquired, should I address you as Mr. Lin or perhaps Caesar? Let us stick with Lin Zixian. Lin Zixian replied with a self-deprecating smile, once Zhang Jinqing settled opposite him. He looked at him and remarked, from the Ministry of State Security, I presume? I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Zhang Jinqing made an effort to relax, a smile spreading across his face as he introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Jinqing, Director of the Special Operations Division of the Asian Bureau of the Ministry of State Security, with a cigarette dangling from his lips. Lin Zixian gazed at the curling wisps of smoke and spoke in a vague manner. I suppose that makes sense. I have never had any entanglements with the domestic scene, apart from your agency. I doubt anyone would keep such a close watch on me. I am merely curious as to how you discovered my return to the country and began monitoring me prior to entering the conference room. Zhang Jinqing had already spoken with Yang Weigua, the head of the Asian Bureau. His purpose in visiting was to befriend Lin Zixian. Thus he candidly addressed Lin Zixian's inquiry. You can thank Qiao Antian, the chairman of the Minghua Group, if he hadn't stirred our interest while inquiring about you through various channels. We would never have suspected that the Emperor Caesar of the underground world was serving as the deputy director of the security department at the Minghua Group. Qiao's mind is clearly not right. He's always ruining my plans, Lin Zixian scoffed. Realizing that it was indeed this incident that had exposed his identity, he had previously found it odd that the Ministry of State Security would monitor an entire population of over 1 billion in China. He had blended in seamlessly, drifting through the sea of people, and thought that if he were to be discovered, it would not happen so swiftly. He had not anticipated that it would be due to Qiao Antian's meddling. I, too, am curious about how Mr. Lin discerned that we were tracking you. Zhang Jinqing smiled, expressing a genuine desire to learn from him to enhance their operational standards. His words were not mere pleasantries. He had always been confident in his tracking methods, but this time he had been unmasked, and he truly wished to identify the flaw in their approach, as it was critical for their future operations. It is worth noting that encountering Lin Zixian had been relatively benign, but should they face a truly ruthless adversary next time, such a flaw could potentially lead to dire consequences. The operational team had already conducted numerous self-checks, yet they had been unable to pinpoint the exact error. Such skills are best understood intuitively rather than articulated. Teaching you would only invite trouble for myself. Lin Zixian chuckled softly. In truth, he had not detected Zhang Jinqing and his team trailing him. In terms of tracking techniques, if not for their hasty pursuit that aroused suspicion or sheer coincidence, trained professionals typically would not reveal any flaws while closely following someone. He had simply become accustomed to life in the underground world. Subconsciously observing his surroundings, he had occasionally noticed one or several vehicles that remained unclear in their interior, which had sparked a slight suspicion. In reality, this was a common occurrence for ordinary individuals. Many vehicles are designed to obscure visibility from the inside while allowing those outside to see clearly. Furthermore, Zhang Jinqing and his team would not repeatedly allow the same vehicle to appear near Lin Zixian. However, Lin Zixian was no ordinary person. Even the slightest hint of suspicion would trigger his alertness. He was contemplating a way to test the situation when the police had conveniently presented themselves. He believed that if certain domestic agencies were indeed aware of his identity and were monitoring him, they would not simply stand by and allow the situation to escalate, they would intervene. If forced to, he would comply, surrendering to the police and subsequently call Meng Zidong, who had official and military connections, for assistance. He was confident that with Meng's background, resolving such matters and extricating himself from police custody would not pose a significant challenge. Hence he felt unperturbed. Naturally, he would not disclose this fallback plan to Zhang Jinqing. Revealing such information would render it worthless. Retaining some secrets would only instill a sense of respect and caution in these individuals, which was not necessarily a bad thing. Indeed, upon hearing his words, a look of concern crossed Zhang Jinqing's face, realizing that there were flaws in their operation that the opponent had already discerned. While he remained oblivious, Tio put it mildly, it was a limitation of capability. To put it more severely, it was a dereliction of responsibility towards national security. Yet, he could not press Lin Zixian to divulge the details and could only sigh. The three great kings of the underground world are renowned among governments and intelligence agencies worldwide. The Terror King has already been killed in a raid by U.S. Special Forces near Islamabad, shocking the world. The War King was lured into capture by American agents in Bangkok, and he remains imprisoned in the United States, causing ongoing disputes between America and Russia. Of the three, only you, the mysterious king, remain relatively unknown to the public. Even governments do not know your appearance. Who would have thought I would be fortunate enough to witness the prowess of Emperor Caesar, proving you are indeed more formidable than the other two? Are you implying that the other two met unfortunate ends while I continue to thrive? Lin Zixian extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, a mocking expression gracing his face. Perhaps that is the advantage of being low profile. La Deng was so ostentatious that the world knew his name, and thus he met his demise. Butte was somewhat better, but wherever there was conflict, he would rush to conduct business, willing to procure even nuclear weapons for the right client, which led to his imprisonment. I remain the most discreet, and thus I have reason to enjoy a better life. Zhang Jinqing shook his head slightly. That is because they lack your exceptional skills. Otherwise, La Deng might not have perished. Ambute would never have been captured. Lin Zixian waved his hand, not wishing to dwell on such topics, and smiled lightly. You and I sitting here cannot simply be for idle chatter, so please speak plainly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinqing instinctively straightened his posture, his gaze fixed intently on him as he stated, I wish to discuss the international idlers that you founded. Lin Zixian raised an eyebrow and replied coldly. What is there to discuss? If you were able to locate me, you should know that I withdrew from the international idlers a year ago and have long ceased involvement in underground matters. I am now merely an ordinary person. You are likely mistaken in your choice of conversation partner regarding the international idlers. You should be speaking with Rom instead. Please don't tell me you're unaware that Rom currently leads the international idlers. Rest assured. We are fully aware of that. Zhang Jinqing took a deep breath and continued. However, according to our information, the true core strength of the international idlers lies with those elder members who co-founded it with you. When the organization decided to formalize, you and those elders all withdrew, and now the entire underground world knows that Rom does not command the true power of the international idlers. That power still rests with you, Emperor Caesar. Lin Zixian's gaze turned icy as he fixed a cold stare on Zhang Jinqing, and, what of it? Zhang Jinqing abruptly stood up, speaking with righteous fervor. We have conducted our investigations, and it appears that Lin Zixian is indeed your real name. While we do not know your background, we can ascertain that you are a genuine citizen of China, and since founding the International Idlers, you have never interfered with domestic affairs. Thus, we have reason to believe that you are a patriotic individual. If that is the case, you should leverage the power you possess to contribute to your country. In a moment of passion, he had moved closer to Lin Zixian, seemingly eager to impart his thoughts directly into his mind. Lin Zixian silently scanned the surroundings, narrowing his eyes as he asked, "Are you suggesting that if I refuse, you will either arrest me or eliminate me?" Zhang Jinqing was taken aback and quickly waved his hands. "That is not my intention. I merely hope you will serve your country." Lin Zixian retrieved a cigarette. Zhang Jinqing hurriedly lit it for him, awaiting his response. Lin Zixian exhaled a plume of smoke and coolly remarked, "I understand your sentiments. However, while you may know that we elders have withdrawn from the International Idlers, do you know why we did so? I have heard whispers. It is said that your group of elders opposed the formalization of the International Idlers, while the other faction sought to leverage their resources to strengthen the organization, leading to a divergence of opinions that prompted your withdrawal." Zhang Jinqing responded, pulling up a chair beside him with an inquisitive tone. "Is there perhaps more to the story that we are unaware of?" Chapter 47. The international idler Lin Zixian took every word seriously. Perhaps even the slightest tidbit divulged by Caesar himself could prove invaluable to them, or could very well be a secret that they might never uncover in their lifetimes. A fleeting bitterness crossed Lin Zixian's face as he slowly spoke, half clenching and half biting his cigarette, but, at the inception of the International Idler, sensing the gravity of the moment, Zhang Jinqing quickly interjected. "Wait a moment." Lin Zixian was taken aback, astonished. "Do you not wish to know the intricacies behind it?" Zhang Jinqing hastily produced a voice recorder, awkwardly stating, "If you don't mind, may I record what you say?" Lin Zixian was left speechless. He had initially suspected the room was rigged with listening devices, only to find that his interlocutor was indeed earnest. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Jinqing had been intimidated by Lin Zixian's perceptive ability to detect his surveillance methods and, given the illustrious name of Caesar, was unsure whether his eavesdropping equipment would go unnoticed. To avoid any misunderstandings that might lead to discord, he had prepared nothing. As a gesture of sincerity, Lin Zixian made no objection. And once Zhang Jinqing activated the recorder, he rolled his eyes and continued. "At the inception of the International Idler, I had not anticipated that we would earn such a formidable reputation in the underworld. At that time, I merely sought to gather like-minded individuals for a bit of adventure. We were elites from various walks of life, essentially a group of individuals with idle time on their hands, coming together in search of excitement. When something thrilling arose, I would reach out to those I deemed suitable, inquiring who had the time and interest to participate. Those willing would join, while those who preferred not to were never coerced. Over time, a bond naturally formed between us." "Ah," Zhang Jinqing exclaimed, incredulous. "Is this how the International Idler came to be?" Lin Zixian nodded, continuing, "In the underworld, it is inevitable that we would encounter other organizations, and they would often inquire about our affiliations and why we sought to encroach upon their enterprises or disrupt their affairs. Initially, we had no banner to rally under. Eventually, I realized that consistently evading their questions or responding with firearms was rather impolite. On one occasion, I casually mentioned the term international idler in response, without a second thought. To my surprise, my companions found the moniker quite appealing, and thus we unanimously decided to adopt International Idler as our official title. The literal meaning of the name suggests a gathering of individuals from around the world who, having satisfied their basic needs, sought leisure and diversion. It could be said that it was an unintended stroke of luck." Zhang Jinqing was rendered speechless, realizing that the illustrious International Idler of the underworld stemmed from a mere offhand remark. Had it not been for hearing it directly from Caesar, who would have believed such a tale? For those of us with idle time, we were purely in pursuit of excitement. Matters of money, power, and fame held little significance for us. Of course, we had no objections to earning some money along the way. After all, why not seize an opportunity, perhaps due to our undefeated prowess in the underworld? Our reputation grew ever more formidable. attracting an increasing number of individuals willing to pay handsomely for our services, thus drawing more people into the fold of the international idler. Lin Zixian chuckled bitterly. I am aware that many of these newcomers are motivated by money, and this has raised some concerns among us. Among our original group, several individuals possess distinguished backgrounds and prefer to keep their identities concealed. Typically, they employ various means to obscure their true selves, and we remain unaware of each other's identities, adhering to a tacit agreement not to pry, for we all lead our own lives afterward and wish to avoid any disturbances. As the group grew larger and more diverse, the risk of identity exposure increased significantly. Zhang Jinxing interjected, but you're the sole liaison among them. Surely you must know their true identities. That is precisely because they trust me and regard me as a friend, while also requiring my assistance for unforeseen circumstances, which is why they confide in me, Lin Zixian succinctly replied, steering the conversation away from the members' identities. He continued, to this end, I have gone to great lengths to protect the identities of these elders. Generally, I do not allow both the elders and newcomers to participate in the same tasks. Only assignments that the elders are unwilling to undertake are delegated to the newcomers. However, as more individuals join the international idler, I lacked the time and inclination to manage them all, thus entrusting Ram to oversee their affairs. Only when faced with insurmountable challenges do I intervene personally or seek assistance. Yet, as events unfolded, the situation surpassed my expectations. Many believed that since the international idler possessed such tremendous potential, it should no longer remain disorganized and should instead strive for growth and consolidation, aspiring to become the foremost organization in the underworld. You are likely aware of the outcome. The international idler held a vote. Naturally, we elders opposed the formal organization of the international idler, but despite our objections, the majority favored this course of action, seeking to expand and profit. In the end, we had no choice but to withdraw. Leaving Ram to lead the new faction, Lin Zixian took a drag from his cigarette and exhaled, gazing at Zhang Jinxing with a hint of mockery. Doesn't this seem a bit like a case of the cuckoo occupying the magpie's nest? We were the founders of the international idler, yet we were forced out. Where is the justice in that? You should now understand that, despite still wielding some influence, I am utterly unable to serve my country. Zhang Jinxing furrowed his brow, shaking his head solemnly. I do not comprehend. If you still possess some power, why can you not serve your country? Lin Zixian, feeling a headache coming on, looked at him incredulously. After all this discussion, how is it that you still fail to grasp my meaning? Let me ask you, what aspect of my influence is it that you find appealing when it comes to a nation's power? Do not tell me you are drawn to our capabilities in combat. Zhang Jinxing did not shy away from his response, stating bluntly, as you just mentioned, the members comprise elites from all sectors. To our knowledge, it is highly probable that some are scions of influential families from various nations, and some may even belong to super conglomerates or political dynasties. Just imagine the extent of their potential. Your network spans military, political, and economic realms worldwide. This is precisely why governments seek you out. For the power you command is truly formidable. It is the presence of these individuals that once rendered the international idler invincible. And Ram's lack of access to them is precisely why the current international idler lacks its former glory. Lin Zixian spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. You have articulated the matter so clearly. Have you not yet discerned the crux of the issue between us? Forgive my ignorance. I have yet to grasp it, Zhang Jinxing admitted, shaking his head. Lin Zixian found it hard to fathom how the National Security Department could recruit such simpletons. He extinguished his cigarette, but in the ashtray, weary of circling around the point, and explained unambiguously, the crux of the issue lies in their diverse national affiliations. Not only am I patriotic, but they are as well. For their interests are fundamentally tied to their own nation's well-being. Our relationship is merely that of friends. They cannot assist me in opposing other nations or their own, as that would contradict their national interests. Likewise, I would not aid them in undermining my country. Our friendship exists solely for times when I require assistance. They extend their help out of camaraderie, devoid of any national conflicts, merely a mutual commitment. Thus, when we unite, it may appear as if we possess tremendous power, but that is only during our recreational activities. If it were as you envision, would I not be capable of ruling the entire world? You should now understand, correct? After processing Lin Zixian's words, Zhang Jinxing stood in silence for a moment before slowly responding. So that is how it is. There was an unmistakable hint of disappointment in his tone. Once the mystery was unraveled, he realized the truth was rather simple. Caesar's influence was confined to his personal capacity and could not be wielded by others, encapsulating a sense of something that belonged to no one else. A power that others could neither grasp nor claim. Lin Zixian rose, stretching his limbs, and stated, "That is the essence of the matter. Thus, you need not persist in your inquiries. I have disclosed all I can. What remains unspoken cannot be shared. May I take my leave now? There is one matter I need to inquire about on behalf of the higher-ups." "What is it? Do you still keep track of the current status of the international idler?" "Given my current state, it is evident that I have withdrawn from the underworld, and I wish to avoid any further entanglements with its affairs," Lin Zixian replied, feigning indifference. Yet he could not help but ask, "What has happened to the international idler? It appears you truly are unaware." Zhang Jinxing leaned forward to retrieve the laptop from across the table. Upon opening it, he displayed a document interspersed with images and text. Presenting it before Lin Zixian, he remarked, "The international idler, led by Ram, has long since lost its former glory. Ever since the departure of your elders, it has become impossible for them to execute their tasks with the same ease as before. The failure rate is alarmingly high. This explains why the underground world asserts that the true power of the international idler still resides in your hands, while under your leadership, the organization garnered a formidable reputation, amassing a considerable following in the underground realm, and subsequently became organized under Ram's command. However, now that they can no longer acquire wealth through task completion as they once did, they have devolved into the most nefarious organization in the entire underground world. Their heinous activities, murder, kidnapping, extortion, robbery, drug trafficking, human smuggling, arms dealing, and other abhorrent deeds, are all marked by their active participation." Chapter 48. Summer and autumn. Lin Zixian himself was unaware of when he had sat down again, shifting the laptop before him as he silently perused the harrowing images left behind by the international idler's transgressions. The grim photographs of women, children, and the elderly met his gaze, each a testament to their tragic demise. After viewing them, his expression grew unusually grave. He closed the document, quickly opened a search engine, and entered a gaming website address, swiftly completing a gaming task. This prompted a chilling, blood-soaked skull page to materialize, where another input window awaited within the skull's gaping mouth. He shot a glare at Zhang Jinxing, who understood that Lin intended to access the underground world's communication platform, a platform he too could enter, prompting him to avert his gaze. Lin Zixian promptly entered the access code and pressed the enter key, revealing a grandiose page belonging to the underground communication platform. The page brimmed with diverse information, including international oil prices, various futures indices, and even films to view, a veritable cornucopia of content. As he scrolled to the bottom, he discovered rankings for assassins, task announcements, and organizational strength, among other listings pertinent to the underground world. When he clicked on the organizational strength ranking, he was astonished to find that the international idler had ascended to the top position, surpassing the erstwhile leading organization, GD. However, upon checking the task completion rate for the international idler, he noted a significant drop from the highest tier of 3S to a mere 3A, a descent of 3 levels. After reviewing the information about the international idler on the homepage, he quietly exited the underground communication platform. "What are you implying by sharing this with me, since I have withdrawn?" "I shall not intervene," Lin Zixian stated, his countenance icy. "I mean no offense," Zhang Jinxing pondered. "We've merely heard rumors suggesting that there are voices within the international idler urging your return to take the helm once more. If possible, you might consider restraining them. There's no need for them to become public enemies. With your return to leadership, at least we wouldn't have to worry about them endangering our country. They chose their path, and they must bear the consequences. There's no need for others to concern themselves with their troubles," Lin Zixian replied, shaking his head. He then pointed to the laptop on the table and added, "This device is of commendable quality. I find it quite satisfactory. Why not gift it to me?" Zhang Jinxing was momentarily speechless. The equipment specially crafted by national security was indeed of superior quality, with configurations far beyond that of an ordinary laptop, and its production cost was substantial. However, as Lin had requested it, refusing would be inappropriate. Zhang Jinxing could only copy some files from it, delete and organize a few items, before closing the laptop and pushing it towards him, saying, "I'll also provide you with some accompanying accessories shortly." Lin Zixian cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, "I hope you take heed of one matter. I do not wish to be shadowed at all times. This constant feeling of being monitored is quite uncomfortable, and I believe you would prefer to avoid any misunderstandings. Zhang Jinxing felt a bit awkward, but quickly pulled out a pen and paper from his pocket. Jotting down a phone number, he tore off a note and handed it to Lin, saying, "This is my number. Feel free to contact me anytime if you need assistance. I trust that within the country, there will be moments when our help is required. Indeed, your covert influence is immense. There are likely very few matters in the country that you cannot resolve," Lin Zixian replied as he accepted the note and casually tucked it into his pocket. He added with a smile, "There's no need to write down my number. I assume you have already procured the phone numbers of everyone in Sakura Snow apartment." Zhang Jinxing chuckled awkwardly, tacitly acknowledging the truth of Lin's statement. Suddenly, his expression turned serious as he said, "Mr. Lin, I must candidly ask you a question, one that those above wish to know the answer to." "What is it?" Lin Zixian raised an eyebrow, slightly put off by the forced inquiry. However, he understood that surviving in this nation required navigating the power dynamics. No matter how capable one might be, confronting a state's might alone was an impossibility. The other party represented a formidable organization responsible for the security of a great nation, and they possessed the authority to question him. Those in higher authority wished to understand why you would stoop to become a mere deputy minister of security at Minghua Group, and they are also curious about your purpose in returning to the country. You are aware that your identity is quite sensitive. If we cannot obtain a truthful response, those above will not relent in their investigation," Zhang Jinxing stated. Lin Zixian paused before responding. "I was originally on a global journey and had no plans to return home. However, due to certain inconvenient circumstances, I became involved with Qiao Antian, who has encountered some trouble. I came to protect him, but he instead requested that I safeguard his daughter. Unexpectedly, on the flight back, I inadvertently offended a woman who happens to be his daughter, leading to some friction between us, and thus I have taken a temporary leave." Zhang Jinxing nodded slightly, saying, "If we deduce the timeline, it follows that the incident involving Qiao Antian and the deaths of those in the Qinglong gang must be related to you. Otherwise, those bodyguards would not have executed such swift actions. It was indeed my doing. I was in Qiao Antian's vehicle at the time, and my identity made it inconvenient for me to engage with the police. So I left early," Lin Zixian replied with a hint of mockery. "I suppose I still hold some value, don't I? Surely, you wouldn't target me simply because I eliminated those scoundrels." Zhang Jinxing chuckled but refrained from responding, his gaze suddenly sharpening as he continued, "Mr. Lin, can you assure me that your return to the country will not result in actions detrimental to national security? Are you suggesting that you suspect I have ulterior motives for returning?" Lin Zixian smiled, though his eyes glinted with coldness. "Mr. Lin has misunderstood my intentions. Allow me to be unequivocal," Zhang Jinxing stated firmly. "We require your assurance, a promise from Caesar, that you will never undertake actions that jeopardize the security of my nation." Lin Zixian raised an eyebrow in challenge, and what would be the consequences should I refuse? Agreeing means friendship. Refusing, Zhang Jinxing's unwavering gaze met Lin's, and he articulated slowly, refusing means enmity. Lin Zixian's eyes narrowed, his demeanor indifferent as he replied, "I shall not shackle myself with any constraints. If I wish to leave, no one here can detain me. However, I can convey my stance through a saying from our founding ancestor, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one offends me, I shall retaliate." Zhang Jinxing fell into a contemplative silence before nodding slightly. "I understand Mr. Lin's position." He then picked up the laptop from the table and gestured towards the door. "Please." Having concluded their transaction, as they exited the small meeting room, Lin Zixian abruptly paused and inquired, "What is the situation with Deputy Director Qiao? He seems less than fond of me." Zhang Jinxing deliberated for a moment before responding. Former General Affairs Minister Dong Jiayun of Minghua Group is his aunt by marriage and, in fact, also his lover. Dong Jiayun's son, Gao Yuliang, is, in terms of blood relation, also Deputy Director Qiao's son. Lin Zixian was taken aback. Finally comprehending the reason behind the man's apparent disdain for him, the connections were indeed self-evident. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Your national security apparatus is remarkably well informed, even privy to such private matters. This surely borders on illegality. If you are aware, why not take action against him? Our national security is a tool of the state, not a means to manage his personal affairs, unless absolutely necessary. We have no authority to intervene. When the time comes for concern, rest assured, someone will address it. What if I were to retaliate against him for mistreating my little wife and son? Someone has likely already warned him. I doubt he will act recklessly again. That is for the best, Lin Zixian said as he resumed his stride. After being escorted back to Donghai University by police car, the officer in charge handed him the packaged laptop. With the computer bag slung over his shoulder, Lin Zixian checked the time and realized it was not long until Zhang Beibei finished school. He decided to linger in the campus security department, engaging in casual conversation with several guards. When he mentioned that he too worked in security, their approval of him soared dramatically. Upon picking up Zhang Beibei as she passed through the gate, a guard called out, "Lin Ge, come visit us when you have time." Upon their return to Sakura Snow apartment, the two individuals were greeted by the sight of a vibrant and sunny young man joyfully playing with Tong Feifei beneath the grape trellis. The moment Tong Feifei spotted them, she exclaimed loudly, "Mom, Mom, Uncle Lin and Aunt Beibei are back." Tong Yunan promptly dashed out from the kitchen, assisting Zhang Beibei into the living room from Lin Zixian's hands. Tong Feifei, displaying a precocious maturity, eagerly took Lin Zixian's bag and brought it inside. The radiant young man approached Lin Zixian with an outstretched hand and a smile, saying, "Hello, I am Xiaoqiu. You must be Lin Zixian." "Right," Lin Zixian shook his hand in response, and the two settled under the grape trellis to engage in conversation. Before long, the fashionable Qinyu returned from work, and upon seeing the two beneath the trellis, she immediately made her way over. After greeting Lin Zixian, she leaned down to embrace Xiaoqiu's neck, resting her head on his shoulder while softly asking, "Are you tired?" Xiaoqiu grasped her delicate hand and chuckled. "Not really, I took a nap after returning this afternoon." The two appeared quite compatible in terms of looks, especially with their affectionate demeanor, which even elicited a hint of envy from Lin Zixian. After a brief whispering exchange between Qinyu and Xiaoqiu, she sat beside him, playfully pointing at Lin Zixian. "Yesterday, Brother Lin treated everyone to dinner at Ivory Coast, and you were the only one missing. I mentioned that once you returned, we would invite Brother Lin together. Xiaoqiu, since you are free now, how about tonight?" Xiaoqiu, with a sunny disposition, readily agreed. "Sure, let's wait for Li Mingqing and the others to come back, and we can all go together." He then turned to Lin Zixian and jested, "But just to be clear, Brother Lin, I cannot afford to dine at Ivory Coast. We will have to settle for a casual restaurant." Chapter 49. An unpleasant parting. Upon hearing this, Qinyu smiled, her attention seemingly focused solely on Xiaoqiu, her bright eyes filled with admiration, an unmistakable sensation of being in love. Lin Zixian also admired Xiaoqiu's cheerful personality and was about to respond when Lu Yanzi's rather loud voice interrupted from outside. "Which restaurant are we going to? Don't leave me out." The sound of high heels echoed as the trio turned to see Lu Yanzi, beaming with delight, striding in confidently. Qinyu chuckled, "Sister Yanzi, you seem in a good mood. It appears your day at work went smoothly." She then leaned in to explain to Xiaoqiu about Lu Yanzi's successful job change. Lu Yanzi, exuding confidence, flaunted her legs in a short skirt, hands on her hips, radiating an undeniable aura of a powerful woman as she declared, "Does anyone need to ask? Everything is fine when this beauty is around." Xiaoqiu applauded and cheered. "Congratulations, Sister Yanzi, on your successful job change. We certainly have a reason to celebrate tonight." At that moment, Tong Yunan approached, somewhat reserved, and asked, "Are you all going out for dinner tonight? Brother Lin bought a lot of groceries this morning, and I've already prepared dinner for everyone." Her implication seemed to suggest that they might as well dine at home. Lin Zixian decisively declared, "Yunan's home-cooked meals are far superior to dining out. Let's eat at home. Besides, I have some good news to announce to everyone. Xiaoqiu, if you two are considerate, please go buy a bottle of wine so we can enjoy a lively gathering at home." "All right, let's follow Brother Lin's suggestion. I'll go get a bottle of wine," Xiaoqiu said with a smile as he stood up. However, Qinyu immediately rose and pressed him back down, saying, "I'll go buy it." Lu Yanzi, with a commanding gesture, took out her phone and dialed a number, saying, "Hey, you stingy old man, hurry home for dinner and remember to bring back a decent bottle of red wine from your shop." "What? Are you feeling the pinch? Should I pay for you? Then why are you rambling? I want 2 bottles. I ask it too much to ask for a little extra. Don't bring back any cheap stuff. Remember to grab 2 bottles of drinks too, and be quick about it." With a decisive click, she hung up and smirked at everyone. "Li Mingqing is such a miser. It's time to teach him a lesson." Everyone couldn't help but laugh, and Qinyu came over to embrace Lu Yenzi, saying, "I bet you're the only one who can handle his miserly ways, and of course, do you even know who I am?" Lu Yenzi replied, flicking her short hair. After some light-hearted banter, Li Mingjing indeed returned, bringing 2 bottles of red wine and drinks, eagerly flattering Lu Yenzi while boasting about the quality of the wine he had brought. Inside, after Qinyu helped Tong Yunan set the table, she called out, and everyone rushed over, creating a lively atmosphere. Once seated around the table, under Lu Yenzi's insistence, Li Mingjing reluctantly opened both bottles of wine and began pouring for everyone. After raising their glasses to toast Lu Yenzi's successful job transition, the group couldn't help but inquire about the good news Lin Zixian had to share. He exchanged a glance with Tong Yunan before standing up. Grinning, "Today, Yunan and I have decided to partner in opening a clothing store." The room fell silent, all eyes turning to Tong Yunan for confirmation. She blushed, surprised that this so-called good news was being announced. Feeling that it was premature to speak of such a matter, unbeknownst to her, Lin Zixian had made this public to ensure she couldn't back out later, leaving her without an escape. "It's not a partnership. Brother Lin is opening the store, and I'm just helping him out," Tong Yunan quickly clarified to everyone. "How is it not a partnership?" Lin Zixian replied earnestly. "I am quite laid back, and once the store is established, Yunan will manage it entirely. I have no intention of meddling. Thus, we have agreed that I will invest the capital while Yunan will oversee management, making it a mutually beneficial arrangement. Wouldn't you say that constitutes a partnership?" Everyone paused, naturally not wanting Tong Yunan to be at a disadvantage, and soon began nodding in agreement. Yes, indeed. They expressed that such a significant matter warranted a toast, and soon the clinking of glasses filled the air, creating a festive atmosphere. Only Zhang Beibei occasionally cast thoughtful glances at Lin Zixian. Amidst the eating and drinking, Li Mingjing couldn't help but ask, "Lin Zixian, how large of an investment are you planning for the clothing store?" His intention was to gauge Lin Zixian's financial standing, worried about losing his title as the sole big boss of Sakura Snow Apartment. "Nothing is set yet. I am currently searching for a suitable location." Lin Zixian responded nonchalantly. Suddenly, Lu Yenzi seemed to remember something, biting her chopstick as she said with a grin, "Let me share something amusing with you all. Today was my first day at Minghua Group, and I discovered something interesting. The deputy director of our security department shares the same name as brother Lin Zixian." Coughing, Lin Zixian nearly choked on his drink, surprised by the coincidence. "Could it really be you?" Li Mingjing looked at Lin Zixian with suspicion. Lin Zixian, feeling somewhat bashful, admitted, "I apologize. That would indeed be me." Everyone was taken aback, but Lu Yenzi scoffed, "Come on. While he may be the deputy director of the security department, he is also a mid-level manager in one of the top 100 enterprises in the country, a legitimate high-income position. If you were truly him, would you be here sharing a room with us?" The group pondered this and found it plausible, while Tong Yunan gazed at Lin Zixian in astonishment. She recalled him mentioning it earlier that day, and her doubts began to dissolve. It made sense why he could afford to invest in a store. "Did you all know that this Deputy Lin is a legendary figure in our company? Everyone knows him," Lu Yenzi gleefully divulged. "There was a female general affairs manager who was ousted from Minghua Group by this Deputy Lin. I heard he even knocked her unconscious with an electric baton and threw her out of the company. Her face was left looking like a pig's head." The group gasped, and Xia Qiu exclaimed, "He is that ruthless with women. Yenzi, you should be careful when you meet him next." Lin Zixian intended to clarify that he was indeed the Deputy Lin, but the conversation left him speechless. Tong Yunan also looked at him in astonishment. "And there's more," Lu Yenzi continued, shaking her chopsticks with a smile. "Our general manager is a woman, and her boyfriend is the president of Xingqing Group, also a top 100 enterprise. Can you guess what this Deputy Lin did? He led a group of security personnel to smash the general manager's boyfriend's sports car, and even scolded our general manager in front of everyone. No one could do anything about it. I heard he is currently on paid leave." A colleague mentioned that Deputy Lin could single-handedly run Minghua Group. "Wouldn't you say that's impressive?" Li Mingjing promptly slammed the table, asserting, "It's clear as day. This Deputy Lin likely has some connections with the higher-ups in your company. He must have some sort of background. Yenzi, you should definitely keep your distance from someone like that in the future." Lin Zixian felt utterly disheartened. Was she really speaking about him? At present, not only is Tong Yunan feeling uneasy, but even Zhang Beibei's gaze towards Lin Zixian appears somewhat peculiar. If she had initially harbored doubts, The account of Deputy Minister Lin's violent conduct and destruction of property bears a striking resemblance to the incident involving Lin Zixian at the school gate, leading her to entertain a growing sense of belief. Lu Yanzi, tapping her chopsticks, inquired, "Brother Lin, do you still think you and that Deputy Minister Lin are one and the same?" Lin Zixian has come to experience the dread of public opinion, the absurdity of misrepresentation, and the distortion of facts, forcing a dry smile as he replied, "Even if I were that Deputy Minister Lin, I could not possibly be as arrogant as you suggest." "Fine, I concede that I am indeed not the Deputy Minister Lin you speak of." Upon uttering this, he added silently in his mind, "What on earth is happening? I knew it wasn't you." Lu Yanzi scoffed, casting a disdainful glance before resuming her meal. The lively atmosphere at the dining table abruptly turned awkward, leaving only Tong Feifei oblivious and chattering away. The others exchanged glances, shrugging in confusion over the sudden shift. With the appetite for the meal dissipated, they hastily filled their stomachs and dispersed. Li Mingjing pondered over the 2 bottles of wine, lamenting their underutilization, only to be met with a scolding from Lu Yanzi, prompting him to retreat in silence while Lu Yanzi assisted Tong Yunan in tidying up. Having satisfied her hunger, Tong Feifei clamored to watch Tom and Jerry, while Lin Zixian glanced at the closed door of Xiaoqiu's room, grabbing his laptop and taking Tong Feifei upstairs, claiming he would show her the cartoon. Once in his room, he connected to the internet and found the animated series, causing Tong Feifei to beam with delight as she obediently positioned herself before the screen. Lin Zixian then took his cigarette and harmonica, casually pulling up a chair to sit on the rooftop. With his feet resting on the railing, he clasped his hands behind his head, welcoming the night breeze while gazing at the distant city lights, the glow of his cigarette flickering intermittently. In the hospital, Gao Yuliang lay in bed, dazed. His injuries were not severe, merely a few broken bones requiring rest. Huang Mao frequently lurked outside his room, peering through the small glass window to see Dong Jiayun keeping vigil inside. Unable to find an opportunity to enter, he let out a couple of discordant meows before darting away. Startled awake, Dong Jiayun glanced around and exclaimed, "How can there be a cat in the hospital?" Gao Yuliang turned his head towards the door, recognizing the voice, and pretended to cough. "Mom, I want some yogurt." "Oh, just a moment, I'll go buy some," Dong Jiayun replied hurriedly as she exited the room. Not long after the door closed, it opened again, and Huang Mao stealthily slipped inside. "What do you want?" Gao Yuliang frowned. Huang Mao, sitting beside him, indignantly asked, "Boss, do you want to take revenge on that guy?" Gao Yuliang's face paled at the suggestion. What good would that do? They even dare to assault the police. We stand no chance. "Boss, do you remember the monkey from Yunshang Ranjian?" Huang Mao gritted his teeth. "If you give me the green light, I'll go find him right now. I'm sure I can persuade him to help you." The mention of monkey made Gao Yuliang's pupils constrict, his breathing quickening, and a dull pain flared in his chest as he touched the injured area, his eyes igniting with uncontainable fury as he solemnly nodded. "All right, Brother Liang, wait for me. This will be my responsibility." Huang Mao's eyes lit up with excitement as he departed. The next morning, Lin Zixian dropped off Zhang Beibei at the alleyway, indulging in a hearty breakfast at Tong Yunan's place before heading off to As they hurried along, they navigated through the traffic lights on their bicycles. Inside the vehicle, Xiaoyun's expression remained stoic as she gazed out the window at a couple on a bicycle, laughing together, clearly indicating that their relationship had progressed. Beneath her cold, beautiful facade, an inexplicable irritation began to brew. Xiaoyun felt vexed for not deleting that harmonica tune the previous night. Perhaps fatigue from the day's work had led her to want to unwind with some music. She resolved to select a different piece for tonight, seeking to calm her mind. Glancing at her wristwatch, her vehicle swiftly passed through the traffic lights. The quarterly board meeting of Minghua Group. Xiaoyun presented the company's operational status and financial report for the quarter, garnering enthusiastic applause from the board members, who had never been disappointed by her management abilities. The chairman, Xiao Antian, wore a beaming smile, yet maintained a reserved demeanor, unlike the fervent applause of the others. Nevertheless, his gaze towards his daughter was filled with pride. For him, the only regret was that Xiaoyun was a daughter. Had she been a son with such managerial prowess, it would have been a boon. This was not due to any bias towards gender, but rather a recognition of the persistent patriarchal nature of society, where even Shakespeare remarked that the name woman connotes weakness. In families of power, one must confront this harsh reality. Unlike ordinary households, As the routine board meeting concluded and attendees began to depart, Xiao Antian called out, "General Manager, stay back," startled. Xiao Yun, who had just closed her folder and stood up, sat back down. Once the meeting room was left with just the two of them, Xiao Antian moved closer and said with a smile, "Xiaoan, there's something I'd like to discuss with you." "Please go ahead, Chairman." Xiao Yun nodded, maintaining a professional demeanor even when facing her own father. Xiao Antian, accustomed to her formality, took a moment before saying, "I have learned that Lin Zixian is still in Donghai. But despite multiple attempts to reach him by both Ninglan and myself, we have been unsuccessful. He may still be feeling upset, so how about you try calling him if you soften your tone? He might just come back." "Chairman, I don't think that's necessary. If you want to call him, go ahead. I will not do it. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave," Xiao Yun replied, her expression unwavering. "Wait," Xiao Antian called out, feeling exasperated with his beloved daughter. He pulled out his personal phone, his expression grave. "I will try again now. If I get through, even if you are unwilling to soften your tone, you must at least speak to him to bring him back. I must make it clear. This person is vital to me, as it pertains to clarifying your grandfather's last words. You cannot act willfully." A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Yun's eyes as she pondered how Lin Zixian was related to her grandfather's final words. This time, she refrained from opposing him, silently remaining seated. Xiao Antian exhaled in relief as he dialed Lin Zixian's number. The ringing tone indicated that the other party's phone was on, causing Xiao Antian's eyes to brighten. Soon, Lin Zixian's unceremonious voice came through. "Hello, Xiao Dong, why do you keep calling me? You nearly caused me an accident." "Damn it, whose dog is running loose and why isn't the traffic police doing anything about it?" He continued to grumble about the traffic situation. My apologies," Xiao Antian replied. "Mr. Lin, I'm so glad to finally reach you. It's been a while. How have you been? I wonder what you've been up to lately and if you have any free time." "Busy. I am exceedingly busy." Lin Zixian's voice rose a notch, lamenting dramatically. "Life is a struggle. Every day I toil under the sun, unlike you big bosses." Listening intently, Xiao Yun's expression instantly froze, her mind recalling the image of someone leisurely riding a bicycle, a cold smirk forming within her. Perhaps he was preoccupied with courting women. Despite her effort to comply with her father's wishes, she felt utterly disdainful of Lin Zixian's character upon hearing his words. Losing interest in feigning politeness, she picked up the folder on the table and stood to leave. Xiao Antian waved to retain her, but was met only with the resounding sound of the door slamming shut. Xiao Antian's expression stiffened momentarily before he swiftly donned a smile and said, "Mr. Lin, it seems there may be some misunderstandings between us. May I inquire when you would be available for a meeting? It's quite perilous, and I think it best to avoid a repeat of our last encounter." Lin Zixian let out a scoff and replied, "No need for euphemisms. It's merely about protecting your precious daughter, isn't it? Rest assured, I shall uphold my promise. Tomorrow, or perhaps the day after, as I return to work." With that, he abruptly ended the call, leaving no room for pleasantries. In the hospital parking lot, 3 black vehicles came to a halt, and a group of individuals disembarked. With Huang Mao among them, he immediately assumed a subservient demeanor, leading the way. Following closely behind was a tall, gaunt figure known as Monkey, whose facial bandages had been removed, revealing a scar. He was flanked by several subordinates clad in black Zhongshan suits. Upon reaching the entrance of the inpatient department, Monkey turned and extended his hand, demanding, "Hand it over." A subordinate, lagging slightly behind, promptly presented a fruit basket and flowers to him. Upon receiving the gifts, Monkey's gaze turned icy when he noticed one of his men with a cigarette dangling from his lips. "Are you unaware that smoking is prohibited in hospitals? How many times must I remind you? We are not mere street thugs. One must maintain an image," he admonished. The subordinate immediately extinguished the cigarette and discarded it in a trash bin, demonstrating more decorum than the average citizen, much to Huang Mao's silent exasperation. As the group arrived at the hospital room, Monkey nodded to the others, prompting his subordinates to disperse. Huang Mao knocked on the door, and from within, Dong Jiayun called, "Please come in." Both Monkey and Huang Mao entered. "Xiao Huang." Dong Jiayun hesitated upon seeing Huang Mao, recognizing him as her son's friend. She then turned her attention to Monkey, inquiring, "And you are?" Huang Mao, drenched in sweat, thought to himself that he too bore the surname Dong, but since Dong Jian had heard Gao Yuliang refer to him as Huang Mao, she continued to address him as such. Monkey immediately nodded with a smile. You must be Sister Dong. Greetings, my surname is Zhang, a friend of Gao Yuliang. I heard he was hospitalized, so I came to pay a visit. Noticing that this man was significantly younger than herself yet referred to her as sister, and that he spoke with courtesy, clearly more refined than her son's unruly companions, Dong Jian's smile broadened as she accepted the gift. Ah, so you are Xiao Liang's friend. I have never met you before. Please, have a seat. Monkey offered a few perfunctory remarks as he approached Gao Yuliang's bedside with a grin. It was the first time Gao Yuliang had interacted with such a prominent figure. Leaving him somewhat anxious, he attempted to shift but inadvertently caused himself pain, his face contorting in discomfort. Monkey quickly interceded, assisting him to lie back down, and remarked kindly, "Don't move around too much until your injury has healed. I've heard from Huang Mao about your situation. Once you're discharged, come find me so we can discuss things properly. For now, focus on your recovery." Turning back to Dong Jian, he added with a smile, "Sister, Xiao Liang shouldn't move too much. So I shall take my leave. Once he feels better, I will return to visit." Without waiting for Dong Jian's insistence, he left. Huang Mao discreetly signaled to Gao Yuliang that everything was under control before hastily following Monkey out. The next day, Lin Zixian picked up Zhang Beibei from school, and while they cycled together, he suddenly remarked, "Beibei, in 3 days, your foot should be healed enough for you to walk. Therefore, starting tomorrow, I will no longer be picking you up." Zhang Beibei merely responded with a quiet ahem, not elaborating further. Upon returning to Yingxua's apartment, Xia Qiu was still sprawled on the living room sofa, aimlessly flipping through channels on the television, her gaze evidently drifting elsewhere. This had been the case for 2 consecutive days, and she had not shown up for work. When Lin Zixian inquired about her well-being, she merely shook her head and remained silent. Clearly, Qin Yu was also in low spirits. Whenever she attempted to engage Xia Qiu in conversation, he would force a smile, leaving her to discreetly wipe away tears. The atmosphere in the Yingxua apartment had become quite peculiar, as no one could discern what had transpired between the couple, rendering them helpless to intervene. The following morning, as Lin Zixian was cleaning his bicycle, he spotted Lu Yanzi, who appeared ready to head to work. He called out cheerily, "Yanzi, we're headed in the same direction today. Let me give you a free ride, please." Lu Yanzi scoffed, gesturing to her ultra-short skirt. "You expect me to ride your bicycle in this? What a joke. If my colleagues see me getting to work on such an old-fashioned bike, where would my beauty's reputation be?" With a dismissive huff, she swayed her hips and left, catching a taxi that whisked her away. The working residents of Yingxua apartment were accustomed to taking taxis, often forming friendly relationships with the drivers, who would prioritize their pickups to ensure they arrived at work on time. Lin Zixian shook his head in resignation, bemused that his good intentions had been misconstrued. He had already assured Xiao Antian that he would be going to Minghua Group today. After all, they would soon be colleagues and should help one another. He mounted his bicycle and made his way to Tong Yunan's place, where he enjoyed a complimentary breakfast before pedaling toward Minghua Group. Upon arriving at the company, he noticed that security patrols had been increased in the parking lot. The patrolling guards, upon seeing him, were visibly surprised and gathered around to greet him, exclaiming, "Deputy Minister Lin, you're back from vacation?" "Hello, everyone. Thank you for your hard work," Lin Zixian replied, smiling at both familiar and unfamiliar faces. He rode his bicycle around the parking lot, scanning for a spot directly facing a camera, and secured his bicycle there before meandering toward the office building. His first stop was the security monitoring room, where the guards greeted him warmly. He waved to them and pointed at a bicycle captured in the surveillance footage, saying, "That's my bike, and it's not locked. Please keep an eye on it for me. If even the Deputy Minister of Security's bike gets stolen, it would reflect poorly on your sense of responsibility. I might just suggest to Minister Duan that your wages be docked." The guards exchanged glances, thinking, with so many good cars in the parking lot, who would be foolish enough to steal a shabby bicycle? Yet, they maintained their composure, nodding in agreement and assuring him they would watch over his bicycle. Lin Zixian expressed his gratitude for their diligence, and then proceeded to his office to change into his uniform. Once clad in his security attire, Lin Zixian felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him as he swiftly transitioned into work mode, just as he was about to engage with a customer service representative in the lobby. He unexpectedly ran into Minister Duanji. "Minister Lin, you're back from vacation?" Duan approached with a smile, shaking his hand and, in a low voice, added, "Minister Lin, could you step into my office? I have something to discuss with you." Lin Zixian felt a twinge of curiosity. What could this ungrateful fellow want with him? "The last time you betrayed me, I haven't had the chance to settle the score with you, even if I could assist you this time." "I certainly won't. However, I am curious to see what tricks this fellow has up his sleeve." Upon returning to the office, the moment I stepped inside, Duanjia hastily closed the door, retrieved a piece of paper from his private office, and handed it to me with a wry smile. "The 2 team leader positions you suggested promoting last time, I have already submitted a report to the higher-ups requesting the benefits." It was initially approved, but for some inexplicable reason, the general manager has taken an interest in our security department, and with a sweeping gesture, she rejected it. "Tell me, who would accept a title without the corresponding benefits? I've kept this from Qian Ligang and the others, not wanting to dampen their enthusiasm for work, and have been waiting for you to return to handle it. Minister Lin, what do you think we should do?" Lin Zixian glanced at Xiao Yun's elegant and forceful handwriting and furrowed his brow. This matter truly cannot be ignored, as it was his own initiative. If it fails to materialize, it would greatly tarnish his credibility. Who would listen to him in the future? This is easy to address. I was just about to seek the chairman's approval for my leave. You should prepare a new application report, and I will take it to Qiao Antian for his personal endorsement. Lin Zixian returned the paper to him. Duanjia thought to himself, "You are quite something. Your leave approval is directly sought from the chairman, and I, the supervisor, was kept in the dark." He asked Lin Zixian to wait a moment while he prepared a new document. In reality, it was merely a matter of reformatting. Soon the new application report was ready. Lin Zixian tucked the report under his arm and headed to the lobby, entering the elevator. Just as he exited the elevator and had not yet reached Xiao Antian's office, he saw Ninglan emerging from within. Ninglan froze upon seeing him, her face instantly lighting up with a radiant smile as she greeted, "Deputy Minister Lin, you're finally back at work." Lin Zixian chuckled, tilting his head to ask, "Is Qiao Antian in?" "Yes, I just heard the chairman and general manager Qiao mention you. What a coincidence that you arrived just as they were speaking of you." Ninglan replied, "And Qiao Yun is also present," Lin Zixian inquired, momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, would you like me to inform her?" Ninglan offered. Lin Zixian quickly waved his hand. The mention of Qiao Yun made him feel somewhat uneasy. He swiftly changed his tone, smiling, "Having known you for so long, I haven't yet had the chance to visit your office. Don't you think it's time to show me around?" He planned to wait for Qiao Yun to leave before seeking out Qiao Antian. Ninglan, unaware of his intentions, gracefully extended her hand and said, "Please." Ninglan's office was modest yet tastefully decorated, resembling a glass showcase, allowing passers-by to easily glimpse inside. After leading Lin Zixian into her office and asking what he would like to drink, his phone rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he saw it was Qiao Antian. After a brief moment of hesitation, he answered, and instantly, Qiao Antian's cheerful voice came through, asking, "Mr. Lin, have you arrived at the company?" Lin Zixian surmised that he was likely being summoned and stammered, "Yes, I'm on your floor." Currently in Ninglan's office, discussing some work-related matters, Qiao Antian was momentarily taken aback. What work could the Deputy Minister of Security possibly discuss with his assistant? Puzzled, he chuckled awkwardly and said, "You've been working hard. All right, I'll join you to see if there's anything I can assist with." He then ended the call. Lin Zixian sat in a daze, and upon hearing that the chairman was coming over, Ninglan hurriedly tidied up her office. The 2 offices were not far apart, and soon the sounds of footsteps approached, leaving Lin Zixian restless, especially noting the distinct sound of women's high heels. Chapter 52, Bodyguard and Driver. The answer was soon revealed. Indeed, it was Qiao Antian and Xiao Yun who arrived together. Ninglan kept her office door open during working hours, a necessity tied to her responsibilities, which included preventing unannounced individuals from disturbing the chairman. As such, the door remained ajar unless it was after hours. Qiao Antian knocked lightly on the door, smiling, "I hope we're not interrupting your work discussion." Lin Zixian was unfazed, but Ninglan felt a twinge of embarrassment. He was joking. She had no work-related discussion with him and certainly wished to avoid any misunderstandings that might suggest a romantic entanglement. She quickly invited, "Chairman, General Manager, please come in." Xiao Antian and Xiao Yun settled onto the guest sofa facing Lin Zixian. Xiao Antian maintained his composure, smiling warmly at Lin Zixian, genuinely appearing to be there to listen to work matters. Xiao Yun, however, wore a blank expression, her gaze flitting between Lin Zixian and Ning Lan. Work discussion? What a joke. Talk of romance would be more fitting. She recalled the scene on the Ivory Coast, where Ning Lan and that lecher had sat side by side on the beach. Unable to comprehend how such a capable woman could be deceived by him, Ning Lan quickly prepared tea for the three, and soon the office was so quiet one could hear an ant crawl. After a lengthy silence, Lin Zixian toyed with his cap while the others exchanged puzzled glances, none daring to speak. Finally, Xiao Antian broke the silence, cheerfully suggesting, "If the work you're discussing is something we shouldn't be privy to, we can step out." Ning Lan's cheeks flushed, while Lin Zixian felt frustrated. Why did he have to bring his peculiar daughter along? The entire Minghua group belonged to the two of them. What could possibly be discussed that they shouldn't hear? Wasn't this just irritating? Nevertheless, Lin Zixian's adaptability was noteworthy. He cleared his throat and picked up a discarded sheet of paper, stating, "I'm currently consulting Assistant Ning on why this application report cannot be approved." He furrowed his brow, focusing intently on the document. The father and daughter exchanged glances, their minds filled with doubts. Could it be that these two were genuinely discussing work? "Oh, what report is this? May I take a look?" Xiao Antian inquired. Lin Zixian handed the report to Ning Lan, who quickly glanced at it before passing it to Xiao Antian. Upon reviewing it, Xiao Antian nodded slightly. "This is a report from your security department." "What's this? It wasn't approved." Xiao Yun turned to glance at the general content and interjected, "This report was rejected by me." "You rejected it? Why?" Xiao Antian asked. Surprised, he thought a general manager of such a large company shouldn't need to involve themselves in every minute detail, especially regarding lower-level issues. If they did, it would complicate the work of other managers. "I happened to see it." Xiao Yun explained calmly, "Chairman, in any company, it is crucial to both increase revenue and cut costs. Creating an unnecessary position incurs additional expenses. Upon noticing this, I felt it necessary to intervene. Hence, I deemed it inappropriate and rejected it." Lin Zixian was displeased by this, remarked, "If he couldn't resolve this issue personally, how would he face Director Duan and his subordinates?" He immediately retorted, "Chairman, I believe these two positions are essential. The presence of these patrol teams serves as a deterrent to those with ulterior motives, and in case of an incident, they can swiftly provide assistance. Furthermore, it enhances our company's security image, presenting us as a reputable and reliable organization. The image of the company is something that cannot be bought with money." This statement earned Lin Zixian a nod from Xiao Antian, not out of favor for him, but because it was indeed factual. Even he felt a sense of pride when seeing the impressive patrol teams during his commute. Reflecting on it, he realized his daughter's decision was somewhat misguided. Xiao Yun, focusing strictly on the matter, acknowledged Lin Zixian's points as valid for the company's benefit and opted not to argue. Initially, she had rejected the report simply because she knew the patrol teams were orchestrated by Lin Zixian, and her instinctive dislike for him led her to assume it was all a frivolous endeavor. At this moment, she took the application report from Xiao Antian, walked to Ning Lan's desk, grabbed a pen from the holder, and promptly signed her approval. Turning, she handed the signed report to Ning Lan, instructing, "Please forward this to the organization department." "Certainly." Ning Lan promptly exited to carry out the task, casting an appreciative glance at Lin Zixian as she left. It was her first time witnessing someone manage to sway Xiao Yun to change her decision with mere words. Xiao Yun resumed her seat beside Xiao Antian, the issue resolved, and Xiao Antian, pleased, remarked, "Mr. Lin, thank you for your dedication to the security department. Too kind. It was nothing. I'll return to my duties." Lin Zixian adjusted his cap and stood to leave, feeling uncomfortable under Xiao Yun's frosty glare, as if he owed her money. "Mr. Lin," Xiao Antian hurried over, a bit awkwardly saying, "It's like this, Xiao Yun has already agreed to have you protect her closely. What do you think?" He shot a glance at Xiao Yun, urging her to speak up. Lin Zixian was taken aback, turning to look at Xiao Yun, finding it hard to believe. Xiao Yun stood, walked up to him, and coldly stated, "1 hour from now, come to my office for the handover." With that, she turned on her heel and left. Lin Zixian was immediately incensed. Why should he go just because she commanded it? Who did she think she was? Yet, her commanding presence left him momentarily speechless, and he could only look at Xiao Antian in bewilderment, asking, "Handover? For what purpose? Indeed, what sort of handover is required?" Xiao Antian is equally perplexed. He only managed to persuade Xiao Yun by mentioning her deceased grandfather. However, Xiao Yun did not communicate anything regarding a handover. One can only conjecture, explaining. "Perhaps it is to familiarize you with her schedule for the sake of her protection." Lin Zixian let out a soft sound, his eyes momentarily glimmering with interest. He was rather curious about what this aloof beauty typically engaged in, and his irritation began to dissipate. An hour later, Lin Zixian stood at the door of Xiao Yun's office punctually, smoothing out his attire before knocking gently. "Come in," responded Xiao Yun, and he then pushed the door open. Upon seeing him, Xiao Yun casually pressed a button on the office's telephone and inquired, "Xiaohua, has everything been prepared?" The voice of her secretary, Zhang Xiaohua, resonated from the speaker. "General Manager, everything is ready as per your instructions, and the bodyguard's car keys have also been handed over to me." "Bring them here," Xiao Yun remarked, disconnecting the call. Shortly thereafter, the secretary entered, holding the items, and Xiao Yun gestured towards Lin Zixian, saying, "Just give them to him." The secretary relinquished a set of keys and a list to Lin Zixian before departing. Xiao Yun leaned back in her executive chair, resting her chin on one hand, and declared, "From today onwards, you shall serve as both my bodyguard and driver." "You want me to be your driver?" Lin Zixian pointed incredulously at himself, his face a portrait of disbelief. "Is there a problem?" Xiao Yun inquired coolly. "Don't you already have a driver?" Lin Zixian's voice was tinged with irritation. This woman truly had audacity, displaying a demeanor larger than that of the Queen of England, daring to summon one of the three kings of the underworld to be her driver, seemingly unaware of the discomfort it may bring. "I have stated before that the operation of the company prioritizes resourcefulness. If one person can undertake the task, there is no need to assign it to two." Xiao Yun lightly touched her elegant hair, gently massaging her temples, her expression suggesting that engaging in further discussion was a waste of her energy. After a pause, she added, "Take a look at the contents of the list first. If you believe you are capable, proceed accordingly. If not, there is no need for further discussion. I do not require useless individuals." Lin Zixian hesitated, wanting to confront this woman. Yet the exquisite beauty before him made it difficult to muster any anger. He could only console himself, thinking that it was not her face he was accommodating, but rather giving her face. After all, a beautiful face equates to face in society. Realizing this, he began to scrutinize the list. The gist of it was that the driver's working hours would be subject to the general manager's itinerary, with the expectation of arriving to pick her up by 7:30 a.m. and ensuring she reached the company by 8 o'clock a.m. The end of the workday was uncertain. The driver was to escort the general manager home whenever she finished, as well as transport her to various engagements. During transit, the driver was also expected to attend to minor tasks, such as purchasing a bottle of mineral water. The driver had no holidays and could only request leave with the general manager's permission. Compensation would fluctuate based on attendance. Overall, the document outlined the requirements for the general manager's driver, with not a single mention of bodyguard duties. Lin Zixian's expression darkened. Shaking the list in his hand, he questioned, "Am I here to protect you or to serve as your driver?" "My bodyguards have always also functioned as drivers. Is it that Mr. Lin cannot manage both?" Xiao Yun sat up straight, her hands resting on the desk, her piercing gaze locking onto him. "You also hold the position of Deputy Minister of Security. Thus, your duty to protect me naturally falls within your scope of work. I remind you, upon your appointment, you are receiving dual compensation. There is no disadvantage to you. If you feel your capabilities are insufficient, you may withdraw now." Lin Zixian's expression twitched, and after a moment of silence he said, "I do not possess a domestic driver's license. I cannot drive illegally. You need not worry about that. If you perform your primary duties well, the company will address the other matters." Xiao Yun reached for the intercom, stating, "Xiaohua, come here for a moment." Shortly, Secretary Zhang Xiaohua knocked and entered. Xiao Yun casually grabbed a document from her desk and perused it without lifting her gaze, merely instructing, "Please assist in obtaining a legal driver's license for Deputy Minister Lin, using his identification." Chapter 53. The true face of Lushan understood. Secretary Zhang Xiaohua turned to Lin Zixian and said, "Deputy Minister Lin, please follow me." Lin Zixian glared at the woman behind the desk, Feeling a surge of irritation, he wished to remove his shoes and stuff his smelly socks into her mouth as a form of punishment. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and followed Secretary Zhang Xiaohua out. Once left alone in the office, Xiao Yun casually pulled over a sheet of white paper, sketching a victorious smiley face, thinking to herself, "Let us see if you have time for flirting in the future." After a brief indulgence in her elation, she swiftly obliterated the smiley face, crumpling the defiled paper and tossing it into the trash bin, after some time spent with the general manager's secretary. Lin Zixian returned to the lobby, jingling the set of car keys. Minister Lin, Duan Jiyi greeted him cheerfully, grinning widely. "Having you personally handle things makes a difference. I have received notification from the organization department that the general manager has personally approved the application report." A mere trifle, Lin Zixian waved his hand with a hint of pride. Not far away, Qianli Gang and a security officer named Li Yong approached, both beaming with joy, as they were the two team leaders promoted for the application report. They were evidently aware of their appointment's approval and thus came to express their gratitude. "You both must work diligently. For your sake, I argued tirelessly before the chairman and the general manager to secure this approval. Now you are recognized by both. Do not bring shame upon me," Lin Zixian admonished earnestly. Duan Jiyi chimed in with a smile, albeit slightly forced, earlier, when he received the notification from the minister of the organization. It was mentioned with particular weight that Deputy Minister Lin possesses considerable influence, as he had managed to sway the general manager to alter a decision. This had never occurred in the company before. Such remarks left Duan Jiyi feeling somewhat uncomfortable, implying that the report he submitted was rejected, only for the deputy minister to intervene and have it approved. What a pitiful position for a minister to be in. Yes, the two new team leaders expressed their immense gratitude. Qianli Gang hesitated briefly before saying, "Deputy Minister Lin, to show our appreciation, Li Yong and I would like to invite you to dinner tonight. May we have the honor of your presence? It's not that I don't wish to grace you with my company, but I genuinely may not be free this evening," Lin Zixian replied, shaking the car keys in his hand, looking rather helpless. "Damn it, starting today, I am also the driver for that woman, Xiao Yun, and must escort her home after work." "Ah," the three exclaimed simultaneously, their faces filled with envy. However, upon noticing Lin Zixian's reluctance, they could only smile wryly. Truly, some people are born to be envied. Many would yearn to be the general manager's driver yet find it unattainable. While he seemed discontent despite the favorable treatment. After all, she was the most beautiful woman in Donghai. Many sought to get close to her, yet were never afforded the opportunity, and it was evident that even the president of Shangqing Group had pursued her attentively. "Enough chit-chat, I have matters to attend to. You all can treat me to a simple work meal at noon." Lin Zixian adjusted his cap and ambled away. The three watched his retreating figure, filled with a sense of wistfulness, reflecting on how different their lives were despite working at the same company. Before long, news of Lin Zixian's dual role as the chairman's driver spread like wildfire throughout the company, the speed of which surpassed even that of the internet, especially regarding the affairs of Deputy Minister Lin. Each individual who learned of the news would greet a colleague with, "Hey, have you heard?" Lu Yanzi thoroughly relished the atmosphere within the expansive Minghua Group. The high salary was certainly one reason, but her capabilities could also be fully utilized, unlike in smaller firms that often imposed numerous constraints. Despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, it was a manifestation of her fierce competitiveness. Her professional skills were beyond doubt. Otherwise, she would not have transitioned so smoothly to Minghua Group. After completing her current tasks and observing her colleagues busy with their work, she stretched and sauntered over to the coffee machine, pouring herself a cup of hot coffee. She then made her way to the public lounge, leaning against the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, savoring her drink while gazing out over the bustling cityscape from the heights of the skyscraper. Before long, her gossipy colleague burst in, arms laden with documents, dropping them on the desk and collapsing into a chair, exclaiming, "Running around has utterly exhausted me." Lu Yanzi approached with a smile, settling beside her, wrinkling her nose and teasing, "Your feet reek." The gossipy colleague rolled her eyes and retorted, "I was going to share some juicy news, but since you find my feet offensive, I shall refrain." "At noon, you treated me to a working lunch." Lu Yanzi immediately laid down her terms. "Deal." The gossiping colleague promptly donned her high heels, exuding an air of vitality, and declared, "I have just received the latest news from the organization department. Deputy Minister Lin from the Security Department has returned to work after his leave. Upon his return, he discovered that the general manager had vetoed the appointment applications for 2 team leaders submitted by the Security Department. He immediately took the application reports to the chairman and the general manager, compelling the latter to personally sign off on them. How impressive is that? Lu Yanzi was secretly astonished. Indeed, Deputy Minister Lin was quite formidable. After a brief pause, she inquired, "How old is this Deputy Minister Lin? Is he married?" She considered that such a person could certainly fall within the realm of a desirable suitor, and if the conditions were right, perhaps she could make an attempt. Let us add 2 extra chicken wings and a glass of iced cola to the working lunch, and I will throw in an additional piece of news. The gossiping colleague proposed. Lu Yanzi nodded in agreement. Deal. It seemed that this Deputy Minister Lin had not left a detailed profile at the company. He appeared to be under 30 and possibly unmarried. Don't be surprised. The additional news is also about him, she continued. According to the lobby reception staff, Deputy Minister Lin has started serving as the personal driver for General Manager Xiaoyun today. The deal fell through. You failed to disclose what I wanted to know, so I'll deduct a glass of iced cola. This noon, Deputy Minister Lin is likely to dine at the company cafeteria. I can point him out to you. All right, deal. At midday, Lu Yanzi and her gossiping colleague arrived early at the cafeteria, sipping their colas while casting furtive glances around. They noticed groups of people entering, including several in security uniforms. Lu Yanzi quietly asked, "Has he arrived yet?" "Calm down. I will let you know as soon as he does," came the reply. As the two whispered amongst themselves. A male colleague who had just gotten his meal spotted Lu Yanzi. His eyes lighting up, he quickly approached and sat down opposite her, initiating a conversation. Lu Yanzi felt exasperated. Having just joined the company, she was unsure of his background and did not want to appear rude. So she forced a smile and engaged in small talk, her eyes darting towards the cafeteria entrance. Finally, just before the lunch rush, the long-anticipated Deputy Minister Lin made his grand entrance. 4 individuals clad in security uniforms entered in succession. Duan Jai and Lin Zixian walked side by side at the front, followed by Qian Ligang and Li Yong. Among the employees dining in the cafeteria, several supervisors from various departments greeted them warmly. Minister Duan. Deputy Minister Lin. Upon hearing the name Deputy Minister Lin, most heads in the cafeteria turned in unison to observe, creating an atmosphere akin to that of a star's arrival. Once inside, Qian Ligang promptly inquired about their meal preferences. Duan Jai replied casually, while Lin Zixian stated he preferred a meat-heavy dish. Qian Ligang and Li Yong swiftly went to fetch their orders, and the 2 ministers took a seat, removing their caps. The gossiping colleague quickly pointed out Lin Zixian, whispering that Deputy Minister Lin. As Lu Yanzi sipped her cola, she pondered why the man in the cap looked somewhat familiar when Lin Zixian finally removed it. His true identity was revealed. Lu Yanzi's eyes widened in shock, and she inadvertently sprayed her cola across the face of the male colleague opposite her. The male colleague was taken aback, realizing her blunder. Lu Yanzi quickly offered him a tissue to help clean up, repeatedly apologizing. To maintain his composure in front of the beautiful woman, the male colleague simply shook his head and assured her it was no trouble. The commotion naturally drew the attention of others. When Lin Zixian noticed Lu Yanzi, he smiled and nodded, seemingly acknowledging their new colleague relationship. Yanzi, Deputy Minister Lin is smiling at me, the gossiping colleague whispered nervously. Fool, he asked, greeting me, okay? Lu Yanzi retorted, pinching her friend aside. When she turned back, she saw that Lin Zixian was already engaged in lively conversation with others across the table. Lu Yanzi recalled the day she had exaggeratedly described Lin Zixian's wickedness, feeling utterly defeated as she realized the legendary deputy minister had been right beside her all along. She had dismissed the possibility, thinking he was merely an unemployed drifter. Reflecting on how she had rejected his offer for a ride that morning, she felt a pang of regret, realizing she had squandered an opportunity to make a notable impression. Would he be upset with her? She now recognized that riding a humble bicycle to work could indeed be quite pleasant, depending on who was riding it. If it were the unemployed drifter Lin Zixian, that would be one thing, but if it were Deputy Minister Lin, how could she let that chance slip away? Before long, Qian Ligang and Li Yong returned with their meals, and the 4 of them were about to begin eating when the cafeteria fell silent. A more significant figure had just arrived, General Manager Xiaoyun. After selecting her meal, she scanned the room and, upon spotting Lin Zixian, chose a seat adjacent to him, strategically positioned with her back turned to him. Chapter 54. A failed scheme and a costly mistake in the cafeteria. No one spoke as they quietly consumed their meals. This young, attractive, wealthy, and capable general manager commanded a presence that was well known throughout the company. Everyone felt a sense of pressure in her presence. Even the chairman was known to yield to her. With her there, no one dared to raise their voice. Why does this woman always have to make things difficult for me? It's not like I insulted her more than once. Lin Zixian thought, perplexed, casting a glance at the quietly chewing Qian Ligang and Li Yong, the very individuals who had instigated this dining arrangement. Overall, Lin Zixian felt off-kilter. He sensed a pair of icy eyes fixed upon him from behind. He usually had a robust appetite, but now his meal tasted bland, akin to chewing on straw. After hastily consuming a few bites, Lin Zixian donned his cap and left with a steady gait. As Xiao Yun methodically filled her mouth with rice. Her gaze subtly rose to observe the retreating figure of Lin Zixian. Yet, her appetite remained unaffected, and she ate slightly more than usual. After leaving the cafeteria, Deputy Minister Lin checked in on the work of his colleagues in the security department's monitoring room. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, he noticed his bicycle remained stationary, prompting him to generously commend his team on their work ethic. Finally, with a comfortably full stomach, he returned to his office, closed the door, and indulged in ANAP'd. In the chairman's office, Ning Lan took advantage of a moment while delivering documents to report on the rumor regarding Deputy Minister Lin serving as the general manager's driver. This was not a report out of malice. As the chairman's assistant, it was her duty to keep the chairman informed of any significant changes within the company. Xiao Antian paused for a moment upon hearing this, grabbed the phone, and called Xiao Yun, asking, "Little Yun, I heard you made Lin Zixian your personal driver. Is that true?" Ning Lan perked up her ears, eager to confirm the truth of this matter through Xiao Antian. "Yes," came the succinct reply from the other end. "Little Yun, how could you do this?" Xiao Antian's voice grew slightly heated. "If you truly don't wish to employ him, there's no need to offend him like this." Xiao Yun pondered. "Why shouldn't I do this? Have you not seen him cycling every day as my driver?" After a pause, she added, "He volunteered for it." With that, she hung up the phone. Lin Zixian volunteered? Xiao Antian was left speechless, gripping the receiver. Before exiting, Ning Lan bit her lip, harboring deep suspicions about whether Lin Zixian genuinely wished to be Xiao Yun's driver, perhaps due to an attraction to her. Faced with Xiao Yun's beauty and status, she felt no sense of superiority and was consumed by inner turmoil. After awakening naturally from his nap, Lin Zixian checked the time. It was close to the end of the workday. He got up, washed his face to refresh himself, and made his way to the parking lot. In the area designated for high-level executives, Lin Zixian strolled around, spotting Xiao Yun's dedicated vehicle parked alongside Xiao Antian's. He intended to test the car, but before he could approach, several imposing bodyguards emerged from the surrounding vehicles, blocking the way to Xiao Yun's car. One of the bodyguards suddenly exclaimed, "It's you." Lin Zixian studied the man closely and chuckled. This bodyguard was none other than the one who had fought alongside him in Xiao Antian's vehicle. They were somewhat familiar with one another. The bodyguard, looking at Lin Zixian with a mix of admiration and hesitation, approached and extended his hand, saying, "Mr. Lin, greetings. I am Hong Tao. I heard you are now General Manager Xiao's dedicated driver. I specifically requested a transfer from Chairman Xiao's team to work with you again, hoping to learn from you." The other bodyguards looked on with mild surprise, as Hong Tao had been the leader of the elite protection team in Xiao Antian's group, known for his exceptional skills. It was unexpected that he would request a transfer just to work alongside this individual. "Please, no need for formality. We can learn from each other," Lin Zixian replied, shaking the car keys in his hand. Hong Tao nodded and signaled to the other bodyguards, who promptly cleared the way. Lin Zixian leisurely circled the vehicle, only to discover it was a bulletproof car identical to the one owned by Xiao Antian. As long as it was not subjected to an assault from heavy weaponry, even ordinary rockets would be ineffective against it. Its safety features were undoubtedly reliable, with the sole drawback being its excessive weight, which significantly hampered its speed. Its maximum velocity was estimated to be around 160 kilometers per hour. Upon opening the door and starting the engine, he navigated the parking lot alone. driving forward and backward several times to test the handling and attentively listening to the sounds of the vehicle in operation. Satisfied with the car's condition, Lin Zixian parked it in front of the bicycle he had left, exited the vehicle, and opened the trunk, attempting to fit the bicycle inside. Hong Tao hurried over, puzzled, and inquired, "Mr. Lin, what is this?" "It's a bicycle gifted to me by someone. While the gesture is heartfelt, it would be a pity if it were to be stolen." Alas, the old-fashioned bicycle could not be folded and was too long to fit. Lin Zixian pressed down on the trunk lid, which refused to close, leaving him somewhat vexed. Hong Tao and the surrounding bodyguards initially thought there was some pressing issue, only to feel a bit dazed upon realizing it was merely this. As soon as the workday ended, Lu Yanzi hurriedly left her post and made her way to the security department. Heading straight for the office, there, she encountered the formidable Qian Ligang, who was preparing to patrol before clocking out. Unbeknownst to him, he had stumbled upon someone intruding into a leader's office, as a newly appointed officer. He could not allow such behavior to go unchecked. He brandished his electric baton and sternly cautioned, "Who goes there? Unauthorized entry is prohibited." Startled by the sight of his weapon, Lu Yanzi, who had recently joined the company, had heard many speak of the notorious electric batons within the security department. She quickly donned a bright smile and replied, "Hello, I am a friend of Deputy Minister Lin. May I ask where he is?" Upon hearing Deputy Minister Lin's name and noticing Lu Yanzi's beauty, Qian Ligang quickly put away his weapon, his demeanor transforming into one of obsequiousness as he said, "Deputy Minister Lin is not in the office. He seems to be in the parking lot. Allow me to escort you there." This stark contrast in treatment left Lu Yanzi feeling quite pleased, and she waved her hand, saying, "Thank you, I can go by myself." With her slender waist swaying, she walked away. Knowing Lin Zixian had not yet finished work, she felt reassured. Having missed the opportunity to ride with him in the morning, she could not afford to miss it again at the end of the day. As for the concern of her ultra-short skirt revealing too much, she decided to set it aside for now, thinking she could simply wear long pants starting tomorrow. Imagining the envy of her female colleagues at the prospect of riding to work with Deputy Minister Lin daily, she felt a surge of delight. With such a prominent figure backing her, she assumed no one in the company would dare to make things difficult for her. Upon arriving at the parking lot, she surveyed her surroundings and spotted a group of people gathered around a vehicle, with Deputy Minister Lin unmistakably among them, his security uniform standing out like a crane among chickens. Lu Yanzi quickly concealed herself behind a pillar, retrieving her makeup kit from her bag. After applying a touch of makeup, she approached with newfound confidence. "Deputy Minister Lin," she greeted with a broad smile. Lin Zixian looked up, momentarily taken aback. "Yanzi, what brings you here?" As she drew closer, she feigned nonchalance, linking her arm with his and inquiring curiously, "What are you up to?" She was intentionally flaunting their ambiguous relationship to those around them, and indeed, Hong Tao and the nearby bodyguards began to scrutinize her closely, even catching the attention of employees leaving for the day. This instant gratification of her vanity was satisfying, and she estimated that it would not be long before word spread. Lin Zixian glanced around and asked, "What are you doing here? Have you come to hitch a ride?" Lu Yanzi, suppressing her frustration, replied with a radiant smile, "Aren't you off work? Since we live together, of course, I'll catch a ride with you." Lin Zixian extricated himself from her hold, sensing a trap, and scrutinized her carefully. "Come on, you were mocking my bicycle this morning. If you have a scheme, just say it. I won't be fooled. How could I have known we worked at the same company?" she retorted, managing to provide a flimsy explanation. Lin Zixian gestured towards the bulletproof vehicle and shrugged. "I'm sorry, but I need to drop the general manager off after work. I can't accompany you." Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if struck by inspiration. He pulled the bicycle from the trunk and presented it to Lu Yanzi with a grin. "How could I forget you needed to head back? Since I can't take the bike home, could you ride it back for me?" Lu Yanzi was momentarily dumbfounded as she held the bicycle. Just then, Hong Tao's walkie-talkie crackled to life. "The general manager is off duty. Prepare accordingly." Hong Tao signaled Lin Zixian and, along with a group of bodyguards, dashed towards the elevator. Lin Zixian shrugged at Lu Yanzi, then hopped into the car and drove toward the elevator entrance. When the elevator doors opened, two bodyguards stepped out first, followed by Qiao Antian and Xiao Yun, with several more bodyguards trailing behind. Lu Yanzi, holding the bicycle, witnessed the cordial exchange between the chairman and Lin Zixian. their banter suggesting a relationship that was indeed more than ordinary. Moments later, everyone entered the vehicle, and a convoy passed by her, its imposing presence leaving Lu Yanzi feeling utterly disheartened, akin to a thief lacking any spoils. As various cars drove past her, their occupants casting curious glances her way, she wished she could discard the old bicycle. Had she not known Lin Zixian's true identity, she might have done just that. But now she dared not. However, the thought of riding that antiquated bicycle home, especially while dressed in such a short skirt, was utterly unthinkable. Gritting her teeth, she retrieved her phone and dialed, exclaiming in frustration, "Old stingy, come pick me up after work." Chapter 55. Congratulations from Meng Zidan to a certain someone. Lu Yanzi's words were akin to a royal decree, prompting Li Mingqing to rush over in his car. Before long, the bicycle was crammed into his trunk, the lid unable to close. As they made their way back to Yingxua apartment, Li Mingqing glanced at the fuming Lu Yanzi and asked, "How did Lin Zixian's bicycle end up with you?" This was not the first time he had posed the question, yet he had never received a satisfactory answer. After enduring enough noise, Lu Yanzi finally snapped, "That bastard is the deputy minister of our Minghua Group's security department. He returned to work at Minghua Group today. Is it really him?" Li Mingqing recalled the events of that night, where Lin Zixian had acknowledged his identity, only to be met with disdain from everyone else. He paused. No wonder there's a coincidence in names. I thought it was too coincidental, but it truly is him. By the way, Yanzi, after you said those things to him last time, did he give you a hard time? Seeing Lu Yanzi so enraged, he began to suspect whether Lin Zixian had retaliated. Lu Yanzi was left speechless, unable to admit she had made a fool of herself. Instead, she indignantly declared, when he first arrived, "He claimed to be an unemployed drifter, merely to amuse himself at our expense. Let us unite and take him down together." Li Mingqing readily agreed, nodding vigorously. "All right." Meanwhile, Lin Zixian was driving Xiaoyun, following the vehicle ahead. Entirely unaware of her residence and simply trailing behind, the car contained only the two of them, with Lin Zixian in front and Xiaoyun behind, both enveloped in a comfortable silence. The air was filled with a subtle fragrance emanating from Xiaoyun. Not from perfume, as she seldom used it, Lin Zixian expertly maneuvered the vehicle with one hand on the steering wheel, occasionally shifting gears with a deftness that exuded a sense of ease and artistry. As if the car had become an extension of himself, even Xiaoyun couldn't help but steal glances, recognizing that his driving skills were remarkably adept, almost like an art form. She thought to herself that this rogue was wasting his talent by not being a professional driver. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Zixian was lazily relishing her fragrance, finding joy in his role as the driver. As they drove halfway, a beep echoed, prompting Lin Zixian to nonchalantly retrieve his old, worn-out phone, answering without even glancing at the screen. A familiar voice, laced with sarcasm, greeted him on the other end. "Lin, I hear you've become the chauffeur for the East Sea's #1 beauty. Congratulations on the chance to spend every day with her." Xiaoyun withdrew her gaze from the window, her ears perked up as she recognized the voice, albeit distorted, and found it vaguely familiar. Coughing slightly, Lin Zixian's first thought was that Ning Lan had leaked the news. He glanced at Xiaoyun's reaction in the rearview mirror and coughed again. "Don't joke around. I'm just a poor soul. Keep pretending. I refuse to believe there are any cats that aren't tempted by fish. You must be reveling in it, thinking you'll get the upper hand." Meng Zidan teased him, unreserved in her remarks. "That's nonsense. Am I that kind of person? I'm just earning a little money for meals." Lin Zixian replied with a wry smile, glancing in the rearview mirror. He noticed Xiaoyun looking out the window again, seemingly pretending not to hear. However, he was not convinced she could miss such a loud conversation. Meng Zidan scoffed dismissively. "Oh please, what are you trying to pull? I can't think of many drivers out there as financially fortunate as you, if it is truly just for the sake of earning a living. Then do tell, how much is Xiaoyun offering you? I will pay you double to come and drive for me." "Ahem." Lin Zixian, feeling the awkwardness, reminded, "Could you please choose your words carefully? She is right in the car." "Who, Xiaoyun?" Meng Zidan asked, bewildered. After Lin Zixian gave a tacit Meng Zidan promptly changed the subject, saying, "I have already arranged for a professional to plan your matter. We are just left with selecting a location and renovation. Do you have any preferences regarding where the shop should be located? I know nothing about this. You can handle it all. I have no doubts about your capabilities." "All right. By the way, the more I think about it, the more it seems odd. Why open a women's clothing store? Be honest. Are you helping some woman? Oh. Why do you care so much? That's just how it is. I'm driving right now. You dare? If you hang up, I will immediately throw in the towel and you can find someone else. The word damn almost escaped my lips. Lin Zixian chuckled wryly. Do you remember the mother of the little girl from last time I visited you? It was her. Who could forget? If she hadn't dressed so dowdily, her looks would rival Chiao's. Meng Zidan clicked his tongue. Lin Zixian, can you really stoop so low? You're flirting, and you want me to do the legwork. And with someone else's wife at that, do you have any humanity left? You should find someone else for this. I'm out. The remark about her looks rivaling Chiao's immediately perked up Xiao Yun's ears. It was obvious she was the subject of discussion. When it comes to matters involving a woman's appearance, no woman can remain indifferent. It is nearly impossible to keep her from being curious. Please, it's not what you think. She comes from a scholarly family and met a wealthy young man during her university years. While Lin Zixian deftly maneuvered the car, he narrated Tong Yunan's tragic story, asserting that his excuse for partnering with her was solely to lend a helping hand without ulterior motives. After listening to Tong Yunan's tale, Meng Zidan fell silent for a long while. From the sound of his breathing, he seemed to be moved. I in the back seat. Xiao Yun raised her eyebrows slightly in surprise, casting a curious glance at Lin Zixian. I told you, there are hardly any good men. Once Meng Zidan regained his composure, he berated Lin Zixian, finally saying, I will get this done for you within half a month. Just wait for my notification. This woman, she just knocked all men off their pedestal. Lin Zixian muttered under his breath, shoving the phone back into his pocket, continuing to drive. I in the back seat. Xiao Yun was feeling restless from the phone call, somewhat irritated that this guy hadn't mentioned the other party's name throughout the conversation. She was eager to inquire about the identity of the caller, who seemed to know her, but none of the women she knew ever referred to themselves as old lady. However, her sense of propriety prevented her from asking Lin Zixian such trivial questions, so she could only squirm with curiosity. The convoy wound its way along the mountain road, entering a villa community halfway up the mountain. The environment here was simply splendid, with trees lining the roads and birds occasionally flitting by, exuding a tranquil ambience far removed from the bustling city below. Clearly, those who could reside here were either wealthy or of high status. Lin Zixian followed the convoy into a hillside villa. After the cars were parked in an orderly manner, Xiao Yun opened the car door and walked directly into the villa's main hall. This hillside villa area was evidently very secure. Upon disembarking, the bodyguards noticeably relaxed their defensive stance and proceeded towards the houses on either side. Xiao Enian approached the car, tapping on the window, and Lin Zixian lowered it, asking, What instructions do you have? Director Chiao, haha, I've already informed my family to prepare dinner. Mr. Lin, you absolutely cannot decline this time. Do join us for a meal. Xiao Enian chuckled. Lin Zixian had no intention of refusing. He was curious about Xiao Yun's living environment. So he exited the car and glanced around, saying, Director Chiao, it would be inconvenient for me to make a round trip. I assume you have some idle cars here. May I borrow one for errands? I have plenty of vacant rooms. Why don't you just move here? It would save you the hassle of commuting. No need. Living here means I have to see your daughter's sour face every day. Surely that shortens one's lifespan. Xiao Enian's expression twitched slightly, and he said no more, leading the way ahead. Upon entering the hall, a smiling woman approached them. Lin Zixian assessed her. Though her eyes hinted at age, she was well preserved, appearing as if in her 30s or early 40s, exuding charm and bearing a resemblance to Xiao Yun, clearly her mother. When the woman saw Xiao Enian politely accompanying a man in a security uniform home, she was momentarily taken aback, then extended her hand, saying, You must be Mr. Lin. Lin Zixian shook her hand and pretended to say, You must be Xiao Yun's sister. The woman immediately burst into laughter, shaking her head. Mr. Lin knows how to flatter. Young girls aspire to mature quickly, while women wish to remain youthful. Hearing such words, even when aware it is mere flattery, brings joy. If one were to ask who is more vain, the undeniable truth is women. Xiao Enian introduced. This is my wife, Xiao Hua, and the young lady is my daughter, Xiao Yun. He then added for his wife's benefit, This is Lin Zixian, the person I often mention. Ah, the savior of old Xiao, a distinguished guest. Please take a seat. Xiao Hua guided Lin Zixian to a seat in the living room, hosting him warmly. The three exchanged trivial pleasantries, and soon Xiao Yun Having changed from her professional attire into a relaxed dress and with her long hair cascading down, descended the stairs, revealing another side of her beauty, Lin Zixian inwardly groaned. No matter how she dressed, she was stunning, putting pressure on men. Xiao Yun paused at the top of the stairs, seemingly surprised to find Lin Zixian still there, and expressionlessly descended, taking a seat on a sofa by herself. Slowly nibbling on an apple, maintaining her icy demeanor as if she were ready to hurl the apple at someone, the lively atmosphere in the living room grew cold with the presence of this ice queen. Regardless of how animated Xiao Enian and Xiao Hua were, the mood simply could not lift. Finally, when dinner was served, Lin Zixian found himself sitting directly across from Xiao Yun, feeling utterly despondent. He had never anticipated having dinner with her and regretted not leaving earlier. Chapter 56. Seeking Justice. The banquet was lavish, yet the atmosphere was poor, making it hard to enjoy the food. Xiao Hua occasionally kicked Xiao Yun under the table, exasperated with her daughter's behavior. She usually didn't act this way when guests were around, at least putting on a facade of politeness. Why was she behaving as if she were deliberately pressuring Lin Zixian today? Acting as if she were the general manager in her own home, Xiao Yun ignored her mother's subtle warnings. Whenever Lin Zixian reached for a dish, her chopsticks would inappropriately intercept his, either taking only a minuscule amount or merely air, leaving him to eat plain rice. Xiao Hua was truly annoyed. Just because he was an employee of her company, it didn't give her daughter the right to bully him. Anyone watching would think she had failed as a mother, so she enthusiastically served Lin Zixian dishes, urging him to try this and that, reminiscent of a mother-in-law attending to her son-in-law. Xiao Enian's eyes darted between them. Yet he said nothing. He finally caught on. It seemed that this formidable Lin Zixian was intimidated by his daughter. As the saying goes, heroes struggle at the gates of beauty. This was rather amusing. He felt pleased. As long as someone at home could keep her in check. Thus, he allowed Xiao Yun to pressure Lin Zixian, pretending to notice nothing. Lin Zixian, refusing to show weakness, held his ground, making the meal a torturous experience. Conversely, Xiao Yun enjoyed her meal heartily, eating considerably more than usual, only stopping when she could no longer fit any more food. After dinner, Lin Zixian was eager to leave. He requested a car from Xiao Enian and sped off in a BMW. Standing by the window on the upper floor, Xiao Yun watched the car's lights disappear down the mountain, rubbing her full stomach, which was already uncomfortable from overeating at lunch, and now this evening indulgence would surely lead to indigestion. She turned on the sound system, and the harmonica tune of Castle in the Sky filled the room as she strolled slowly around. Upon returning to Sakura Snow Apartments, Lin Zixian noticed the bicycle parked by the wall. Entering the house, he found everyone gathered, including Xia Qiu and Qin Yu, who had been acting strangely lately, all crowded in the living room watching television. Oh, everyone seems to be in high spirits today. Lin Zixian chuckled, only to realize something was off. Everyone was staring at him intently. He looked at himself, thinking it was perhaps the security uniform that had drawn their attention, so he dismissed it. He was not slow-witted, but had been through many storms and was indifferent to trivial matters, often appearing carefree. Yet, when he focused, he could be quite formidable. Lin Zixian, you have deceived our feelings. Li Mingqing slammed his hand on the coffee table. Taking the lead in confronting him, Qin Yu's gaze was imbued with curiosity, while Zhang Beibei's eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement. Tong Yunan appeared somewhat anxious, and Lu Yanzi wore an expression of hesitation, as if she wished to speak but was reluctant to do so. Only Tong Feifei was looking around, her eyes darting towards the peculiar uncles and aunts. Lin Zixian observed the expressions of everyone present and, realizing the cause of their reaction likely stemmed from his employment at Minghua Group, smiled lightly and brushed it off, making his way to the water dispenser. Let's have a drink first, he said. Suddenly, Lu Yanzi rushed over, grabbing his arm and cheerfully declaring, please, have a seat. I'll pour you some water. Lin Zixian was taken aback, and everyone exchanged bewildered glances, all dumbfounded. They had initially conspired to unite against Lin Zixian under Lu Yanzi's instigation. Yet now their main instigator had switched sides. The notion of a collective effort felt utterly absurd, as if they had been played for fools, and their alliance crumbled in an instant. Lin Deputy Minister. Please drink. Lu Yanzi presented a cup of water with an inviting smile. Are you all right? Lin Zixian inquired suspiciously, sensing a trap in the air. After sipping a couple of times, Lu Yanzi eagerly reached for the cup to place it down. But he stubbornly refused, insisting on doing it himself. He removed his cap and playfully placed it on Tong Feifei's head, taking a seat beside her. He surveyed the room and said, "I truly did not intend to conceal anything from you all. I admitted it later, yet you chose not to believe me. Besides, what is so remarkable about being a deputy minister of security?" A moment of silence ensued, for he had indeed confessed, but the crux was that no one had believed him at the time. Now, it seemed unreasonable to hold him accountable. How could that be? Lu Yanzi squeezed in beside him, her smile radiant. "You, as the Deputy Minister of Security, are not like anyone else. In a company as grand as Minghua Group. You could be considered half a household name." Lin Zixian glanced at Li Mingzheng, whose eyes seemed ready to ignite with fury, and quickly shifted to the other side, fearing Li Mingzheng might confront him. He awkwardly chuckled. "That's not true. Such rumors are unfounded. If I were indeed of such importance at Minghua, would I be serving as a mere Deputy Minister of Security? At the very least, I should hold a proper position. Lin Deputy Minister, we all live under the same roof. If you continue to keep secrets, it would be quite inconsiderate. Today, I witnessed the chairman engaging in lively conversation with you, clearly having a close relationship. In the future, you must look out for me at the company. You've already promoted 2 team leaders today. When will you promote me and secure me a respectable position?" Lu Yanzi continued her relentless flattery. Lin Zixian found himself both amused and exasperated, responding, "You overestimate my influence. I possess no such authority. Besides, aren't you keen on finding a wealthy husband? Why concern yourself with such trivial titles?" Lu Yanzi immediately leaned closer. Feigning innocence, "Isn't it because the future seems dark and uncertain that I desire to find a wealthy husband? If I could become a rich woman myself, why would I need to rely on others?" Lin Zixian felt a shiver run down his spine, somewhat overwhelmed by her persistence. The others could hardly contain their laughter, but Li Mingqing abruptly stood up, his voice booming with anger. "Lin Zixian, you must come clean about your background. What is your true intention in renting at Sakura Snow Apartment?" To be honest, Lin Zixian quite enjoyed the atmosphere at Sakura Snow Apartment and did not wish to stir trouble due to his humble title of deputy minister. He quickly distanced himself from Lu Yanzi and, standing to the side, said with a wry smile, "To tell the truth, I was working as a dishwasher at a restaurant in America when I fortuitously met Minghua Group's chairman, Xiao Antian, which led me to return and join the company. As for my renting at Sakura Snow Apartment, it was purely coincidental. The landlady, Sister Chiao, can attest to that. Feel free to call her for confirmation. Heroes do not question their origins. Many have risen from humble beginnings to become great leaders," he added. Lu Yanzi clung to his arm, pleading, "Lin Deputy Minister, please help me out," realizing the situation was untenable. Lin Zixian quickly disentangled her grip and declared earnestly, "I will assist you, but only if you agree to one condition." The room fell silent, and Lu Yanzi, somewhat bashful, replied, "As long as Lin Deputy Minister agrees to help, I promise I will comply with any request, even 10 of them." Her demeanor suggested she would go to great lengths. Li Mingqing's teeth were clenched in frustration, while Lin Zixian chuckled, "As long as you marry Li Mingzheng, I will do my utmost to secure you a respectable position at Minghua Group." This revelation, the living room erupted in laughter. Lu Yanzi was left speechless, while Li Mingqing wore a look of astonishment, soon replaced by profound gratitude, nearly rushing forward to embrace Lin Zixian in appreciation. "Brother Lin, you truly are a confidant. What a generous man. Lin Ge, don't just stand there. Please take a seat. I'll fetch you some water." Li Mingqing exclaimed, eagerly ushering Lin Zixian to his chair and scurrying off to bring him a cup of water. Lin Zixian, relieved to escape the awkward situation, settled comfortably, finally able to drink without concern. Li Mingqing stood behind him, practically ready to give him a back massage, his gaze aflame with anticipation as he awaited Lu Yanzi's response. Given Li Mingqing's frugal nature, marrying him would likely mean a life of simple fare. Lu Yanzi shot him a dismissive glance before turning and heading upstairs. Li Mingqing's heart sank, but he had grown accustomed to disappointment and had developed a certain resilience. Meanwhile, Lin Zixian turned his head and handed Li Mingqing a teacup, saying, "Patience is key. Rushing will not yield results. With my presence at Minghua Group, you can casually check on her work or create minor challenges for her. If she cannot withstand the pressure, she will inevitably capitulate to your charm." This notion sounded dubious to others, who pondered that if that were true, Lu Yanzi would be succumbing to Lin Zixian's influence instead. However, Li Mingzheng clearly held a different view, believing that as long as he could eventually win her heart, he would be satisfied. Thank you, Brother Lin. You truly are like a brother to me, closer than my own flesh and blood. Li Mingjing beamed, nodding eagerly as he accepted the teacup. I in the future, should anything arise, just give me a shout. I'll be at your service. The living room erupted with laughter, with some jesting about preparing wedding candies in advance, which made Li Mingjing beam as he bowed to everyone, promising that there would be plenty of wedding treats for all. After some light-hearted banter, the gathering dispersed. Once back in his room, Lin Zixian opened his laptop and logged into the underground platform to check some information. After hearing the sounds of water from the bathroom cease, he closed the laptop, changed out of his security uniform, and grabbed a change of clothes before heading to the bathroom. Just then, Tong Yunan emerged, enveloped in a warm, fragrant aura after her shower. As they brushed past each other, Lin Zixian casually asked, "Is Fei Fei asleep?" "Yes." Tong Yunan nodded, responding, "Lin Ge, please remember to wash your work clothes later. If you wring them out and let them air dry overnight, they should be fine." In fact, Tong Yunan had been washing his clothes daily during this time, and Lin Zixian accepted this without hesitation. He closed the bathroom door after acknowledging her request. After his shower, he returned to his room, tossed his security uniform onto the living room sofa, and moved a chair to the rooftop to enjoy the night sky. Shortly after, Tong Yunan came out, collected the clothes he had left in the bathroom, and took them downstairs to the shared washing machine. Before long, the soothing sounds of a harmonica filled the rooftop, causing several windows on the second floor to open as people leaned out, listening intently. Chapter 57. Unlicensed driving. After the enchanting harmonica performance concluded, Zhang Beibei, who had been reading beneath the lamp, lost interest in studying, set his book aside, turned off the light, and quietly ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the rooftop, he spotted a solitary figure in the moonlight, surrounded by the faint glow of a cigarette, exuding a subtle scent of tobacco. Unable to resist the allure of second-hand smoke, Zhang Beibei leaned against the railing and addressed Lin Zixian with a smile. "Lin Ge, what are you pondering?" Lin Zixian reclined lazily in his chair, his feet propped up on the railing, teasingly replied, "I was wondering what your measurements are." Zhang Beibei rolled her eyes in exasperation and turned away, opting for silence as they both gazed at the tranquil night sky, enveloped by an unprecedented sense of calm. Moments later, Tong Yunan returned with the freshly washed clothes. The rooftop served as a communal space for drying laundry, and after hanging the clothes, she glanced at the two by the railing. Just as she was about to leave, Lin Zixian spoke up. "Yunan, barring any unforeseen circumstances, our shop should open within about half a month. As the hands-off manager, you'll have plenty to do. I suggest you close down your small shop to conserve your energy for the upcoming venture." Tong Yunan responded vaguely with an before retreating to her room. Zhang Beibei turned to observe Lin Zixian's expression and noticed him lighting another cigarette, prompting her to call out, "You're such a chain smoker." The following morning, Lin Zixian had just finished his training and was brushing his teeth in the bathroom when he noticed a figure appear in the foggy mirror. Turning around, he found Lu Yanzi striking an alluring pose at the doorway, unusually opting for flared pants instead of her typical short skirt. "Why are you here?" Lin Zixian asked, foam filling his mouth. "Is the bathroom downstairs clogged?" Lu Yanzi realized her expression was wasted, so she stood up straight and said, "Of course. I'm hitching a ride with Deputy Minister Lin to work. You wouldn't refuse, would you?" "Oh, just a moment. I'll be ready shortly." Lin Zixian turned back, hastily completing his routine. Once he finished and returned to his room, Lu Yanzi followed him inside. Upon seeing the chaotic state of his bed, she exclaimed, "Look at this. If a man has no woman, his room ends up in utter disarray. Lin Ge, from now on, I shall help you with your housekeeping." As he spoke, he deftly folded the blanket, soon arranging the sheets with precision. Lin Zixian, who was in the midst of donning his security uniform, rolled his eyes and coughed lightly, saying, "Please, refrain from coming to my room in the future. It could lead Li Mingjing to misunderstand and want to confront me. I am my own person, and I have no connection to that miserly old man. Please do not tie our names together again." Lu Yanzi retorted playfully. Lin Zixian chuckled silently to himself, thinking, why not take advantage of the opportunity? "I would indeed wish to warm your bed, but you are already entangled with Li Mingjing, accustomed to his services. And yet you claim no connection. I shall not partake in any act that disrupts their romance. After descending the stairs, Lu Yanzi skipped joyfully to her bicycle, while Lin Zixian pointed outside, saying, "The car is out there." Lu Yanzi, puzzled, approached the door and upon seeing a brand-new, gleaming vehicle parked outside, her eyes lit up. "Wow, a new BMW, Lin Ge. Did you buy this?" She circled the car, clearly more tempted by it than she had been by the bicycle. Now aware of Lin Zixian's high-ranking position in the company, she had no doubt that the deputy director could afford such a luxury. "It's borrowed," Lin Zixian replied, opening the car door and sliding into the driver's seat. Lu Yanzi glanced at her newly changed bell-bottom pants, feeling a twinge of regret as she settled into the passenger seat. The engine roared to life as Lin Zixian drove off, but he halted abruptly at the alley's entrance. Lowering the window, he frowned at Tong Yunan, who was setting up her breakfast stall again, feeling a headache coming on due to her stubbornness. Tong Yunan approached, biting her lip as she explained, "This is the last time. I'm just clearing out the stock before closing the shop." "Oh, then won't I miss out on free breakfast?" Lin Zixian laughed as he stepped out of the car, grabbing a small stool and sitting beside her stall. "Old rules apply." Tong Yunan immediately smiled, helping him pack the breakfast, but hesitated, casting a glance at Lu Yanzi in the car. Lin Zixian, munching on a bun, mumbled, "Don't mind her. She's not hungry. If she wants to eat, she'll come down herself. Does she really need to be asked? Who says I'm not eating?" Lu Yanzi slammed the door and rummaged through the stall, declaring, "Sister Yunan, since you're closing shop, I must at least have one last free meal. I want this, and this, and this." After they had their fill, they drove off, with Lu Yanzi in the fast and stable vehicle, continually flattering Lin Zixian, praising his driving skills as being far superior to Li Mingqing's. Lin Zixian sped to the entrance of Minghua Group and stopped, turning to the ever-chattering Lu Yanzi, saying, "Get out." Lu Yanzi, taken aback, asked, "Aren't you going to park the car?" She had hoped to show off to her colleagues. But getting out at the entrance felt humiliating. "Hurry up, I didn't anticipate you would hitch a ride. Time is short. I need to pick up the general manager for work." Lin Zixian leaned over to open the door for her, urging her to exit. Frustrated, Lu Yanzi felt indignant, knowing she and general manager Qiao Yun were not on the same level. Grabbing her bag, she stormed off. The car drove away with a honked the hillside villa. The bodyguards beside the convoy were already prepared for departure. Qiao Yun, now dressed in professional attire, sat coldly on the sofa, occasionally glancing at her watch. "Shaoan, Lin Zixian may have encountered some trouble. You should ride with me to work today. Alternatively, let the bodyguard drive," Qiao Antian suggested. "Indeed, Lin has saved your father's life, so you should overlook it," Xiao Hua chimed in. "It is precisely because of that I must address him," Qiao Yun replied coolly. "You don't understand. This man is a thorn in the side of the company. His reputation is notorious. Rumor has it he could be half the head of Minghua Group, with even the head of security now reporting to him. He doesn't even respect your father, the chairman. If this continues, it will be untenable. We must seize the opportunity to put pressure on him, instill a psychological barrier. Otherwise, no one in the company will be able to keep him in check." Xiao Hua looked at her husband, speechless, having no idea about the situation. Qiao Antian pondered before nodding slightly. "Very well, I shall leave it to you. I am off to work." Just as he was about to leave, Qiao Yun suddenly called out, "Father, give me his phone number." Qiao Antian smiled and provided Lin Zixian's number before departing under the watchful eyes of the bodyguards. Qiao Yun held the phone, hesitating to dial. When the clock struck 8, Qiao Yun finally dialed the number, and immediately, the sound of bustling traffic was heard on the other end. Lin Zixian, in a panic, exclaimed, "Hello, who is this?" when he received no answer. He hung up. "Deputy Director Lin, after all these years, I find myself the first to be late in my work schedule. I am currently at home waiting for you. Are you attempting to set a precedent for absenteeism?" Qiao Yun's icy voice came through the receiver. Xiao Hua, standing nearby, felt a chill. Astonished at how her daughter handled men with such finesse, she thought to herself, "Lin, you better prepare yourself." Qiao, please let me explain. I was stopped by the police because I don't have a license." Lin Zixian's words were cut off as Qiao Yun hung up the phone. Almost infuriated, Lin Zixian nearly threw his phone in frustration. Cursing under his breath, He had already stated he lacked a license. After dropping Lu Yanzi off at work, he found himself in a time crunch and got pulled over for speeding. The police had asked to see his license, and upon revealing he was driving without one, they had detained both him and the car. Pressured by Qiao Yun, he decided to call Zhang Jinqing. He figured that with the influence of the National Security Agency, this issue could be resolved swiftly. Deputy Director Zhang, I forgot my license and was stopped by the police. I have an urgent matter to attend to. Could you please help me out? After explaining his situation and providing his vehicle number, within a minute, the police received a call and promptly returned Lin Zixian's identification, saluting him with utmost seriousness. We apologize. We were unaware that the officer was on a mission. Not at all. Not at all. Lin Zixian waved his hand dismissively and quickly hopped back into his car, speeding off. He arrived at the Qiao family villa, tossed the car aside, and rushed into the hall. Qiao Yun shot him a frosty glance, ignoring him completely as she walked past, while Xiao Hua looked at Lin Zixian with pity, shaking her head. As the convoy set out, Lin Zixian, unable to contain himself any longer, finally spoke up. Qiao, I truly was stopped by the police because I lacked a license. If you had been driving normally, why would the police have stopped you during work hours? Qiao Yun asked nonchalantly. Lin Zixian fell silent, a surge of anger bubbling within him as he glared at her through the rearview mirror. Gritting his teeth, Qiao Yun, do not push your luck. The fact that I am willing to be your driver is already a great favor. Do not take it for granted. And what does that have to do with me showing you any favor? From the moment you flirted with me on the flight, to insulting me in the company cafeteria, and now this, when have you ever shown me any courtesy? What? Do you think you can act wrong and still have a leg to stand on? Do you wish to strike me? Go ahead. I have heard you are quite skilled. I won't even fight back. Qiao Yun retorted, her gaze locked on him through the mirror. How can you say that? Lin Zixian was speechless, feeling guilty, and could only focus on driving. Chapter 58. Secrets of Qiao Yun. With wealth and power comes efficiency. On the third day, the general manager's secretary, Zhang Xiaohua, delivered a driver's license to Lin Zixian in the security office. Just before leaving, she asked mysteriously, Deputy Director Lin, I heard your girlfriend also works in our company. Zhang Xiaohua was of average appearance, but over the past few days, she had grown quite familiar with Lin Zixian, allowing her to ask such gossip-laden questions. Typically, a driver is regarded as a secretary to the boss, both serving the higher-ups, with only a distinction between the first and second secretaries. That's nonsense, Lin Zixian replied casually. Zhang Xiaohua, clutching her folder, laughed. If it's true, why hide it? The whole company is buzzing about it. Lu Yanzi from the business department is your girlfriend, and she hasn't denied it. What do you have to fear as a man? Is that true? Lin Zixian exclaimed, taken aback. How come I haven't heard of this? You really are dulled. If you won't admit it, that's fine, Zhang Xiaohua said as she walked out. Even the general manager knows. She specifically asked me to pull up Lu Yanzi's profile this morning. Hee. The general manager seems interested in your girlfriend. Lin Zixian paused, grabbed the intercom, and called Qian Ligang over, inquiring if he had heard any recent rumors about his girlfriend. Qian Ligang chuckled and confirmed he had heard the gossip. After dismissing Qian Ligang, Lin Zixian swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed Lu Yanzi's number. Before long, an insipidly sweet voice came through the line. Deputy Minister Lin. What instructions do you have? Lin Zixian felt a shiver run down his spine and, in a serious tone, inquired, have you told anyone that you are my girlfriend? That is merely a rumor. I have not uttered a single word. She replied, S.O. Do you acknowledge it? He pressed, It's an unfounded matter. What is there to acknowledge? Then do you deny it? Rumors cease with the wise. If there is nothing to deny, why would I need to? What do you mean, am I benefiting from you? Lu Yanzi's tone shifted, exuding a commanding presence, as if she were ready to argue with Li Mingqing. You aged at It's nothing? I was just asking. Lin Zixian hastily ended the call. If this loudmouth were to start a commotion, rumors would surely swirl, and considering it was work hours, there was no reasoning with women. Later, after work, Lin Zixian waited in the parking lot, only to discover that Xiao Antian had left early. Upon inquiring, he learned that Xiao Antian had a social engagement and needed to depart ahead of time. Typically, Xiao Yun oversaw the company's operations, while Xiao Antian handled external relations, as Xiao Yun was not one to offer a pleasant demeanor and lacked the finesse for social niceties. With the numerous interpersonal dealings in such a large company, Xiao Antian had to step in. After picking up Xiao Yun from work, Lin Zixian was taken aback when Xiao Yun suddenly remarked, "Did you smoke in my car again?" "Absolutely not," Lin Zixian vehemently denied, having driven several laps with the windows down, confident that even a dog's nose wouldn't detect it. "Are you trying to trick me?" Xiao Yun merely glanced at a speck of ash on the seat, but chose not to pursue the matter further, stating coolly, "Tomorrow morning, you can rest at home. No need to pick me up." "Come at 3 in the afternoon to take me to the Jinlan Taekwondo gym." Lin Zixian paused, recalling the incident at the airport when he witnessed Xiao Yun's proficiency in Taekwondo, surmising she was heading to practice, and nodded in acknowledgement. Upon returning to the hillside villa, the pair alighted from the car to find a white sports car parked in the yard. In the hall, Zhang Longqing, clad in a white suit adorned with a red bow tie, emerged, accompanied by Xiao Hua. White and red seemed to be his favorite colors. "Work's done," Zhang Longqing cheerfully announced. Xiao Hua smiled at Xiao Yun, saying, "Longqing has been waiting for you for quite a while." She appeared to have a rather favorable attitude toward Zhang Longqing, akin to a mother-in-law growing increasingly fond of her son-in-law. Zhang Longqing possessed both charm and looks, not to mention substantial material success. It was a match made in heaven, leaving her with little to criticize. This was primarily due to her ignorance of the feud between their families. Had she known, her sentiments would likely differ, and she might have wished to intervene. This was largely because Xiao Antian wished to spare her from worry, keeping the chaotic affairs outside from her knowledge, as he desired for his wife to enjoy a life free from burdens. In her youth, amidst the backdrop of a tumultuous era, she had endured hardships alongside Xiao Antian, and as his cherished partner, she now led a worry-free life. Her only concern was for her daughter to marry soon and provide her with a grandchild. With Zhang Longqing's arrival, her heart brimmed with joy, eager to see them united. Xiao Yun nodded at Zhang Longqing, saying, "I'll go change." Xiao Hua and Zhang Longqing followed her back into the hall, while Lin Zixian, merely a driver in an eye-catching security uniform, received nothing more than a cursory glance from Zhang Longqing, who hardly regarded him. "Damn it, what is this guy up to now?" Lin Zixian muttered under his breath. Usually he would have left in another vehicle by now. This time, however, he held back and stopped the departing Hong Tao, noticing their relaxed demeanor and asking, "I noticed the general manager seems to be heading out. Aren't you supposed to follow him for protection?" Hong Tao glanced towards the living room and explained, "Xiao Zong has instructed us that there's no need for protection when going out with Zhang Longqing, stating there's no danger. To dance with wolves, huh?" Lin Zixian smirked, pulling Hong Tao to sit on the grass and chat. Reluctantly, Hong Tao obliged. Not long after, Xiao Yun emerged in a flowing silk gown, resembling an ethereal fairy, walking side by side with Zhang Longqing, a perfect couple in Lin Zixian's eyes. He couldn't deny feeling a twinge of jealousy. After all, why should someone else enjoy her affection while he faced the consequences? Catching sight of Lin Zixian, who ordinarily rushed off, Xiao Yun paused momentarily, her bright eyes flashing, but she quickly masked her surprise, getting into Zhang Longqing's car under his protection. Xiao Hua waved at them with a beaming smile, and Zhang Longqing called out, "Goodbye, Auntie." The white sports car disappeared from the yard, yet Xiao Hua's smile lingered. Turning to find Lin Zixian still present, she graciously invited, "Xiao Lin, don't sit on the grass. Come inside." Lin Zixian, ungraciously abandoning Hong Tao, hurried into the hall to chat with Xiao Hua. Their casual conversation was laced with suggestions for Lin Zixian to not take his daughter's temperament too seriously, and she even invited him to join her for dinner. With Xiao Yun absent, he did not decline, though he couldn't resist asking, "Auntie Xiao, why does Xiao Yun always wear such a serious expression? Did she suffer some trauma in the past?" Xiao Hua paused, then sighed with a bittersweet expression. "You've noticed? Haven't you?" "Yes." She recounted some of Xiao Yun's lesser-known past. It turned out that Xiao Yun had experienced an early romantic entanglement, which, in the present context, would hardly be considered early. There are children today who are oblivious to the number of lives terminated. When Xiao Yun was 18, she secretly dated a young man outside of her family and school, unaware that he harbored ill intentions, deliberately seeking to deceive the naive Xiao Yun. Once they confirmed their relationship, he tricked her into the outskirts, where he and a group of accomplices planned to kidnap her, intending to extort a hefty ransom from the Qiao family. Fortunately, Xiao Antian had discreetly assigned protection for his daughter without disrupting her daily life. A critical moment. Just as the assailants planned to further their nefarious intentions, Xiao Yun's protector intervened and rescued her, sparing the family from a tragedy that would have left them filled with regret. Since that day, Xiao Yun had ceased to smile and had not dated anyone again, which now worried Xiao Antian and his wife, considering their daughter was nearing 30. With the sight of Xiao Yun dating Zhang Longqing, Xiao Hua's heart finally felt at ease. Being with Zhang Longqing is a cause for concern. How can you not see that this fine young man is far superior to Zhang Longqing? Lin Zixian grumbled internally. Upon returning to the Yingxue apartment, he found himself surrounded by women, feeling somewhat out of place amid their vibrant presence. Yet his mood soon lifted. Xia Qiu regained her confidence and returned to her business, while Qin Yu's smile brightened. Li Mingqing's supermarket remained open late into the night, and he typically kept watch there as long as it did. Tong Yunan finally closed her small shop, eagerly awaiting Lin Zixian's clothing store opening. She had sold off most of her inventory at bargain prices, except for a large quantity of cigarettes, which she brought to Lin Zixian. Knowing he enjoyed smoking, Lin Zixian, unconcerned with the price or quality of cigarettes, being the reckless soul he was, accepted them all, though everyone urged him to cut back for his health. Lin Zixian, however, paid little heed. Confident in his internal cleansing abilities, dismissing any worries, his elderly mentor smoked even more fiercely, yet remained vigorous and lively. The Yingxue apartment regained its cheerful atmosphere and nestled among the women. Lin Zixian relished this life. If he could continue like this after stepping away from the tumultuous world, he would gladly spend his days in such bliss. Yet he knew this was but a fleeting moment. Everyone would eventually establish their own homes and depart. Thus he cherished the relationships he had cultivated. However, fate is unpredictable, and life is fraught with unforeseen troubles. One day, knowing he could enjoy a rare lion, he was jolted awake by a sudden call. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was Zhang Beibei's number. Groggy, he answered only to hear Zhang Beibei urgently exclaim, Brother Lin, you must come quickly. Yunnan has been attacked." Chapter 59. A Rage of Honor. In an instant, Lin Zixian's sleepiness vanished. He sprang up, nearly colliding with the ceiling, his speed astonishing. His hand slammed against the ceiling with a resounding bang, sending a cloud of dust cascading down, landing back on the floor. His eyes widened in fury as he demanded, where, in that moment, his gaze turned fierce, a torrent of suppressed wrath surging within him. The Caesar of the underground world was revealing his menacing visage. He understood Tong Yunan's grace and kindness. She was never one to instigate trouble, always willing to yield to others regardless of the circumstances. Yet, such a gentle soul had become a target for violence. A furious blaze ignited within him, embodying the sentiment of a man enraged for the sake of a beloved. At this moment, he was consumed by a singular desire to kill. Zhang Beibei, her voice choked with tears, implored, "Brother Lin, hurry, at Feifei's kindergarten, on my way." Lin Zixian bellowed in fury, fully aware of the location of Feifei's kindergarten. He hastily donned his clothes, rushing out of the room like a gust of wind. Leaping through the living room, without a second thought for societal norms, he propelled himself off the railing from the third floor, soaring like a solitary swan, landing deftly on the ground before diving into his car. The engine roared to life, and without hesitation, he sped out of the alleyway, careening onto the old street, executing a sharp turn that startled passers-by into gasps as the car vanished in a flash. Feifei's kindergarten was also situated in the old district, nestled within a narrow alley, transformed from a large old house into a privately run establishment. Zhang Beibei, disheveled and with her hair in disarray, bore the marks of struggle upon her body. After kneeling against the wall and calling Lin Zixian, she hurried back into the alley, one shoe lost, running barefoot. Inside the alley, a white van stood beside which Tong Yunnan was being held down by 4 men, while 2 women sat atop her, tugging at her hair and striking her face, hurling insults like slut, whore, and filthy bitch. Tong Yunnan curled on the ground, her clothing torn, yet she bore the pain in silence, fiercely clutching her pants, desperately guarding her last line of defense as one of the men tugged at her clothing. Blood seeped from her mouth and nose. Not far away, Tong Feifei lay on the ground, wailing as she struggled to rise and ran over, grasping at the assailants, crying out, "Mommy, mommy, don't hit my mommy. Just like your mother when she grows up, Another seductive little whore, one of the heavier women atop Tong Yunan slapped, leaving a vivid red mark on Tong Feifei's face. The child, unable to withstand the force of the adult's blow, collapsed unconscious. "Don't hit my daughter." Tong Yunan suddenly unleashed a desperate roar, akin to an enraged lion, unleashing an unimaginable strength that overturned the two women on her. 6 individuals found themselves unable to restrain her. Tong Yunan fell over her daughter, frantically calling, "Feifei, Feifei." Barefoot, Zhang Beibei rushed over, desperately attempting to shield the mother and daughter from the approaching men. But overwhelmed, she was forced to shield them with her own body. A few staff members from the kindergarten, both men and women, stood by, not one of them intervening. Some women even bore smirks of amusement. Reveling in the spectacle of chaos, the fallen heavyset woman pointed at the 4 men, furiously commanding, "Useless fools, drag them both to the car. They enjoy seducing men. I'll help them find plenty." Suddenly, a BMW sped into view. Screeching to a halt, Lin Zixian leapt from the vehicle, witnessing the scene before him, his eyes ablaze with rage as he charged forward. A man had just opened the van's door when he caught sight of Lin Zixian rushing toward him and shouted, "Dare to meddle, you'll get a taste of it too." Before he could finish, Lin Zixian seized him by the neck, the sound of a snap echoing as he broke it cleanly, with a swift motion. He slammed the van door, the impact bisecting the body of the fallen man. A second man, attempting to rush to aid, was seized by Lin Zixian, who lifted him effortlessly before slamming him onto the ground, resulting in a sickening crunch as bones shattered, the body folding grotesquely. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Zixian discarded the bleeding corpse onto the car's roof. Onlookers, having never witnessed such brutality, stood frozen in shock. The 2 men grappling with Zhang Beibei trembled in fear, releasing her as they attempted to flee. Lin Zixian's hands unleashed 2 swift strikes, piercing through the back of their skulls, causing them to collapse lifelessly to the ground, their bodies twitching. The women assaulting Tong Yunan screamed in terror, while the onlookers echoed their fright, some fleeing in panic, while others found their legs weak, unable to muster the strength to escape. Lin Zixian unleashed a flurry of kicks, and with 2 sharp sounds, the women cried out in agony as they were propelled into the walls of the alley, their bodies sliding down, leaving trails of crimson behind. In mere moments, the ground was a gruesome tapestry of blood. The scent of iron heavy in the air. Zhang Beibei, still reeling from the earlier ordeal, clamped her mouth shut in shock. In the midst of the chaos, she had retained enough clarity to realize the 2 women could not handle the situation, compelling her to flee, her instinct driving her to seek Lin Zixian's aid. However, she could never have anticipated that upon summoning him, the scene would devolve into such carnage. Brother Lin had become a killer, claiming 6 lives in an instant, a concept unimaginable to her, leaving her trembling and sinking to the ground in fear. Tong Yunan, sprawled over her daughter, suddenly noticed the world had fallen silent. Turning her head, she beheld Lin Zixian, his face ashen, and glanced around at the river of blood and the lifeless bodies, letting out a horrified scream before fainting on the spot. As she lay unconscious, Lin Zixian quickly removed his jacket, wrapping it around her waist, lifting her carefully and placing her in the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt. Returning, he scooped up the unconscious Tong Feifei before swiftly pulling Zhang Beibei, who was seated on the ground, to her feet, asking, "What happened?" Zhang Beibei stammered, avoiding the sight of the ground, trembling as she pointed to a middle-aged man nearby, who was weakly leaning against the wall, retching. "I don't know." He tried to bully Sister Yunan. Then, his wife came with people, accusing Sister Yunan of seducing him, and they attacked us. Lin Zixian, holding the unconscious Tong Feifei, turned abruptly, releasing Zhang Beibei and striding toward the retching man, who immediately recoiled in fear. Lin Zixian closed the distance, delivering a powerful kick to his groin, sending him skidding along the ground, his head colliding violently with a protruding concrete pillar, resulting in a gruesome end. Brother Lin has killed again. Zhang Beibei felt lightheaded, nearly collapsing. Lin Zixian returned, grasping her and dragging her to the car, placing her inside alongside Tong Feifei before driving off at once. Such events were beyond Zhang Beibei's comprehension. A stark violation of the law, the notion of killing leading to death penalties. Yet for Lin Zixian, The law trampled by so many, he believed he too had the right to tread upon it, in all matters. There existed a balance of action and restraint, and while morality and righteousness dwelled within his heart, he sought only to remain guiltless, as for the pain inflicted upon the families of the deceased. He neither glanced nor pondered, the rationale being that before a good person was driven to death, the label deserving would have already been affixed to their foreheads. With no one to claim them, a good person dies in vain. But when claims are made, it becomes the price. Previously, no one had reported the incident, but soon after, the police would arrive at Sakura Snow apartment. Tong Yunan and her daughters lay in bed, while Zhang Beibei sat in Tong Yunan's room, trembling incessantly, haunted by the bloody scenes that replayed in her mind. After assessing the injuries of the three, Lin Zixian found them to be merely superficial, with no internal damage, though they were all in a state of shock. Allowing him to breathe a slight sigh of relief, he was thankful that the four men had not inflicted more severe harm. Despite the chaos, the two women lacked the strength to cause substantial injury. He rubbed his hands together until they turned red, then pressed them against Tong Yunan's temples, gently massaging. After tending to the three, Zhang Beibei began to regain her composure, prompting Lin Zixian to inquire once more about what had transpired. For having intervened, he needed clarity on the matter. Zhang Beibei, unsure of the full details, recounted that Tong Yunan had started taking the time to send Fei to kindergarten after closing her small shop. Coincidentally, Zhang Beibei had no classes that day, and Tong Yunan had unexpectedly asked if she could accompany her to drop off Fei, to which Zhang Beibei readily agreed. Little did they know, upon arriving at the kindergarten, such chaos would ensue. Reflecting now, it seemed likely that Tong Yunan had long suspected the principal's ulterior motives and had sought Zhang Beibei's company for courage. Meanwhile, at the Qiao family villa nestled among the hills, the family of three savored the rare moment of sunshine on the lawn, chatting leisurely. Suddenly, Qiao Antian's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he frowned, answering. "Director Qiao, what brings you to call, Mr. Qiao? Do you own a BMW with the license plate?" Qiao Renjan's voice came through, grave. Qiao Antian paused, recalling the car he had given to Lin Zixian, responding, "Yes, what is it regarding?" "A grave incident has occurred. 7 people were murdered in the old district, and the eyewitnesses identified the BMW's license plate as belonging to your family," Qiao Renjan stated solemnly. "Huh?" Qiao Antian gasped in shock, connecting the dots immediately. Who else could commit such a heinous act but Lin Zixian, especially since the car was indeed in his possession? Xiao Hua gasped, covering her mouth, while Qiao Yun furrowed her brow in concern. "Director Qiao, my car has been stolen. We truly have no connection to this. Please, you must find a way to assist us," Qiao Antian implored, eager to protect Lin Zixian at all costs. "Mr. Qiao, if the victims were criminals like last time, it would be simpler, but this time they were ordinary citizens, and there are over a dozen eyewitnesses. Even if I wanted to help, I would be unable to do so. Just moments ago, Director Wang personally issued the search and arrest warrants, and now the police are en route to your residence. Mr. Qiao, there is little more I can do. How to handle the aftermath is entirely up to you." Qiao Renjan concluded his statement and hung up the phone. Chapter 60. You help me settle this. This could be considered a warning of sorts. Having accepted favors from others, he felt compelled to lend assistance. However, the situation had escalated far beyond his control, as he was merely a deputy director in a society governed by law. Unable to manipulate events entirely to his advantage, the purpose of his call was straightforward. He hoped that Qiao Antian would gain foreknowledge of the police's movements, allowing him to seize the initiative and leverage his considerable wealth to resolve the matter, lest Qiao Antian's misdeeds lead to the revelation of his own corrupt dealings, which would undoubtedly implicate him. The tale of a missing vehicle was one he refused to believe, of course. It also conveyed a sense of finality. He had done all he could, and should anything go awry, he could not be blamed for failing to assist. What on earth is happening? Qiao Antian was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend why Lin Zixian, who seemed to be doing just fine, would resort to murder, and not just any murder, but 7 lives taken at once. This was never his affair to begin with, and given his wealth, he could easily extricate himself from the situation. Yet, with such a significant incident, the presence of eyewitnesses complicated matters considerably. It was a brazen act committed in broad daylight. The repercussions and public outcry could be terrifying. And no official would dare to wade into such murky waters. This was not a matter that could be resolved with a mere sum of money. If he wanted to protect Lin Zixian, it would be impossible without incurring considerable costs. He would first need Lin Zixian to surrender, then gradually navigate the intricate web of relationships. If all went well, there might be a chance to secure his safety. However, Lin Zixian was not his biological son, and he had to weigh whether the exorbitant expenses were justified. Thus, he contemplated notifying Lin Zixian, suggesting he lay low, essentially, to flee. After pondering for a moment while holding the phone, Xiao Antian swiftly dialed Lin Zixian's number. Hello. The moment Lin Zixian's voice came through, Zhao Yun snatched the phone from her father, exclaiming, Lin Zixian, what on earth are you doing? Her anger was understandable. Not only was this causing trouble for the Qiao family, but that BMW was her purchase, and now it was being used to commit murder. 7 murders, no less, especially by Lin Zixian himself, which was utterly unacceptable. Lin Zixian was in no better mood. At that moment, he barely cared who she was, responding with a cold laugh. Ms. Qiao, let us keep this civiled. I haven't provoked you, have I? Hearing his nonchalant tone, Xiao Yun hesitated, beginning to doubt whether Lin Zixian was truly responsible. Perhaps someone had borrowed his car. Her tone softened considerably. Someone drove my car and killed 7 people. Was it you? The news had spread astonishingly fast. Lin Zixian scoffed. Yes, it was me, but I believe they were all deserving of their fate. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun was instantly furious, her voice rising. Lin Zixian, do you think you're a judge? It's not for you to decide who deserves to die. The police are on their way to my house with search and arrest warrants. What do you propose we do about it? Clearly, he had some influence. The police were not even present yet, and they were already aware of the situation. Lin Zixian chuckled coldly. Don't worry. Since I dare to act, I will also take responsibility. I will handle this and ensure your family is not implicated. With that, he hung up the phone. Listening to the busy signal, Zhao Yun lost her composure, gritting her teeth at her father. Dad, did you hear that? Look at the kind of person you've hired, Dad. We need to find a way to resolve this. After all, he is someone we brought in. Though she was furious, she couldn't shake the feeling that she did not want to see Lin Zixian come to harm. At this moment, Lin Zixian remained as composed as ever, which only fueled her frustration. She could not believe he could handle such a monumental issue. Let me think. Xiao Antian furrowed his brow deeply. Meanwhile, Xiao Hua grew anxious, asking repeatedly, is it really Xiao Lin? Did he really commit murder? I always thought he was a decent kid. How could he do something so foolish at Yu Yun apartment, in Tong Yunan's room? Zhang Beibei, who had overheard the conversation, exclaimed anxiously, Brother Lin, why don't you just turn yourself in? Lin Zixian rolled his eyes at the suggestion. What nonsense. To turn myself in for killing a few people? I'd have to turn myself in countless times. How childish. He shot back, picking up the phone and dialing a number. Once connected, he said, is this Director Zhang? This time, he did not address him as Chief Zhang, but rather by Zhang Jinqing's position within the national security system. It's me. What's going on? Zhang Jinqing asked, knowing that Lin Zixian wouldn't call unless something significant was afoot. Have you heard about the case of 7 murders today? Lin Zixian presumed the other party was already aware, given that the police had mobilized. Yes, I heard Zhang Jinqing started, but suddenly gasped as if realizing something. Could it be that you were involved? He was now completely certain. Even if Lin Zixian wasn't the perpetrator, he was undoubtedly connected to the incident, or else there would be no reason for Lin Zixian to call him about it. Indeed, I did it. In a fit of rage, I eliminated several individuals who deserved it. Lin Zixian spoke casually. I need you to help me sort this out. Brother, isn't this a bit too big? I can't handle this, Zhang Jinqing replied with a wry smile. Lin Zixian glanced at Tong Yunan and her daughter, who were still sleeping, as well as the astonished Zhang Beibei. In truth, he had no need to seek help. He could kill and leave without consequence. However, things were different now. He didn't want to drag these 3 into trouble, so he sought to resolve the issue. In this country, others might find it difficult to handle, but for them, it was not a problem. Help me resolve this completely, and I will owe you a favor, Lin Zixian stated firmly. This deal will not disadvantage you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinqing's expression turned serious. A favor from Caesar Augustus would be invaluable when the time came. Under normal circumstances, he might hesitate to make such a decision, but this time, he decisively declared, all right, you don't need to worry about this. Leave it to us. His tone was confident and resolute. However, they indeed had the authority to make things happen in the country. In their eyes, once the matter was tied to national interest above all, everyone else had to step aside. Even in peacetime, the military had to give way to them, let alone the ordinary administrative agencies, as they occupied the moral high ground, compelling everyone to comply with the larger picture. After hanging up, Lin Zixian shrugged at Zhang Beibei, saying, "All right, it's taken care of." Zhang Beibei was left speechless, astonished that it could be resolved so easily. She hesitantly asked, "Brother Lin, is it really all sorted out?" Seeing her disbelief, Lin Zixian felt no need to elaborate further. Glancing at the sleeping mother and daughter on the bed, he replied nonchalantly, "Some matters are beyond your comprehension. In any case, life will go on as usual. You needn't be worried. As for today's events, you can be aware, but do not share it with anyone else." He internally added, "Damn it, for now, everything is fine, but I owe someone a favor, which could come back to haunt me later." Zhang Beibei's tense nerves began to relax, but she wasn't naive. With such a significant incident, a single phone call stating that everything was resolved seemed implausible. She weakly inquired, "Brother Lin, just who are you?" Lin Zixian displayed an incredulous expression, chuckling, "Do you see me as a hero saving the day? What else could I be but a good person?" Zhang Beibei managed a strained smile, joining in his laughter. Not wanting to pry further, she dropped the subject. The Qiao family's villa in the hills. Qiao Antian was about to make a call to request assistance when a line of police officers arrived outside. A group of armed police officers stormed in without so much as a greeting. The bodyguards of the Qiao family rushed out to block their path, but faced with the police, they quickly lost their bravado. With guns drawn, they had no choice but to step aside. The leading detective approached confidently, presenting 2 documents before Qiao Antian, stating in a grave tone, "Mr. Qiao, here are the search and arrest warrants issued by the Donghai City Police Department. I ask for your cooperation." Qiao Yun bit her lip in silence, while Xiao Hua turned pale with fear. They had never witnessed such a formidable display at home. Qiao Antian managed a wry smile. At this point, he could not openly resist and could only gesture for them to proceed. Just as the detective raised his hand to issue an order, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he quickly answered, "Director Wang." The calm voice of Wang Xin, the chief of the Donghai Police Department, came through the line. "Immediately withdraw all personnel. The mission is cancelled." "Director Wang, we've already arrived," the detective began. But Wang Xin's voice boomed through the phone. "That is an order. I repeat, withdraw everyone immediately. The mission is cancelled." "Understood." The captain of the criminal police department reluctantly hung up the phone, casting a meaningful glance at Qiao Antian, as if to say, "Indeed, those with wealth and power are formidable. Even when matters escalate to such a degree, they remain unscathed." He turned and issued an order, "Return with me." There was a hint of temper in his tone. A group of fully armed police officers arrived in force, only to leave disheartened, their spirits dampened by the abrupt cessation of the commotion. The Qiao family of 3 exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend the unfolding drama. At that moment, Qiao Antian's phone rang again, revealing it was a call from Qiao Renjan. Upon answering, he was met with Qiao Renjan's jovial voice, laced with flattery. "Ah, Chairman Qiao, you truly live up to your reputation. Today, I have witnessed the extent of your influence. Chairman Qiao, in such a short span, you managed to have the police headquarters intervene to resolve this issue. If I have wronged you in any way before, please do not take it to heart." Qiao Antian offered a few perfunctory remarks to dismiss him. He remained bewildered, yet the implications in Qiao Renjan's words confirmed that someone at a high level had intervened directly to quell the situation. Chapter 61. Another favor. "Please, is everything truly all right?" Xiao Hua inquired nervously. Glancing between her husband and daughter, both Qiao Antian and Xiao Yun exchanged uncertain shakes of their heads, silently acknowledging their mutual suspicion directed toward Lin Zixian, especially given his previous audacious comments. Meanwhile, a mobile phone on the pristine white table chimed melodiously. Xiao Yun approached to see it was Lin Zixian calling. After connecting, his languid voice came through. "Chairman Xiao, I have a matter to attend to today and cannot escort you to the Taekwondo gym. I must take a leave." Xiao Antian immediately gestured for her to inquire further, and Xiao Yun paused before replying, "Let us reschedule for tomorrow afternoon." Without waiting for Lin Zixian to object, she hung up, disregarding her father's wishes. Just as she completed the call, her phone chimed again. Initially thinking it was Lin Zixian returning the call, she was surprised to find it was Zhang Longqing. Frowning, she answered, "Xiao Yun, since you're heading to the Jinlan dojo this afternoon, why not join me for lunch?" Zhang Longqing's voice suggested. "I have a sudden engagement. Let us postpone it to tomorrow afternoon." "You need not waste your time accompanying me," Zhao Yun replied curtly. Zhang Longqing chuckled. "Very well, we shall adhere to your schedule. Then tomorrow afternoon it is." He attempted to engage in small talk, but Xiao Yun merely responded with a non-committal sound before ending the call. "I am the office of the president of Xingqing Group." Zhang Longqing slowly placed his phone on the desk. A woman's hand slid him a glass of red wine. While another woman perched herself on the desk, Zhang Longqing reclined in his chair, tilting his head back slightly, and pointed a finger at the woman's posterior, frowning. "This is a desk, not your bed. Get down." Luo Qili disregarded him, instead removing one shoe, her stocking-clad foot resting on his thigh, the view beneath her short skirt directly facing Zhang Longqing, her long, wavy hair cascading in front of his eyes. One hand playfully tugged at the red bow tie around his neck, demanding, "Why suffer in silence? Does she treat you better than I do? I have no interest in a woman I grew up with." Zhang Longqing retorted, forcefully pushing away her seductive hand. Suddenly, a dagger appeared from nowhere, pressed against Zhang Longqing's neck. The fury in Luo Qili's eyes was unmistakable as she gritted her teeth. "I know you too well. Don T's gang affiliations as a FA. With just a glance, I can discern your thoughts. You have developed feelings for her, Haven TU. I fail to see what makes her special." "She has no feelings for you whatsoever. She is merely toying with you." Her tone bordered on hysteria. Yet, even with the dagger at his throat, Zhang Longqing remained unfazed, as if convinced she would not harm him, and responded with a faint smile. "What do you know about the matters of the heart? Having only practiced martial arts all your life, the most beautiful woman in Donghai has yet to be claimed. You cannot comprehend the thrill of that." Luo Qili's hand trembled around the dagger. "You should know the fate of the women you have been with. I do not mind eliminating one more." "Oh," Zhang Longqing's figure elongated, his fingers swiftly grasping her wrist that held the dagger with one hand, while the other clutched her throat, pinning her firmly against the desk, his gaze sharp. "Dare to touch her and see what happens." The glass shattered with a sharp crack, red wine spilling forth. Luo Qili gasped for breath. "You would resort to violence for her, and yet you claim not to have feelings for her?" Furious and humiliated, Zhang Longqing shouted, "Get out," and hurled her from the desk. Luo Qili executed a graceful roll midair, landing deftly, and slowly extracted a bloodied shard of glass from her lower back. A flicker of malice crossed her eyes. "I shall keep this. Should you dare to turn this farce into reality, I will ensure it finds its way to the right person, allowing you to experience the pain of it piercing through me." Resolutely, she turned and staggered out, leaving a trail of crimson resembling blood tears behind her. One shoe abandoned in the office. Ingxua apartment. Tong Yunan abruptly awoke from a deep slumber, startled to see her daughter lying beside her. She immediately embraced her, exclaiming, "Fei Fei." Zhang Beibei, the caretaker, swiftly wrapped her arms around Tong Yunan, offering soothing words. "Sister Yunan, it's all right, it's all right." Brother Lin said Fei is fine. She will recover after a good rest. After a series of comforting exchanges, Tong Yunan surveyed her surroundings, realizing she was back in her own room. The recollection of the previous events haunted her like a nightmare, and she could not help but shed silent tears in Zhang Beibei's embrace. Suddenly recalling something, she trembled. "Brother Lin has killed. Brother Lin has killed. Beibei. Brother Lin has killed them all." I in the yard. Lin Zixian sat beneath the grape trellis, busily grinding a dark substance in an iron bowl. A pungent medicinal aroma wafting through the air. Both women bore marks of struggle, and Tong Yunan, in particular, had sustained severe injuries to her face, rendering her almost unrecognizable. Consequently, Lin Zixian had visited several traditional Chinese medicine shops to compile a remedy. Investing considerable effort to create this concoction, although it took time, it was far superior to what he had managed abroad, where sourcing medicinal ingredients was arduous. Upon hearing Tong Yunan wake upstairs, Lin Zixian ascended with the remedy in hand. However, as he entered the room, he was met with a haunting sight. Tong Yunan looked at him as though he were a specter. Lin Zixian felt a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he handed the concoction to Zhang Beibei. "Apply this to your wounds." changing it daily until the scabs fall off. This way, you will avoid scarring. It should heal within 10 days. But remember, it hardens when cool, so warm it before each use. Zhang Beibei accepted the warm iron bowl, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Brother Lin. Lin Zixian offered a faint smile, his spirit somewhat diminished, and stepped out. Sister Yunnan, this way. Brother Lin will be troubled. He killed for your sake. Had he not intervened, who knows what they would have done to us and Feifei. Zhang Beibei sighed, attempting to console her. Truth be told, she too was gripped by fear, likely unable to find solace for a long time, having never witnessed such brutality before, where lives were extinguished with a mere flick of the wrist. Killing seemed simpler than slaughtering pigs. In that moment, she questioned if Lin Zixian had emerged from the depths of hell, a terrifying demon. Not long after, Tong Yunnan found her way to Lin Zixian's room. Observing him leaning against the window, smoking, weakly, she murmured, "Thank you, Brother Lin." Lin Zixian turned, pulling a chair beside the window, his gaze fixating on Tong Yunnan's scarred visage, a surge of anger bubbling within him as he asked solemnly, "What exactly transpired?" Tong Yunnan recounted the events without reservation. It turned out that Tong Feifei was prohibited from attending school here, despite it being a private kindergarten, due to her status as an illegitimate child. Tong Yunnan, constrained by her own circumstances, could not facilitate Tong Feifei's local household registration, rendering her an unregistered resident. Consequently, Tong Yunnan had traversed numerous kindergartens in vain until she finally approached one where, to her surprise, the principal agreed to enroll Tong Feifei. However, it soon became apparent that the principal harbored ulterior motives, repeatedly threatening Tong Yunnan with expulsion if she did not acquiesce to his desires. Naturally, Tong Yunnan refused, prepared to withdraw Tong Feifei if necessary. Recently, with Tong Yunnan's frequent appearances at the kindergarten, the principal seemed increasingly restless, persistently seeking private discussions. In desperation, Tong Yunnan brought Zhang Beibei along for support. But unbeknownst to her, Zhang Beibei was dismissed by the principal, who then assaulted Tong Yunnan in his office. Unbeknownst to them, the principal's wife barged in, causing him to shift the blame onto Tong Yunnan, accusing her of seducing him, which led to the ensuing chaos. "Damn it," Lin Zixian muttered, a fierce glare flashing in his eyes, feeling that the principal deserved a far worse fate. He now feels a sense of dread when he reflects on the past. In a bid to save expenses, Tong Yunnan has somehow managed to live without a mobile phone until now. Had it not been for Zhang Beibei accompanying her this time, Tong Yunnan would have had no opportunity to call for help at all. If it weren't for the fact that she was resting at home today and was nearby, even if she had received the news in time, she would have been unable to arrive promptly. Those individuals were already attempting to force them into a vehicle to take them away. What would happen next was uncertain, and perhaps Tong Yunnan's life would be irrevocably ruined. However, fortunately, Lin Zixian took a deep breath and approached her. Suddenly enveloping her in his embrace, Tong Yunnan struggled in a moment of panic. She had been hurt by men more than once or twice, and had become fearful of such encounters. Yet Lin Zixian held her tightly, refusing to let go, and whispered an apology in her ear. "I'm sorry. If I hadn't insisted that you close the little shop, you wouldn't have gone to the kindergarten these past few days. And you wouldn't have encountered such a situation. It is all my fault." Tong Yunnan's struggle ceased, her body softening as she shook her head and sobbed silently. Lin Zixian suddenly pressed a kiss to her forehead, causing her body to tremble as if struck by electricity. Releasing her, he took out his phone and directly dialed Zhang Jinqing. "I need your assistance again." Zhang Jinqing felt a twinge of anxiety. He was beginning to dread receiving calls from Lin Zixian, fearing he had stirred up another major incident. Handling the current situation was already quite troublesome, and although only a few innocent civilians had perished, the ramifications of the incident had grown vast. After a brief pause, he inquired, "What is it?" Chapter 62. The harmonica. Lin Zixian reached out to gently caress Tong Yunnan's face, which bore numerous scratches. She stared at him, her eyes brimming with tears, and surprisingly did not flinch away. Lin Zixian fixed his gaze and spoke into the receiver. "Assist me in resolving the local household registrations for 2 individuals. And also find a decent kindergarten nearby, preferably one with a school bus service for pickup and drop-off." The first part of his request left Zhang Jinqing puzzled, but upon hearing kindergarten, he immediately grasped the situation. He had already gathered a rough understanding of the events that transpired. not to mention that he had perused the details of Tong Yunan and her daughter countless times. He let out a sigh of relief. While this matter might be troublesome for ordinary citizens, it was hardly a challenge for him. He replied promptly, "No problem. I will inform you once it's done." Lin Zixian rarely expressed gratitude, but he said, "Thank you," before hanging up. He then cupped Tong Yunan's face in his hands, speaking earnestly, "Your gentleness, your kindness, and your beauty are no less than anyone else's. You have done nothing wrong to anyone. You owe no one anything. You need not feel inferior in front of anyone. From this day forth, hold your head high and face everyone with courage, unafraid and unyielding, even if it is for Feifei. Promise me, will you?" With a choked sob, Tong Yunan finally broke down in tears, burying her head in his embrace and nodding vigorously. After so many years, she had finally experienced the warmth of genuine care. The humiliation she had endured nearly shattered her, yet here she was, witnessing a glimmer of hope in life. The emotional contrast was overwhelming, and she could no longer contain her feelings. The National Security Bureau handled such matters with remarkable efficiency. Within half a day, an envelope was delivered. Soon after, Lin Zixian received a call from Zhang Jinqing. The envelope contains the local legal household registration for the mother and daughter, along with an enrollment introduction letter for a nearby municipal kindergarten. All tuition and fees are waived, and I've already spoken with the kindergarten administrator. They can enroll any time with the introduction letter. And there will be a school bus for transportation. Tong Yunan opened the envelope and saw the pristine household registration. She bit her lip, and upon noticing her daughter's name, Tong Feifei, prominently displayed on the enrollment letter with the bold municipal seal, her shoulders trembled as she fought to hold back her tears. Her daughter now had a legitimate identity, alleviating her greatest worry. She looked at Lin Zixian, speechless, unable to find words to express her gratitude. Mere thanks would not suffice. Zhang Beibei, who was embarrassed by her scarred face and reluctant to face others, took a leave of absence from school and stayed home with Tong Yunan. When others in Sakura Snow apartment inquired, the two only mentioned they had encountered a few ruffians outside who had scratched them, prompting a wave of indignation from everyone. Tong Feifei, frightened, awoke in a less than optimal state, so they did not rush to the kindergarten for enrollment. With matters settled at home, Lin Zixian changed into his security uniform and drove straight to the hillside villa. Upon arriving at the Qiao residence, Lin Zixian walked directly into the hall, greeting Xiao Hua, who was seated on the sofa. "Hello, Auntie Xiao." Xiao Hua, startled, rose abruptly, looking at Lin Zixian with deep concern. "Xiao Lin, why did you do something so foolish?" Lin Zixian paused, feigning ignorance. "What did I do?" Xiao Hua, at a loss for words, replied with some frustration. "People have been killed, and you still claim you did nothing. What else do you expect to do?" "Oh, about what happened yesterday." Lin Zixian sat on the sofa, appearing unconcerned as he waved his hand dismissively. First, I was startled, thinking I had caused an accident myself. However, the police have investigated thoroughly, and it has nothing to do with me. The real culprit has already been apprehended. An accident. Xiao Hua was somewhat bewildered, momentarily confused by his words. Of course, otherwise, how could I be seated here so comfortably? Lin Zixian chuckled. That's good, Xiao Hua said, patting his chest repeatedly, his expression transforming into a smile. I knew you, Xiao Lin, would never do such a thing. It turns out to be a misunderstanding. You scared me to death. Please sit for a moment. Xiao Yun is changing her clothes. He turned and pushed a fruit platter towards him, inviting him to eat. With a smile, Lin Zixian picked up a toothpick and speared a piece of cantaloupe. Just as he was about to place it in his mouth, he suddenly paused, inadvertently noticing a brand new harmonica resting behind the fruit platter. Slowly chewing the cantaloupe, he laughed and said, "So, Auntie plays the harmonica." "I don't play this. It belongs to Xiao Yun. I've seen her practicing recently." As Xiao Hua finished speaking, footsteps could be heard coming down the stairs. Xiao Yun appeared, clad in a taekwondo uniform, with a ponytail that starkly contrasted her usual style, looking fresh and radiant, her attire as white as snow, as if she were floating on clouds. She seemed to have heard her mother's words. Silently approached, took the harmonica from the coffee table, and glanced back at Lin Zixian. She noticed that upon seeing her take the harmonica, Lin Zixian's expression appeared somewhat dazed, as if lost in thought. His mind elsewhere, as Xiao Yun ascended the stairs once more, Lin Zixian gazed at her familiar silhouette, murmuring to himself in a daze, "What a coincidence." Huh? Xiao Hua didn't he quite catch what he said and blinked. Asking, "Xiao Lin, what did you say?" "Oh, it's nothing," Lin Zixian responded, snapping back to reality. He stood up and forced a smile, saying, "I'll go and prepare the car." The armored vehicle rolled out of Xiao's estate, with Xiao Yun opting not to have any other bodyguards accompany her, bringing only Lin Zixian along. He occasionally glanced at Xiao Yun in the rearview mirror, unable to suppress his curiosity any longer. He finally asked, "Does President Xiao like the harmonica?" Xiao Yun cast a fleeting glance at him through the rearview mirror, saying nothing, seemingly unwilling to respond, leaving Lin Zixian feeling quite frustrated. Chapter 63. Challenge. The Jinlan Taekwondo Academy was situated on the upper floors of an old shopping mall in the city, which was also owned by the Minghua Group. Behind the mall was a small courtyard, a rarity in this prime location. When Lin Zixian arrived, he immediately spotted an extravagant white Maybach parked nearby. As he came to a halt, a man and a woman emerged from the Maybach. The woman was graceful, with flowing wavy hair, tall and clad in tight black leather attire that accentuated her curves. Seemingly designed to showcase her figure, Lin Zixian did not recognize her, but he knew the man, Zhang Longqing, who was also dressed in a taekwondo uniform. However, unlike Xiao Yun's black belt, Zhang Longqing wore a white belt, signifying a beginner. As Xiao Yun disembarked, Zhang Longqing approached her with polite greetings, and they walked up the high steps side by side. The leather-clad woman, Luo Qili, cast a scrutinizing glance at Lin Zixian, who smiled in response, but she completely ignored him. Following Zhang Longqing, Lin Zixian inwardly lamented, thinking that as fellow drivers, there was no need for such airs. However, his frustration was only beginning. The Jinlan Taekwondo Academy was on the top floor, and considering the 30-plus stories of the building, it was unlikely anyone would take the stairs. Thus, they naturally took the elevator. As they entered the elevator, Luo Qili extended her hand, blocking Lin Zixian's way, coldly stating, "You take the next ride." Lin Zixian stared in astonishment as the elevator doors began to close. He quickly wedged his foot in to keep them open and looked at Luo Qili, bewildered. "We're all drivers. Why do you get to ride this one while I have to wait for the next?" Xiao Yun's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile, yet she remained silent, offering no assistance. Zhang Longqing watched Lin Zixian with interest. He had seen him before, but had never paid much attention until today, noticing that this driver in a security uniform was somewhat unconventional. "Because I am a woman and do not prefer to share the same elevator with unfamiliar men," Luo Qili replied coldly. "I also do not wish to share an elevator with unfamiliar women. You should exit and take the next one," Lin Zixian retorted, attempting to push his way inside. Swish! A gleaming dagger appeared in Luo Qili's hand, pressing against Lin Zixian's chest, pushing him out as the elevator doors closed. "So she has some skills and dares to threaten me with a knife, thinking I'm unarmed," Lin Zixian muttered to himself. Unhurriedly waiting for the next elevator, he returned to the courtyard, opened the back door of the armored vehicle, dragged out a box from under the seat, pressed the latch, and grabbed an automatic rifle. However, it felt rather cumbersome and challenging to conceal, which would certainly frighten people. Therefore, he opted for a pistol instead, slipped the magazine in, tucked it into his waistband, and made his way back to the building. Upon reaching the Taekwondo Academy on the top floor, the doorman stopped him, saying, "Sir, non-students are not allowed inside." "Is that a rule?" Lin Zixian pointed to his security uniform and said, "I am the building's security guard, here to inspect the electrical circuits. For safety's sake, please cooperate with my work, or I will have to cut off the electricity to your academy." The doorman hesitated, likely realizing that no one would impersonate a security guard, and thus, without suspicion, he allowed him entry. Upon entering, Lin Zixian found the place bustling with activity, adorned in mourning white. People of all ages, from young children to the elderly, engaged in various activities, whether practicing alone, watching, or sparring in pairs. After surveying the room and not finding Xiao Yun, he noticed Luo Qili leaning against the wall near a door at the corner of the academy, dressed entirely in black, standing out prominently. He immediately approached her and asked, "Is my boss inside?" Luo Qili appeared to be in a rather foul mood, ignoring him as she turned and pushed the door open. Seizing the opportunity as the door opened, Lin Zixian glanced inside and saw Qiao Yun and Zhang Longqing removing their shoes. He promptly followed them in. As Qiao Yun revealed her delicate, exquisite feet, both Zhang Longqing and Lin Zixian's gazes lingered for a moment. Their SA saying, a flaw amidst beauty, which, apart from its common interpretation, can also describe women's feet. Some women may be stunning in every aspect, but upon revealing their feet, their allure diminishes. Some discerning men often begin their appraisal of beauty from the feet, as they are a true reflection of a woman's inner state and her life experiences. Qiao Yun's feet were indeed beautiful, smooth and delicate, resembling a work of art, as she stepped barefoot onto the platform. There was a clear area at the entrance, where several pairs of shoes were neatly arranged on a step that lowered the entire room. Just as Lin Zixian raised his foot, a middle-aged man with flowing gray hair pointed at him. Speaking in halting Chinese, "Do not wear shoes inside." This man was Jin Lan, the Academy's master, an 8th-degree black belt and a genuine Korean, flanked by 2 5th-degree black belt disciples. The entire building was owned by the Minghua Group, and this spacious room served as Qiao Yun's private training area, while the 2 disciples were her sparring partners. Lin Zixian glanced back at Luo Qili, leaning against the wall, and finally understood her reluctance to enter, likely due to her pride. Unwilling to remove her high-heeled leather boots under the scrutiny of others, with a push of his heels, he kicked off his ordinary leather shoes bought from a roadside stall, leaving them askew on the floor. Everyone inside was barefoot, yet he was still in socks, hands behind his back, wandering around the room. Suddenly, he realized that everyone was staring at him. He adjusted his cap and said, "I am Manager Qiao's bodyguard. You all continue with your activities. I will keep to myself, and you need not mind me." Qiao Yun's lips twitched slightly, while Master Jin Lan, noticing her lack of objection, chose not to comment further. After all, being able to rent an entire floor in this prime location at a low price was largely due to Qiao Yun's influence. After bowing to Master Jin Lan, Qiao Yun moved aside to stretch her body, pressing her legs and beginning to do push-ups, a stark contrast to her usual image. "Mr. Zheng, let us start with the basics of Taekwondo." Master Jin Lan addressed Zhang Longqing with great courtesy. Typically, only 2 disciples would accompany Qiao Yun for practice, and with Zhang Longqing being a novice, he wouldn't require personal instruction. However, upon learning of Zhang Longqing's identity, it piqued his interest, prompting him to take a more hands-on approach. "Master Jin Lan, I am still considering whether to pursue your Taekwondo training," Zhang Longqing stated, sensing a shift in Jin Lan's demeanor. He quickly added, "Do not misunderstand my intentions. My time is precious. I prefer not to waste it on frivolous techniques. I hope Master Jin Lan can demonstrate something genuinely effective, as I wish to see if Taekwondo possesses real combat efficacy." Of course, Taekwondo is the largest and most distinguished martial art in the world, Master Jin Lan replied confidently, nodding at his 2 disciples. The disciples promptly ran to the side, bringing back a pile of wooden boards and sticks, preparing to showcase a demonstration of flesh against wood, the most distinguished martial art. Lin Zixian couldn't help but chuckle, stepping aside and helping them carry over more wooden boards, eager for them to smash them for a while longer before he would applaud. Even Qiao Yun, who had been warming up, paused to observe. "I believe Master Jin Lan has misunderstood my request. I am interested in seeing practical combat applications of Taekwondo, not mere demonstrations." Zhang Longqing gestured towards Lin Zixian and remarked, "This gentleman is Miss Qiao's bodyguard. To hold such a position, he must possess remarkable skills. If Taekwondo cannot defeat even Miss Qiao's bodyguard, I truly fail to see the necessity of learning it for self-defense. I might as well hire more bodyguards in the future." He discerned that the relationship between Qiao Yun and Lin Zixian was not typical of an employer and bodyguard, prompting him to test Lin Zixian's capabilities. Jin Lan quickly glanced at Qiao Yun, and upon noticing her lack of objection, turned to Lin Zixian and inquired, "Sir, would you care to accept my challenge?" In fact, Qiao Yun was also curious about Lin Zixian's skills. Lin Zixian cast a sidelong glance at the ever-smiling Zhang Longqing, thinking, "Damn it, I wasn't looking for trouble, yet you've brought it upon me." He shrugged and said to Jin Lan, "Since my employer has no objections, I have no reason to refuse. Otherwise, people might think I am afraid of you. Please." Jin Lan immediately gestured towards the center of the training area, exuding confidence as if eager to showcase a grand performance. Accompanying him to the sparring arena, Lin Zixian remarked nonchalantly, "Mr. Jin Lan, I must forewarn you with an ugly truth. I do not strike unless absolutely necessary. And when I do, it is either death or injury. Should you find yourself unable to withstand my blows, it would be wise to concede promptly. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. His tone carried weight, causing Zhang Longqing's eyes to flicker, while Luo Qili, leaning against the wall, straightened slightly. Xiao Yun felt a tinge of worry for director Jin Lan. Although she had not witnessed Lin Zixian's prowess, she had no doubts about his claim of inflicting severe harm. Having heard tales of him having killed several individuals just the day prior, clearly confident in his abilities, Jin Lan dismissed Lin Zixian's warnings with a faint smile, adopting a standard taekwondo stance. Fists clenched at his chest, feet positioned in a side horse stance, and declared, "Please." His demeanor radiated the essence of a master, seemingly inviting Lin Zixian to make the first move. Lin Zixian, however, showed no restraint. He lifted his shirt, drew a handgun from his waist, and, without hesitation, chambered around and disengaged the safety, pointing it directly at Jin Lan, pulling the trigger with a resounding bang. A lock of gray-white hair floated to the ground. Jin Lan stood frozen, staring at the smoking barrel aimed at him, while the onlookers were equally stunned, having never anticipated that Lin Zixian would resort to using a firearm. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots rang out, each narrowly grazing Jin Lan's head, severing strands of hair and leaving bullet holes in the wall behind him. Upon regaining his senses, Jin Lan trembled in fear and quickly raised his hands, declaring, "I surrender." "Smart choice," Lin Zixian replied, nonchalantly. "Fortunately, my marksmanship is impeccable. Had I lost control, you would have been without a head for dinner," striking a pose reminiscent of a Western gunslinger. He blew the smoke from the barrel, engaged the safety, and tucked the gun back into his waistband, flashing A4 victory to the crowd, as if his triumph had come effortlessly, without a hint of struggle. Chapter 64. Sparring partner Xiao Yun was left speechless. Zhang Longqing's smile froze on his face, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. After a moment, he spoke. "This is a sparring session. Using a gun renders your victory unjust. Fairness is essential." He aimed to spur Lin Zixian and director Jin Lan into a proper bout. "Sparring session? Who said that?" Lin Zixian pointed at director Jin Lan. "He clearly challenged me. He never specified it as a duel, nor did he mention a prohibition on firearms, and I never stated that he couldn't use one." Director Jin Lan's expression shifted between red and pale as he seethed with anger, regretting his earlier compliance in raising his hands in surrender. "I protest. This is an affront to Taekwondo in our great Republic of Korea. I demand a fair duel." He spat, teeth clenched. "Oh, just a moment ago, you surrendered quite readily, and now you are dissatisfied?" Lin Zixian swiftly drew his gun again, aiming it at director Jin Lan's head, and coldly retorted, "Are you out of your mind? I don't even know who you are. Why would I engage in a duel at your behest? Do you want me to blow your brains out?" Director Jin Lan was at a loss for words. Facing the ominous barrel of the gun, it was evident that Lin Zixian was unhinged. He had already fired 4 shots without hesitation. In frustration, Director Jin Lan turned on his heel and stormed out. Barefoot and without his shoes, Xiao Yun remained silent, retreating to the equipment area, where she lay on a bench, completing 2 sets of bench presses before commencing her flexibility exercises with splits and leg stretches. Zhang Longqing noted that Xiao Yun had not attempted to prevent Lin Zixian's actions. She appeared oblivious to the scene, which was decidedly atypical of an employer-bodyguard dynamic, prompting him to regard Lin Zixian with newfound interest. Lin Zixian approached a window, pushed it open, and retrieved a cigarette, lighting it and exhaling clouds of smoke into the outside air. Zhang Longqing sidled up to him and said with a smile, "If you don't mind, may I have a smoke?" Lin Zixian generously produced a cigarette from his pocket and even offered to light it for him. Zhang Longqing was not a frequent smoker, indulging only occasionally. However, after taking a puff, he coughed violently, realizing the poor quality of the cigarette was harsh on his throat. Lin Zixian, with a playful smirk, remarked, "Zhang, if it doesn't suit your taste, there's no need to force it." Zhang Longqing was indeed not inclined to press the issue. He had merely sought an opportunity for conversation. Casually discarding the substandard cigarette out the window, he turned to Lin Zixian and asked, "May I inquire your name, my friend?" "Lin Zixian," he replied casually. "Lin Zixian, Deputy Director of the Security Department at Minghua Group." Zhang Longqing's eyes flickered with recognition. He had been following Minghua Group closely. aware of the notorious deputy director Lin. And it was impossible he had not heard of him. I didn't realize you were the one who had my car smashed. Lin Zixian raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. You didn't know? It's not like people usually keep tabs on a mere deputy director of security. Zhang Longqing maintained his composure, smiling. A car is insignificant, but I am curious as to why you chose to damage mine. Lin Zixian shook his head in exasperation, refusing to divulge the reason, leaving Zhang Longqing to speculate, essentially admitting that he found the individual displeasing and sought to annoy him. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun had finished her warm-up and 2 sparring partners donned protective gear. Hi. Xiao Yun's spirited cries echoed throughout the space as she executed flying front kicks, roundhouse kicks, downward kicks, side kicks, and even 360-degree jump kicks. Her movements were strikingly elegant, delivering powerful strikes against the sparring partner's protective gear, indicating her capability to fend off a few ruffians. In reality, Taekwondo primarily focuses on leg techniques, emphasizing speed and power, making it an intensive physical workout unsuitable for prolonged engagements. Before long, Xiao Yun was drenched in fragrant sweat, panting heavily as she paused for a breather. As the second round commenced, Zhang Longqing approached the practice area, exchanged a few words with the sparring partners, and upon receiving Xiao Yun's consent, they removed their gear and exited the room. In the center of the arena, Zhang Longqing, without protective gear, faced Xiao Yun, seemingly preparing to be her sparring partner. Xiao Yun wasted no time. She advanced, leaping into a flying kick aimed at Zhang Longqing's head, her kick slicing through the air with no sign of restraint. Zhang Longqing sidestepped effortlessly, and as she landed, she executed a rapid spinning kick, which he deftly caught by the ankle, preventing her from continuing. Startled, Xiao Yun had not anticipated that Zhang Longqing, despite his seemingly gentle demeanor, possessed such skill. Utilizing the momentum, she leaped and aimed a downward kick at his abdomen. Zhang Longqing caught her ankle and, with a graceful motion, effortlessly swept her off her feet. With a slight smile, he gently tossed her aside. Xiao Yun landed unsteadily, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if ignited by competitive spirit, unleashing a flurry of kicks like a whirlwind, pressing forward relentlessly. Zhang Longqing, however, moved with the ease of a leisurely stroll, his strikes both swift and precise, as Xiao Yun's graceful feet frequently found their way into his grasp, only for him to toss her aside again and again, continuing the dance. Watching from the sidelines, Luo Qili's eyes blazed with intensity. She stepped onto the platform, her high heels echoing with determination. Lin Zixian could no longer tolerate the scene, with limbs being grasped and bodies entangled. It appeared as though Zhang Longqing was seizing the opportunity to grow closer to Xiao Yun. Under normal circumstances, he would never have the chance to embrace her so intimately, yet this foolish woman seemed to revel in the competition, becoming increasingly engrossed. It was bewildering how someone so naive could manage Minghua Group. After enduring for a moment longer, Lin Zixian finally shouted, "Pause, pause." Xiao Yun, breathless and flushed, turned to him. Zhang Longqing, caught up in the excitement, was somewhat displeased by the interruption and raised an eyebrow, asking, "Lin, do you have something to say?" Lin Zixian, unwilling to dance around the issue, declared directly, "Zhang, this is hardly sparring. It is clear you are taking advantage of Xiao's trust. If you continue to engage in such intimate grappling, how will she ever find a husband?" At this statement, Xiao Yun felt a sense of discomfort, recalling the earlier moments, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. However, with her face already rosy, it was difficult to discern her level of embarrassment. Lin is being overly sensitive. I am not well versed in Taekwondo, and physical contact is inevitable during practice, Zhang Longqing said with a faint smile. I am not being overly sensitive. I am simply feeling jealous. As soon as Lin Zixian uttered those words, Xiao Yun's bright eyes sparkled, glistening with curiosity as she glanced at him. It was unclear whether his words bore truth or falsehood, yet he confidently patted his chest and declared, "If you continue to see President Zhang embracing and cuddling, what if I cannot restrain myself and draw my gun on him? That would indeed be troublesome, for I am rather prone to impulsiveness." A fleeting glimmer of disdain flickered in Zhang Longqing's eyes, as if to say, "Do you not consider your own status? How dare you feel jealous?" Nevertheless, he maintained a smile and responded, "Could it be that Brother Lin has a better solution?" "I will," Luo Qili suddenly interjected, removing her high-heeled leather boots and placing them between Qiao Yun and Zhang Longqing. Addressing Qiao Yun, she said, "As both women, it would be most fitting for me to serve as Qiao's sparring partner." Zhang Longqing shot her a sharp glance, but nodded and smiled. "Very well, I shall graciously withdraw. Otherwise, persisting further would indeed raise suspicions of impropriety. Qiao, if you strike others without allowing them to retaliate, it merely becomes a FA of practice. True skill is honed in real combat. If you do not mind, perhaps the two of us women could engage in a few rounds, allowing you to discover the essence of actual combat." Luo Qili spoke with a calm demeanor. Lin Zixian nodded slightly, recognizing the wisdom in her words. No matter how well one might practice, it serves only as a foundation. True prowess is forged in the crucible of real-life encounters. However, Zhang Longqing sensed something amiss and exclaimed, "Luo Qili, what do you intend to do?" A surge of jealousy ignited within Luo Qili, yet she smiled disarmingly. "President Zheng, I am merely seeking Qiao's consent. Why the urgency?" Unbeknownst to her, Qiao Yun, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, assumed a standard taekwondo fighting stance and declared, "Let us begin." Luo Qili, with a playful smile towards Zhang Longqing, gestured, "Please, Qiao." Leaping forward, Qiao Yun executed a flying kick aimed at her opponent's face. Luo Qili, bending low, evaded Qiao's attack and seized her rear foot, pulling and lifting it. In an instant, Qiao lost her balance midair, crashing onto her back with a resounding thud. Lin Zixian shook his head in disapproval. Realizing that this woman's skills were inadequate, anyone with a modicum of speed could easily best her, and perhaps a few setbacks would serve her well. Zhang Longqing's expression darkened, while Luo Qili glanced at him before cheerfully stating, "President Qiao, it seems your taekwondo has yet to be perfected." After a brief respite on the floor, Qiao Yun sprang up like a carp, bouncing on her feet, fists raised in readiness as she cautiously approached her opponent. Lin Zixian observed, astonished, as he discovered that she had practiced Jeet Kune Do. She closed in, testing the waters with two tentative kicks, both of which were deflected by her opponent's palm, revealing a stark difference in their reaction speeds. Following another attempted kick, Luo Qili swiftly parried, but Qiao Yun suddenly surged forward, elbowing her opponent's chest. Luo Qili reacted with lightning speed, delivering a precise chop to Qiao's shoulder, causing her to veer off course. With her leg clad in tight leather, Luo swept low, and with a loud crash, Qiao found herself on the ground once more, completely outmatched. Yet, this woman was stubborn, unwilling to concede defeat, and launched into another flurry of kicks. Luo Qili expertly blocked and deflected, but a glance at Zhang Longqing's darkening expression ignited a fire of jealousy within her. Initially, she sought merely to teach Qiao a lesson, but now, a fierce glint shone in her eyes. In a moment of reckless abandon, she unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Qiao's abdomen. As Luo's fist struck, Lin Zixian was suddenly alerted. The Shaolin cannon fist. He could scarcely believe that a woman could wield such a fiery martial art. In that instant, he dashed forward, executing a kick aimed at Luo's arm. However, he was a fraction too late. Though he managed to mitigate much of the force behind her punch, Qiao was still struck. With a pained gasp, she coughed up blood, propelled away several feet. Luo Qili was momentarily taken aback as a figure rushed towards her, pain shooting through her arm as it snapped with a sickening crack. Forcing her to stagger back, "Qiao!" Zhang Longqing cried out, rushing to embrace Qiao Yun as she fell. "Get away!" Lin Zixian's commanding voice rang out as he hurled his hat towards Zhang Longqing's face. Zhang, with a swift motion, swatted it aside, but was soon sent reeling by Lin's powerful kick, which sent him flying several feet back. As Lin Zixian executed his kick, he drew his firearm, ready to eliminate Zhang Longqing once and for all. Viewing him as a threat that could not be allowed to persist, startled, Zhang dashed toward the equipment area, recognizing that the spacious room offered little cover from bullets, save for the equipment zone. Just then, Lin Zixian heard a rush of wind behind him, for throwing knives hurtling towards him and Qiao Yun. With remarkable reflexes, he spun around, firing 4 shots in quick succession, sparks flying as he deflected the knives. Luo Qili, taken aback by his speed and accuracy, leaped through the shattered window, clutching the ledge as she dangled outside the 30-some-story building, fearful that Lin would turn his gun on her next. Unfortunately, with only 8 rounds in his pistol, and having already expended half, Lin was left unable to fire again. Quickly stowing his weapon, he produced several dark needles from his belt. Just as the director of the Jinlan Academy burst through the door, glaring at Lin Zixian and shouting, "This is outrageous. Miss Qiao, what is your bodyguard attempting to do?" Noticing the blood at the corner of Qiao Yan's mouth, he rushed to her side. "Let's go," Qiao whispered softly to Lin as he helped her up. Lin Zixian shot a cold glance at Zhang Longqing, who was hiding in the equipment area, and remarked, "Today, you are fortunate. Had this group not barged in, I would have had no qualms about eliminating both you and Luo Qili." He pocketed the needles, scooped Xiao up, and slipped on a pair of cheap leather shoes, assisting her into her white, soft-soled sneakers. As Xiao leaned against him, inhaling his masculine scent, her gaze seemed lost in thought. Reveling in the sensation of being cared for, in that moment, she recalled how, while nestled in Lin's embrace, she had witnessed the 4 knives being shot down in a spectacular display. She had always associated firearms with violence and bloodshed. Yet here was an instance where they produced a breathtaking beauty, a thrilling spectacle that left an indelible mark on her memory. Unaware that she was watching him intently, Lin helped her into her shoes before navigating through the crowd towards the exit. Zhang Longqing emerged, his expression dark, while Luo Qili re-entered through the window, causing the director and his entourage to jump in surprise at the unexpected sight. With a resounding slap, Zhang Longqing struck Luo Qili across the face. His voice harsh, "Have you lost your mind?" Luo did not flinch, and after feeling the sting of his slap, she lifted her hand to touch her cheek, gritting her teeth as she replied, "You hit me for her a second time. I will hold her accountable for both of these offenses. The harder you strike, the more pleased I become. Simply unreasonable. From today onward, I no longer require your protection. Return to your place." Zhang Longqing spat, his demeanor cold, losing all semblance of his former elegance. "I do not need to heed your commands. It is not for you to dictate our household." Luo shot back defiantly. Downstairs, Lin Zixian placed Xiao Yun in the passenger seat. Fastening her seatbelt, she remained silent, allowing him to fuss over her, knowing that her injury warranted such care, a departure from her usual self-reliance. Afterward, Lin Zixian casually picked up a few stones and began to batter Zhang Longqing's luxurious Maybach with a series of loud clanks. Before finally clapping his hands and slipping into the car, Xiao Yun watched him in speechless disbelief, realizing that this man was indeed a petty individual, with a beauty before him. He showed no inclination to exhibit even a semblance of gentlemanly demeanor. Continually antagonizing her vehicle, on their way back, Lin Zixian glanced at her, who appeared despondent, and, gripping the steering wheel, managed a wry smile. "I say, Xiao Zong, with your meager skills, how dare you be so competitive? It's akin to asking for trouble, and now look where you are." Xiao Yun, staring out of the window, slowly remarked, "It seems your skills are rather impressive." "Tio this," Lin Zixian scoffed inwardly, thinking, "What do you mean seems? My skills are indeed commendable. At the very least, they frightened Zhang Longqing into fleeing. Otherwise, your father wouldn't have hired me to protect you." Self-deprecatingly, he continued, "I won't be going to the Taekwondo dojo anymore. You should teach me your skills instead. I'll pay you a salary, you name the price." Xiao Yun retorted stiffly. Lin Zixian shook his head, realizing that in the realm of social dealings, this woman fell far short of her father's standards. Everything seemed to her like a business transaction, devoid of any charm. He sighed and said, "Xiao Zong, there are many matters in this world that cannot be quantified by money, nor can they be managed as if they were mere business deals. Besides, even if I were willing to teach you, you've already missed the prime opportunity to practice. No matter how hard you train now, your achievements will be limited. Forcing yourself to learn advanced techniques could even lead to injury." "Are you implying that I am getting old?" Xiao Yun turned to gauge his reaction. "Saying a woman is old is merely inviting discomfort." Lin Zixian shook his head. "That is not my intention. True martial artists begin training from childhood. I certainly did. Starting at the age of 3, children possess innate vitality that has yet to wane. Even if they sustain some injuries during training, they can self-repair. Laying a solid foundation, as one matures, their bones and internal organs fully develop, becoming fixed. Forcing the body to stretch and manipulate muscles will only lead to lasting damage, which becomes burdensome in later years. But enough of this. You wouldn't understand. Continue with your taekwondo. It is still beneficial for strengthening your body." Xiao Yun pressed her lips together, choosing not to speak further, since he was unwilling to teach. She would not beg him, nor could she bring herself to utter such words. Upon returning to the Qiao family villa in the mountains, when Lin Zixian carried Xiao Yun out of the car, the commotion startled the entire household into a frenzy. Xiao Hua was thoroughly flustered, while Qiao Antian repeatedly inquired about what had transpired after being led by the family. Lin Zixian gently laid Xiao Yun on her bed and recounted the events simply. With Xiao Yun, the party involved, present, he could not overly malign Zheng Longqing, but he did eliminate any unfavorable factors against himself, emphasizing Zheng Longqing's faults to Xiao Hua, of course, not neglecting to mention his gallant rescue of the damsel in distress. This naturally provoked a tirade of complaints from Xiao Hua about Zheng Longqing, followed by her expressions of gratitude towards him. Lin Zixian finally felt a slight sense of balance in his heart. Surveying the room, he noted that this was his first visit to Qiao Yun's chamber. However, the decor was strikingly simple and monotonous. Had it not been for the presence of feminine personal items, one might not have discerned it was a lady's room. He found paper and pen in Xiao Yun's room and swiftly penned a traditional Chinese medicine prescription, handing it to Qiao Antian. Qiao Zong's condition is not severe. She has sustained some internal injuries, likely with some stagnant blood. Follow this prescription for medicine. After preparation and administration, there may be symptoms of blood in the stool, but it will merely be the stagnant blood being expelled. There is no need for alarm. A week of following this regimen should suffice, and she should rest in bed during this time. Avoiding work and refraining from vigorous activities for a month, after imparting his instructions, he took his leave. However, Xiao Hua, unwilling to trust his dubious identity as a doctor, bodyguard, and driver, insisted on calling a physician for an examination. Lying in bed, feeling unwell, Xiao Yun suddenly spoke up. Let us just do as he says. Chapter 66. Grocery shopping. Xiao Hua was adamant, still insisting on having a doctor come for an examination. The physician, however, found it difficult to provide a definitive diagnosis on the spot, requiring Xiao Yun to undergo tests at a hospital. Stubbornly, Xiao Yun refused to go to the hospital, insisting on treating herself according to Lin Zixian's prescription, prompting Qiao Antian to send someone to procure the medicine. In the days that followed, Xiao Yun adhered to the prescription, and her complexion indeed improved day by day, alleviating the worries of Qiao Antian and his wife, who were quite astonished to discover Lin Zixian's medical expertise. The only source of embarrassment for Qiao Yun was that, as Lin Zixian had warned, the medication had some side effects, leading to daily expulsion of stagnant blood from her body, which was quite pungent. The mere thought that Lin Zixian was aware of her condition made her blush, and she couldn't help but wonder if he was deliberately toying with her. 3 days later, Xiao Yun was able to get out of bed, although her movements were still confined to her room, which was ample in size. Xiao Yun, why are you out of bed again? Qiao Antian frowned as he entered. He placed several documents on the table in her room. These were matters that required the general manager's personal attention. Although Qiao Antian was capable of handling them himself, Xiao Yun insisted that her father bring the documents home, adamant about signing them herself, leaving Qiao Antian with little choice but to comply. Some matters were not as straightforward as ordinary people might think. In a company as large as theirs, if news of the leader's health were to leak, it could directly impact stock prices, affecting the interests of the company and all shareholders. Even the matter of Qiao Yun's engagement was under scrutiny, especially by the board of directors, who were ostensibly monitoring her engagement closely. It was crucial to note that if Qiao Yun were to marry someone of lesser means or background, it could lead to a significant drop in stock prices. This situation involved the stability of the engagement, as any discord in their marriage could lead to a divorce, necessitating a legal division of assets, including company shares. Once news of a divorce circulated, a steep decline in stock prices would be inevitable, a serious concern for any large corporation. This is why many wealthy individuals insist on prenuptial agreements, while the general public may view such arrangements as a lack of trust. For many corporate executives, it is a necessary measure to protect not just their personal interests, but those of many others as well. Conversely, if Qiao Yun were to marry someone from a family with a stronger background than Minghua Group, the shareholders would wholeheartedly approve, as even in the event of a divorce, Minghua Group would stand to gain. Marrying someone of similar strength to Minghua Group would also be seen as a mutually beneficial alliance. No one would oppose it, such as a union with Zheng Longqing, which would be advantageous for Minghua Group's development. As for whether Zheng Longqing harbored any ulterior motives towards the Qiao family's interests, shareholders would be unconcerned, as their shares would remain intact regardless of who led Minghua Group, as long as their interests were not compromised. Xiao Yun had barely begun to peruse the documents when Xiao Hua entered with a bowl of hot soup. Fuming, "Little Zheng is here again. I didn't let him and my daughter was out having fun with you, and your subordinate managed to injure her. How can I ever consider marrying my daughter to you?" She muttered in frustration. Who said Xiao Yun was going to marry him? Xiao Antian rolled his eyes at his wife, joining Xiao Yun at the window. They saw Zhang Longqing standing in the yard, gazing longingly at the house, a line of bodyguards blocking his entry. "Mom, let me change my clothes. You can let him wait for me in the living room," Xiao Yun called out while walking towards her wardrobe. In truth, Zhang Longqing had visited her every day for the past 3 days. She had declined his visits earlier because she was unable to get out of bed, unwilling to allow just any man into her private chamber. Now that she could move about, she naturally wanted to meet him. "Let him wait a few more days. It will teach him a lesson," Xiao Hua said, though she hurried out as soon as her daughter agreed. Despite her anger over her daughter's injury, Zhang Longqing had explained himself several times, clearly showing deep affection for her daughter. She actually held a favorable view of this prospective son-in-law and had no intention of disrupting their relationship. Xiao Antian took the coat from his daughter and helped her put it on, saying gravely, "It would be best to sever ties with him. The longer this drags on, the more I fear for your safety." A glint of cold determination flashed in Xiao Yun's eyes, and the image of a dutiful daughter vanished in an instant as she replied icily, "We cannot afford to make things awkward with him just yet. Otherwise, we risk provoking a snake that could strike back. I do not want to put my family in further danger. I need time to prepare a substantial amount of countermeasures. We cannot alert the enemy. For now, I must keep him steady until the East Sea Entrepreneurs Conference. Once I have spoken with that person, we can decide how to proceed. Until then, we must avoid rash actions, and once the time is right, I will eradicate them entirely, leaving no future troubles. This is the price they pay for disrupting the rules of the game." Her words carried a subtle undertone of menace. Xiao Antian sighed slightly. Confident in his daughter's decisive prowess in the business realm, the myriad facts of the past had proven her capabilities, even if it meant sacrificing her dignity to placate her adversaries, causing a discomfort in his heart as a father. The employer of the subordinate is absent from work, and Deputy Minister Lin is also missing, indulging himself in leisurely bicycle rides or playing the role of a homemaker at the Cherry Blossom residence. Perhaps engaging in tasks like grocery shopping. As for actual cooking, that duty still falls to the flamboyant Tong Yunan. On this day, he arrived at the very bicycle shop that provided him with his bike, where he engaged in amiable conversation with the owner, having become somewhat familiar over time. Before departing, he subtly expressed his worries about leaving his bicycle unattended while shopping, resulting in the owner generously gifting him a lock. It wasn't that he lacked the small sum of money. Rather, for him, it represented a delightful engagement with the world around him and a certain attitude towards life. After all, resolving every matter with money would render existence rather dull. Amidst the clamor of the bustling market, Lin strolled with a wicker basket, which he had intentionally sought out after exploring several streets due to its eco-friendly nature. Each time he spotted a desirable vegetable, he would engage in a vigorous negotiation with the vendors, regardless of whether he could drive the price down. The produce that made it into his basket was worth every drop of his saliva. He never minded his dry mouth, always carrying a bottle of mineral water to keep himself refreshed. Just as he secured a duck into his basket, his phone rang. Upon checking, he answered, Ning Da's assistant. "How may I assist you?" On the other end, Ning Lan, seated in a car alongside Meng Zidin, paused before inquiring, "Where are you? It's so noisy." Curious, Meng Zidin leaned closer to eavesdrop, hearing Lin's voice respond. "Oh, I'm at the market buying groceries. I'll hang up. It's too loud here to converse." Grocery shopping? Ning Lan and Meng Zidin exchanged glances, puzzled as to what antics he was up to this time. Meng Zidin then gestured to go find him, and Ning Lan nodded, hastily adding, "I heard you live around the old town. I'm currently in that area. Which market are you at? I'll come find you." "Oh, please do. I'm at the Chengdong market, located at the junction of the old and new districts," Lin replied, glancing around. "I'm in the 6th section of the market. Come directly to find me." After noting the details, he hung up. Neither Meng Zidin nor Ning Lan knew where Chengdong market was, so they inquired with a passerby. Learning it was just ahead, requiring a right turn, they hurried over. Parking their car before stepping into the market, their fashionable attire contrasting sharply with the various aromas that assaulted their senses, confirming they were not the type to frequent such places. Upon reaching the sixth section, they began searching for Lin's figure and soon spotted him, basket in hand. Scanning the surroundings, they exchanged silent glances, incredulous that he was genuinely shopping for groceries. Meng Ziden raised a finger to her lips, signaling Ninglan to quietly follow behind Lin and observe his peculiar behavior. That moment, Lin's eyes lit up upon seeing a pile of fresh radishes that appeared particularly enticing. Halting in his tracks, "How much for these water radishes?" he asked, placing his basket in front of the stall. After taking a sip from his water bottle to clear his throat, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to haggle. As soon as the vendor recognized him, the smile on his face faltered, thinking, "Oh no, it's that penny-pinching fellow again," and he raised 3 fingers, stating, 3 yuan, 3 yuan, Lin exclaimed, sounding like a wounded animal. "Just the other day, when I purchased a pound of stewed ribs, it was clearly 250. Why has the price suddenly jumped to 3 yuan for duck stew? Do you take me for a fool?" Ninglan and Meng Ziden, observing from behind, were left speechless, wondering if he truly was so miserly as to squabble over 50 cents. "Prices fluctuate, you know. If my cost is higher, the selling price naturally follows suit. If you're not buying, kindly step aside. You're hindering my business," the vendor replied impatiently, dismissing him. Lin, undeterred, clutched the radishes defiantly, asserting, "What kind of attitude is this? This is refusal to sell. A serious offense that disrupts market order. I could easily file a complaint with the Consumer Association." Chapter 67. The arrival of 2 beauties refusing to negotiate and threatening to complain. What a joke. The vendor appeared to be waiting for him to follow through with that threat. Waving his hand dismissively, "Ladies, what might you wish to purchase?" he inquired with a smile directed at Ninglan and Meng Ziden. "Ladies." Lin turned to see 2 beautiful faces stifling laughter, causing him to momentarily lose interest in haggling. Continuing this charade would surely paint him as a fool. He preferred to keep his antics a secret. Clearing his throat, he declared, "Vendor, I'll take 2 pounds of those water radishes." The vendor raised 3 fingers again, emphasizing, 3 yuan a pound, implying that the price was non-negotiable. Lin sighed, conceding, "Fine, 3 yuan it is. Give me 2 pounds. The vendor, having regained some cordiality, quickly weighed the radishes and Lin extracted 6 yuan from his pocket. Taking the basket and departing, the vendor attempted to engage the 2 beauties further, only to realize they had already accompanied the frugal fellow, a look of realization dawning on his face. So the miser was acquainted with these lovely ladies, and his generous demeanor stemmed from their presence. Meng Ziden and Ninglan could no longer contain their laughter, with Meng Ziden playfully poking Lin's shoulder, teasing, "Lin Zixian, you truly are the epitome of boredom. Why not engage in something worthwhile instead of harassing the poor vegetable vendor over 50 cents? Ninglan, smiling, nodded along, her gaze toward Lin somewhat ambiguous, as if she were captivated by the enigma he presented, at times a tempest, at others carefree, an intriguing conundrum. Noticing Ninglan's expression, Meng Ziden couldn't help but roll her eyes, seemingly unimpressed by her friend's infatuation. "You never know the value of hard-earned money until you manage it yourself. We simply lack common ground on this topic," Lin snorted in response, glancing at them and asking, "What brings you both to the market seeking me? Is it so disheartening to see us together?" "Is that so? If you're not pleased to see us, we can leave. Don't bother contacting me in the future," Meng Ziden retorted angrily, dragging Ninglan away. "Wait, don't misunderstand." Lin grasped her hand, bowing and scraping. "I'm delighted, truly, with someone as stunning as Meng. I dream of seeing you daily," practically drooling at the thought. "How could I not want to see you? I'm thrilled, absolutely thrilled." Recognizing he needed her assistance with his store, he felt it best not to offend. Meng Ziden, however, wasn't he swayed by his flattery, responding with a knowing, "Oh really? Then why not marry me and ensure you see me every day?" Lin was momentarily speechless, bewildered by the absurdity of it all. This person was insufferable. When she had no use for him, she wished he would vanish. Yet when she did require his assistance, he was expected to grovel. What a contradiction. Meng Ziden withdrew her hand, pointing at him without restraint, playfully disparaging him to Ninglan. Ninglan erupted in laughter, realizing that the 2 of them could never engage in a calm conversation, truly a pair of adversaries. She quickly intervened. "Lin Zixian, Here's the thing. The story wanted is nearly finished with renovations. Zidane asked me to invite you to check if you're satisfied with it. If you are, we can prepare to stock it and open up. You have time to take a look now. About that. Yes, I have timed. Lin realized he had spoken too soon, pulling out his old phone to check the time. Everyone in the apartment is resting today, and they're waiting for me to return with groceries for lunch. How about this afternoon? Ninglan, unsure of how to respond, glanced at Meng Zidane to gauge her reaction. She had the time. All right, we'll just drop by your place and share a meal. Meng Zidane raised an eyebrow, demanding, you don't mind, do you? With an underlying tone of intimidation. And oh, objections, no objections. Please wait a moment while I grab a few more items. Lin complied, hastening his pace as he searched for suitable vegetables. This time, he refrained from haggling, purchasing any appealing produce he encountered until his basket was brimming. Ninglan and Meng Zidane followed closely, occasionally glancing at the overflowing basket with newfound respect for this peculiar character. Having completed their grocery shopping, the trio exited the market together. Lin mounted his bicycle, with the two ladies driving closely behind. And Meng Zidane couldn't help but feel an itch of annoyance at the sight of his shabby bike, recalling the events of that fateful night. A bicycle and a luxury car parked outside the Cherry Blossom residence. Once out of the car, Ninglan noticed the BMW's license plate and remarked, "Is that Chao's car?" As Lin wheeled his bike into the compound, he casually replied, "I borrowed it from Chiao Antian. This fellow willingly played the errand boy for Chiao Yun, and I suspect he has ulterior motives. You should keep a close watch on him," Meng Zidane whispered to Ninglan, exchanging secrets, and upon entering the courtyard, she gazed around and exclaimed with delight, her eyes sparkling as she took in her surroundings. Although the exterior appears somewhat dilapidated, the interior reveals an enchanting world. The courtyard, shaded by a grape trellis, is tranquil, adorned with flowers, plants, and climbing vines, complemented by an old well, a delightful arrangement. This architecture must date back to the Republic of China era. To find such an old place to reside within this concrete jungle is quite a treat. Lin Zixian, you certainly know how to enjoy life. Lin Zixian chuckled, displaying a of course demeanor. Ninglan's fingers glided over the flora, embodying a sense of serene contentment. That moment, Tong Yunan, bustling in the kitchen, rushed out. Upon seeing the two extraordinary women, she shyly nodded, accepting the vegetables from Lin Zixian before darting back to the kitchen. Her face bore streaks of a dark substance, making her somewhat reluctant to face others. Both Ninglan and Meng Zidane were momentarily taken aback by her painted visage, unable to comprehend the situation. Zhang Beibei, also busy in the kitchen, poked her head out, made a funny face, but quickly retreated, sticking out her tongue when she spotted guests. As they encountered two women with such striking appearances, the two ladies immediately speculated that they were likely engaged in some sort of beauty regimen. Lu Yanzi, in slippers, emerged from the living room, peeling an orange and stuffing it into her mouth. Upon noticing Ninglan, her eyes widened, and she hastily swallowed the orange, setting it aside to extend her hand in greeting. "Hello, Assistant Ning. I am Lu Yanzi from the business department." For her, referring to Ninglan as Assistant Ning was a significant form of flattery, as she was someone who could hardly be approached in the office. Never did she expect to have the opportunity to meet her in the Sakura Snow apartment, and she was determined not to let it slip by. Ninglan recognized her as well, having heard rumors at the company about Lin Zixian's past with Lu Yanzi. Consequently, she had paid some attention to Lu Yanzi, and thus smiled warmly as she shook her hand, saying, "Hello, please, make yourself comfortable." Lu Yanzi, brimming with enthusiasm, clearly focused on flattering Ninglan, as Meng Zidane was merely perceived as a foreman from the Ivory Coast. Lin Zixian had already slipped back into the kitchen, leaving Ninglan and Meng Zidane exchanging glances of silence, and they reluctantly followed Lu Yanzi into the living room. Inside, only Qinyu was present, playing with Tong Feifei, while Li Mingqing usually spent his days away, and Xia Qiu had been busy outside, not returning for days. After Lu Yanzi invited them to sit, she busily poured tea and chatted away. Ninglan and Meng Zidane responded politely, yet the unfamiliarity, coupled with the social divide created by their differing backgrounds, left them with little common ground for conversation. Before long, Lin Zixian, munching on a cucumber, entered the room, noticing their lively discussion and choosing not to interrupt as he made his way upstairs. Ninglan and Meng Zidong quickly sought an excuse to excuse themselves from Lu Yanzi's company and followed him up. Upon entering Lin Zixian's room, the two women finally relaxed, sitting directly on his bed without invitation. They were unsure of the reason behind their ease, as their encounters with Lin Zixian had been few. Yet he exuded an indescribable aura that transcended conventional charm, regardless of one's status or background. Anyone who had interacted with him would find no sense of disparity in demeanor or attire. He treated everyone as equals, whether they were commoners or royalty. Meng Zidong propped herself against the bed with a pillow, slipping off her high heels, her elegant legs crossed to maintain modesty, before asking, "Lin Zixian, isn't it quite comfortable living among such beauties?" Ninglan shot her a disapproving glance, seemingly reproaching her for disturbing someone else's space. Lin Zixian, munching on a piece of cucumber, wiped his hands and replied, "It's all right. Having beautiful company is certainly better than being all alone. I forgot to dip it in some sugar." "What?" Meng Zidong exclaimed in confusion, her mind struggling to connect his disjointed thoughts. "Oh," Lin Zixian pointed at his mouth, clarifying, "I meant cucumber. Fresh cucumber tastes better with a sprinkle of sugar. It's a childhood treat of mine." He then lit a cigarette, crossing his legs casually. Ninglan chuckled silently at Meng Zidong's bewildered expression, causing Lin Zixian to look puzzled, unaware of what was amusing them. Just as Meng Zidong rolled her eyes, a cacophony erupted from downstairs, growing louder and sharper, sounding like a heated argument among women. The two women exchanged puzzled glances with Lin Zixian, who appeared equally perplexed. In his memory, the women of Sakura Snow Apartment had always coexisted harmoniously without conflict. Chapter 68. The interloper Lin Zixian sprang to his feet and hurried downstairs, with Ninglan and Meng Zidong swiftly following suit. Upon reaching the living room, they discovered a stranger, a woman clad in a tight-fitting red mini dress and black stockings, her alluring form radiating seduction. With a face like a peach blossom, she exuded a captivating charm, arms crossed and a handbag in tow. Nearby lay a suitcase. While a few women from Sakura Snow Apartment encircled her, Lin Zixian quickly scanned the scene, immediately noting that the usually composed Qinyu appeared flustered, biting her lip and fixating her gaze on the unfamiliar woman, while Tong Yunan clutched Qinyu, seemingly wishing to prevent any rash actions. Meng Zidong nudged Lin Zixian with her elbow, nodding toward the group, silently inquiring about the situation. He subtly shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Lu Yanzi pointed angrily toward the door, exclaiming, "Leave. I don't care who you are. But you need to get out of here. You are not welcome. Ridiculous. You are not the landlord. Xiaoqiu pays rent for this room, and I am her girlfriend. Why shouldn't I be allowed to stay?" The stranger responded with a smirk, her demeanor unapologetically bold. "Who do you think you are? Acting so high and mighty. Xiaoqiu must be blind to have chosen you," Lu Yanzi retorted, spitting out her disdain, as she seized Qinyu's arm, declaring, "This is Xiaoqiu's real girlfriend. If you don't leave, I will report you for trespassing." Unfazed, the stranger scrutinized Qinyu for a moment before chuckling. "This must be Qinyu. Xiaoqiu has mentioned you. However, he told me you are a thing of the past. I won't hold his past against him, but please, do advise your friends to behave. Otherwise, we might find ourselves calling the authorities on each other." "You shameless harlot. I ought to slap you," Lu Yanzi shouted, her temper flaring as she kicked off one of her slippers, ready to confront the woman. "Yanzi." Qinyu grasped Lu Yanzi's arm, while Tong Yunan and Zhang Beibei assisted in restraining her. Lu Yanzi struggled against their grip, yelling, "What are you doing? Why are you turning against me? Lin Zixian, why are you just watching this unfold? If you are a man, throw this vixen out." Lin Zixian remained speechless, having discerned the underlying dynamics. However, as friends of both Qinyu and Xiaoqiu, he felt no obligation to intervene in their romantic entanglements. He was slightly troubled. Lu Yanzi had been excessively flattering toward him ever since she learned of his position in the Minghua group. Yet here she was, suddenly turning hostile. Qinyu stood before the stranger, her expression regaining composure as she stated, "I don't care who you are or where you came from. You have no authority to dictate matters here. Please leave at once." The stranger stared at Qinyu for a moment, then sighed softly. She retrieved her phone from her bag and dialed a number, saying, "Xiaoqiu, I'm at Sakura Snow Apartment, and a group of women is blocking my entrance to your room. Could you come back right away? Are you crazy? Who told you to go to Sakura Snow Apartment?" Xiaoqiu's angry voice echoed through the phone. "Why are you yelling at me? Where's the tenderness you showed when we were together? You better come back immediately, or I'll accuse you of assault. I still have the evidence on my sheets. The stranger, identified as Tianwan, hung up angrily. If anyone had been skeptical before, hearing Xiaoqiu's voice left them stunned. Especially Qin Yu, whose face paled as if struck by lightning, nearly collapsing as Tong Yunan and Zhang Beibei rushed to support her on the sofa, while Tong Feifei whimpered beside her, "Aunt Yu. Are you okay?" Ning Lan and Meng Ziden exchanged glances, astonished that their first visit to Sakura Snow apartment would coincide with such chaos. What an uncanny coincidence. Lin Zixian scratched his head, perplexed. He could see that Xiaoqiu and Qin Yu shared a close bond. One that transcended words, yet here they were, only days apart, and a third party had emerged. It appeared they would soon have an unwelcome housemate, possibly two, as Xiaoqiu might also become a target of disdain. Tianwan tucked her phone back into her bag and fished out a set of keys, approaching Lin Zixian and shaking them. "Excuse me, could you tell me which room belongs to Xiaoqiu?" The keys in her hand were unmistakably Xiaoqiu's. Lin Zixian had seen them before. He forced a smile and pointed toward the left room, half expecting her to address him as Brother Lin in the future. "Thank you." Tianwan nodded politely, jingling the keys as she made her way to Xiaoqiu's room. Suddenly, Lu Yanzi burst into the doorway of Xiaoqiu's room like a ferocious tigress, her limbs outstretched. One hand still clutching a slipper as a weapon. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "No one is allowed to enter this room until Xiaoqiu returns and clarifies the situation." "Fine, I can wait for Xiaoqiu to come back." "I possess that much patience." Tianwan, holding a set of keys, walked over to the dining table and sat on a chair, crossing her legs as she awaited developments. The atmosphere in the living room was exceedingly tense. And Lin Zixian suddenly sniffed the air and inquired, "Is that a burnt smell? Has something in the kitchen caught fire?" "Oh no, the duck is still in the pot." Tong Yunan quickly dashed out. With everything that was happening, who had the mind to concern themselves with the kitchen? It was no surprise if the dishes were burnt. Lin Zixian glanced at everyone before silently making his way to the courtyard, with Ning Lan and Meng Ziden trailing behind, whispering to one another. Lan, did you see that? Not a single decent man exists. The only way to achieve peace in the world is to castrate the lot of them." Meng Ziden scoffed quietly at Ning Lan, her eyes fixed on Lin Zixian. Ning Lan merely smiled noncommittally, while Lin Zixian rolled his eyes and retorted, "If you were to marry a eunuch and still utter such words, I would be truly impressed. If you become a eunuch, I would dare to marry you." Meng Ziden provocatively replied, "To become a eunuch just to marry you? I must be out of my mind." Lin Zixian scoffed, sizing up Meng Ziden's figure, his disdainful smile clearly conveying that she was not worth such a sacrifice. "What, you find me unworthy? Perhaps you should take a good look in the mirror at your own character." Meng Ziden shot back, baring her teeth as if ready to strike. Lin Zixian glanced back at the room, not wishing to engage in a war of words that would create too much noise, and cleared his throat, saying, "Are you two really planning to stay for lunch?" The two women exchanged glances and shook their heads. "Let's skip it." "Very well, you may head back for now. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal. As for this afternoon's visit to the clothing store, let's forgo it. You can decide what to do. I trust in Meng Ziden's judgment." Lin Zixian flattered Meng Ziden, finally managing to cheer her up, and saw the two women to the door. The atmosphere inside was stifling, and Lin Zixian sat beneath the grape trellis, counting the clusters of newly sprouted green grapes, yet he could not keep track. It wasn't until the sound of a taxi's horn echoed from outside the courtyard that he ceased his counting and turned to look at the entrance. Moments later, Summer Chiu entered with a face ashen as if drained of all vitality. The brightness of his former self extinguished. Upon seeing Lin Zixian beneath the grape trellis, he approached with a bitter smile and said, "Brother Lin." Lin Zixian patted his shoulder and shook his head. "You've really gotten yourself into trouble this time. There's no one else who can help you. Worrying now is futile. You must confront your own heart. At the very least, you need to resolve the situation. Prolonging it benefits no one." After saying this, he gave him a gentle push, indicating he should go inside. Summer Chiu nodded silently, his steps heavy as he made his way to the hall. Lin Zixian sat beneath the grape trellis, shaking his head in dismay. He was reluctant to get involved, yet even from outside, he could hear Lu Yanzi's voice attacking Summer Chiu, and despite having anticipated it, he shook his head once more. This woman was one who clearly distinguished love from hate. Although she occasionally yielded to reality, she was undoubtedly not a bad person, possessing a warm heart. If the opportunity arose, it would be worth lending a hand. Soon after, Qin Yu's voice, tinged with tears, rang out, followed by Lu Yanzi's furious outbursts, filled with accusations of infidelity. Time passed slowly, until at last, the only sound remaining in the room was Lu Yanzi's relentless tirade. Unbothered by the dryness of her throat, finally, at the doorway of the hall, Summer Chiu emerged, pulling a suitcase behind him, followed by the woman named Tianwan, who also carried a suitcase. Lu Yanzi dashed out after them, her bare feet in stockings, hurling 2 slippers forcefully at the back of Summer Chiu's head as she shouted, "Get lost, leave as far away as you can." Any onlooker unaware of the situation. It would seem that a conflict had erupted between her and Summer Qiu. At this moment, Summer Chiu could neither retaliate nor retort. With a look of desolation, he silently made his way to the grape trellis, mustering a smile that was more sorrowful than tears for Lin Zixian. Though his eyes shimmered with unshed tears, the tears cascaded down his cheeks, and he bit his lip until it bled. He bore several scratches on his face, which Lin Zixian surmised were inflicted by Lu Yanzi, as Qin Yu was unlikely to act in such a manner, and the other women would not resort to it either. Lin Zixian glanced at the suitcase in his hand. Though he had already guessed the outcome, he could not help but ask, "Have you truly decided to leave?" Summer Chiu nodded, biting his lip, silently removing several keys from his keyring, and emptied his wallet, placing a wad of cash on the stone table. His voice choked with anguish as he said, "Brother Lin, please give this to Sister Chiu." Lin Zixian responded with a grunt, grabbed the cash and keys from the stone table, stuffing them into his pocket, and patted Summer Chiu's shoulder, saying, "I'll see you off." The 3 of them walked out to the courtyard, and suddenly, the sound of Qin Yu's heart-wrenching sobs pierced the air. Summer Chiu trembled at the sound, collapsing to the ground, pressing his head against a car tire, repeatedly banging his head against it while silently weeping, tears and snot flowing freely. Chapter 69. Qin Yu's background early on. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have acted differently. Lin Zixian sighed, opened the trunk, and stuffed the 2 suitcases inside. He then helped Summer Chiu into the car, but the woman said not a word, her face a mask of tension. After leaving the old town, Lin Zixian glanced at Summer Chiu, who had his eyes tightly shut, tears streaming down his face, and asked, "Where to?" After several attempts, Summer Chiu finally exhaled deeply and weakly replied, "To the train station." "The train station?" Lin Zixian was taken aback. "What do you need to go to the train station for? Are you leaving Donghai? Let's go home." Summer Chiu managed a feeble smile. "Do I have any reason to stay?" Lin Zixian glanced at Tianwan in the rearview mirror, noticing her staring blankly out the window, and raised an eyebrow. "Miss Tian, are you also going back home with Summer Chiu?" Tianwan remained silent, and Lin Zixian took this as her acquiescence, shrugging and continuing to drive. Outside the window, traffic flowed by, the city bustling with life, a myriad of people coming and going. Suddenly, Summer Chiu spoke up. "Brother Lin, do you know about Qin Yu's background?" Observing her demeanor and behavior, it was evident she was well-bred, a refinement that stemmed from her upbringing, not something that could be cultivated by the average nouveau riche. This is why the saying goes that it takes 3 generations to raise a noble. I have always wondered how someone like her ended up here. It seems there is indeed an extraordinary lineage. Lin Zixian stole a glance at him and said, "If you are willing to share, I am all ears." Summer Chiu forced a bitter smile and slowly began, "Brother Lin, you have a keen eye. I wonder if you have heard of the Qin family in the capital. When I was studying in the capital, I had never heard of this Qin family until I met Qin Yu. And only then did I learn that there was a prominent family with the surname Qin. Qin Yu is the 3rd-generation heiress of the Qin family." Lin Zixian responded with an indifferent, "Oh," neither surprised nor pleased. To be honest, he had never heard of the Qin family in the capital, as he had never dealt with them and had no interest in such matters. There were countless wealthy families in the world, and who had the time to keep track? Summer Chiu continued, "After years of hard study, I finally gained admission to the most prestigious university in Huaxia, where I met Qin Yu and fell in love. However, under mysterious pressure, I eventually discovered that Qin Yu was the daughter of the Qin family. I contemplated stepping back since the disparity in our backgrounds was immense. One was in the heavens, the other on the ground, which made me feel inferior, as I believed I could not provide Qinyu with a better life. Especially during graduation, many employers were eager to hire high-achieving students like me. Yet the reality was the opposite. My classmates with lesser grades were being offered high salaries while I remained overlooked. Later, Qinyu's father approached me and said that if I were to give up on Qinyu, a generous offer awaited me. It was then that I understood the Qin family was pulling strings behind the scenes. Upon learning this, Qinyu had a fierce confrontation with her family. Haha, she even eloped with me. If a woman can go to such lengths, what more could I say? Even in the face of immense pressure, I had to bravely confront it. I once confidently vowed that as long as she did not betray me, I would never betray her in this lifetime. Afterward, we came to Donghai to build our future together, promising to prove to her family that she had not made a mistake in choosing me, and that one day I would marry her openly. Ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. The Qin family feared Qinyu's threats, and while they did not overtly interfere, the pressure on us was ever present. You heard President Sun's call during dinner. This was not the first time. Whenever I made any progress, an invisible hand would drag me back to square one, and I have lost count of how many times this has happened. Just the day before yesterday, I found myself on the brink of collapse once again. It was not due to a lack of effort on my part, but rather the absence of even a glimmer of hope. That day, I secluded myself outside, drowning my sorrows in alcohol, when I unexpectedly encountered Tianwan. In a moment of weakness, I succumbed to temptation and went to her home, engaging in a liaison that could hardly be described as love or affection. Perhaps it was merely an outlet for my pent-up frustrations. As I uttered those words in Tianwan's presence, Lin Zixian couldn't help but glance at the rearview mirror, only to find her staring vacantly out of the window. "Brother Lin," I began, "I fear you may find this amusing, but I've known Qinyu for a full 5 years. Yet, our relationship has been limited to stolen kisses, hand-holding, and embraces. We have never crossed any boundaries. You might have inferred as much from our living arrangements." I chuckled bitterly. Before meeting Tianwan, I was still a virgin. Of course, this is not a testament to my strong willpower to defy nature. It was simply my desire to prove myself, to honor Qinyu's so-called legitimate status, putting on a fade for her family. But who truly understands the suffering within my heart? Perhaps this is for the best. I continued. At least it alleviates some of my guilt. Lin Zixian shook his head in disbelief, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. In ancient times, they spoke of returning a jade to Zhao Yu, however, have returned it to Qin. Completely switching the narrative, to be frank, had you and Qinyu turned your raw rice into cooked rice sooner, perhaps none of this would have transpired. Xiaoqiu fell silent at these words, and Lin Zixian turned his gaze back to the rearview mirror. "Miss Tian, what is your relationship with the Qin family?" To go so far as to entice Xiaoqiu into infidelity, Tianwan, still fixated on the window, shook her head lightly. "I know nothing of the Qin family. But indeed, there are those who have paid me to act in such a manner." The straightforwardness of the former's question and the latter's candid response left no room for subterfuge. Lin Zixian glanced at Xiaoqiu, noticing his lack of surprise, and was taken aback. "You knew all along. This isn't the first time I have been lured into such a situation," Xiaoqiu replied, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "That night, I had my suspicions." To put it plainly, I could not bear the pressure and, in a drunken state, relinquished my resolve. Lin Zixian hesitated, contemplating. "If you cannot let go, might you return to explain things to Qinyu? Perhaps it could still be salvaged. She is not a heartless person." He slowed the car, searching for a place to turn back. Xiaoqiu shook his head, sorrow evident in his voice. "Can we truly go back? Even if Qinyu could forgive me, I would have no face to confront the 5 years of love we once upheld. Let us go home. Let us start anew. I hope that when I see her again, I can stand before her openly and face the entire Qin family without fear or trepidation. I wish to prove that she did not misjudge me. That is my only desire, a way to offer her closure. As for the future, as Zhuangzi once said, it is better to forget each other in the rivers and lakes than to cling to a false bond. I hope we may meet again in another life, where I can repay her with unwavering devotion." Lin Zixian watched as tears streamed down Xiaoqiu's cheeks, continuing to drive with a faint sigh. A man may shed tears, but he does so only when truly touched by sorrow. Suddenly, Xiaoqiu reached into his pocket, retrieving a delicate jade hairpin and offering it to Lin Zixian. "Brother Lin, please do me a favor. In a couple of days, it will be Xiaoqiu's birthday, and this is a gift for her." I had intended to break up with her after her birthday, but now, Brother Lin, please pass it on to her. Whether she accepts it is up to her. Lin Zixian took the hairpin in his hand and, with a decisive snap, crushed it before tossing it out of the window. Both Xiaoqiu and Tianwan were left dumbfounded. Brother Lin, what are you doing? Helping you with this nonsense is a sign of my own insanity. Lin Zixian retorted coldly. You've already broken up. Why send her a birthday gift? Are you trying to leave her with a memento to forever remember you by? Or are you afraid she won't be heartbroken enough? Either go back and explain things to her and see if she forgives you, or walk away cleanly. Why indulge in this pathetic behavior? If you keep rambling, I swear I'll kick you out of the car. Your sentimental drivel is nauseating. As the car traversed the bustling city, a heavy silence enveloped the interior. Lin Zixian suddenly began tapping his fingers on the steering wheel, swaying slightly as he hummed an old tune. Walking down the long road of life, every drop brings happiness. For love, I bravely give, never minding failure. Even if I live in solitude, looking back on the path I've traveled, I am content with the rights and wrongs. For as long as I live this life without regret, upon finishing the classic song, the car came to a halt in front of the train station. Xiaoqiu turned to him earnestly. Thank you, Brother Lin, for your encouragement. Not at all. I was merely singing my own philosophy on life. Don't mind if I sang poorly. Lin Zixian chuckled as he stepped out of the car and retrieved their belongings from the trunk. At that moment, Tianwan pulled out her phone and dialed a number. I have completed the task. They have broken up. The Qin family has finally gotten their wish. With that, she hung up. Lin Zixian raised an eyebrow in surprise as he handed her the bags. Miss Tian, it is no easy feat to get a virgin. Are you leaving with Xiaoqiu, or shall I give you a ride home? Tianwan glanced at Xiaoqiu with a complex expression. If he doesn't mind buying an extra train ticket, I will go with him. I can't make that decision. Lin Zixian closed the trunk with a loud bang. Xiaoqiu did not respond to Tianwan's words. He merely turned to Lin Zixian and said, Take care, Brother Lin. Before resolutely walking towards the ticket hall, Tianwan bit her lip, dragging her luggage in pursuit of him. Lin Zixian lit a cigarette, leaning against the car as he silently watched their retreating figures. After finishing his smoke, he noted that neither of them had emerged from the ticket hall. His stomach growled with hunger, having missed mealtime. Considering the tense atmosphere at Sakura Snow apartment, he knew returning would only lead to an awkward meal. Thus, he decided to grab a quick bite at a small restaurant near the train station. When he finished his meal and stepped outside, he spotted Xiaoqiu and Tianwan walking side by side, pulling their luggage towards the waiting area. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, could it be that the act has turned real? With a smirk, he jumped into his car and sped away. Chapter 70. Supporting roles. Upon returning to Sakura Snow apartment, the group had just begun their meal. Lin Zixian felt a twinge of regret for having eaten before arriving, as he had not seen Qinyu. He casually inquired about her. Tong Yunan pointed to a room, indicating that Qinyu was inside Xiaoqiu's room. Refusing to join for dinner, Lin Zixian approached the door, intending to relay Xiaoqiu's situation to her, but ultimately decided against entering. Xiaoqiu lacked the fortitude to confront the formidable Qin family. It would be far better to sever ties cleanly than to endure future suffering without a favorable outcome. By evening, Qinyu had yet to emerge from Xiaoqiu's room. Later, several women brought food and drinks inside, and Lin Zixian took the opportunity to glance in, finding Qinyu curled up on Xiaoqiu's bed. Silent and unresponsive, despite their attempts to coax her into eating, she remained in the throes of heartbreak. Fearing for her well-being, Lu Yanzi chose to stay with her throughout the night. The next morning, with Qiao Yun's health restored, Deputy Minister Lin was set to return to work. Upon descending, he noticed that Qinyu had tidied herself and changed into her work attire, chatting amiably with Lu Yanzi as if nothing had transpired. This facade caused Lin Zixian, who was privy to the tumultuous nature of her feelings for Xiaoqiu, to worry. He began to doubt whether she had truly moved beyond the shadow of her heartbreak. Lin Zixian drove to the Qiao family villa in the hills, switching cars to pick up Qiao Yun for work. In the rearview mirror, he observed her returning to her usual aloof demeanor. The sunlight casting through the car window illuminated her delicate features, shrouding her in an ethereal glow, the white collar of her blouse framing her elegant neck like that of a swan. Lin Zixian couldn't help but marvel at how she seemed only endearing when wounded. Once healed, she reverted to her haughty demeanor. Qiao, The prescription I provided seems to be effective, doesn't it? How are you feeling now? He sought to make conversation, genuinely concerned for her health. However, upon mentioning the prescription, Zhao Yun was reminded of the foul-smelling side effects and regarded him with suspicion. She responded tersely with a non-committal Choosing not to elaborate further, Lin Zixian recognized her displeasure and realized he had inadvertently touched a nerve. Understanding that he had overstayed his welcome, he focused on driving. Upon arriving at the security department, where he had been absent for several days, he took a moment to survey the surroundings before finding Duan Jia and acquiring a new hat, as the previous one had been ruined by Zhang Longqing's martial arts. At least he had avenged the destruction of his hat by damaging the rival's car, so it wasn't a total loss. Wearing his new hat, he took the elevator directly to the business department. This department was among the busiest within the Minghua Group, serving as one of its largest and most crucial revenue-generating sectors. The moment he stepped off the elevator, he was greeted by a cacophony of ringing phones and the hurried footsteps of employees, creating an atmosphere thick with tension akin to a battlefield. The employees, too engrossed in their tasks, barely acknowledged his presence, highlighting the immense pressure they were under. Compared to this, his role in the security department felt almost trivial. Albeit with a significant disparity in compensation, Lin Zixian was wandering around in search of Lu Yanzi's figure when he suddenly noticed the office door beside him swing open. The business department head, Li Weiwa, stormed out like a gust of wind, brandishing a stack of documents in her hand. With a fierce glare, she bellowed, "Who prepared the Xingyuan documents?" A young woman stood up from the public workspace, timidly raising her hand. "Minister, it was I." Li Weiwa strode over, slamming the documents onto her desk with a resounding thud, and shouted, "What nonsense is this? You dare present such a shoddy piece of work for my signature? Do it again." Just as she turned to leave, she whirled back around, jabbing a finger at the girl and scolding, "Your performance has been at the bottom for 2 consecutive months. If you fail to deliver a satisfactory result by the end of this month, you can pack your bags. My department has no room for useless waste." "Yes," the girl replied weakly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lu Yanzi, seated at the adjacent desk, bent down to help her pick up the scattered documents from the floor. Lin Zixian shook his head in dismay. Upon seeing him at the office entrance, Li Weiwa paused, her anger dissipating as she replaced it with a smile, extending her hand. "Deputy Minister Lin, what brings you here to inspect my work?" Previously, she had merely offered him a polite nod, considering his unruly demeanor rather intimidating. After all, his position as the deputy head of security was hardly worthy of her regard. However, the situation had changed. Lin Zixian was now the driver of the general manager, a close associate, and it was essential to maintain a good relationship, lest he find himself on the receiving end of petty grievances. There were plenty of capable individuals in the business department, and losing one was no great loss. A person who only cared about business without understanding human relationships could never ascend to her rank. Li Weiwa was now all politeness. Lin Zixian shook her hand and gestured towards Lu Yanzi. "How is Lu Yanzi doing? Has she caused any trouble for you? If her work isn't up to par, please feel free to criticize her without sparing my feelings." Upon hearing this, Lu Yanzi subtly glanced around, and upon noticing numerous envious eyes fixed on her, she feigned indifference while her heart swelled with joy. She was utterly smitten with this Deputy Minister Lin. His actions were so overt. I should find some time to wash his blanket. Anyone could understand the implication of Lin Zixian's words. He claimed not to want her to feel indebted to him. But in reality, it was a public declaration of his support for Lu Yanzi, a challenge to anyone who dared to disregard his favor. Li Weiwa felt a pang of frustration, thinking, if favoritism were to be shown, it could easily have been done privately in my office. Yet here you are, Deputy Minister Lin, making a spectacle of it in front of so many people. How am I to respond? Even if I wished to owe you a favor, I would be too embarrassed to express it. Little did she know, Lin Zixian had no intention of being beholden to her. He was merely there to support Lu Yanzi. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so foolish as to make such declarations publicly. Clearing his throat, Li Weiwa remarked, "Deputy Minister Lin, you worry too much." Although Lu Yanzi has only recently joined the company, her performance this month has already placed her among the top 3. She is precisely the talent our business department needs. I am yet to commend her, let alone criticize her. Haha, Minister Li, I won't disturb your work any longer. I'll take a look around. Lin Zixian waved his hand and walked toward Lu Yanzi. Li Weiwa, speechless, averted her gaze and retreated into her office, closing the door behind her, choosing to act as though she had seen nothing. Under normal circumstances, anyone caught engaging in romantic antics during work hours would surely be reprimanded. But given that Lu Yanzi's boyfriend was Deputy Minister Lin, it was hardly worth risking one's job over such matters, especially when opportunities in the workforce were scarce. Lin Zixian had certainly made a bold statement in support of Lu Yanzi, and it seemed likely that the rumors of their relationship would solidify. Lu Yanzi was indeed a remarkable woman, capable of being both a fierce tigress in the boardroom and a delicate dove in private. She could handle the demands of the kitchen as easily as she could charm her way into the bedroom. Women like her thrived in the urban workplace. As soon as Lin Zixian approached her, she gazed at him with longing eyes and said softly, "Deputy Minister Lin, is there something you need?" Her eyes sparkled with emotion, drawing envious glances from her female colleagues, as if to say, with things being this obvious, who still needs to pretend he is just Deputy Minister Lin? Lin Zixian felt a shiver run down his spine. However, he had decided to show his support today, so he played along with the act. Clearing his throat, "If I may not interrupt, could we find a place to discuss some work-related matters?" The surrounding murmurs of disbelief filled the air. The deputy head of security was seeking to discuss work with a member of the business department? What a joke. It seemed more like a romantic rendezvous. Lu Yanzi smiled brightly and nodded, "Of course, Deputy Minister Lin, please follow me." She led the way, as if to say, "Keep pretending." The disdainful glances from her colleagues followed them. Lu Yanzi poured 2 cups of coffee at the coffee machine, guiding Lin Zixian out of the office area into the public lounge. Lin Zixian pulled out a chair and sat down, chuckling. Minister Li really has a hard heart. She managed to scold a girl to tears. She hasn't made things difficult for you, has she? In the business department, tears were of no consequence. Everything was dictated by performance. To thrive there, one had to be competitive. The rule was survival of the fittest. Those who languished at the bottom for 3 consecutive months were unceremoniously dismissed, so one couldn't entirely blame Minister Li for being ruthless. Lu Yanzi appeared confident, seemingly assured of her own abilities. She gently placed the coffee in front of him and said, "But with you backing me today, no one would dare make me a newcomer. Run errands." Lin Zixian laughed. "So, how do you intend to repay me? Perhaps with your body?" Lu Yanzi sipped her coffee, half-jokingly smiling. Lin Zixian was at a loss for words, and she quickly retorted, "All right, I'm just teasing. Assistant Ning came by yesterday and put a label on you in my mind. I wouldn't dare compete with her for a man, but since we're on the topic of good deeds, how about treating me to a working lunch today? You truly know how to ride the wave. Is it not enough to make a spectacle in the business department, but you want the entire company to witness it?" Lin Zixian rolled his eyes. "What can I say? If I can't catch a golden husband, I must work harder myself." Lu Yanzi replied, playfully kicking his leg. "I usually work diligently and selflessly, cleaning your apartment regularly. Surely, you won't refuse this small favor." Lin Zixian, resigned to her charm, accepted without protest, knowing his reputation was already tarnished. "Fine, it's settled then. I'll find you in the security department at noon." Lu Yanzi waved goodbye, swaying her curvy figure as she departed. Chapter 71. You are truly beautiful at noon. Many from the security department invited Deputy Minister Lin to lunch, but he politely declined each invitation. Just as Duan Ji exited the security department, he spotted the graceful Lu Yanzi approaching, enveloped in a fragrant aura. "Hello, Minister Duan. Is Deputy Minister Lin in?" Lu Yanzi asked with a radiant smile. To be honest, Lu Yanzi's beauty was undoubtedly among the finest. Possessing both curves and charm, with a figure that was both alluring and natural, she often favored shorter skirts and lower necklines, as if to flaunt her attributes to the fullest. Under normal circumstances, attracting a man would be effortless, yet for some inexplicable reason, she had yet to secure the golden husband she desired. Duanji swallowed hard, smiling. "Ah, it's Miss Lu. Deputy Minister Lin is in his office." Lu Yanzi thanked him and, with a waft of fragrance, entered the security department office. Moments later, she emerged, pulling Lin Zixian along. He protested, leaning against the door frame. "What's the rush? Let me put on my shoes first." Upon seeing him with his legs crossed on the desk, she immediately released him, having forgotten he wasn't yet fully dressed. Soon, they walked towards the company cafeteria, chatting and laughing. However, Lin Zixian, clad in his security uniform and cheap shoes, appeared mismatched with the stylish and dazzling Lu Yanzi. In the past, she would have found him too pedestrian to associate with, but now she relished being close to him. As they entered the cafeteria, they drew many curious glances. After collecting their meals on stainless steel trays, Lin Zixian paid the bill, and they found a secluded spot to sit across from each other, enjoying their meal and conversation. Lu Yanzi frequently covered her mouth with her hand, bursting into laughter at whatever Lin Zixian said, making it seem as if he were entertaining her with the greatest jokes. With so many eyes upon them, Lin Zixian felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The slightest shift in his expression would prompt Lu Yanzi to nudge his leg with her exquisitely clad, silk-stockinged limbs, reminding him to cooperate. Instantly, he forced a sycophantic smile. But he was at a loss for words, resorting to the monotonous repetition of a feeble compliment. "You are truly beautiful. You are truly beautiful." The patrons of the restaurant would occasionally cast furtive glances at this couple, until the arrival of General Manager Qiao Yun, who commanded attention with her striking curves and frosty demeanor, silenced the room. The atmosphere shifted palpably as all eyes discreetly assessed the stunning beauty who held dominion over the entire Minghua group. While Qiao Yun's presence initially created an awkward silence, it presented a rare opportunity for the male employees to ogle the most beautiful woman in Donghai, as encounters with her were a rarity. Thus, during lunch hours, the male staff would gaze at Qiao Yun, indulging in daydreams of sharing a table with her, fantasizing about the sheer proximity to the enchanting beauty. Such occurrences, albeit infrequent, would ignite envy among their colleagues, particularly when a fortunate soul found themselves seated across from Qiao Yun, boasting about their luck among peers. As the restaurant settled into a hush, a voice broke through the silence, exclaiming, "You are truly beautiful. You are truly beautiful." The patrons were taken aback, pondering the audacity of the speaker. They dared only to voice their admiration of Qiao Yun internally. Curiosity piqued, they turned in unison toward the source of the declaration. Qiao Yun herself was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the voice, while Lu Yanzi's expression shifted sharply as she forcefully nudged Lin Zixian, signaling him to cease his unwarranted compliments. Yet, Lin Zixian, oblivious to the surrounding commotion, mistook her urgency for dissatisfaction with his performance and raised his voice slightly. "You are truly beautiful. You are truly beautiful." Suddenly, the restaurant erupted in laughter and the sound of food being spewed as patrons found the scene utterly hilarious. Grains of rice flying in every direction, the unfortunate few were caught in the crossfire of splattered dishes and soup. The revelation that Deputy Minister Lin was, in fact, confessing his affection left everyone astonished. Surely, only the renowned Lin could pull off such an audacious stunt. Amidst the chaos, patrons hastily covered their mouths, scrambling for napkins to clean themselves, creating quite a spectacle. Lu Yanzi, usually unflappable, was now blushing profusely, hastily shoving food into her mouth to escape the embarrassment. Even members of the security department dining nearby, including Duanji, shook their heads in disbelief. Once again, Deputy Minister Lin had put the security minister in an awkward position. Lin Zixian, bewildered, glanced around, still trying to comprehend the sudden uproar in the restaurant. Turning, he found Qiao Yun staring at him, and for a moment he froze, then shook his head, realizing the power she wielded over the dining crowd. Her mere presence could incite such a ruckus. Qiao Yun, feeling a surge of irritation, could not fathom why Lin Zixian had so brazenly declared his affections for another woman in public. She glanced at Lu Yanzi, recognizing her as the competent employee from the business department and Lin Zixian's girlfriend. Her fists clenched slightly as she approached the counter to retrieve a tray of food, intending to distance herself from Lin Zixian, yet inexplicably found herself drawn closer to him. When Qiao Yun arrived at their table, Lu Yanzi promptly greeted her, shifting her tray closer. Qiao Yun acknowledged her with a slight nod and seated herself next to Lu Yanzi, eating gracefully while occasionally glancing at Lin Zixian. He, in turn, felt a sense of ease dining alongside her, perhaps due to having previously witnessed her vulnerable side. However, Qiao Yun's discomfort grew as she realized she could no longer intimidate him. Was it Lu Yanzi's presence that altered the dynamics? With Lu Yanzi's antics now quelled, Lin Zixian finally enjoyed his meal, finishing quickly and wiping his mouth before departing, having completed his task of appeasing Lu Yanzi. Lu Yanzi, feeling the pressure of Qiao Yun's icy demeanor, soon followed suit, bidding her a polite farewell before leaving. Alone, Qiao Yun devoured her meal with fervor, as if she had not eaten in days. meticulously cleaning her plate of every morsel. According to Lin Zixian's routine, after lunch he would indulge in a cigarette, followed by a nap, unperturbed by the prospect of gaining weight. As he drifted into a light slumber, he was roused by a knock at the door, which he initially ignored. Rolling over on the couch and calling out, "No one," the knocking ceased momentarily, seemingly deterred by his dismissal, but soon after, the door swung open to reveal Ninglan peeking in. Upon seeing Lin Zixian asleep, she hesitated before stepping inside. Truth be told, among the many employees in the company, she had never encountered anyone so relaxed at work. After some deliberation, she decided to wake him. Just as she reached out to nudge him, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Lin Zixian's hand shot out, seizing her wrist with alarming speed, his eyes snapping open, their intensity akin to piercing stars on a frigid night. Startling Ninglan, recognizing her, Lin Zixian's expression softened, and he released her wrist. While discreetly stashing his needles back into his belt, he reflected on his lapse in vigilance, acknowledging that he had grown too accustomed to a leisurely pace, failing to react until he sensed someone encroaching upon his space. Meanwhile, Ninglan winced in pain, clutching her wrist, tears welling in her eyes as it began to swell visibly. "What have you done? Your grip is so harsh," she exclaimed, breathless from the pain. "I'm so sorry. I didn't realize it was you. It was purely instinctive." Lin Zixian apologized profusely, rubbing her wrist gently to alleviate the pain.